the path of holiness, did my best for the sick. As time goes by under temptation, some secrets are still hidden. Soul, am I still guilty or not? I'm lost here, older shadow. Who will save me from my youth?
Tell me, what is love? Oats, flowers, and wedding. Everything's under the plane for my pursued and beloved one. Once I met you, my love, all the rules had disappeared. I thought you and I would always be together. Suddenly your leaving left me heartbroken. Finally, this long journey's coming to an end. I wanna make you pay a painful price.
Come here, everyone. You can relax tonight. Find desserts and new toys. Everyone is a happy kid. Using my colorful flashlight, illuminate the shadows on the glitter of colorful. Be happier, alright. the keys. I'm the king of this tree. Because of me, we all have a place to live. Laughing all the kids, just be happy, alright. Because you have helped me to live a better life. Playing all the kids, let them record our happiness. Although now they look down on me, but I will become a big guy.
Roots are nature's veins, pulsing life through the soil in a predetermined path, from sprouting to withering. When the hourglass of life is turned upside down, do the laws of the world still hold?
Welcome to the Harvest Festival!
The fusion of flame and fruit creates a wondrous explosion. The small and insignificant will always gaze upon the great and mighty. Light, temperature, water, and nutrients uniting to nurture miracles. But can it reverse death? Even a harvest will soon wither, along with the fallen flowers. In the worn soil, a pulse seems to beat anew.
The demon descends into the abyss. From this descent,
Spring arises. But spring, since its departure, has yet to return. I traced a monsoon to its birth, only to glimpse the fetal frame of an untold tale.
The roar of industry garnered endless wealth, yet it spawned an unending mist of perpetual rain.
The only way we'll ever see
What have you done? Every emotion seeks an outlet. They obtained what they desired. But what departs must inevitably return. This rainy season is far from over.
building that looks like the Coliseum, sort of, but not really.
Oh, it's us.
Okay.
I think we're live. Do you see on YouTube?
Yeah,
Oh, hello.
but they said there's no volume.
Oh, there's no
So
volume, but our cameras are on.
um,
Well,
hello, people in chat. Can you hear us?
check. Is
Oh,
anyone
they
out
said
there?
start. They said start, please now. So I guess we go. Okay.
Okay. All
All
right.
right.
Hello. Welcome. Sorry for the technical difficulties, folks, but we are commentators, Potch Spice and Eli O for day number 2 of IVS. Eli, it's been a minute since we commentated. I think it was the last one was IVC. How you feeling so far for IVS?
Yeah, pretty good. We saw some exciting matches yesterday, in which we already have 4 teams with victories and 4 teams also in the elimination train or not, but they have the prize pool here. But we're just gonna assume that it doesn't because I'm not sure what's going on. But anyways, yeah, our first match today we saw, or yes, first match yesterday we saw Rival versus Zeta Division. We will be seeing Rival up first here again against Weibo. So yeah, Rival team from NAU thrown into a very difficult bracket. In which they're gonna have to go against some of the very strong teams. Had to go against Zeta Division and now Weibo Gaming today. Let's see what they're able to do. Weibo, of course, one of the highly anticipated teams going into this
Right.
event to possibly win. So, they're definitely going to want to have a good performance today.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that. So here today are the matches, folks. RVL versus Weibo Gaming. We got GBB versus Team FT. These are very high stakes matches since they're at the lower bracket. And we have Zeta versus GR, a match that we're going to be excited to see. This is potential grand finals in the making. And after that, the final match will be RD versus FL. So styles will definitely clash. And we will be saying goodbye to 2 teams. So that's quite unfortunate, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I got distracted by the
Yeah.
chat's
Yeah.
reaction to us. Just,
We were Apologies, chat, but we're just gonna assume that we're on stream. We're gonna be talking, so yeah, we
Yeah.
apologize for the silence or we were just waiting for the
we
cues, but
were unaware that we were live.
we were
so,
mewing. Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
people were saying. We're just like, all right, cool. But let's
Um,
talk shop here. We got RVL versus Weibo Gaming. Weibo Gaming poised as one of the people to make it all the way to grand finals. RVL being the light of NAEU. What are your thoughts there, Eli?
Yeah, I mean, we saw they did have a bit of a challenging matchup yesterday against Zeta Division, on which the Hunter side Spencer did have a pretty good performance, but the survivors did have a bit of an issue dealing with Alf. So let's see if they're able to turn things around and potentially have a better performance against Alex today. Now, something to point out, we did not actually see the survivor problems play yesterday, so. Maybe we'll see some addition to or some changes in the roster today, and that could be a key factor in the team playing well. Paul is one of the strongest players out of the NAU region, so hopefully everything's going good on that side, and we'll potentially see that some changes today, or maybe some hopefully that'll help the team out. But either way, getting into our team here, Weibo as well. We have Hui Long, Alex how do you say that name?
Perseka.
Perseka and Juan, a 5-player roster here. Alex is a very diverse hunter. He's got a very large hunter pool. He's got a lot of characters that he can bring out today. And honestly, that's something that's very exciting to see, considering that a lot of this hunter meta is very specific to certain hunters nowadays.
Yeah, and I didn't get your thoughts. I know you commentated with Nelly, gave us your thoughts. Could you refresh me how you feel about this new picks and ban systems? Because I was talking to Kuro, I was talking to Chocho. This would definitely favor hunters, and in this meta with Ivy and Opera Singer, it just seems like it's very in favor. And there we are. Hey, we can see ourselves now. So, what are your thoughts on the new picks and ban system?
Well, it's very interesting to see how, if you look way back a few years ago, it used to be you had one survivor ban in round 1, and that was it for the whole.
That's crazy,
whole ban.
right?
It's like,
yeah.
it's like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna ban mercenary, or I'll ban mechanic or seer or something, or priestess or something, right? And now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 bans in round 1, and then 6 in round 2, 8 in round 3. So it's not only has the game gone from being very survivor sided in tournament. If you look back in those years when you had one survivor ban, it was very survivor sided. You had a lot of great survivors. You did not have as many strong hunters, and
No, I was gonna say that was the era of Dream Witch, though. But again, that's a point to. We'll get to that in just a bit. Now we're gonna introduce the team package of Rival, folks. So stay tuned. And there you have it, folks. Team Rivals, former B4U, gracing the stage. It's just awesome to see them all together, and not in an online setting, but offline. They're all there. They're all representing the NAEU region here in Macau. So there you go, Yinel, shooting a shot. But yeah.
We do see Team Rival taking the stage here. And going back to what we were talking about again as well. The with the band pig, it's now become so much. Okay, well, we'll review that.
Yeah, in just
after this video. Forgot this was gonna happen. All right, and we do have Team Weibo taking the stage here. Again, only a 5-player team here, and let's see if they're able to, come out and potentially win this event. Having only 5 players, it doesn't leave a lot of room for any sort of changes at all, obviously. But we do see a very strong lineup from Weibo, and we have seen this team be very successful in the past.
Okay, so back to the topic at hand that we were talking about, right? We were talking about the new picks and ban system. Before anything else, let's look at this interview, Eli. And there you have it, folks. That was actually I did not know that they were actually former teammates. So that's something that we have to take into consideration here. And for sure, RVL is going to come into this as the underdogs in this matchup. So that's something that they kind of have to adjust to. Hey, underdogs are there for a reason, to be able to slay the ones that are favored to win. So fingers crossed we get that. But Eli, I know I'm kind of raring to get your thoughts. Let's continue that discussion of how the picks and ban system is going. So you were saying.
Yeah, so the game obviously, as we know, used to be very survivor-sided. We had a lot of strong characters in the game. Mechanic used to be very good. There's before a lot of adjustments and things like that. Mercenary used to be stronger, and then over time we've seen a power creep, especially on the in the Hunter faction, right? And we've seen characters like Nightwatch come out who have been very good. We've seen characters like Waxstars come out and been very good. We've seen characters like even when Breaking Wheel came out, when Sculptor came out, she was the best in the game. We've seen, and now we have Ivy and Opera Singer, who are the two best hunters that the game's ever seen, right? And the game's never been, obviously back in the Dreamwitch meta, Breaking Wheel meta, Sculptor meta, they were very common in round one, but we would also see some other hunters as well. There'd always be options for different hunters in round one. In this current meta, there's no options for not only one round, but for 2 rounds. It has to be the same hunters. And then additionally, you add 4 bans, 6 bans to that in rounds 1 and 2. The game has gone from being very survivor-sided in tournament to actually being hunter-sided. So it's really interesting to see not only the way that it's evolved just based off of bans, but also the power creep on the Hunter faction. Now, I do think that I understand the idea of adjusting the ban pick system to make it better for hunters, because the game used to be very survivor-sided. But the problem is, if having that ban pick, and then also we have a power creep with these hunters as well. Now the game's becoming very hunter-sided. So I wonder if at some point we'll have some adjustment to either characters or ban pick to try to make it more even again.
If you would adjust the ban pick side of things, do you think that there should be like a global ban hunter in round number 1? Because you have to admit there are some really good hunter. I mean, the current meta is Ivy or Opera Singer. I know Goatman just released, so I don't know if he's viable as of yet, but usually that's the case where we find really good hunters when they first come out. So when it comes to ban picks, give us your thoughts on that. Before anything else, let's introduce the survivors of RVL. We're going to start out with Roland as the main rescuer. He's really good at clutch rescuing, and he can also hold his own. Almost 50 seconds when it comes to containment time, but you got to pay attention to the average rescues. It is 1, and decoding progress is above 100, which is always good. So always rely on him to be able to make the rescues happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Roland looks quite different than usual. I think the maybe it's the hair. I don't know, but either way.
Could be. Oh yeah, he grew out his hair. He has bangs now.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Anyways, we have Yin L here as well, which is newer survivor to Team RVO. We saw recently on, I believe it was Omni. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but Yin L has transferred over to Team Rival here for this event. And for the future, I would assume as well. We see 64 seconds of average containment time with average deduction points of 8,500. We do still have, I'm not exactly sure where the statistics come from, maybe from global events in the past or something. I'm not entirely sure, because I do know that at least in NAU events,
I think with Yanel stats, because yesterday was no data. I think this literally came from yesterday's match, and he did have a pretty good containment time. He was one of the, I think twice in a row, he was the last survivor remaining. But yeah, he's looking to bolster up more of those numbers. But we're going to move on over to my leg. So I did see, I think it was Schmitty to be the last survivor that's here. So unfortunately, we might not see Paul Blems, at least in the first half of round number 1. Hopefully, we'll be able to see him a little more in round number 2. Fingers crossed. But we're going to introduce my leg here, folks, known as more of the containment, a survivor and also a main decoder. He's really good at backdoor cipher rushing, and also really clutch when it comes to containing the hunters, especially when push comes to shove. That's why he has a psychologist, that's why he has the gardener. So I'm excited to see how my leg will synergize with team rivals today.
Yeah, definitely. We saw, something else I want to point out as well. Schmitty did mention in their pregame interview here that some adjustments they do need to make to their band pick as well. And I think that's definitely it's very notable to point out that if you're able to, as a team, acknowledge mistakes and bounce back from that, that's very important. I do think in Rivals band pick yesterday, they did miss out on some opportunities to pick certain characters in early rounds. So I think that's going to be very important that they're able to adjust and get some of those specific counters in the early rounds, especially in round 1 here. And yeah, Schmitty is the last survivor here. Again, not seeing Paul Blems here from Rival. Hope everything's going good with him. As again, I do want to point out he is one of the strongest survivor players from the NAU region. So not seeing him in the lineup is a bit unfortunate today.
Yeah, I'm a Paul Blems fan. I'm really excited to see if he will be coming in, but rely on the synergy and also Coach Aaron here making it into the mix. One of the big brains or the big minds behind Team Rivals and also in B4U. So hopefully they'll come up with good strategies. I mean, Schmitty did acknowledge that they're going up against one of the best hunters in the CN division, which is Alex. And I'm sure Alex, he's not going to hold back here. They had quite the close back and forth with Team GR, but GR definitely got an edge over them, 2-0ing them in the past few months here. So now I think they definitely want that run back. We're going to introduce Alex here. Again, he's very in tune with the meta with Ivy and Opera Singer. So do expect that to come out in round number 1, folks.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Alex average eliminations of 2. Alex is what we consider to be a very consistent hunter. Again, having a very large character pool. He's not the kind of hunter that will go out and get a lot of kills every round, but he will stay very consistent, as you can see, securing ties here and there and relying on the Weibo survivors to perform well. So if you compare these two teams here, Weibo is the kind of team that has a very strong survivor side, and the survivors are usually the ones that are getting the wins and propelling the team to a victory. Whereas with Rival, we have a very strong hunter side, and we usually see the hunter side propelling the team to victory. So yeah, an interesting interaction here. Usually it's one, we see two teams interact. At least in NAU, we see a lot of hunter-sided teams. And with the way the meta is currently, most of these teams are just hunter-sided with these really strong hunters. But Weibo is one of those teams that actually isn't. So this is going to be a very interesting interaction today.
Yeah, and it calls back to some of the older metas where, but then again, in those older metas, it was kind of survivor-sided when it was FPXEQ that was doing really well. When Wolves also, it was really good how the survivors were the ones kind of big. And it's kind of funny because it was Alex's era also when Wolves was at their peak, when the survivors were there and Alex staying as that consistent hunter. And look at that, the meme of the ghost form of Ivy. So we got some supporters of RVL. We also got some supporters of Team Weibo Gaming. Let your voices be heard in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Saying what's up to everyone that is here. I see Rena is here. I see Renji is here. Salty B saying what's up to us. Paradox, Nelson, Fog Brio, Nico, Glitch. What's going on? Again, day number 2, folks. So I'm super excited to be here with Elio. Yuki Ruki is here as well. So yeah, let your voices be heard in chat. Eli, I have to ask, like, when it comes to the 3 teams that you predict going far or supporting, what are your predictions for this one? Give me a refresher.
Well, for my 3 predictions in game, I went with you can use multiple for one team, so I chose 1 for Weibo and 2 for FL. The reason why I chose 2 for FL is I don't think FL will necessarily win, but I think they're going to get second. And the reason why is you look at their bracket, they have a very strong bracket in their favor, because there's a lot of all the professional teams with the I guess Rival is technically is actually a professional team now. Now that they are under contract, but all the non-professional teams are with FL in their side of the bracket, and that's not saying that those teams are weaker than any others. We've seen FT almost win yesterday, barely actually tying FL yesterday, but they did lose on rounds. And FT has been very strong and taking down some professional teams, so that's definitely something to watch out for. But statistically speaking, FL has a very strong bracket in their favor, so the probability of for them making it to the finals, I think, is quite high. So the probability of them getting second place is very good. So that's why I picked 2 for them. And then I also think that Weibo is probably the next strongest team. Although they did, have a bit of a, maybe, I don't know if unexpected is the right word, but they did lose to GR yesterday, which I'm not sure.
I mean, that's the most
as likely
50-50,
as thought,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
I think it would have been slightly favored in Weibo's favor, but GR did come out on top. So
True. I think that was as close as the match could have gotten, especially with how the games played out, especially with the survivor escapes that they were able to get. It was 3-1 in both rounds for the survivors. So survivor showcase and the hunters were kind of tying things out. Actually, no, survivors got ties, and the hunter, actually, he got a 3 survivor elimination. So that just goes to show that Weibo Gaming survivors are pretty strong in that aspect, that at least get 1 survivor out. So yeah, that's a pretty 50-50 matchup. I was talking to Chocho, and me and her are kind of in support of GR, but that's because of legacy. It's that because we followed GR from before. But how are you liking how GR Survivors has been? Because Iron just made it into the mix of GR now.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, GR's been a team that for the last few seasons, they were, or more than a few seasons, they did struggle. I mean, GR used to be the best team back in, KOA 1, 2, 3, right? And then they sort of fell by the wayside. They had they were knocked out early to, I think it was the Japanese team AL in KOA 4, if I'm not mistaken, which was the first time we've seen a non-Chinese team defeat a Chinese team in a competitive tournament. And after that, GR just kind of struggled for quite a few years. They were towards the bottom of the pack in IVL, and they struggled for a while. But yeah, recently we have seen the survivors start to play better. We've seen the hunter side also start to improve as well, with what is it, N1E, or I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce the name, but yeah. So we have seen GR definitely improve quite a bit as of recently. And, that's the beauty of playing in a league setting, is that you can make changes to your roster over time. You can, it's like professional sports, they're able to trade players, pick up new players. You get training camps to recruit new players. And GR has been what we call rebuilding over time. And they're starting to get back to the top again.
If you would have your fantasy draft league for Identity 5, what players would you have on there?
From all regions, or from...
Yeah, you want to do like a fantasy draft right now?
Sure.
Okay, go. You start, and then whatever player you pick, I can't pick.
So from just anyone.
We'll do hunters later. Yeah. Well, we can get 2 hunters and get 5 survivors.
Okay. So any survivor. Okay. Oh, actually, that's kind of.
Chat, play along with us as well. If you could have any, you could draft your all-star team from IVL, IJL, IVC, IVT, whoever. Get 5 survivors and 2 hunters. That's your roster. What is your fantasy draft league here? Do we do picks and bans? We ban. You can't pick Dongshin. I'm kidding.
That's actually difficult. I guess.
And how do you start? Do you start it with rescuers? Do you start with kiters? Like, what's the game plan here?
I think. Dang, that's actually really tough. Maybe I would go with probably Long
from Weibo Gaming.
Yeah.
That's good. Okay, if you pick Long, I am gonna pick. Who should I pick? I'm gonna pick Kazuneko from Zeta.
Next, I would go with
I'm writing this down, by the way. Pen and paper. So you're going Long. I don't know if I'll work in pen, but that's actually pretty good. Long from Weibo. I'm gonna go KZ and K. But while that is happening, it's an ongoing discussion, folks. We're gonna keep track of that. We're gonna talk. We're gonna. I'm sorry. I think I broke Eli for a bit there. He's like really deep in thought. But we're going to Red Church, and I believe this is a match that, or a map selection that Rivals has chosen yesterday too. That didn't work out quite well in their favor. But how are we feeling about Red Church, Eli?
Yeah, Red Church is a map that's obviously very common in round 1. Not only is it good for Opera Singer, it's also very good for Ivy. Because it's a small map, it makes it easy for Ivy to pressure Cypher machines throughout the majority of the match. And then also, due to the fact that there's a lot of walls that are very close to each other, Opera Singer has a lot of great dash locations. There's some maps where Opera Singer doesn't have as many great places to dash. Red Church is not one of them. Red Church, so many places for the Opera Singer to utilize. A lot of walls that she can use the shadows, and not only not only is it good for Ivy, it's also good for Opera. So this is going to be a very, I think we'll see a pretty 100-sided round 1 here. We see Red Church used to be what we consider a pretty balanced map where both sides wouldn't mind it, but in the current meta, a round 1 Red Church is very favorable for hunters.
And just to take note that we did see the debuting Ivy of Sprinter, at least in a competitive setting, but that was on Lakeside Village. So maybe he might want to bring that out now, because he did bring out Opera Singer in the last one, but Kazuneka really gave him a run for his money with that acrobat kiting that he did. So we're going to look at the bans here, Antiquarian and Seer. So it's kind of playing into that meta-heavy kiting route. And now they don't mind losing the Gardener and Acrobat to start out. So, Eli, what's the approach now when it comes to the coach picking the first 3 survivors? Like, now you have a really strong Gardener, Acrobat, and now Dancer that's off the table for the rest of the rounds.
Yeah, we're going to see a Dancer here from Rival, which is something that I know Schmitty did talk about the picks being a little bit different, but I think Dancer's a little bit interesting. Actually, while we're talking about these band picks, I'll go ahead and pull up the match from yesterday to review other band picks from then. But yeah, we do see Rival does miss out on Puppeteer, which I would think would be a priority here in round 1. Not only is it very good against Opera, it's also good against the Ivy and canceling out the Ivy's ability. So that's pretty that might be a bit of an unfortunate miss from them. So they're taking a little bit of a different approach. They also had Coordinator on the table as well, as it was not banned in the first 2, and they opted away from Coordinator. And we see Coordinator being the best character for round 1 and 2.
Right,
so usually when that's available, we see a lot of teams immediately really go with the early Coordinator pick. But yeah, Rival just yeah, not going for Puppeteer or Coordinator here, so this is an interesting approach, but let's see if they're able to put something together with this Dancer. Dancer is considerably strong on Red Church, one of the best maps. Not only do you have the middle church area, which you can set up the slow boxes for survivors to transition through, you can also set them up towards the shack area as well. If you guys know that really weak palette next to shack, I don't know if you remember what I'm talking about, Posh, just like that really, it's sort of like on the back gate side of when you exit, like when you walk out of shack in Red Church towards back gate, you go right, there's like that really
just like a line.
Yeah. So what a lot of people dancers will do is you can actually just put a slow box there, put the pallet over it, and if any survivor passes through, the slow box range is so large it'll cover that entire area. So if a survivor ever transitions behind church to go to the window, the hunter will get stuck in that slow box.
Ooh, interesting.
Oh, Dancer actually spawns back gate. I actually never seen Dancer spawn here before, so it's interesting.
Quite interesting that we might see that in play. But yeah, T-shaped spawn here. Alex over at the red carpet, my leg at the center. Got Roland in the broken walled area while Schmitty does get Shack. So are we going to go for Dancer to start off, or are we going to make a beeline for the Gardener, Eli?
I would think that Gardener first chase is very suboptimal. Chasing Gardener versus Opera is never strong. The reason why you play Gardener is because it's a great chase for the survivors first against Opera, because you can take multiple hits. Obviously, you have the bubble early game, which is you don't want to go for the bubble right away. You want to let it expire first and then chase the Gardener later on. And so that's not really going to be too strong for Alex. We should see Peeper Opera, which very non-conventional here.
We saw that yesterday also with Alf. He got a Peeper Wax Artist at Lakeside, which is kind of crazy. But now, 3 tide turners also in deck for Rivals. We are commentators for this match. That's Eli O. I'm Potch Spice, as we watch Alex make his way towards the back gate here, where 2 survivors are actually here, but they're able to set up a music box for Alex to clean up. Now he's going to go left, he's going to go right. It seems like Yin L is going to take this first chase, which is possibly what they were trying to look for, because everyone else has tide turner, so they might have to save Yin L here.
And unfortunately, this is we're gonna see here why Dancer is not considered as strong against Opera Singer, because even though Dancer is able to make some distance and kite in this area, Opera goes through these pallets, goes through these boxes way faster than most hunters. So in reality, this is where Dancer could struggle. Let's see if Yinel's able to do something here at this pallet. We're gonna see a swing and a miss. Just mind give it the pallet, gets the hit through the pallet, and again, that's the exact point that I was trying to make, is that even when the slow box is down, Opera is so fast that you can't even camp the pallet. That's how fast the hunter is.
Okay, able to go through a really strong window here. Alex now trying to take the long way around, but the thing is, Yinel's chased away from really good kiting spots. He has some areas to work here, but I mean, the shadow form is actually going to try and cut off the Dancer in her attempts to try and go for that pallet, and unfortunately, the Dancer has fallen down in the 1 minute mark of the game. Still kind of okay since everyone still has Tide Turner, so they might have thought about this, but Roland is actually off his Cypher now and has to be ready for the rescue.
Yep. We're going to see Roland coming for the save. Yeah, the first kite, they did get one Cypher machine done, but it's not quite as strong, I think, as Rival would have liked, especially considering that, this was their specialty character that they brought out with Dancer. And again, this is why we don't really see Dancer in round 1, because it does struggle if the hunter does decide to go Opera. Which is exactly what Alex played into. Acknowledge that, okay, I have a nice target with Dancer here. And we do see the double hit as well. Unfortunately, Roland was not able to elbow pad away from the hunter. Accidentally elbow padded. I guess he was trying to go past, but unfortunately missed out on that. We're going to see a double hit as well. And what looked to be not a bad position for Rival is now turned into a pretty suboptimal situation.
Okay, so now we see that Dancer is able to pick up a music box, but as you mentioned, yeah, double down situation means only 2 survivors remain. They both have Tide Turners, so this next kite, this rebound kite, has to really last long, but they're going to go back into this area here, which is the red carpet, the pallets here. Yeah, they can be used, but you've seen how well Alex can just traverse into the shadow form, really cutting off the kiting routes. So now drops a peeper down, and let's see if he's going to find Roland in the process to maybe even pressure more survivors into the mix here.
This double down is really going to cost the Rival at this point. Not only is, unfortunately, Roland went down near where the hunter is. We do see Tide Turner on Gardner, though, so that's going to be pretty good here to waste some time. I don't think Alex is going to go ahead and take the hit on Gardner. Sorry,
yeah,
which is
distributing.
Yeah, he definitely has enough time to get the down here.
Okay, so now Yinel trying to be able to rebound kite here. Nice pallet drop so far. Really sticking to this area. Has to break the music box. Volts into it. Tries to go for a juke here. Excellent stuff so far from Yinel's side. Really buying time, but that is going to be the last fall of the female Dancer. She's on her death chair, but Eli, we have 2 ciphers still remaining. 2 injured survivors on the board and 1 Tide Turner left. So let's see how Rivals will try to play this mid game.
Yeah, they've also taken a kind of a while to go for the heal here. They're also just not healing at this point. They're just kind of running around. So I think Rivals... Alex does see the trail of the survivors as well. I think this might actually be a potential... I know I'm calling this early. This might be a nail in the coffin. Finding the heal this early is so strong for the Opera Singer. They still have a full Cypher machine to go. Roland's going to go down here as he has no more elbow pads to work with. And they don't even have the last Cypher machine started just yet. So Rival is really far behind in decoding progress. It's not looking too good. Alex also has trump card available. This is looking great for the hunter side.
Yeah, let's see how they'll try to get themselves out of this situation or manage the situation. Schmitty is the only one with Tide Turner left. Gardner might have to be in decoding duty, so the approach of Schmitty has to be very careful here, and we've pointed out how Opera Singer could just cut off the rescue. I don't know if he saw, oh my gosh, I think he saw that Schmitty is actually here. Schmitty has to vault there, but he's going to eat that hit. I'm not sure if he left a shadow for him to teleport back to. Alex is going to have to chase on foot, but he can definitely make it on time. So the Tide Turner is at least going to carry the Mercenary, but no, gets farmed off of. Now Schmitty has to be the one to kite, unless... Yeah, he's going to have to kite it out here.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and double down the Mercenary here. You know, Mercenary's already been down once, so his heal time will be a lot slower. We're going to see... Okay, Acrobat is able to waste some time here. The only chance the survivors have is if the Acrobat's able to kite for some time. Keep in mind, Mercenary's also been also expended the self-heal already, so at this point in time, we're going to have to see Gardner pick up the Mercenary, and they still have not great progress on ciphers. We still need to see a half a cipher plus another 23%. Schmitty's doing a pretty good job in this area, but he's gonna have to last a very long time. And misses the bomb.
That was quite unfortunate.
No.
Yeah, that was actually real close. He was doing an amazing job, like you pointed out, right? But I think, like you said, the Cypher progress was really favoring Alex at that point. He knew he could take his time onto this his Acrobat because he knows that the Mercenary has expended the exit paths. The Gardener had to go pick up the Mercenary. They have no more Tide Turners left, and now the real nail in the coffin here. Yeah, there you go.
That'll be it right there. That abnormal should be enough for Alex to secure the victory at this point in time. We're gonna see Mercenary does not have any more items. It's not able to rescue as well since they will just go down and not have self-heal. So it's gonna have to be the Gardener, who is able to get a bubble here. But Gardener no longer with any Tide Turner available. We're probably just gonna see a farm onto the Acrobat. So not much time bought there. And also if the Gardener takes a hit here, it's gonna mean that nobody can rescue at this. Well, I guess Mercenary could rescue, but again, we'll just be set on the ground with no self-heal.
Yeah, just this is the threat you have with the Opera Singer, right? He just had such amazing chasing abilities. The hits could just keep stacking up and comboing against each other that it's hard for you to actually have breathing room. He was able to actually chase the Gardener back into this area, and now the Gardener has no bubble to work with. One hit and the Gardener will be falling down. A charged up attack, and now my leg has fallen down. Acrobat is about to expire. Roland is the last one left. I'm sure that they're gonna. This is an exit path war because B4U is known, or Rivals is known for actually going for the dungeon escape, but Alex is not gonna allow that.
Absolutely. My leg does still have self-heal available, but yeah, they just don't really have enough progress in the last Cypher that I'm normal really putting in work here at this point. We're gonna see Roland does get found out here as well. He does not have any self-heal to work with and no items as well, so Roland's just gonna go down at this point, and Gardener will be able to get back up, but interesting choice that Roland chose the bearskin mercenary. This is what we consider to be how do I put this lightly? The rank thrower skin. So
no, really?
It is.
I thought it was adorable.
Skin, yeah.
Okay.
No, it is. But if you get the Nagito Merc or the bearskin mercenary in rank, you probably already lost before the game began. So yeah.
I did not know that, but thank you for the little tidbit there. But it was quite unfortunate. They really tried their best. I mean, Yenel had an amazing kite, my leg as well, and my leg is still surviving till the very end here, just to see things through. But yeah, Alex already knows that the dungeon is here. One Cypher does remain, but he's just cleaning up shop here. Yeah, it's only a matter of time, but this is definitely a checkmate scenario for Weibo Gaming. So Alex, like you said, very consistent, very stable, just played to the strengths. And just made sure just to, battle of attrition. Is there any big highlight play here, Eli? Because it's only a matter of time that Alex tries to find the Gardener.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned this. There's a few things. I think one of them has to do with the female dancer character selection. We did see that Schmitty did mention in his interview changing some of the band picks to be a little bit stronger. Although they did end up, we do see the Gardener does get found out here. That's going to be the first survivor elimination. We can, of course, revisit this match, but Weibo is going to go up 5-0 in the first round of this series. So off to a very good start. We talked about Alex is a very consistent hunter in terms of tying, but getting a 4 elimination, having a very strong survivor team to back him up. This is looking very good for Weibo at this point. But to revisit that point, we did see Schmitty kind of talk about how they're going to change up the bands a little bit today and make an adjustment for this match. But we did, comparing to the team composition they did yesterday, it's almost exactly the same. We have a Rescuer plus Dancer and Gardener. The only change would be they had Seer yesterday, and today they had, what was the last
Dancer.
Dancer? No. They had Dancer already.
Mercenary was the last one to get picked up.
No, but that's the Rescuer. What was the... Acrobat. There we go.
Acrobat.
Okay. Which is fine, but I think the biggest downside is having the Dancer, because while Dancer has strong effects against Ivy and is also good on Church, the problem is that Dancer is not, as we saw in this match, does struggle a bit against Opera Singer. Opera is so fast that the slow boxes really don't have enough of an effect to make a huge impact. And we saw Yin L have a very strong kiting abilities in this round. I think with a stronger Opera counter, that kite could have been a lot longer. So with a character like Puppeteer, something like that, I think that was even a psychologist. I think that.
Yeah, I believe.
I think it might have been a missed opportunity here for Rival.
Okay, so that was like one of the first factors. Yeah, Yenel had an amazing kite, and not to take away, all of them could kite really well. My leg had a really good kite. Schmitty also had an amazing Acrobat kite, right? But if we're gonna, again, if the brass tacks of it all is, do you have enough ciphers to pressure the hunter? And unfortunately they did not. And I think the down onto the dancer and also disrupting the cipher of Roland and the double down situation was enough factors to actually be the perfect storm for Alex to capitalize on and really put a foothold. And that's basically the story of how you play Opera, right? You just have a foothold in the first early set of the match, dwindle the resources of the survivors, and yeah, just battle the exit paths, and you're able to get the victory here. So, Eli, talk us through the match stats that we're seeing in front of our screen.
Yeah, so we did see 86 seconds from the dancer, which again is pretty strong, but yeah, I think if we saw a character like Puppeteer could have been potentially better, but I do understand the logic of just Dancer on Church could be quite strong. Although the spawn was a bit interesting as well. Again, we talk about how Dancer usually goes Church or over in the shack area. You can set the slow boxes there, but they prioritize Backgate instead, which is definitely unique, I would say. But something else that was also important as well is they did miss out on picking Coordinator, and Coordinator was actually available, which we almost never see. We always see Coordinator banned in the first, as literally the first character every single time. And this time around, Coordinator was actually available for the survivors to pick up, but they did opt to not go for the Coordinator. I think in this collection, the Hunter side was definitely favored for sure.
Yeah, now that you bring him back, I think Coordinator was the third or fourth ban onto the Hunter, at least on the Hunter side, at least, to ban out the survivors. So at least the Coordinator is there in round number 2, but that begs the question, right? Especially now, we keep saying whoever controls round number 1 will dictate the pace of the rest of the matches, and now is more apparent because it's a 5-point deficit on the side of Team Rivals. So a lot of pressure on Sprinter's side coming into this next match. And you said it best, Eli. Weibo Gaming is actually known for their survivor lineup. So in this scenario, I know that we talk about Ivy, we talk about Opera Singer. Who has the more 4K potential? Because that's what Sprinter needs to do now.
Well, I would say Ivy has more 4-kill potential, but it is a small map, and Opera Singer is very good on Church. So I think Sprinter definitely could go in with an abnormal Opera Singer. I think that would actually be perfectly fine here, and actually that's what I would play in this position for sure. I think it does depend on the band pick, I guess, but an abnormal. I really think abnormal Opera is the best Hunter and trait combination in the entire game, especially on this map. I mean, I will say this over and over. I think abnormal Opera is the best thing in the entire game for Hunters. And we a little bit of a prize of that, and every single time we saw that in IBC, and I believe every abnormal Opera game was a 4-kill throughout pretty much the entire tournament.
I like that you brought that up because I definitely agree with you. However, there is a trend of peepers that's been happening, right? How do you feel about, I don't know if you watched the performance of Alf yesterday, but he brought Wax Artist Lakeside Peepers. That was quite interesting.
I'm not
And
really
now we
sure.
see Peepers. Oh, sorry, I just want to say, like, what do you think is the logic behind that? Because now we see Peepers on Alex. So is there something that we're missing here?
If I'm being honest, I think the Wax Artist Peepers was one of two things. I think the only reason why he's playing Peepers is because is Lakeside, and having Peepers on Big Boat is very good. It's one of those maps where you have one of those infinite kiting loop areas, 2-story loops, similar to Hospital. So bringing Peepers is understandable. I also think at that point Alf was up by a lot of points, so he didn't actually need to play like Ivy or Aqua in that situation. He was kind of just like, yeah, I can kind of just play anything, and I think we'll probably be fine at this point. So I think that was probably the mindset. But I think that's the mindset behind playing Wax, and I think Peepers is just really good on Lakeside. So I think that makes sense. Peepers on Church is not really that good. It's not like there's a lot of 2-story areas where Peepers can really help you. But it does have a similar effect to Abnormal, in which you have ways to slow down the decoding progress, and kind of sacrifice your blink for slowing down decoding. Because you can Peepers Cypher Machine. I think in that game, Peepers didn't really do anything. If you watch back at the game, Peepers didn't actually do anything. I don't think Alex really dropped that many Peepers. I think he dropped like a few and they never did anything. So maybe it was something that he was just trying out. You know, we saw this with Dongshun playing Abnormal, or what was it? No, Blink and Insolence on Dream Witch back when that was a thing. So I think that's just kind of a similar idea here, is trying a new approach.
Battle testing it out. And speaking of battle tested, these are the battle tested survivors, folks. That was Perseca as one of the main kiters of the team, and now we're going over to Juan, one of the stable rescuers. But I think he wants that run back with Nia, because that was quite unfortunate. He did get a terror shock making that rescue yesterday. But lo and behold, even though that was not the best start for Team Weibo Gaming, they were still able to at least get a one-person escape. So yeah, that just shows the prowess of the team and their synergy. So hopefully we get to see that on full display this entire weekend, or this in this tournament. But it might be at the expense of Sprinter though, so that's something to take note of.
Yeah, definitely. And this is where Weibo really shines. We talk about their survivor side being something that has really propelled them to victory in the past. We've seen a lot of changes to their survivors over time, but with a 5-point lead here, I think they're in a really great position. We have Huei as well here. With yeah, these would be, I think, the stats from yesterday. So average containment time of 58 seconds here, average coding power is 2.5, and deduction of only 2,000, but we'll see if he's able to pick it up here today. See as a rescuer with the first officer, and also journalist, which is a character we don't really see much in the current meta. I just had, okay, so this is I just want to explain to you that this is really random and very off topic, but it'll take 2 seconds. It's about Thailand weather. It's in the bottom left screen, the bottom left corner of my screen. I have the weather. It shows the weather on my computer.
Okay.
And so when I was on it, when we were starting today, about an hour ago or 45 minutes ago or whatever, it showed just cloudy, whatever, right? And then it went to extremely hot and sunny, and it was saying it was showing the red mark where it's gonna be really, really hot. And that was 10 minutes ago, and now it's showing a rainstorm. So wow. I don't even know what just happened. We just went from cloudy to insanely sunny to rainstorm. So in a matter of 30 minutes, all in 30 minutes.
How do you dress up for that? If you're ready for rain and heat?
I don't even know. I'm just not going to go outside. So
that's good because we have IVS to be able to commentate, folks. So now, thank you for the weather update. Now, Chocho for sports. I'm kidding. We're doing a news broadcast here, but thanks for the weather update, Eli. We're gonna give an update on Sprinter's side here. He did finally debut his IV. He has been practicing it, has been doing quite well, but it was just unfortunate that yesterday he needed more than just the tie. He needed to get a 4K to keep things going, but trust that he will bring out the opera singer and the IV when push comes to shove. I failed to remember who chose this map. Was it Weibo or was it Team Rivals? Because Rivals did choose this map yesterday. Eli, would you happen to know?
I think it was Rival, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, so this is not really going to be so far it's seeming to work out well for Weibo, but let's see what Sprinter's able to do. I think they're picking maps at this point just to try to support Sprinter as much as possible. And as we talked about, Red Church is a very hunter-sided map in the current meta, especially in early rounds here. It's very good for Opera. There's a lot of good Opera dash places, and also a small map, which makes it very good for Ivy as well. So yeah, I still think the idea is okay, we have a very good, as Weibo, we have a very good survivor team, so we don't mind playing on Church because we can give our hunter a really good map to play on, and just kind of go from there. So now Sprinter, he does still have a good map to play on with Church here, but he is at a pretty significant deficit now.
Yeah, I'm excited. And we see the supporters of Weibo Gaming over here in the venue. So shout outs to them, and shout outs to you guys over in chat. I see Jams in the chat. I see Jochi Mochi. I see Two Bros Kisser. I see Just a Girl. I see, the usual suspects. So thank you so much for tuning in. A happy Friday for you guys. Or actually, I don't know, it might be Friday night. If it's what's the time in the NAE region right now?
East Coast, it's about 12:46 a.m. and okay. West Coast, it should be about 9:46 p.m.
Dang. Okay, so it's not Friday for everyone just yet, but for those of you that it's already Friday, welcome to the weekend. You're starting off right here with us here at IVS, and now we're gonna head towards the picks and bans. Sprinter has a huge task ahead of him. To tie out this game, he needs to get a 4-man elimination. Let's see how the picks and bans go here. Shout outs to Coach Aaron, that is right there, giving him words of wisdom. This is going to be a tough one, but we're going to start off with a Seer and Antiquarian ban to start off.
All right. We do see Coordinator available yet again here, so I wonder if Weibo is going to go Coordinator pick here. Especially on Church, Coordinator can be quite good if you spot in that middle Church area. You can use that flare gun whenever Survivor transitions to that area with the Hunter following them. And yeah, we're going to see the Coordinator and the Gardener right away here. I love this pick from Weibo. I think this is definitely something that Rival could have gone with as well. I think that was a missed opportunity for them, but now Weibo immediately acknowledging. Coordinator's available. We have to take Coordinator. Gardener here to counter the Opera. This is a great set of picks here from them. We're gonna see the Painter ban, which I'm not sure if that's a character that Weibo is actually gonna pick. I understand, maybe trying to target a specialty character, but I'm not sure if that's worth the ban.
Anyways, if we think about it, I know GR has a painter, I know FT has a painter, but Weibo Gaming not really known for it. And also banning out the Puppeteer, which I agree with. That is also another really good character to have. But I'd love to pick up the Wildling because, yeah, that still saves up the Mercenary for later games. And now they're going to even save the Florian for round number 2. And I haven't seen a highlighted Fire Investigator play yet, but I really want to see how much damage it can actually cause, like blocking out the path. So hopefully they'll bring that out here since they did save it for the second round. So how you feeling about this lineup so far on Weibo Gaming side, Eli?
Yeah, this is a great ban pick for Weibo, I think. I think even if Spencer plays Ivy or Opera here, this is a great comp for them. Not only do you have Gardener for dealing with Opera Singer early game, you have Coordinator for middle church support, which is very good against both Opera and Ivy. They're able to pick up Fire Investigator, which is a character that I don't personally find too strong, but in the current meta, it's had some strong effects here. I think this is a good fourth. I don't mind it as a fourth pick. They're able to get Wildling as well for consistency rescuing. So this is very good here for Weibo. I think definitely they were able to get the better ban pick in this situation. And yeah, the Spencer opted to ban Seer, which I understand it, but it's not really a character we see banned as much in the first two. We usually see the Coordinator prioritized here, and because Coordinator was available, I mean, Weibo's just gonna instantly take it. There's no reason to not just take Coordinator if it's available. It's the best character for round 1.
True, and if we look at like how the matches went yesterday, the Hunter would rather have them pick the Seer and just have them globally banned in priority of banning out the Coordinator. So picking up the Coordinator here, picking up the Wildling also as the safe rescuer, because we've noted that Ivy is very territorial when she camps out the chair. Gardener as well, and take note that this is Weibo Gaming, one of the strongest survivor teams out there. Spencer definitely has his hands full. Talk to me about the spawn locations here, Eli.
We are going to see Gardener is spawning in the middle broken side. I think this is fine. You don't mind putting Gardener in a weak hiding area against an Opera, because the Gardener gets fit chase first. You do have the bubble to work with, but it looks like Spencer does spawn into Coordinator, which is not ideal for him. I think he would definitely prioritize the Fire Investigator chase here. Fire Investigator spawning middle, so we could see some interesting airbag situations by setting up the in the church area and maybe waste some time that way. So interesting to see if that actually comes into play here.
Yeah, looking at the personas, we have one flywheel and also knee-jerk reflex on long, so he has no intention of seeing the late game here. Everyone else has borrowed time. We have one tide turner just to save long from the first rocket chair, but we are your commentators, folks. That's Eli O. I'm Potch Spice. We're going to watch Spencer make a dash towards the walled area here to try and find if anyone is here. Going to go straight towards the church, and he's going to find Huyi, who is the Fire Investigator in the process. So Spencer seems to be locked in with chasing this Fire Investigator. So Fire Investigator first chase, Eli. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, I definitely think this is the best chase target for him here. Obviously, chasing Gardener is fine if the bubble's already expired, and then chasing Coordinator is just not really ideal. So he's going to go straight for the Fire Investigator, where I think is fine. But a lot of time being wasted here. Fire Investigator is down one airbag already here, but he's going to go ahead and use the second one. Spencer's going to have to charge attack to break in, and yeah, just wasting a lot of time here. Excellent job from the Fire Investigator, and this is one of the... We haven't seen Fire Investigator have too much effect, but so far it's actually being pretty strong in the situation. Spencer setting up the Shadow Teleport here. Will Huey risk the vault?
Wow.
Oh, Spencer gets baited, and Huey's going to get a lot of free distance here. That is actually a game-changing play.
That's true, because now we're closing in the first minute of the game. Everyone's ciphers are moving accordingly. He hasn't landed a hit just yet, but he's going to have to take that just to transition away. So excellent stuff so far on the side of this Fire Investigator. So he's going to just reside to actually going to this cornered area, and the blink is going to get expended.
Spencer did have to. Spencer did bring blink. He did not bring an aggressive build here. So yeah, he brought a pretty safe build. And when you're down 5-0, I feel like you gotta play aggressively. So we already see 2 Cypher Machines down. We see the Wildling Cypher already 75% of the way done here. This is a great start for Weibo. And Spencer's already expended his trade. He did not bring any sort of aggressive trade with Abnormal here, so we're going to see the Wildling is able to make the rescue here in time, and is going to get away without getting double hit too, so that is crucial here for Weibo.
Yeah.
Things are going really well for them.
Tide Turner's carrying Hui away from that rocket chair. Last effort's gonna pop, but it's still all good. He still has to chair this fire investigator, but the last cipher is already being worked on, so at 1 or 2%. So it's they're doing pretty well, Weibo Gaming. So now Sprinter, let's see what the next rescue is or attempt is gonna take place. Perseca seems to be in the area here, just tiptoeing around as the second rocket chair for the fire investigator starts counting down.
Yeah, I think Spencer knows that he has enough time in which, as long as he downs the fire investigator quickly enough, they're not going to have a force survivor endgame because the Wildling is the one decoding one of the remaining ciphers here. So we're going to see the rescue onto the fire investigator here. Coordinator does have flare gun still available. We'll see if Coordinator can actually get the gun off here. This is a really hard shot to get. And we see Spencer does dodge the flare gun. That's a really big play here for Weibo, but I think Perseca's going to force the knockdown because she could just camp the pallet here. The last Cypher machine only 40% of the way done, but Sprinter actually is going to chair here, even though the Cypher's not far enough along, but he is actually able to chair in the last Cypher, so I guess this does give some leeway in his favor here. But, they're going to open a last Cypher, an extra Cypher machine, I would imagine, here at this point.
So they definitely he definitely prolonged the game for him to actually buy some time. So now Sprinter actually might be in a good spot here. The Wildling is the only one to get this rescue going, but the Wildling is actually one hit away from falling down. So this is going to be tough for them to kind of navigate themselves away from.
I guess Wildling is just keeping Sprinter here so he doesn't go for the fire investigator, which I understand that play, but it is a bit risky. Wildling can get knocked down against an opera singer, so he has to be very careful. Sprinter needs to acknowledge, though, that
they're opening two
nobody's
ciphers,
rescuing at all. I think they're just gonna completely not rescue at all at this point. Sprinter needs to be careful, doesn't get too far away. Wildling did use the whistle to cancel Tinnitus, but he does see the location of this survivor. And he does see 2 Cypher machines being worked on, so he knows that nobody's coming for this rescue. So Sprinter does, that's a very high game sense play to acknowledge that he can now go for this chase. And we're going to see the rescue take place here. Yeah, but it is going to be after half, of course.
Yeah, so at least the rescue did happen. There's still a 4 survivor endgame here. Wildling is the only one left. Perseca only has this pallet to work with. So let's see Perseca trying to play mind games, but Sprints are able to catch Perseca dropping down that pallet. We do see that the Gardener is here trying to body block, but that did not work out quite well. So now he has his first survivor down and out. They might as well go for that pop just to get the borrowed time for the Wildling to get up.
He can make it to the next chair here. We're also going to see Gardener giving a balloon hit. Cypher Machine will be primed, though, so it doesn't actually matter. I don't think Coordinator struggles this, so we're going to see a 3 survivor endgame, which isn't bad at all for Weibo, considering they only need to get 1 out the exit gate here. I think Sprinter maybe missed out on downing the... Who was the survivor dead on chair? The fire investigator. We're going to see Gardener is able to get a bubble here. That's a pretty important play. Sprinter needed to get that down before the bubble was available here. He's going to shadow off the window. We're going to see the teleport. Sprinter can... Oh, misses the down with the flywheel there. Long wasting a lot of time. Able to avoid 2 hits here. Finally getting the down. The exit gate, though, is now going to be open. Sprinter's going to teleport, I think. Too late, though. Fire investigator's already out. I'm not sure where the Wildling is, though. That's the problem.
Wildling's at the red carpet.
Yeah,
so...
No, he's not. He's at back gate, actually, but...
Interesting.
Sprinter may just go back for the tie at this point.
Yeah, but, I mean, kudos to Weibo Gaming. They did pretty well, but for him to actually prolong the chase there, actually, with the Coordinator, bought him some time. Wildling still sticking around that area. Oh, but we do see that the Gardener was able to get up, and now he has a bubble to work with. Note that the dungeon is around the area, but it's still quite far.
Yeah, he's not. There's no chance of this dungeon. He's just going to waste as much time as possible here for the Wildling to get out the exit gate here. And that's going to be a tied game 2-2 here. And that's great for Weibo. I mean, they're able to get exactly what they need in this situation. They're able to go up 7-2 in this first round. I'm trying to think of what Spencer could have done differently. I think maybe if he continued after the fire investigator instead of sharing the Coordinator. I understand, chairing on the last Cypher machine there. I think that's a good play. But you let the survivor that's dead on chair kind of escape for free. Now the Cypher machine might have been almost primed. Because what could have happened is it could have been the Wildling that was doing the Cypher machine that was like 70%, and the actual last Cypher could have been done by the survivor that didn't have a decoding debuff. And at that point, the Cypher progress would have been enough for a potential 4 survivor endgame, but instead it was the Wildling. So I guess that's just some risk that you take there. But still able to get a tie, so it's not too bad. But for Weibo, that's exactly what they want to see here.
Yeah, I just want to highlight also how Spencer was able to play that. Like, he did pretty well. He was able to dodge also the flare gun, minute decision making. But one point that you did bring up, Eli, was he did bring Blink, which he was able to down. But now that I think about it, if he was able to kind of use Abnormal and, you know, just really prolong it even more, we could have been seeing something else. But at least he got a tie. It's not it's still Weibo Gaming in the lead, but moral victory, I guess. But with your tournament life on the line, this is pretty tough on the side of Rivals. So hopefully they come into round number 2 with more fire underneath them, because they're at the lower bracket, folks. So their tournament lives are on the line. While Weibo Gaming looking pretty strong in round number 1.
I think something else as well is that what was I gonna say? I had a thought and I forgot it. Dang. Oh, I remember.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay. So that one play when Spencer got baited at the back gate pallet, that's a play that you can't really afford to give up. You have to get a hit there. And when the fire investigator was able to stand at the pallet and Spencer teleported too early, with the shadow teleport, he's able to go out the window and get a speed boost and transition away, which ultimately led to forcing out the trait. So that's kind of that was a pretty big important play as well. Spencer in that situation as a hunter, as an opera, you have to get that hit. You cannot afford to get baited. You have the survivor will most likely not take the vault, because if you take the vault, you kind of risk like the hunter shadow teleporting to the other side and terror shocking. Yeah, so I think Spencer should have rushed the same side as the fire investigator. If he does take the vault, you can just teleport there and get the hit anyway. So there's no reason to teleport that early. So I think that slight bit of impatience could have been a difference maker.
Yeah, well, you have to chalk it up or charge it to learning expense there with how this is going. And tournament pressure is definitely on the line here for Spencer's side. And yes, B4U has been competing, but this is technically their first year as a sponsored team with Team Rivals, right? And this is IVS. They're going up against the best of the best. So maybe the mentality is still getting kind of warmed up, especially since this is round 1's first match as well. Rivals playing back-to-back matches in the first match, first day, and I don't know when they arrived there, but Kuro brought up a really good point. Like, I don't know if jet lag also is a factor here, because they technically flew like oceans to get to where they are now. So hopefully they've kind of adjusted accordingly, because round 2 is inbound here, Eli, and Weibo Gaming is in the lead with a 7-2 lead.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think that could also be a pretty big factor as well. It takes when you have a time change of like 12 hours. Like, I think for them it's around a 12-hour time change. It can take up to like a week easily to, I would say,
fully adjust. Yeah.
From my experience, anywhere from 4 to 7 days. Yeah.
Wow.
I think they've probably only been there a few days, so I don't think they would have had enough time to adjust to the time zone. So, yeah, definitely that could be a big factor as well. And I'm sure that's probably playing a part in it. But yeah, going into the second round here, let's see if what Rival's able to do to turn things around. I think the two keys for Rival here is that we need to see some sort of adjustment to the ban pick. It depends on what counter they're wanting to play against, whether they're going to ban Opera or ban Ivy in this situation. And I would also hope to see Problems play in this round as well. When you have a combination of Yin, L, and Problems, who are two of the best kiters, you know, not only from, or I guess Yin L's from China, but Problems being from NAU. Two of the best kiters on this team for sure. And I think that definitely that would be a big impact if you have both of those players as difficult chase targets for the hunter going into the match. And it's not only about or we have highlights, so we'll continue that thought when we get back.
没封窗，好接，我直接走了。行，要墙要留吧，枪
OK OK，
在原地休息了。
没事没事没事，小心打脸，小心打脸。
打我了。
OK， 没事，我走，我去中场。
张琪，快！
在想跳，
我板了。
别怕闪，别怕我呢。
5、4、3，保平了。
All right, folks, we also have a team support event here. You know, t-shirts, designs here. This one's for RVL. You must have wings before you can fly. A mantra that they had when they were before you, but now they are rivals. That's the front and the back. You got the OG members. You got the members, actually, all of them at the back there of Team RVL. This is by Elise at, that is the name. So hashtag 2024 IVS support. I love RVL. So do show your support, guys, and use that hashtag.
We also have some support here from Weibo as well. We have the Pixel, what is it called? The
Pixel art. Yeah, Pixel art.
Thing. Yeah. Which is pretty cool. It reminds me of my back in when I played those Pixel games. I don't even remember what they're called, but there's different games like that. Anyways, besides the point. Yeah. So someone said Elio, the type of guy to cry when one of his teammates gets sent back to the manor. That's actually not true at all. I'm the kind of person who would get really mad actually and probably start raging on stream. So
dude, everyone's been saying like Elio, the type of person to say youch when he stubs his toe. I'm like,
yeah,
what?
I think a lot of these are not very accurate actually. Eli, the type of guy to say delicioso after a bite of his favorite food.
I feel like you'd say that when you say thank you, you say gracias. So like, you say delicioso. So that could be facts, but. I do. I mean, before we cut to the highlights, you were mentioning the addition of Paul Blems, right? And if we add Paul Blems into the mix, who would we have to bench then, if that's the case? Or if you were thinking out loud here?
I think it'd be Schmitty, just due to the fact that Roland has to play rescuer and Paul Blems is not a rescuer player, so you would have to be. I would imagine it'd be my leg or Schmitty.
Or Schmitty. Yep.
And
hard.
I feel like it would just be Schmitty. But I'm not really sure because again, like you know, it's not just about having two difficult players to chase as a hunter going against it. It's also as the match moves along, right? Once you get your first survivor eliminated, you have to find another target after that. And let's say you chase the first target as a hard chase target, and then you find another target after that, or even after one survivor is eliminated, and then you got to chase the next strong kiter. And it's hard to spiral those games from a hunter side into a win when you have to go through that many strong kiters, right? So I think that definitely is a key here. And we've always seen one of the keys to B4U's success in the past, rival success in the past, back when they're B4U, was Paul Blems kiting. So I definitely think that if they want, I think the keys for them in this round moving forward is band pick, getting a good band pick here. And seeing Paul Blems come out in this round.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I definitely would love to see that. Yeah, definitely. I share the same sentiments. I mean, unfortunately, this is a 4v1 game, not a 5v1 game. So we need to get a 4-person lineup. And in the previous matches, that's what they opted to go for with Yinel making it into the mix since that is the additional player. So hopefully we get to see Paul Blems, but yeah, we got to just trust in the process and trust Coach Aaron with what he's going to come out with. So Weibo Gaming's at the advantage. What map, what characters or do we kind of expect coming into round number 2 here, Eli?
Yeah, I don't play Copycat, if that's what Copycat. Sorry. I haven't played it yet, at least, but yeah, what to expect in round 2? I mean, we will see probably continuations of Ivy and Opera here, and, you know, as expected, right? And it looks like we're gonna see the Hunter side from Rival here. So Rival's opting to go Hunter first because I do, if I'm not mistaken, Weibo should have map selection. So yeah, just going ahead and setting out your stronger side first here, and like Rival acknowledges it's gonna be with Sprinter.
So that's gonna be a little tough. I think it was it was Kuro that said it best yesterday. You know what, Hunter players, they get tired eventually, and it's just after that type of match. And you've seen Sprinter and you've commentated Sprinter's games before. How do you think his endurance is holding up? Because he had an okay performance with getting a tie, but now it seems like you know what, the 5-point game is still going to chase you.
Yeah, it's really difficult, you know, when you're forced to try to go for 4 kills every round. I think what's something else important as well is that, you know, we're gonna have to see again the hunter side from Rival here is really one of their strong factors. So we're gonna have to see some more aggressive gameplay from Sprinter. I think his approach in the last one was too conservative, playing Blink Opera when you need a 4 kill. So I think that we have to see a more aggressive approach from him as well. That's gonna be another factor that if Rival wants to win, we have to see some adjustment here in round 2.
Okay. So, yeah, chat, Sprinter needs it now more. Actually, the whole team Rivals definitely need it now more than ever. That support you guys need, because Weibo Gaming is kind of staring down the barrel of actually getting a 2-0 game here at the expense of Team Rivals tournament life. And I'm pretty sure Weibo Gaming would definitely want that run back from GR since it was such a close match yesterday. And Weibo Gaming just seems like they're in tournament shape, right? They're one of the big dogs here in the league, and even Eli mentioned it that they are poised to actually make it all the way to grand finals. So we just have to wait and see, folks.
Indeed.
Dude, Eli's the type of guy to shout hooray after a 4-man escape.
I don't think I ever say hooray, but
you'd say
what
clutch.
would I say? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. What would you say?
I mean, I'd probably start swearing, like a positive swearing, but I can't say
like heck yeah.
I remember when I told Eli O that he's the type of guy that closes the fridge door with his hips while he was commentating with Nello, and he told me, "No, Paradox, I don't close it with my hips." What?
Well, because your hands are full. I don't know. That's the only time I could assume that's why you close your door.
I used to close with my foot when I was younger. My mom would always get mad at me because she yelled at me about how my feet are like all dirty and stuff, and don't put it on the fridge.
So your hands are free, but you close with your foot.
Yeah, I'm just too lazy to like lift my arms.
Lift
up
your
to close
arm.
the fridge.
I'd say it's actually more taxing to lift up your foot and close the door. Do you?
Now I close with like my knee or my leg.
Okay, yeah, you're tall, so that's why a knee would.
I do
work
not use
out.
my hips.
Okay.
Or my foot anymore. So, yeah. Also, shout out to Paradox for mentioning. Paradox did in fact inform the chat earlier today that there is actually 60 seconds in a minute.
Yeah.
So, thank you for letting everybody know, Paradox. That's
jeez,
very useful information. Something I guess you learn something new every day, huh, Punch?
Yeah, that's crazy. Thank you for that. You give us some fun facts, chat. Saying what's up to Rice Cake. Ray is also in chat. Vanilla Kinda, PB and Jam, Just a Girl, Tube Bros Kisser, because they thought I was saying it Tube Bros Kisser. So Tube Bros Kisser. Hello. Tewu's here as well. Will is here as well. Taruke is here as well. So shout out to each and every one of you. Thank you so much for joining. Please give out your support to Team Rivals because they need it now more than ever. But hey, if you're supporting Weibo Gaming, that's also very much welcome here in chat because they're almost about to move on. Again, round number 2 is very crucial here for Team Rivals to stay alive in this tournament. Eli, did you happen to think about your fantasy draft yet of IVL IJL players? So far, you got Long.
Long, and let's see who else is there.
I got Kazuneko. Someone was actually saying someone got to pick up Perseka. You know, but that you're basically gonna draft Weibo Gaming.
Yeah. Long. I don't know who else plays this game.
Who else? I wonder. You got people in front of. Well, you picked Long because he was in the screen there.
MK maybe.
MK, very interesting.
Or AK or one of them. I don't know.
The one with the K's. Okay.
One of the. No, wait. Let me think. Actually, hold on. Give me a second.
Because if you go Long and AK, you're gonna go back FPXEQ.
Yeah, I need to look up rosters. Hold up. I'm forgetting.
Go
okay,
for
give me
it.
a second.
While Eli looks. Who we going with?
Where is IVL? Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh no, it's a live stream. Okay, found it. Oh my god, I got an ad. Dude, I don't have what
You
is
get
it?
Saved by the Bell there, so now we're gonna talk
YouTube
about it.
Nitro,
Lakeside.
YouTube Pro, whatever it's called.
It's premium.
Whatever. I don't know. Yeah.
YouTube Nitro. You can watch the videos extra fast. Seems like we're gonna put a pause in that because we're going to Lakeside Village here. So, how you feel about Lakeside Ivy?
Well, it's a large map, so it's not quite as good for Ivy, I guess, in comparison to some other, types of maps for Ivy. But I think definitely. Oh, we see Aaron is. What do we got on there? What is that?
It's the secret book. We can't look into it.
Oh, I already saw it.
Got the strats, dude.
I have a photographic memory, so I now.
Oh, he knows. He knows all the strats.
Yeah, so Lakeside is not particularly good for Ivy because it is a large map. So, but I don't know. We also see. Oh my God! It just went from raining to lightning nearby. It literally says lightning nearby on my.
Are you
forecast.
okay?
No, it actually says lightning nearby, and it shows like a thunderbolt on my little forecast thingy.
Please do not disconnect on me, Eli. We got some more commentary action to do. But yeah, please take care. Everyone that's in the general area where Eli's at, take care and don't get hit by lightning. As we look at the picks and bans, Seer and Aeroplanist to start out the bans here by Sprinters. So mind you, Coordinator, Gardener, and the Wildling have been banned, but they still have access to the Acrobat, Antiquarian. But generally, yeah, they don't have the Coordinator anymore. So round 1 and 2, very strong on the Coordinator side. So let's see who Weibo Gaming will be picking up first. And it seems like they might be forcing the Ivy matchup since they banned out the Opera Singer, but they're going with 2 brawny lineups here, or 2 strong lineups here with the Mercenary and Psychologist.
Yeah, absolutely. They're definitely going for dealing with the Ivy here. Let's do Sprinter opts to ban next. I mean, he knows that he wants to play Ivy in that situation. He's going to go Acrobat, which is interesting. Coordinator is still available, so...
No, it's not.
Rival...
It's global band.
Oh, they did choose it. Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
It was Rival that didn't pick it last time. Okay. Yeah, so Acrobat, just banning one of a pretty standard character here. Let's see what they have to go with next. We're going to have Embalmer. I think this is, obviously, Embalmer is a very good character for Lakeside Village. You spawn your coffin back into the big boat area. You have a lot of, a large map is very good for Embalmer here as well. And Fire Investigator is going to be the last one.
So Embalmer here. Like you said, it's a very big map, and at least the Embalmer being chosen in the globally banned characters is still all good. So really just pulling distance with that Coffin, and Antiquarian in the mix as well is a very strong pickup here, especially since it's at the end. If they choose to, have a round number 3, at least they'll still have that in the roster. So now it's quite interesting to see how Sprinter is going to play this one out. Do you think this still merits the Opera Singer, the Ivy pick here, Eli?
I think... Well, yeah, I mean, you gotta play Ivy here in round 2, I guess. I don't know, maybe Spencer does something unique here and it goes to... I was thinking maybe Spencer plays something like weird like Dream Witch, but this comp is terrible for Dream Witch, so... Yeah, I mean, I think it's just Ivy. I mean, I feel like Rival being an underdog in this tournament, I almost feel like you take a risk and go something non-meta, and you kind of try to...
surprise,
yeah, you try to go for a surprise here. I actually would like to see that. We'd never see Rival do that, so I don't think that's actually going to happen, but I would love to see that in this situation. Play some hunter that counters this comp. Just pass on Ivy, play something that hard counters this comp.
Which hunters come to mind? Yeah,
well, I think Wax Artist would be very good. Dream Witch is not very good, but I think Wax Artist could be pretty good here. I think.
Hey, okay, look at that, Eli. Spoilers.
You know what's actually insane? You know what's actually crazy is they never do this. I literally just said they never do this, and I was thinking while I was saying this, I was thinking in my head, yeah, like it's just not gonna happen. But that's insane.
Believe, dude. I think I know what happened. You looked at the book that they were in, and they're like, okay, here's the plan, and then like, okay. Yeah, the tethered connection, dude. Okay, this is gonna be crazy. Wax Artist. Okay, definitely a big counter here onto the lineup. I think. Sorry, go.
I'm gonna say this right now. So my mindset, as of recently, I'm just trying to stay as humble as possible within every life situation. But that is a W. That is insane. What I just
W's
did,
in the chat, folks. For Eli,
that is
W's
insane.
in the chat.
anyways.
Okay, there we go. All right, cool. We'll let's have the pop off because that was good. That was a masterful prediction, a masterful stroke by Eli. But yeah, we stay humble. Hopefully they get that victory that they're looking for. I don't know if Weibo Gaming was ready for that Wax Artist pick to come out. What kind of build are we looking at for this Wax Artist, Eli?
Well, we do have to deal with a bomber, so that's a bit of a challenge, as Wax Artist is not a great mobility hunter. So I would imagine we might see, we could see like a warp trump card, something like that, to give more mobility in case he does go for first chase Embalmer. We could see peepers, like, oh, Embalmer's not even take bingo, so I guess you wouldn't need to have any sort of mobility, although you wouldn't really know when picking your traits, so I guess it doesn't matter. But we could see warp. We could even see teleport insolence. We could see blink. We could see peepers. There's a lot of things Wax Artist could do. If I was playing Wax Artist, I would probably be playing warp trump card. But honestly, there's so many strategies. Insolence teleport, warp trump card, blink trump card, peeper trump card. There's a lot of things you can go with here. It's gonna be warp trump card, so that's gonna be Spencer's build of choice here.
Okay, so Long still on the no borrowed time build here, and he will possibly get the first chase since he spawned right next to the hunter over at small boat. Juan, the only one with the mercenary and the tide turner, while everyone else has borrowed time and the flywheel. So we're your commentators, folks, here, Elio and Potch Spice. Sprinter surprising us all, but not Eli. He was able to predict that thing. He is going for the Wax Artist, and right off the bat, Long is actually eating some wax. It is 16%, so Long will have to be the first chase here.
Yeah, Spencer having warp here is really good as well, because if you go for this this survivor, Spencer also is going to take advantage of the gap in the little wall that you can do. You can't do wax through there. Spencer's going to go ahead and do that. He's going to get some wax onto that pallet. It's going to block it off, and I think Long will take the first hit here on this window. So a very good start here for Spencer. We see only 2 ciphers being worked on, so the cipher progress from Weibo is a little bit behind here. Spencer will have warp available in a few seconds. Thus far, pretty good start here, I would say.
Hui is actually trying maybe to give some support. Hui is already here. We have a pallet to work with. We drop it down. Let's see if we're going to see some antiquarian bamboo stick for him to be able to prolong it, but we're seeing him actually break line of sight and now going to add the disarm as well.
I'm going to be honest, I don't think this does much because 2 survivors are stacked on top of each other here, which means the sun is only going to last a second, and Antiquarian builds up wax in the process, so I think this is actually perfectly fine for Sprinter. We see a lack of decoding because the Antiquarian is supporting here, and we also see a free hit on the 2 survivors injured now. We're going to see the flip to avoid the wax here. I think Sprinter needed to wax off the entire window, so unfortunately a slight misstep, but that's going to be
in this process, Eli, we do see that the Embalmer had already embalmed the Antiquarian, so she does have a guaranteed rescue. We don't know where the coffin is at just yet, but now trying to disarm once again, and we have a pallet to work with, so now just continuing buying time. Now this finally going to eat that hit. 1 cipher has popped in the process, so an excellent back and forth between Survivor and Hunter here.
Yeah, and this is exactly what Spencer wants to see. This is why you pick one of these unique characters in this situation. You have a good comp for playing against this team, or you have a good hunter for playing against this comp. We see a lack of decoding progress. We're going to see an early rescue. I'm not sure if this will be optimal or not. We get free set for the... I guess you don't want to feed presents to the Wax Artist, so it does make sense here. But Spencer is not able to... He is able to block the window this time. I believe that should have blocked off. And Antiquarian does not have any more stick to work with, so we're just going to see a pretty fast down. And I think the early rescue may or may not actually work out. We see Flywheel is still available here, but not a lot of cipher progress again for Weibo. It's going to build up pretty quickly with the Embalmer self-rescue coffin, but it's still not as good as they would like to see. Spencer can also get a free wax bomb onto the cipher machine as well, so he's able to slow down some decoding. But we're going to see a trump card switch here. I think he's going to switch to teleport, and that's why you play trump card warp, because sometimes warp is not enough in these later game situations, and this is exactly the case.
Oh, able to still go through. So now Antiquarian is holding on to 85% wax. Has a bit of the tide turner effect, but ultimately, yeah, you're kiting on top of a cipher here. So this is not looking good for the cipher progress on Weibo Gaming's side. So they have their last cipher, but it's still at 0%. So now we're going to see 1 Antiquarian out of the game. Sprinter is definitely working to get more than just a tie in this round.
And this is where full presence wax starts to be very good. Sprinter could find the survivor hiding. He can 4-kill this position, but he doesn't see him. That's a big play for Weibo here. I was going to say if he found him hiding there, he could get an instant double down with a hot wax play, but since the survivor is caught in the open. But now that Long was able to avoid line of sight, that's going to be pretty game-changing here. And Sprinter doesn't have trait, so he's not really able to teleport away here. He's kind of wasting a lot of time just looking around in this area. Let's see if he's able to find Long.
Oh my gosh.
Does he see him behind?
Long is peeking. Oh my god.
Wow.
He's able to hide and seek his way out of this. And now look, Long just with nerves of steel, just constantly just feeding the tinnitus. And this is a great example of when tinnitus would not actually help you, but hurt you, ladies and gentlemen. Sprinter is going to the basement. No one is there. That is crazy. Yeah.
Spending way too much time on this Cypher. He had more than enough time to win this game, but I think now, with this much time wasted, I think he may no longer have that opportunity available to him. He is going to have trade available, so again, the last Cypher machine is also on Big Boat, which is where he's kind of camping out at, so it's definitely not over yet, but Spencer did unfortunately get a big missed opportunity. He does catch sight of the Mercenary here, which is not the ideal chase target, but let's see what Mercenary can do. If he's able to get early wax onto this Mercenary and maybe get a freeze before an elbow pad, that could be pretty crucial here. Let's kind of have him trapped here. Mercenary kind of trapping himself in a bit of a tough area. Mercenary's going to play right into a hot wax here. Can he get a double down here? And he does miss this swing. That's a big missed opportunity there.
Yeah, we do see that Perseka is actually making her way towards that last Cypher.
Wall, though.
Oh my gosh.
And Mercenary's going to have to use the last elbow pad, it looks like, or no, just a double down. All right.
Single down. The other survivors are actually working on ciphers here, but maybe one is going to actually have to go for the rescue. Saving the last elbow pad for the final rescue. I think Perseka might be the one to make this rescue happen. She is going down for the rescue here, so last cipher is at 60%. It might be a 3-person endgame depending on how this rescue is going to go.
Cypher's not enough. If Spencer can get a hot wax onto this Psychologist before the Cypher machine is primed, he can win this game. But the Psychologist is doing a very good job playing around this pallet, not taking too much wax early here. Spencer knows the Cypher's not primed just yet, so he needs to go for this. Psychologist does have flywheel. The question is, can she flywheel the hot wax? He's trying to bait it. He's not able to do it. He can get the hot wax. He can. Oh, we're going to see the flywheel, though. That's going to allow her to make it to the chair. That is a really big play, and we're going to see the Cypher pop and the end game here. And Spencer was not able to get a hot wax and no attack recovery endgame play, which means that they're going to have a clean endgame in this spot. We don't have any survivors on the exit gate just yet, so there's still a possibility of a 3-kill, but it is going to be a bit challenging from this point.
Perseka's doing an amazing job at the start, like avoiding the wax, but now I think this area might be a little too close for comfort here. He's still holding on to teleport, so let's see what he's going to do. He's going to go for the chair first, but this allows some exit progress on the side of the exit gate, while it is the Mercenary with one elbow pad left. Is he going to go for the teleport? Not quite yet. He's going to walk his way, but this allows the exit gate to open, so a tie might be imminent here. They get the exit gate open. Mercenary still has to make his way towards this exit, and it seems like Sprinter's still monitoring his way around. Is he going to teleport, Eli?
He's going to wait. Mercenary some time to get to the gate, and then he's going to try to teleport in front of the Mercenary. But the problem is Mercenary does have an elbow pad, so I don't think it's going to matter. Yeah, he's going to teleport a little bit too late. I think he waited a couple seconds too long there, and that's going to be a tied game. What looked like it could have been a win there for Sprinter. An excellent hiding job from Long.
Yeah.
And I guess my first pick was a good one there.
Hey, you got it. I mean, at least he can kite Long, and he also knows, all right, you know what, maybe let's not kite, let's just hide it out. Considering how well the first part of that match went, right? You mentioned it, Long and Hui were actually kiting in front of each other, and the switch off to the Antiquarian actually paid off well enough, because once the Antiquarian was chaired for the first time, Cypher progress didn't look quite healthy just yet. But man, Long had a really good mind game there, just hiding behind that spot as the ramp up towards the big boat. And it kind of left Sprinter at a loss for what to do next. He even went to the basement to check, and that brought precious time for the Cyphers to pop. So yeah, a good first pick, I would have to say, in the draft there, Eli.
Yeah, and I definitely think the Wax Stars play was correct. I actually really like that. Oh, we have the live chat summary. Okay, let's read what YouTube generated for us today. Viewers are reacting to a streamer's gameplay in discussing, what is this? I don't even know. They're just, it's not even accurate at all. So
okay,
it's just some random. Yesterday was pretty accurate. They were talking about It was funny. It was like Team FL has defeated Team FT, but the chat is sympathizing with Team FT or something like that. Even though it was only round 1, the game wasn't even close to being over yet.
Oh, okay. I thought AI was gonna replace our jobs there. Like, oh no,
We're
they got
replaced by YouTube AI chat generated messages.
Oh no, we're just gonna read that out, chat. But yeah, talk to me about how you felt, how that matchup played. You did predict that the Wax Artist was gonna come out. Yeah, I think if the hiding spot wasn't there, that could have been a win, a W for Spencer over here.
It could have been. If he was able to find that survivor at the bottom of Big Boat, definitely would have. I think it actually would have been a win. The reason why is because there's nowhere for the survivor to kite in that area to get a free double hit hot wax play. I think he was able to find the embalmer at any point within a reasonable amount of time. There, it would have been a win, but. Embalmer was able to hide away long enough there, and that's why, as you can see, people, for those of you who are watching, hiding is sometimes better than trying to kite. I think in a lot of rake matches and stuff like that, a lot of players would just try to run away and kite instead of hiding. But you can see in this situation that's kind of what separates a rake match from, the highest level of competition here.
Yeah, I saw someone in the chat say hiding is kiting, which again, it's containment time. You do have the heartbeat, so I don't know if that counts. But yeah, again, an excellent play on long side. He does not have to be seen to be highlighted in that matchup, and it was just an excellent play. But yeah, I sympathize with Sprinter because he was really on his way to get even more eliminations there, and it was quite the play there that the mercenary had that he kind of got stuck. But he was still able to avoid the hot wax. Perseka also did an amazing job hiding out and using the structure to avoid the wax and getting the rescue ultimately for them to have a 3-person end game. So you got to give it up to Weibo Gaming survivors. They really were able to pull themselves out of the fire in that one. And Sprinter now has to sit back and pray that his survivor team could try to survive this out. Because if they get 2-person escape, this game resumes. But if a 1-person escapes, then Weibo Gaming takes the victory here.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those of you wondering why he didn't teleport at the end there, is if you teleport too early, then the mercenary stays close enough to the middle of the map where they can just double pad and make a rescue after you go for the teleport. So that's sort of the idea there. And say that Prisoner teleports right away after chairing. If the gates open and mercenary makes a save, then you run the risk of the survivors somehow making it out the other gate or something like that. So you don't really want to take that chance. But I think, if I'm being honest, that might have actually been the aggressive play that we were talking about before that Spencer needed to take. So,
okay.
Which we did see again. Spencer again playing more conservatively here. But yeah, I think Wax Artist is good, and I think it's definitely a character that could have 4-killed in this position. But it's just not. I think just missing out on the hiding survivor and then conserving the teleport there at the end maybe was just not enough in this situation. Yeah. All of a sudden, my weather forecast is now back to the red fire emoji
fireball
thing,
from thunder
really again.
If we recall, it was really hot, then it became stormy, thunderstorm, and now it's a hot ball now.
It went from thunderstorm to now it's 2% for the precipitation. So I don't know what's going on. It's just really hot all of a sudden, I guess.
It's mostly sunny where I'm at. I don't know. My weather forecast isn't as interesting. But thank you, Eli, for the weather forecast. If you guys, again, are in the same area as Eli, please take care. Stay hydrated and also stay away from thunderstorms, that is. So there is that. For those of you just joining us now, we are in the middle of IVS day number 2, match number 1. Lower brackets, so they are fighting for their tournament lives, and Rivals unfortunately is in need of a tie to keep this going and more to just make it a lot more even matchup. But Alex, however, has been performing really well as of late, so we definitely need more of the support over at chat. So shout outs to you guys for still joining us here. After this match, we're gonna see, I believe it's Team FT versus GBB. What were your thoughts on FT's match yesterday? You and Nell were calling the action there. It was FT versus FL.
Yeah, it was a really close match. We saw only in terms of points, it was actually tied, and in terms of rounds, FL did win 2-1. So it was a very, very, very even match, very close. I think it was really definitely back and forth. We saw FL go up in round 1, FT win round number 2, and also be up in points. So FT actually taking the lead after round 2, and then we saw FL winning round 3 for the comeback. So it was really a great match. I think a lot of people expected FL to have the advantage, but yeah, FT has consistently shown that they are around the same level as these professional teams. We saw them take down a Japanese team last Koa. We saw them almost take down FL today, so definitely something to watch out for.
So that is the next match, folks. But right now, this could potentially be the last match in this series. So do give your support out to Team Rivals for them to hang on and hold on, for them to be able to push for that round number 3. Again, the win conditions are clear. They need at least 2 survivors to escape in this matchup just for the game to keep going. A 3 survivor would be a lot better. But if we see Alex get a 3-person elimination, then that's going to be GG's.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, even if Alex only is able to get a tie here, it's still a really great position for Team Weibo, just due to the fact that they have such a large lead going into the last round.
Shout out to Soy Milk. Shout out to, I believe there's a Jong. I know his cosplay here when I see it. That is the Invisible Jong. To follow him on social media. He has also he hosts a bunch of community tournaments as well.
I was like, they look familiar.
They look like our friends. But yeah.
We see I believe it's
Paul
gonna be the
is
same
not.
server.
Yeah.
Yes, server side. From Rival here. We have people in the, what is that? That's the Gravekeeper something.
The is it the candy one or the skins? Don't quiz Eli on skins.
No, it's called cheese. I think it's called cheese.
It's called cheese. Okay. Huh. I got hungry all of a sudden.
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm also, Neo's really good with identifying skins. It's Nell. Like, he's really good with when it comes to the presets and the costumes of the characters. So maybe we'll ask him when he's on. He will be commentating the final match, and it will be Eli's next commentary is actually the 3rd match, him and Chocho. So do stay tuned for that, folks. While we head towards the picks and bans, Eli, Lakeside Village, second half. Alex now hunting for Weibo Gaming.
Yep. Let's see where Alex is going to go with ban picks here. Alex can't afford to play a traditional round 2 character, being Ivy or Opera Singer here. Looks like we'll have the Seer and the Coordinator banned. So of course, eliminating that Coordinator early on, very important here for Weibo. And this is why we talked about Coordinator being very... The only reason I can think of Rival not picking Coordinator in the first round is they didn't want it to be auto-banned for the rest of the series, right? But Alex is just going to ban it here anyway, so it's not like I don't think it would have been too impactful. So I think, it looks like just Rival's not going to be able to get Coordinator at all at this point, so that's a bit unfortunate. But we are going to see Antiquarian and the Fire Investigator here. We're going to see Airplane and Spin as well into Psychologist, so they'll try to counter Ivy as much as possible. I believe we could have seen a Barmaid, but it looks like we're actually going to just not see that. We're going to see Psychologist instead, which is another nice replacement to the Barmaid.
Okay, so we finally have the 4 bans on Alex, aside Seer, Coordinator, First Officer, and I believe Mercenary is going to get picked up because that's Roland's character, and the Aeroplanist. And yeah, they did save up the Mercenary for Roland. So now the final lineup, we have Antiquarian, we also have Florian and the Psychologist. For the first 3 globally banned characters on the next round. Hopefully we'll get to see that, and they saved up the Mercenary for Roland to pick up. So Eli, when it comes to the spots of Fire Investigator on this map, how strong would they be in Lakeside Village?
Well, on Big Boat it's good. You have some places that you can block off kiting routes. I'm not really sure.
Small boat
Big
too.
Boat, Lakeside's Lakeside. Oh, we're actually gonna see Gamekeeper from Alex. Lakeside's pretty open, so I don't know. I guess the idea here for Alex is that, you know, Weibo is similar to the match yesterday where we saw Alf play Wax Artist. Weibo's got a pretty significant lead, so they can afford to play a light Gamekeeper here. Yeah, this map is pretty open, so I think Fire Investigator is not quite as strong as something like Red Church, like we saw in the first round, but it's still a strong character nonetheless in certain areas. On Big Boat, it can be good. I would imagine on... actually not that many areas because everything's pretty open. But...
Open, right? Yeah, it doesn't force any hallways. I mean, I guess in the palleted areas, but yeah, you can just walk around instead of through the shack area as well ish. But we're gonna see the spawn location here. Schmitty actually spawning close to the small boat. We do have Yanel taking shack, Roland at the center, and Mylag taking the big boated area. But Gamekeeper, this is the first one I'm seeing on stream, or at least in IVS, and we do know Alex is one of the pioneering Gamekeepers that when he was at the height of his power, which I still feel like he's very viable, especially now with the picks and ban systems. Let's see how it's gonna go. You guys can, hopefully can survive the Gamekeeper of Alex. As we look at the personas here, only one Tide Turner. Well, we do have a very kiting heavy build on Yanel's side, as well as Schmitty, so no borrowed time on their side.
Yep, we're gonna see. I think they were prepared for probably the Ivy, but yeah, the Gamekeeper here, very unique character from Alex. We'll see what he's able to do here. This is gonna be the second half of round number 2 of IVS, and here we go. We have Alex going immediately towards Shack here, the location of the Antiquarian, looks like, which pretty good chase target. Antiquarian has a hard time dealing with the Gamekeeper because when you get that hook off, you don't have enough time to go for a stun before the Gamekeeper is able to swing and get the hit on you.
True, but now we see that he's already use the traps onto the. Did he flywheel through? Or
I think he broke it with a stick.
Oh my
god! Stairs
god!
out to the window. And we're gonna see an instant down onto the Antiquarian, and I think Rivals' hope of coming back in this match might have just been removed with that one. That one play there.
Dude, that was through the window, a tear. That was quite unfortunate on the side of the survivors. But Alex, yeah, we were actually wondering. I thought he put a trap down there, but I mean, Antiquarian was able to deal with it. Oh.
Yeah. Because remember, with the Antiquarian stick, you can break.
Oh right.
You can break
okay.
things, so,
but holy smokes, Eli. That was not the most ideal for Rivals, but this is the best start that Alex can go for. So what will be the play here? We do see Roland trying to make the approach slowly, but this just means one person is not decoding, so they're going to be in a cipher deficit come mid-game.
Yeah, it was looking like a pretty good start. We're also going to see some traps set on the gate. This is something we see a lot of Gamekeepers do, is they'll set up a trap in the exit gate at some point. This forces survivors to remove the trap before opening the exit gate if we ever, get to that situation. We see 2 Cypher machines able to pop here, but does Roland even make this rescue? I mean, it's a Gamekeeper. You can actually just pull him back here. Roland's going to come for it. He's going to pull him back. It's going to be a mind game at the
okay.
But he's going to get the rescue off here in time.
But we do have some Antiquarian stick left. Oh, the blink hit! This is huge, but Yanel does have to work with the stick. He needs to stay
close to him to stun. He needs to get close so he can stun early here, or he needs to flywheel the hook when he's going to spin it. Can he avoid this? He has to avoid the next hook with the flywheel, and then he can use the stick to avoid getting stunned. Alex has one more last second on the hook. We're going to see it. Can he flywheel the swing? There's the flywheel. He have the follow-up. He does have the follow-up stick to delay the down here.
Okay, so now a lot of time being bought. So Yanel having an amazing rebound kite. The disarm is still in effect. We're going to put down a trap in this area just to cut off the route of the Antiquarian. And Antiquarian just has to fall down to 1 hit. I'd say Yanel at least was able to rebound kite for them to work on their last cipher, but still far off along here. We do have trump card, but we already see the blink was already used. So that is something that you have to take into account here. So now Roland is actually attracting the hunter's attention.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, if Gamekeeper gets a hook on a survivor, it can reveal the survivor's location randomly throughout the game. So we do see that Roland is going to get revealed here, and he's not able to elbow pad on the ramp, so I'm not sure Roland's gonna now use the elbow pad to drop down here. Can he make it to this window? Alex does have hook on cooldown, so Alex actually missed a full presence hook there, so a nice job from Roland to delay that, and we actually see a lot of time being wasted. Roland's kiting on top of the basement, and as we know, basement Gamekeeper is one of the best camping cutters in the game. A missed hook here, and Roland can make it out of big boat, which means he's not going to be able to hit basement. That is a game-changing play. I think a lot of people don't realize that is actually could be the difference in this match. Basement Gamekeeper is incredibly strong. You can hook the survivor while standing on the side of the drop down, and then drop down, swing, and hit them, and it's really hard to rescue. So the fact that Roland was able to escape the basement area, it gives them a chance, but Cyphers are still so far behind here.
True. Now my leg actually getting chased away from that Cypher. Again, Roland, Masterful Stroke actually avoiding the hooks and actually carrying the Gamekeeper all the way outside into the shore area. We do see Schmitty, the Fire Investigator, is here, but it's quite unfortunate the chair is actually close to a Cypher that is being disrupted, and 2 Cyphers still remain in this matchup, and we're seeing constant hooks here just so that the cooldown won't be in effect. Mercenary can stay on the rocket chair for a while. We do see that Schmitty is in this area.
Oh, he's going to drop down here. He's going to drop down on the side. He drops down on the side here, and a missed flywheel. Oh, and Schmitty's going to get stuffed by the Gamekeeper here, and that should probably secure the victory for Alex. Yeah, as the Fire Investigator, you have to drop down the... So if you guys remember the side where Roland dropped down when he died, that's where you have to go down. You have to go down on that side, because if you don't, then you're just going to get hook drop down hit. And I think Schmitty just kind of overlooked that there, unfortunately.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. Roland now is going to be the one to go to the manor, but my leg avoid the hook, able to do it, and now it seems like Mercenary has to be very... Oh, well, Mercenary has fallen down. Psychologist now, double down situation. Fire Investigator is up to try and heal up the Mercenary, but we do see that he is just going to clean up shop here. But yeah, it was looking real good. I mean, on Alex's side at the start, the rebound kite on Yinel's side, an excellent back and forth matchup. But yeah, this seems like Alex's game for him to secure.
Absolutely, just gonna, you know, two survivors injured here, or one down and one injured rather, and 2 survivors already eliminated. Alex just needs to get one more kill to secure the victory, so he should be able to. Yeah, get the win here for Weibo. We're gonna see my leg trying to kite in this area, able to avoid the hook, but does drop into basement, which is, I mean, you know, just trying to avoid going down instantly to the hook. We're gonna see does take a basic hit. He wasn't hooked here, so he's not gonna go down right away. But now we're gonna see him change targets onto Schmitty. Let's see if Schmitty's able to use the air. Oh, my leg actually walks into a trap here, so he's gonna go down to the hook, and Alex will switch to warp, catching up to the Fire Investigator, who does not have any more air bombs to work with, and that will just be this will be it, as the Psychologist does not have self-healing anymore. Yeah,
it's a checkmate scenario at this point, because he just needs 3 survivors to be eliminated. Psychologist does not have self-heal anymore. Schmitty trying to push that last Cypher, but it's quite unfortunate. But ladies and gentlemen, GG's. Good game, well played by Weibo Gaming. They will be advancing in this tournament, but do give your support and cheers for Rivals, really leaving it all on the line, and really having an excellent back and forth. That wasn't the best start for them, but they really tried to hold their own. And you're going up against one of the best hunters out there in Alex. Yeah, they really played their hearts out in this matchup. But congratulations to Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Weibo really showing why they're one of the strongest teams in this event, why they're prepared to win this tournament. Yeah, really decisive victory here over Rival. Weibo gonna try to work themselves out of the elimination bracket here. They're already off to a good start in doing so with this match. That is a very big turnaround for them, considering the unfortunate loss they had yesterday. So let's see if they're able to continue this momentum and make their way into through this bracket here.
Yeah, let's recall how that played out, right? Unfortunate start on Rival's side, getting that terror shock, but Yinel really buying a lot of time there. So in that scenario, when Yinel was providing that time, oh yeah, it was just unfortunate the Cyphers weren't primed enough, right? It was just an unfortunate start. What do you think was the first domino piece to fall into place for Weibo Gaming winning that last match?
So for that last round, at least for the survivor side of Rival, what happened, obviously we saw the terror shock early on. That was a pretty big that was a pretty unfortunate play, and that's something you have to be considerate of when you're playing against Gamekeeper. Is that you know that hook hitbox is very strong, and you can still get terror shocked even if you think you've already vaulted. So that's something you got to consider there. We did see the terror shock barely register in favor of Alex there. And then the next chase Roland got found out early because of Gamekeeper's ability, which he was able to get out of basement, which is very good. But the problem after that, Rival needed to make a clean rescue at that point, but Schmitty unfortunately took the wrong route when going for the rescue, did not drop down on the safe side. He ended up coming into the area where Gamekeeper can easily just hook and get a drop down hit, which is what we saw there. And stuffing that rescue was that was kind of the nail in the coffin there at that point for Alex. Once he was able to prevent that rescue, he was easily able to win the game from there. Yeah, unfortunately, the missed route there I think even with the Terror Shock, there's still an opportunity for them to tie the game.
Mhm.
But because the rebound kite was strong, he's able to avoid the blink and waste a lot of time. But after that stuff rescue, that's when things worked out perfectly for Alex.
Yeah, that was quite the unfortunate sequence. And yeah, shout outs to Roland, right? He was really able to manage the situation very well. Very risky kiting to basement, but he was still able to at least fall outside the big boat. And also, it was quite unfortunate also that that Cypher was actually next to Roland's chair. So got to give it up to Rivals, folks. They are bowing out of this tournament because this is the elimination bracket, as Eli mentioned. Weibo Gaming trying to get that run back from GR. But yeah, they gave us some amazing plays, amazing highlights, and this is just year one of Team Rivals, right? B4E has been around for a while, but now they're carrying the weight of the Team Rivals with them. So they're definitely going to learn from this. They're going to grow from this, and I'm sure we'll see them back in fighting shape soon enough. IVS, like you said, is towards that mid to late year end of Identity 5. That, you know, it's just a showcase of the strongest teams per division, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see them in COA qualifiers soon enough, and hopefully in a bigger stage and even better performance.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, you got to give props to Weibo, where they were able to take a very decisive victory here today, and they will be staying alive in this tournament and giving them a chance to make a comeback, giving my Apples a chance to, you know, potentially work out in my favor. Hopefully, we will see. But looking into our match stats here, we do see, 56 seconds, and that was with the strong rebound kite. Just that early Terror Shock was really game changing. It looked to be a pretty good position, but that gamekeeper pick really catching Rival off guard here. And then unfortunately the kite from the mercenary not long enough at that point, and Alex was able to get the win with gamekeeper. Not really a hunter we see getting a lot of 4 kills, but when you have a really strong first start and you're able to stuff a rescue, then you're definitely able to win from there.
Yeah. And amazing performance on Weibo Gaming's side. Congratulations to them. And, you know, shout outs to Rivals for making it this far. Can't wait to see how they will perform, because they do move on in the lower bracket. I think they're going to face off the one that falls down from the first match, which is going to be... they're either going to face, I think, either Zeta or GR, whoever falls in that match. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Right in front of us now is the match results, folks. It is a 4-14 clean victory here on Weibo Gaming's side. The Hunter, Alex probably is going to get that MVP position since he is very consistent. I just wonder if it's going to be the Wax Artist or the Opera Singer that he'll be getting the MVP for.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like it's going to be... we do have the best selection for Alex here. Yeah, Gamekeeper. 2-4 eliminations. Again, Alex is known for being a consistent hunter, not always winning a lot. Usually the Stellaris are the side that's winning a lot here, but Alex with 2-4 eliminations, definitely being the MVP here, undoubtedly.
I'm yawning. Sorry.
Yeah, undoubtedly being the MVP here. So I mean, Weibo, excellent job here today. We can talk a little bit about how these brackets are going to play. We do have next. It is FT versus the Korean team. GBD again. GBD. I always forget the abbreviation. The way I was telling Nell yesterday. The way I remember is by the region. I remember we have 2 China. What is it? 2 China, 2 Japan, NAU, Korea, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, Southeast Asia. Right.
Okay.
Let's remember the names. The letters are just, I can't with all the abbreviations and all that. Yeah.
All right.
I told Nell yesterday, I don't even know half my friends at school. I don't even know.
I heard that you have a friend named Jedi. That's pretty cool.
I don't really know him. He's just in my class. Like the teacher takes attendance and they're like, "Oh, Jedi." Or like,
okay. Nell doesn't believe you though. Nell doesn't believe.
No, it's real. I'm serious. It's real.
Take a selfie with Jedi. We'll see.
Yeah.
That's wild though. I remember what other names did you mention yesterday? There were like a bunch of interesting names.
Golf Zap.
Jedi. Yes. Jedi. Yeah.
There's Cake. Somebody named Cake in my class.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cake. That's pretty interesting. I'm getting hungry now.
There's some other one. There's like...
Okay, I don't know if you're going to believe me, but I have a friend named Chocho. All right, well, crazy.
Really?
Do you have a friend named Chocho?
Do I don't know.
You're bullying her already, and the stream hasn't. Your blog of commentary hasn't started yet. But folks, we're gonna wait and see because we will have the interview portion. I think we're gonna wait. Maybe it's gonna be Alex. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like one MVP and then probably a survivor player. But yeah, you know what? Do keep supporting your favorite teams. Send your love and support out to Team Rivals. You know what? Traveling all the way to Macau is definitely no easy feat. And for them to perform in the highest stage here in such a condensed, I would say it's a smaller but more, I would say, potent tournament because they have the best of each region that will be represented, and you're just running into just the best of the best right away. So the way that the brackets were drawn, they first faced up against Zeta and now Weibo Gaming. Yeah, that's pretty tough, and I wouldn't be surprised if Zeta and Weibo Gaming make it all the way to the grand finals. So yeah, it was a tough outing. So let's check out the highlights before we head to the interview.
海边一台，海边一台，双。
能远离海边吗？
那行，拉大船吧。
不要反吗？
不着急反，没问题，我能救一波。
那我现在是补中哨了。
哎，他没开。哎，就。
海色，然后是海边或者那个甲板的，海边或者甲板的，我能看。
可以交飞人。3道也行，3道也行。
换弹了，开始了。
开。
国间。
And we're back, folks, with more Identity 5 action here. We still have the interview that is gonna be coming in just a bit. So, yeah, we were talking about, what were we talking about? We were talking about team names.
I don't know. What were we?
No.
I don't remember. We're talking about names of people in my class, I think.
Your class, sure.
Yeah. What do you mean by class? What does that even mean?
Jedi. All right. Okay. That could be people on your Discord, I think. Like in your server, maybe.
It's actually real. Like,
those sound like IGNs.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of another one that's like unique. It's like a lot of them, but I don't know. I forgot. That's the thing. I don't actually remember people's names that well. So that's kind of. Yeah.
Anyone from NAEU that you're like, wow, that's a very unique name.
Oh my god, my computer's shaking. Sorry.
Oh.
What did I? Sorry.
And I thought like the weather report now is earthquakes. So what's going on?
Oh no. It's just I'm not my computer.
Yeah. So there's that. I wanted to ask, like, in NAEU, were there any unique names that you ran into?
Like for IDV names or like real names?
Real names or IDV names? Some are pretty funny.
I mean, in the US we just I don't know whatever people's names are in the US, but in IDV like well, a lot of them are not very appropriate, so I can't really say them. A lot of NAU names are not. Actually, everybody in chat would also know this. A lot of people, if you play in the NAU server, you know that a lot of usernames chosen by people in NAU are not exactly appropriate, so can't actually say them on stream.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay. But for those of you just joining us now, we were just waiting to see who we're going to interview next, because there will be that interview portion of the winners of this teams. Will be Weibo Gaming. I think it's going to be Alex that's going to be coming on in, because Alex, there are a couple questions that are being propped up. I'm excited to see, or I'm excited to know more about his strategy coming into the next tournament, or the couple days, because they will be going up against. They'll be going up against, I think it's either Zeta or GR. You actually thought that GR was gonna go to the lower bracket, right, Eli? So this is their run back.
チーム勝利おめでとうございます。インタビューを受けるのはアレックス選手とホイ選手です。
WBG 的 Alex。
こんにちは、WPG のエレクスです。こんにちは、WPG のフイです。
So they're just introducing themselves as Alex and Hui.
まずアレックス選手、オペラ歌手の4釣り、素晴らしかったですね。その中で結構、短い板のところでの組み合いがすごく素晴らしく光っていたと思いますが、いかがでしたか？とにかく、引き打ちを、意識してやっていました。ジョフィー選手、本日、テストもすごく素晴らしくて、いかがでしたか？まあまあでしたね。第1試合の牽制も3台、そして鬼没も吐かせて、5番後半では、引き継ぎに釣られてしまった状態だったと思うんですが、
we just got word that our translator, shout outs to Mr. Kagawa. He's going to translate, and then we will be talking about it in the previous or in the next matchup. So as of now, we are going to try to use context clues to understand what they're talking about. I'm pretty sure the interviewer asked about like the opera singer and Hui having an amazing kite. Yeah, I think, you know what, they're definitely, game faces are still on. They know the job is not done, and they're playing with extra fire in them because they do have that extra pressure of fighting their way out of the lower bracket.
2人マカオ、中国マカオいかがでしたか？で試合はいかがでしたか？だんだん慣れてきてはいると思います。そしてアレック選手の鹿の試合はどういうふうに考えてプレーしていましたか？椅子前、ゲート前の罠に関してはもう救助汚かったので、とりあえず置いとこうと思ってゲート前に置いていました。ではウェイボーからの質問、皆さんのチームの Vlog はありますか？アレック選手、多分あると思います。スタッフさんメンションしましょうかね。はい、お願いします。では次の質問、同じくウェイボーからの質問です。
Eli, if you could get a jersey of any of the teams, what would it be?
皆さん、一緒に泊まっていると思うんですが、一番早起きしたメンバーは誰ですか？
Probably
ちょっと意味深な笑顔でしたね。アレック選手いかがですか？多分
FT, really?
私ですね。
The Wolf. Okay. I thought you'd want like
はい、改めて本日勝利おめでとうございます。明日の試合も期待しています。
FTQs, or even Weibos.
ではしばらく休憩入りましょう。
I like the wolf.
Oh, there you go. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to cut to a break. We'll be right back. I'm going to get some food. I'll be right back.
Okay, go for it. Hold on. Well, good job. Sure.
They're like so like oh wait.
Oh, Jimmy versus FT.
They're very. Oh, never mind. Yeah. Like emotionless during the interview.
Oh no. Oh yeah. Well, to be yeah. I honestly, well, probably should just say the only few people I've seen in either co-op or IBL, IGL that's done a lot is ZETA Division Survivors, and who also does a lot, GR Survivors, depending on who. Iron and AK does play around a little bit, and then FT. Those are usually the what did I say? The hyper type. Yeah, the hyper type. They should have the same team very much. there's.
Yo, what's up?
Welcome back. Oh, I think I'll just translate every second sentence for the interviews.
Okay.
It's just I did it with Chocho yesterday. It's just hard to filter out like.
Yeah, the Jap because we have the Japanese feed, so.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna eat. Okay.
Take your time. There could be a chance that I need to go to the bathroom since my bathroom routine is like in the mornings. I didn't go yesterday morning, thank God, but.
Sure.
There is a
Just
chance.
just do the SOS thing.
Yeah.
Number 1 or number 2?
That's number two.
Okay.
But it's probably gonna be only like 2 minutes I'm gone, realistically speaking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't stay for a long, thank God.
I take my time.
Oh, they can hear me! Hi.
Oh, we're not muted?
No.
Oh, sorry guys. Hello? Can you hear me?
Alright, chat, that was the emoji.
Hello?
Hello. We're muted, I assume?
little closer there. Bakura, how are you feeling thus far with how things are going?
We're game 1 following along between Rival versus WBG. WBG being able to take a 2-0 and bring it at home. I do think it still does assert the dominance that WBG has. For Rival right now, they are going to have to go back and recuperate to move on further along. When it comes to IVT, IVT NAEU autumn or winter, if it's gonna come. If it's not, then it will be co-op for next year. But for now, we're gonna be mainly focused on our game here between GBB and FT. If we just talk a little bit between the two teams here, Posh, FT actually did fairly well yesterday against FL. They were just a little bit close when it comes to winning against FL. A little bit unfortunate, but it was a 2-1 win there for FL. Of course, FL move on towards the upper brackets quarterfinals, and then we're gonna have FT here with us today against GBB.
Yeah, so you were actually there to witness GBB's matchup yesterday, right? Between RD. Any notable highlights that you want to point out?
Notable highlights. Before we go into that though, we'll go with the player introduction first once again. It will be Nao, Kola, Onisuke, Sibun, Saida, and Moa here from the Survivor side. We have seen Noah, Kola, Onisuke, and Saida coming out, but a little bit unfortunate for this newer team comp to be debuted in IVS because their performance yesterday wasn't really the best. A few highlights would be their lucky guy, but then against the opera singer when you've only a needle, now I think their main issue would be, you know, with their ban picks.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see that. We did see an amazing back and forth between FT and FL yesterday, really going all the full 3 rounds. Actually, that was the only match that went the full 3. So I'm excited to see how they're going to bring that coming in. MX is definitely an addition. We were kind of the team that won IVC had Yush in it, but unfortunately Yush couldn't make it. That's why MX is now into the mix. He's been performing quite well. He did bring out the Seer, which again, conventionally that's supposed to be okay, everyone does that, but for us that have witnessed him in IVC, that's quite the interesting pick. Like, you don't really see him on that Seer side. So definitely 2 stylistic clashes that are about to take place here, folks. So I'm super excited to see which one's gonna fare. Is it gonna be the unconventional style of GBB, or will it be the more direct approach of how FT goes about things?
Definitely. Bosch, if all our visitors here have watched the player interview from yesterday, MX also did notably said that the first lawyer is now back, recalling us back to this co-op days when he was in ZT. So for today, there could be a possibility that MX is going to bring out something a little bit more unconventional, a little bit more off meta. But if we just move on straight towards the player introduction video here first.
And with that intro, we're going to introduce GBB to start off. It seems like they might be on the Survivor side to start things off, so I'm super excited to see how that's going to play out. We do note that GBB is a bit of a wild card when it comes to their picks, so hopefully the Hunter player of Team FT will be ready for that. So,
Well, we are back from that introduction here. We're going to be able to see FT coming out with their player roster here before we move on towards our ban pick phase. For now, between GBB versus
Mid-Sun, sorry.
Oh no, don't worry. But I was just saying for GB versus FT here, excuse me, not RD, GBB will be able to get the map ban picks here from their side. So they're able to choose a map, meanwhile FT needs to ban one. But of course, we'll move on towards a player interview first.
And there you have it, folks. I don't know if we're still muted, but we're gonna pretend like we're not and keep talking here. Let us know, chat, if we're still muted in this technical difficulties here. I like what Adi said there. He said that there's gonna be they're gonna bring out their secret weapons, really gonna go all out. So who are you in favor for in this matchup, Kuro?
In this matchup, FT most likely is the FT has most favorable positions in this matchup between themselves and GBB. GBB will be seen more as an underdog in this story because of it's a new team comp that's coming out, it's old players that's coming out once again that's going to be played with us against such a strong team like FT who's been here for just such a long time. But there is still room for mistakes for FT as well, because MX has recently just joined the roster, so they have not been playing for that long too. So with the team comp synergies there, if we just refer back to yesterday's first game, it wasn't as good, but moving on towards the second game forward, they were able to adapt really fast. If we just compare it to GBB, if they couldn't adapt to their environment fast enough, they might just not be able to hold a fight against FT today.
That's a tough pill to swallow, so I don't know how they're going to try to deal with that. They do have I'd say the surprise factor on lock, but I mean, FT has faced, I kind of forget who they actually, in their group stage, did they actually face the South Korea team coming in? No, it was Cat, right? In Call of the Abyss.
They were in a different division. I'm quite sure.
Group stage.
FT faced against different Japan divisions in their group, I think. But then the South Korean division was with rivals for our core group stages. So they were in Division B. Meanwhile, the South Korean were in Division D, I'm quite sure.
Okay. Thank you for filling that in. I'm excited to see how the styles now will kind of clash, because FT kind of has been going on this monstrous run ever since they won last year's IVC. They went to Call of the Abyss. They were the first team to actually qualify to top 12 that wasn't part of a league, and they were back-to-back IVC winners, and here they are now. GBB kind of the underdog coming into this matchup. Like you said, picks and bans are going to play heavily into this, and we just have to wait and see how it's gonna pan out.
Yeah, because it's not only that, Posh, it's also the addition of MX that allows FT to have more flexibility when it comes to the pick and bans. We have seen the notorious painter pick, we have seen multiple lucky guys from him as well, and even without an item on lucky guy, he's able to kite that opera singer for a decent amount of time. Yes, it may not be for long, but that's only because that's the limitations of a survivor without an item. But even so, what does MX have? He has his lawyer that he's talked about, he has his painter, he has his lucky guy, and there could be all other unconventional like fire investigator that he could play, like maybe we've seen him on cheerleader sometimes before as well. So when it comes to this, with 3 permanent bans in our ban pick phases now, with the addition of MX, it does make it easier for FT compared to GBB, where your main roster kiter now is Oniisuke, though his stats shown that he's a harasser, but what does a harasser do good in this day meta when Ivy can come out round 1?
Yeah, I'm excited to see that. But like you mentioned, GBB now, they do have a lucky guy. They also have a puppeteer to come into that mix. I can't wait to see how Now did perform. Were there any breakout performances on the Survivor side on GBB's performance in their matchup yesterday up against RD for you, Kuro?
I think for GBB right now, they need to calm their nerves, because as long as they calm their nerves, they'll be able to perform really well against no matter what team they went up against. Because if we just refer back to yesterday's game, where Now, if I'm not wrong, played the lucky guy. Yes, it was unfortunate that it was a needle that came out, but then like because we were a little bit too hasty there, we did give a Terror Shock on towards Opera Singer. But with the next one here for Saida, he was the second chase of game 2 in Lakeside Village against the Wax Artist. But then also at the same time, it's kind of like saying we're trying to play a high risk, high reward situation. Yes, you did go down a little bit fast, but that's okay because Oniisuke did manage to bring the whole game back and return a 120 Senkai's in exchange against Lati. But for now, for GBB, they can't just solely rely on their main container, who's Oniisuke. They also have to be able to pull some of their weights to allow, you know, this team, this synergy to slowly and smoothly flow throughout the game when it comes to the Cypher progress as well.
Yeah, definitely that will have to come into play, especially in this high level, especially when the stakes could not be higher for them to play for their tournament lives on the line. So now looking into the main rescuer, the team Cola. Yeah, just conventional. It's at First Officer Mercenary. We have been seeing the rise in Wildling round 1 as the main rescuer because that does get banned out with the global bans. Then we have been also seeing as of yesterday, like prioritizing just saving the Mercenary towards late game. So I'm excited to see how they're going to play around this matchup because you have to admit, stable rescuers are very scarce in this new picks and ban system.
Yeah, definitely. And then next we have Oniisuke here, who basically has maxed out all his stats on containment here, as we do see. Honestly, none of the hunters are really willing to chase him that much. We do see his win rate is 0 and his escape rate is 0 here. But that also could just mean that, hey, it's just yesterday's games that was taken into consideration right now. Having 100-second average containment time just from yesterday's stats already shows us how formidable of a container he is in this roster. So like when it comes to, you know, Oniisuke too, we do see the respect from Hunter with the anti-current and the batter first 2 priority bans.
This Yinel, he has a mask on, so I'm not sure. Yeah, there he is. Okay, shout outs to them. By the way, shout outs to Team Rivals for giving us amazing matches. Now they're going to be watching in the crowd how this matchup will be going. And shout outs to each and every one of you in chat. I wish I could share my food with you, but unfortunately, you know, technology I can't send my food to you. But again, apologies for the... I think we were muted at the start, so we weren't able to give our introductions. Again, you know, it's Kuroshiro and Potch Spice at your service for this one. I feel like we're closer after that chat. I think we can count from number 1 to number 2 closer now. So yeah, Kuro, so far, how I didn't get your thoughts on that first match. How'd you feel about the were you able to catch the intense Lakeside match between Rivals and it's at Weibo Gaming?
Yeah, I was there for second half. I do think it was a little bit unfortunate there, as we do see John as well on that Seer costume. That is very nicely made Seer costume. But you know, back to our main point with the Lakeside Village match. I think for Rivals, they didn't do bad in Lakeside. They definitely could have guaranteed a tie there, but it was just an unfortunate Terror Shock there for Ningel. Once again, Gamekeeper's hook is a little bit wonky from time to time, but we're going to be able to see Hessian here coming out for game 1. Okay, so it's not going to be Kuga, it's not going to be Miapai, it's going to be Hessian here. From what we know about Hessian from his last debut in Kowa, that Hermit is scary. And he did also comes out of Fool's Gold, if I'm not wrong. So like against a Korean team here, Fool's Gold versus Fool's Gold maybe, and of course for our coach here, Midson from FT.
Yeah, let's see it. So yeah, Hush, I think you did bring it up in your prediction stream that 3 hunters, you know, it's rare to see them kind of make that rotation, but hey, why not? Hushin is going to see the bright lights of IVS, and I think that's just going to make him stronger. So I wonder what he's going to bring out, because if we bring it back to IVA, and shout outs to Nell, because I see him in chat, I hope he's had his lunch too. You know, he did also debut the Ivy there as well. So I wonder, you know, there's a lot of time in between his performances. So he's definitely still, I'm pretty sure, keeping up with the meta. So I wonder what he's going to bring in. Because he does, like you said, his Hermit is terrifying.
Yeah. Not only that, I do think we just recap from IVA too, like not even just IVA, IVC as well. His opera was also decently done as well. It's like throughout the days, his opera got even stronger and stronger and stronger throughout the tourney. So like in a setting like this, I don't think it's such a bad experience as well for Hessian to be experiencing, you know, what it is like on the stages once again. And of course, against our South Korean team, this isn't going to be easy, but this will be, you know, quite an interesting matchup between the two, as we do see as well from FT to decide to ban Sacred Hearts Hospital, and for the survivors pick, that was Arms Factory.
Yeah, so it is GBB to kind of put themselves in that spot. So Hushin can bring out his plethora of hunters. Arms Factory, you know, being a small, compact map itself, kind of plays to his strengths. He also has really terrifying opera singer, so that's one thing to take note of. And we have been seeing a lot of opera singers dominate the first round. In particular, we saw Alex's opera singer. But let's head on over to the picks and bans. Hushin, the third hunter in the lineup, is going to make his way towards the Arms Factory. So let's see how the picks and bans are going to go.
The biggest question right now is whether we are actually going to respect Oniisuke here with his anti-Korean and his batter. Now, batter might not do as much, but anti-Korean is a permanent ban here, it seems like, from FT side. Oniisuke might just never see that character anymore throughout, you know, his time in IVS.
Oh, yeah. True. I mean, he plays with his cards face open, and it's like, yeah, no, you're really good with this. Let's just take it out. So they're going to prioritize Prisoner and Puppeteer. And Prisoner, you know, we've been talking about at the start. Prisoner has been kind of prioritized to get picked as well, just because you can Cypher Rush the Opera Singer right away, and they don't mind using it at the start. So now this opens up Hushin to ban out the Seer.
With Seer being gone here, it just means that it's one less extra hit on towards the survivors. And of course, with the first officer coming out, it isn't that much of a bad pick too. Why? Because even if first officer goes into a permanent ban, you still have the mercenary. A lot of times now, survivors really like to, you know, pick first officers just because there's a chance it's either going to be an Ivy or an Opera and you can counter both. But we're going to be able to see the Fire Investigative Panther alongside with the Gardener pick. Overall, a pretty fast decoding team comp here from the survivor side. Pretty decent rescue with both the first officer and, you know, Puppeteer being able to rescue. So right now, I do think what matters more is Heshin going to go for a chip hunter, or are we going to go with the normal Opera Ivy? It seems like it's an Opera pick from him.
Yeah, it seems like the Opera Singer has been the more stable, or I guess because it was in the mix a lot more times than Ivy was. And maybe saving the Hermit for later on. I was talking to Nello off stream as well, and they think that, like, since there are 3 hunters, you kind of want your hunter to kind of warm up but not burn out right away. So I wonder, well, depending on how the performance goes, who's going to be their second, who's going to be their third round hunter, and how they're going to kind of manage it. Because there are those point hunters that, okay, they excel in one hunter and that's about it. But Hushin, Meowpai, and Kuga kind of excel with the same wheelhouse. I guess Hushin with the Hermit is the one that stands out the most.
Definitely. But for Heshin himself, Factory isn't a map that we see, you know, players play muching, especially from IVC. But for Korea, South Korea on the other hand, they really like those small maps picks, especially when it comes to their hunter Sibun as well, who can play the Ivy. But right now, what about the survivor side is also another question here that's on our mind. As we do move on straight towards the area selection mode, we're going to be able to see Saita here, Garner, Ash, Factory, Gage, first officer in middle. Now, Ash, the entrance of Shaq and Oniisuke, our prisoner, who is at the entrance of Junkyard. Meanwhile, Hushin on the bottom right-hand side of our map, which is Factory.
Yeah, this is actually kind of good that he's chasing people outside of Factory, but that doesn't really stop Opera Singer from chasing people in there. So now looking at the personas, Oniisuke having no borrowed time, just a full kiting build. We have 2 tide turners on Cola and Salda, but now is playing the knee-jerk reflex and borrowed time being the Puppeteer. So Peepers once again making its way to the mix here, just probably to control ciphers and mind games. So now we are going to see how Hushin will be playing with the detention trump card build in this round number 1. Again, debuting Hushin. We've already seen Kuga, we've already seen Meowpai, but now Hushin for FT. That's Kuroshiro Gaming. I'm Poch Spice. Let's get this game going.
And we're going to be seeing Heshin here, the Opera Singer, going straight towards Prisoner, who immediately decided to link up instead. But in this case scenario, we're going to be able to get extra electrocution forced out a little bit early here. That's going to be Peepers drop down first. It's Trauma Detention alongside with double stacks of Pal Breaking and Berserker. Meanwhile, Oniisuke just trying to play a little bit more here. Meanwhile, Heshin trying to get that mind game through.
And now we see Oniisuke doing a great job thus far, just keeping this. Oh, I actually just connected the what's that, electric field here, just for him to actually get the imminent electrocution as he actually tries to vault, but Oniisuke unfortunately moves a little too close to that wall. Has to be very careful. Actually shadow dances and gets that hit. Peepers is now online. We'll see he's gonna drop one down here to see Oniisuke through these walls.
But it seems like for Hessian right now, he's trying to utilize that execution here as much as possible to maybe try to cancel attack recovery. We're going to be able to see the second execution here from Prisoner, and of course the second one from the field. And right now for Prisoner, he's out of Peeper's range, thankfully, but it is just going to be a matter of time because, you know, these pallet ranges are a little bit too short. But once again, that's another electrocution field for us to use.
Wow.
Ooh, but we did miss the Shadow Leap.
Ooh, this is interesting. Oniske doing an amazing job thus far. There are actually going to be 3 ciphers that are going to be primed and ready to pop. So Oniske really putting in the work here, and the Peeper's not working out quite well. Able to shadow dance, but Oniske actually has the window to work with. So excellent mind games here, and a route he is taking. And now he's going to be in the imminent electrocution field. Well, Oniske, can he make it? He tried the flywheel, but now he has fallen down.
A little bit unfortunate there for Oniske. He wanted to flywheel in towards the pallet and then drop the pallet down just to make a little bit more distance. Yes, that would work on any other hunter aside from Opera though, since Opera is just too fast with her unlimited shadow leaps. Right now it's going to be 3 cipher machine decoded from the survivor side, and it's a really good decoding progress because Gardner also has that second tie turner. So all what it takes here is for us to get 2 tie turners out, and we're going to be able to get the cipher machine prime. We're going to drop down the Peepers here first for a little bit more of a map control, cipher control, as first officer will be forced in for the rescue.
Yeah, excellent usage of that pocket watch just so he can save close to half to buy enough time. Gonna get more usage out of that clock. Gotta be very careful not to get a chair hit here. Okay, gets the hit. Wow, through the chair, and now first officer gets the rescue onto Oniske. Oniske out in the open here will pop that last effort, but it's okay because Tide Turner still buys a little bit of time for him to actually transition away, and they could definitely work on their endgame cipher.
I feel like for Prisoner here, he should kind of link up the cipher machine between Puppeteer and First Officer.
Right.
First Officer does decode a little bit slower than usual, or maybe even Gardner here, as we do see First Officer a little bit closely towards middle. But with Gardner's cipher machine, it is at 50%, but since this is a no borrow time rescuer here coming in for the rescue, if we get tunneled down, the cipher machine isn't enough, it will still end up as a tie game. So the biggest question right now is, can Hessian find First Officer, as First Officer is going to make his way in? It seems like with the second pocket watch activation, we should be able to gain more than enough time for that rescue, and we'll just see whether we can body block or not for Prisoner.
Hessian has to be very careful here. End game is nigh for the survivors, but able to actually hit the first officer, but his pocket watch will carry him. Oniske able to get the electrocution to carry him towards the window, and this buys enough time. He switched to blink and it didn't work out, and now they pop the last cipher.
They got it on just on time as well. Oniske managed to take that with a speed boost here towards the maximum. We're going to be able to pull so much distance away, and right now there's a double pallet still left to use, but that's okay. There's still pallet speed boost here for Oniske to play around with. We do have flywheel here as well, but that's going to be a brilliant pallet stun here for Oniske, the Prisoner. The dungeon is near middle. Can we get towards the window? But we don't have any window speed boost to actually rush straight towards the dungeon here. Even if you do have flywheel, 1 flywheel isn't enough. Maybe 50 will, but 1 just isn't, as Oniske here will fall on the ground. Wish honor here for GBB. That is why you don't chase after Oniske in this team comp.
My goodness, what an amazing performance on the side of GBB. Oniske, okay, you take away the batter, you take away his main lineup, but he is able to use that Prisoner, and I can't wait to see the containment time on Oniske, because that was definitely all him. Yes, the first officer had excellent first and second rescues, but ultimately that was a masterful kite on his side, really playing with the mind games. It kind of begs the question also if Hessian maybe brought Blink early on, because it was quite unfortunate that when he did bring out the Blink, it didn't get the early down on Oniske. So that was all GBB survivor side. So congratulations to them setting the pace, a furious pace in round number 1 first half.
Yes, and we did see as well from GBB survivor side, I think Saida was the one that was most notable there, but he did have his hands on his chest there. That was a lot of stress, it does seem like, from GBB survivors, and for Oniske as well, with that first containment without borrowed time too as well. So like in that sense, we did because like from our castle side, it's more or less like, okay, if Prisoner links a cipher machine between Puppeteer and Gardner, at least Puppeteer can push Gardner's cipher machine, since Puppeteer's cipher machine was 20% above Gardner's, and allow Gardner to come into rescue with that 20-second tie turner should be enough to pop the cipher machine, even though Prisoner doesn't have power time. But it seems like in that situation, Hessian did panic a little bit, especially with that window speed boost. When survivors have window speed boost, they move faster than any other hunter. So when it comes to that, it's Hessian's first time group stages in IVS in tourney settings playing Opera, but yes, GBB, they did manage to redeem themselves. That's a huge morale booster, especially for their survivors.
And I would say kind of the same. Well, I would say it's same side of the coin. It's quite unfortunate that Hushin's debut ended up in a 3-person escape, because that's really rough. But a lot of people in chat, I see that they are saying GBB redemption arc is inbound, and after their performance yesterday, they have to feel really good of how they performed, and that's 142 seconds, Gr. That's 2 minutes plus 2 minutes plus how many seconds with the math there. So again, incredible performance on the side of the survivors, particularly Oniske, but you got to give it up for the survivors in terms of their decoding progress and for the rescues that Cola managed to do.
Yes, definitely. But I do think as well for Heshin and for a lot of other opera singer mains out there for us in our tourneys, it does show why that most people prefer confined space detention opera in a map like this, where there's so many windows to play around and so many palettes too. We did see Oniske being able to utilize that one window for a good 20, 30, 40 seconds there before he gets his windows to again rotate away towards the next nearest window, which isn't too far out too. And of course, for operating such a map like that, there's just way too much open space between herself and the walls that she wants to dash to. She can't really leave a remnant behind, just immediate teleport behind certain objects.
And I would have to say this is one of the most dominant survivor-sided matches I've seen, because like Opera Singer, technically we've been building her up as one of the meta, the go-to that you have to use. And it just adds a little more pressure. But you know what? FT survivors, you got to trust them that they're able to actually pull one out of the hat here, because they were able to get a lot. They turned a lot of heads yesterday with how they performed against FL. So can they do that now that the pressure is cranked up to like 11? Because tournament live's on the line. They know that their hunter didn't perform quite well, so now they have to be the ones to pick up the pieces. If they get a 3-1, we are guaranteed around number 3, and that's what they're kind of looking at. That like the passing grade is not a tie anymore; it's actually a 3-1, just to alleviate the pressure on FT side.
Yeah, but even from FT side, their survivor team comp has been known to do multiple 4-man escapes as well. So especially on a map like this, if you're able to bring out anything unconventional that GBB's hunter does not know about, especially against an IB2, yes, you might not be able to see, the painter coming out, you might not be able to see maybe even the perfumer coming out because of fear stacks. But then, like, if you think about it, it's a small map like this. It was GBB's choice on this map too, and this map does suit Sebum quite a lot when it comes to that Ivy pick as well, especially when it comes to map control too. He didn't do bad yesterday in Lakeside Village, but I do think Lakeside is just too big of a map to try and map control, to try and cipher control any survivors.
And that's the thing, you pointed out kind of like a solution to how Sebum could actually approach this, have confined space. Maybe don't go as aggressive as Peepers, maybe just go with the blink, because he just technically needs a tie. And if you're aiming for that tie with Opera Singer, you don't have to go Peepers, you don't have to go abnormal so much. You could just go with the conventional, just go for you can even go warp if you want. You can go blink warp and then just have the early down, kite out the first tide turner, and then just have the end game detention for the tie game, and then you'll be able to kind of claim victory in round number 1. So on the other hand, as you mentioned, when it comes to the survivors of FT, do you think they should lean into the unconventional picks here? Do you think they should tap into MX's strengths here and go with like his wheelhouse of characters, lawyer?
For FT right now, I do believe that they'll perform really well, regardless of who they decide to pick. In a map like this, Seer will be good on. We also did see as well MX coming out with a Seer yesterday. Here we have MX on Marsuni as well with the character and the player stats. It's going to be Acrobat and Seer as his 2 main survivor picks. Average reduction is 5,077, win rate is 33.3%, X-rate rate is 66.7%, average containment time is 31 seconds, average decoding progress is 150%, and of course average rescues is 0.33. For MX right now, if we want him to bring out his character pool, maybe now wouldn't be the right time because of that 3-man escape from GBB survivors. For FT right now, they do want to return that, but that's going to be in exchange for a lot of their meta characters that they do have on their hands.
True. So that's MX in a nutshell, folks. Our eyes are going to be paying attention to him, but right now we're going to pay attention to Shadow, one of the core members, one of the pillars, I would have to say, of Team FT here. Has the barmaid, brought out the coordinator as well. Average decoding progress is pretty high. Win rate is pretty high as well, and deduction points. Containment time, you barely see him that much because he's living up to that name, being a shadow.
And next, we're going to be able to see Adi here. Adi did in his interview yesterday say future activate, and that is their hand sign for that as well, just for those wondering. We're going to be able to see his player stats here, which the Embalmer and of course the Magician primary first two picks, with average deduction points of 7215, win rate of 33.3, escape rate of 33%, and of course average containment time of 101.67, which average decoding progress of 69.3%. Seems like for Adi right now, he slowly transitioned from a rescuer main to a container main.
Yeah, and he's been doing really well. I mean, his IVC performance was really good. He's got the backing of a really good team, and part of that team is Mini Blue. He is the main rescuer of this bunch. He actually kind of transitioned. He was actually more of the kiting role, but now he's kind of held his own as one of the main rescuers in this lineup. So average rescue is actually almost at, well, rounding it up, it's almost at 2. Deduction points is at 7,800. And yeah, trust that he will bring out the wildling most definitely in round number 1 if his mercenary does get banned out, or they want to save it, or that first officer. So super excited to see how this one is going to shake out, folks. Again, shout outs to each and every one of you that is joining us. I see Queendom Come is here. We see Jules as well. We see YMM's Toilet. Nice to see you. Athena Sykes. Just shout outs to each and every one of you in the chat, folks. And we're going to move things over to Sebum. Bringing out the Ivy. Wow. Yeah, actually just has the Ivy here in the lineup.
We see here with average deduction points of 8330 as well. It's a little bit lower compared to any hunter in our league here currently. But of course, especially after that morale boost and with the map selection that they got for the first pick in round 1, this is going to be a huge advantage here for Cebu. And I do think, you know, especially with a 3-man escape from the survivor side, that's less stress, that's more calm and composed. And as long as Cebu does what he does best, that's all wash. You know, it's necessary. Right now, we don't need to think about game 2, don't need to think about game 3. We just need to focus more on a tie game here. Now, if we want, we can definitely go to play Disciple, but then Disciple round 1, we know from FT side, if you do play any other type of hunter, you are going to get 3-man escape no matter what.
Yeah, that's gonna be kind of tough, and yeah, cards are definitely on Sibung's side here on how he's gonna choose to play this one out. He can bring out the Ivy, or he can hold off on it just in case, but we just have to wait and see. So while go for it.
I was just gonna say there's gonna be, like, you know, a lot of pressure here from FT side, but I do think, right, if like with 3 Pearl Bonds here, I guess it's a little bit harder when you think about it, like who do you want to keep and who do you want to throw away, let's say.
Yeah, that's definitely a decision that they have to make soon enough. But yeah, folks, I would definitely like to ask chat, based off emojis, it seems like there's a wolf, and I believe GBV had like a tiger. So yeah, it is a tiger. So can we get some feline emojis in the cat emojis, or canine or feline emojis in the chat, just to see where everyone's sentiment is at. If you're supporting GBB, I want to see some cat emojis. If you're supporting FT, please send over some dog emojis, just to get kind of a rough estimate on who's supporting who in chat. It's quite heartbreaking to see, because these are teams that have not been part of a league, and this is going to be their last one of these teams will have their last stand, their last match today, because only one can advance in this lower bracket side.
But even so, I think that they'll be able to fight this out and to fight to the rest as well, and to leave no regrets, which is what is also another important thing when it comes to, you know, a professional stage like this. For the time being, I think it's going to be like saying, hey, look, we got a 3-man escape. We need a tie game now. Can FT return anything, or will they try to return something for game 2? Because like even when we think about, hey, look, we didn't do. We did almost win against Fennel last game, yesterday as well. FT is definitely thinking about right now. For GBB here, it is going to be an obstacle to go through, especially for game 1 with that 3-man escape. But that's not going to be something that they can't overcome. We've seen them do this multiple times as well, and we have seen other IVC teams do this multiple times as well in game 3 with the ultimate comeback. But for now, we're going to move on straight towards the ban pick phase we go. Once again, it's a 3-man escape from GBB, which is why it's currently a 3-1 for FT. FT needs to return a 3-man escape or a 4-man escape to gain advantage of GBB. But for now, as long as we get the tie, that's all what matters for Seaboon.
And first and foremost, we're going to see the picks and ban, the ban side onto the Seer and Coordinator. Coordinator has been a heavily picked character in round number 1, so that's off the board, leaving MX to actually go for the Psychologist, while Shadow has the Acrobat. Well, actually, this is still gonna shift things up, but deciding to actually give up the Acrobat in round number 1 is quite interesting. I wonder which player is actually going to use this Acrobat, as well as the Fire Investigator, a very strong pick up there by this team, especially in a map like Arms Factory. So allowing him not to actually go for the first officer or the wildling, Mini Blue kind of forced to play Mercenary just as the one stable rescuer, but at least the Mercenary can get picked up in round number 2 and 3.
Yeah, we're gonna be able to see the character selection. Here we go. It's gonna be MX on Fire Investigator, Shadow on Psychologist, Adi on the Acrobat, and Mini Blue on Mercenary. We have seen FT playing, you know, the Fire Investigator up against an IV, but it didn't really end up well last time, so let's see what they can do. It seems like we're going to go for Opera Singer here instead from Cebu. It has not came out yet before, but from FT side right now, it does seem like there's a little bit more of a shock on their face. Hopefully they have the right personas for this, because if they don't, Cebu has so much advantage point that he can take advantage of from FT survivors.
And considering, and just reiterating also to chat that Sibong just needs a tie, and they're able to claim victory to round number 1. So take note of that. Depending on the persona build that he's going to bring can be very telling if he's going to go super aggressive or if he's just going to kind of play it more conventional and safe with the Opera Singer, because Opera Singer mains or hunters in this level have gotten to that proficiency where you can kind of say that she's very stable to at least tie things out. But that was quite the performance on GBB side for them to actually get a 3-person escape in Opera Singer, because that is a rare sighting.
Yeah, definitely. And it's also with the fact that, like, last game, you know, the GBB survivors did 3-man escape an Opera Singer too. So I feel like for Siwoo here, he's going to try and show his dominance with this Opera Singer pick. And of course, moving on straight towards the air selection mode, we're going to be able to see Adi here at entrance of Shack, Mini Blue as a Mercenary in middle, the Fire Investigator here at the entrance to Junkyard, and of course Shadow as a Psychologist on the bottom right of Factory. Our personas here is going to be triple flywheel with only 1 window speed boost here. This is really bad for FT survivors, since flywheel isn't going to be able to do much against an Opera. Seaboon here with Trumpet Attention alongside with Blink. This will be match 2 game 1 second half with FT versus GBB. I'm your commentator Kuroshiro, and with me is Posh Spice. We'll be moving on towards the game very, very soon.
All right, folks. Do or die time for Team FT to hold on to round number 1. Can they get the 3-person escape to keep this one going, or will something happen? Well, as Sibong actually lay claim to round number 1 for his team, already at the deep sandbags area, looking around to seeing if anybody is here, but it seems like no one is in the immediate vicinity. So Sibong is actually going to head towards Shack, where Adi is actually trying to decode, and it is Adi that is on this Acrobat. We've seen him with masterful plays here. So has there been does he have confined space?
It seems like he doesn't. No, it's so much attention here on Seaboon. But then, even so, for Adi right now, yes, there is a remnant nearby, so we're going to be able to dash in. But that's a snowball miss. A little bit unfortunate with the angle there. That's a first at 47 seconds in towards the game. And Seaboon breaking the pallet there as well. That's a slow pallet breaking, of course. It allows Adi to pull a little bit more distance, but that distance just isn't enough.
Yeah, Sibong now smells blood in the water here. Gonna have to use the firebomb just to transition away. There's no more it's that pallet to work with. And here we have 2 pallets, but he's gonna drop them down preemptively. Blink is already online, and he's able to actually land the blink hit. So not the best start for our friends over at FT and Sibong. No, he could just actually play this very defensively, just camp it out, farm off hits, and just get the tie, and that'll be good enough for his team. But now, the strength of the Opera Singer is that her territory, her radius that she can camp out is quite, it's very wide. And now actually catching Mini Blue out here in the open, trying to catch up here, able to get that hit. And now it's going to be a before half rescue. So Adi now transitioning away from Shaq.
For now, we're going to be able to get that flywheel. That's a really good flywheel here from Adi, but sadly, we need to pull distance away from the Opera Singer. But even so, that's going to be hit registered. And of course, the red circle has come true for the Acrobat. Cypher Machine definitely is enough here, especially for a 4-man end game. We're going to have to see how FT survivors here go for, you know, a 3-man end game, 3-man escape maybe. But tie game here definitely will be guaranteed for Seaboon.
Okay, so Psychologist has already healed up the Mercenary for the next rescue. 2 Cyphers are being worked on, but one has already been chased out of at the center. They're working on their last Cypher, but this is the last chair on the Acrobat side, so this rescue is gonna need some assistance and body blocking since they don't have any more Tide Turners to carry this Acrobat away from the center. And this is actually an early hit on Mini Blue. Gets the rescue at least with that use of elbow pad. No more elbow pads on the Mercenary side. Adi has a slow bomb to work with and a pallet as well. Seabung now forced to play mind games at this pallet, and there's also an airbag in this area for that speed boost. But now Adi going back and forth here. Seabung's looking like he wants to actually down this Acrobat, but the Acrobat able to actually use the airbag to get towards the window.
Oh, for Adi right now, he needs to contain for a bit longer. We've only around 2.5 Cypher Machines done here. Of course, he still has a third Cypher Machine's almost done, but the last 2 are 50% on average. But it seems like for now, we didn't get a hit through that Shadow Dance. Adi, can we get towards that window because there's no Shadow Dance nearby? There's a Psychologist nearby who will not be caught off guard here because he did lose the Acrobat here for a little bit. Acrobat is a little bit off the position that he was supposed to be in, but that's okay. There's no Shadow Leap just yet. Acrobat is going to be able to get back straight towards the palace, and we're going to Fireball in just to cancel that leap.
Okay, so now great redemption kite on Adi's side, really containing for that last Cypher to pop. It's actually sitting at 90%. Can he get up in time? It's gonna pop, and now it's a 4-person end game, Kuro. So Seabung, now from a great start to the end game here, it's not looking too well. He has the blink, he's already used it, but he missed! Oh my god.
The dungeon's in middle, MX, Mini Blue, they're all rushing straight towards the exit gate right now, but for Adi right now, he has one less flywheel to use, but only 1 pallet's left here as well. Psychologist has a flywheel in the to use. We're going to be able to Shadow Dance over, and that's going to be hit down straight on towards the Acrobat. It's unfortunate for Seaboon. At least he guaranteed the 1-man elimination, though. If that flywheel came true, there could have been a huge chance for a 4-man escape. Let's congratulate FT for getting that 3-man escape with a flywheel Acrobat.
Wow, after a very rocky start, Adi was able to put out the kite of his life there for him to actually survive the onslaught of Seabung. We were waiting for that blink to kind of cool down for him to get that rescue going on. But at the end of the day, Adi, you know, it's not how you start, it's how you finish, and he finished very strong. And Kuro,
it seems like I have. It seems like my camera is frozen there.
That's how intense this match was, man.
That's how intense this match was.
Yeah, it was quite intense. But while you're fixing that, I just want to reiterate that we are going to see a full BO3 here. They have tied round number 1. The survivors were able to kind of defend I would say defend Hushin's performance with them getting a 3-person escape. So this might be actually the showcase of the survivors in this matchup. So this is going to be a very intense matchup, and I'm so excited to be with that calling the action here with you.
And it's not only that as well. They've been able to continuously to, you know, non-stop take back what was theirs. Because like we have seen early game, we have seen how Acrobat, yes, the angle on that snowball wasn't the best, but we were able to bring it back there with that second rebound kite. The Cypher Machine did seem like it wasn't enough, but Steven kind of lost target for Acrobat there, which, you know, was a little bit unfortunate. Definitely could have gotten the Acrobat down faster, but with that blink too, when that blink missed, it was so many, you know, thoughts running through our minds right now, and of course with Dungeon being at middle, it was just a lot. It was just a lot for Zoom, but at least he managed to, you know, He managed to calm himself down, and he was able to get that one elimination still.
Yeah, better than no elimination, because that would have given up the entire round. So at least they it's basically a stalemate at this point. FT and GBB are definitely going to see the full 3. Round number 1 is kind of done and dusted. It's in the books. So we're going to move on over to round 2, which gets a lot more interesting because no one has given up any leeway just yet. But come round number 2, there will be more bans on the side of survivors and at least one hunter ban on each side. And big question is, which hunter of FT are we going to be seeing? Because Hushin, after that performance, I understand if he wants to kind of stay on the bench, but I also would want to understand if he wants to get back in there, because we know Hushin as one of the most terrifying hunters in the game here. So, oh gosh, did you teleport, Kuro? Are you there?
It seems like my camera. Oh, it seems like my camera just keeps dying. We'll fix that during the highlights phase, though. But for now, if we see round 1 here, it's currently 3-1 for GBB. That 3-man escape from the survivor side, and of course from FT, it's also another 3-1. For now, it's a back-to-back 3-man escape here from both survivor side. We're gonna have to see who takes advantage here for round 2 and round 3.
Yeah. So, folks, thank you so much for joining us. See, that's how intense the match is. That Kuro's camera, like throughout the excitement, made him disappear. So there is that. Again, for those of you just joining us now, we are in day number 2 of IVS. Thank you so much for tuning in. We unfortunately had to say goodbye to one of our favorite teams out there in Team Rivals. So shout outs to them for giving us amazing performances. Again, this is one of the this is not the end of their story. This is just a chapter in their story. Can't wait to see more of them. Weibo Gaming, congratulations to them. They did move on in the first game we witnessed, and now what we're recapping here is the game between GBB and Team FT. FT not having the best start with how Hushin did perform. He got a 1-person elimination. That's shout outs to Oniske. And then on the other side, it's kind of the same, I would say the same type of mirror image of the match, because Oniske did the work there. Adi didn't have the best start, but holy smokes, did he have the best finish with how well he was able to manage that kite. And he was able to come back in spectacular fashion. We're looking at a 4-4, a 3-1, a 3-1, and this is guaranteeing a game number 3. So call FT the BO3 Kings, because they're the only team for now. We're only in day number 2. We're halfway through things. They're the only team to actually take things all the way up until the 3rd game. And it seems like that's the same trajectory that they're going with in GBB. So let's head to the highlights before we get on with the match.
나이스 짝집 40 중앙으로 가야 돼. 내가 짝집 돌릴게. 내가 치통 중앙이야 중앙. 나이스 나 90 아니야 이거 90 이거 켜줘 어떻게 왔어 6시 왔어. 오케이 나 짝집 탓해. 여기 80 받아내. 10초 아 오케이 까비 OK， 闪现20，我完蛋，我大房有机，然后你木是，然后炸鸡木是遗产啊，用冰修那个炸鸡啊，飞进多少？开不知道18，17。
And there you have it, folks. Very animated reaction there on the side of Team FT as well as Team GBB. But we're gonna move things over to the fan shirts here. This is GBB's fan shirt here. Excellent. With that submission here, you also have the logo of that tiger. So shout outs to the person that has made this. Again, if you guys want to be part of this, don't forget to use the hashtag IDV IVS 2024 for you guys to have this your art showcase featured. And to this person that did send this out, it's GBB win, and we are back, folks. Kuro just experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties, but I'm here to give you guys the lowdown of what's happening now. I'm not sure if Kuro's there. Kuro, are you there? Not quite. So we're gonna wait and see. He has to give us a sign that he's here. But I just want to thank each and every one of you for being here. Quite the intense matchup that we are witnessing here. And just to recap, on day number 1, we did see some amazing teams power through. It was GR to power through, Zeta to power through. They will actually have a match tomorrow, or is it later? I'm not quite sure. But they will be having a winner's side or an upper bracket side match. Then over on the second match that happened, it was RD to advance, and they will be going up against FL. So another stylistic clash there between a Japan division match and a Chinese HMT division matchup. So right now we are in a bit of a intense matchup because this is a matchup between two favorite teams by a lot of people. I'm pretty sure you guys know them, you love them. They are going to go up against each other in the the lower bracket side. So we'll unfortunately have to say goodbye to one of these teammates, to one of these teams. I hope we don't say goodbye to Kuro. Hopefully he does come back, folks. But while we're at it, just giving a shout out to, I think it was someone's birthday, someone's niece's birthday in the chat. So happy birthday, whoever's birthday it is in chat. Hanako's niece. So shout outs to you. Shout outs to also, I think, I don't know if PB and Jam is still here. My guy, I wish I could share my food with you, but we are miles apart. But yeah, you've been here since the beginning. Well, since the first match, so shout outs to you. That guy's a legend in chat. Horton Hines, giving a shout out to you as well. Telling everyone to stay hydrated, drink your water while you watch what's going on. Nell was also here in chat. Do stay tuned to him because he will be calling the action, I believe, with Chocho at the end of this day. So they will be doing the main event. So how are you guys doing so far? Like, how are your predictions going? How has everything been going? And we have done it. Kuro is back. How are you? I was just asking the chat how they have been. Are you all right? You good? Like, technical difficulties? I cannot hear you, my guy. Or two words, one sentence.
Yup,
okay.
there's not a day without technical difficulty, it seems.
Not a day.
Not a day.
I hear you, but I know that you're
again.
Hey, but like this is a good still shot. So guys, please take a screen cap. That's a very dapper screenshot. Look at that. That's dope. But yeah, while Kuro's still fixing some technical difficulties, yeah, please let me know what you guys are how your predictions are going. How is it panning out as you guys wanted to? How are your apples doing? Because I was talking to Chocho yesterday about it. We kind of have the same one. I believe the only difference is I had we have to support FT, right? I mean, we're from Southeast Asia, and we got I did put Weibo Gaming and not really support, but these are my predictions, right? Weibo Gaming, and I did have GR to be able to make it really far into this. So let me know your top 3, folks. So I see it's Mika-chan Desu says Tiny Kuro, and I think a lot of people in the chat are giving the super small Kuro. I hope we do get a Tiny Kuro plushie soon, if Kuro is still there. But yeah, I appreciate each and every one of you being here. Can't reiterate it enough, because you guys are the ones that are supporting the teams, and whatever region you're in. Look, like if we look at the trajectory of B4U that got picked up by Rivals, that was huge. They stayed consistent, they stayed together, and they had massive support of their fans. And for you guys, if you have a favorite player, if you have a favorite team, and if that team is not in a sponsored league or is not in part of an IJL, IVL, your fan cheers, your support means a lot to them because they're already dealing with so much stress with practice, with out of game stuff. So yeah, maybe a nice message here and there, a fan cheer or like a follow, a thumbs up, or maybe even a like and a heart over in their socials would mean the world to them. I know FT has been making a lot of waves, and I guess this is the Southeast Asia player in me that I want to see them get even further, maybe get picked up by a professional team, because this is definitely something that we want to be able to keep pushing forward, because they have been raising a lot of eyebrows and been getting a lot of the attention of the IVL and IJL teams. So your support means a lot, chat. Do give FT or any of your favorite players a follow. We do see.
Would you see MX coming back? Sorry, there, Posh, I'm back.
Okay. Is everything all right? Oh, it's the gardener emote?
Yes, everything's all right. Just a bit of technical difficulties on the other side. But for now, we will be using a placeholder for my camera. Because apparently,
this is Kuroshiro's PNG tuber debut. Let's go. VTuber Kuro, let's go.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's nothing we can do about that, sadly, for now.
But yeah, talk to us about how you feel about the match thus far. It seems like, FT making miracles happen with how they were able to kind of make push for this game number 3 to happen.
For now, it's for both sides, it's a 50-50, because, you know, if we just judge it by the last band picks that they have, you know, used up some of the picks that they, you know, wanted to use for game 2 and game 3, and of course from GBB side, Prisoner is gone, but Prisoner doesn't really matter as much. Now, Prisoner does work pretty well when it's going up against Ivy. We do want to ban Opera again, but we really do have to see who's going to come out for, you know, both sides with their hunters. I think especially for FT2, they have 3 hunters, so they have a lot of options for them to play around. And of course, with that in mind, there's more or less of, you know, we're just now trying to see, hey, is there any chance of us being able to pick out some unorthodox picks? Because we have seen Steven with that Opera Singer. His Opera Singer wasn't bad. Opera Singer definitely did excel really well as well on that, you know, Arms Factory map. But it's just that, you know, during the late containment against the Acrobat was what was the most unfortunate part of it all. We do lose sight a little bit, but once again, Factory was just too strong, as we see MX here too.
I mean, you gotta also admit, like, I think it was the match yesterday, right? Zeta seemed more chill in the matchup yesterday. I think that's the approach, right? You also have to remember to have fun and kind of like take in the moment and not be too stressed or too tunnel vision. And it seems like FT survivors will have their map selected as Moonlit River Park, a map that we rarely see. Actually, this is the first time I'm seeing it here in IVS. So I'm excited to see what Sibung brings to the table in this matchup.
It's gonna be pretty interesting to see, but like Moonlit River Park for FT is one of their strong points, I do feel as well, because like, you know, with yesterday there was also Moonlit River Park too, but it's just that they did do really well against Ivy from Hasha, but there were some mistakes mid to end game that Hasha did garner out and take full advantage of here against, you know, FT, and I do think it suits their Hunter Miapai quite a lot, especially with his Hunter pool too. So currently speaking, it's the survivors coming out first, but then what does the survivor want to pick? Do we want to see, you know, maybe the Aeroplanist and the Patient coming out? Should we ban Ivy, or will we just ban Opera instead and play a very heavy tanky team, like maybe getting the Wildling out, or even the Puppeteer?
Yeah, that's definitely something that they have to consider here coming into this matchup. And thinking about it now, in a huge map like this, yes, we could still technically use the meta hunters, but depending on how the survivor bans out the next hunter would definitely play into factor here. So we are going to see Sibung back into the mix here in his match data. He did just have the Ivy. Did he play double Ivies yesterday, yeah, Kuro? And while we're waiting for that answer, we're actually going to go back into the match here. It seems like Antiquarian and Coordinator are going to get picked off immediately. Just really reiterates that trend that the Coordinator has not been prioritized. Well, has been priority banned from the beginning because of how the matchup or how the meta has been playing out. Coordinator is only like a technically harass. So in a map like this, they actually choose to ban out the the Hermit. So this kind of opens up Sibung to bring out the Opera Singer once again, because maybe FT is still okay with facing off against the Opera Singer. So now at least they're able to secure the Seer in this first in these first picks, and the Embalmer as well, because the Embalmer is really good when it comes to probably tying it out. So this kind of reveals that maybe they're gonna go with Kuga or Meow Pai in round number 2, or the second half at least, and going for the Mercenary already. So First Officer does get banned. At least they have the Mercenary to kind of go for a stable rescue. Aeroplanist getting denied allows one more survivor to make their way into the mix here, which I'm not I mean, Acrobat is already banned. We also have the Psychologist that's banned, as well as the Fire Investigator. So leaves it up to the Barmaid. So at least they're able to make a synergy of Barmaid and Seer, but unfortunately, it's a huge map. So it's going to be hard. The Seer or Barmaid have to kite. Well, I would say the Barmaid has to kite close to someone that the Seer can actually pass off a drink to, because the Barmaid is technically a mobility wise has to pass the drink on to someone before the Seer can actually drop an owl onto someone. So now all eyes are on Sibung. We are going to see if he is going to go for the Opera Singer, because the Opera Singer is definitely quite strong in this meta. But the map being this big, a lot of open areas. So the shouted out, oh my gosh, actually not the Opera Singer, but the Ivy. So he's going to go with his meta Hunter here on the Ivy. Huge map, so that is one of the downsides of bringing out Ivy in the mix here. Now we're moving on over to the spawn locations, folks. Shadow actually going on the 2-story side of this map. Adi next to first stop. Mini Blue over at the Bridge Cypher, and MX all the way near in between. Interesting is that he's actually in between the 4th stop and the 10th. Looking at the persona builds here, seems like Adi bring out the flywheel and the borrowed time. Shadow is actually the one that might take first kite here without any borrowed time. And Mini Blue, the only one with Soul Tide Turner. You have Insolence and Blink onto this Ivy, while Detention will be a factor towards the end game. So, folks, this is going to be an intense match. Sibung bringing out his calling card of a Hunter in the Ivy, the Shadow. Let's see who's going to go for first. Seems like he's not going to waste any time going for the ethereal form just to see if anyone is in the mix here. It seems like Shadow, he got what he wanted. He will be the first chase. Already not wasting any time, teleporting next to the God kiting area. Has some pallets to work with. Gets 100% scare at the first 30 seconds. This is actually not the best start, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish. Adi now, Shadow now is going to have to make his way towards the first stop here, where luckily no one is here, but we do see that the Embalmer's coffin is definitely there. Trying to go for the scare here. Gonna wait his turn for his ride, his ticket to ride. Able to get it while Sibung pilots the body. Masterful stroke here, continuing on the chase here. Goes and actually pushes the button. So this is actually gonna take a lot of time for him to actually go for it. So he's gonna change his attention towards Mini Blue. Mini Blue now getting chased away from the Bridge Cypher. Moving on away. Shadow still the main target here. Got a drink passed up, and he still has an owl to work with. So now we're gonna have the teleport. Can the drink actually go in time? He's gonna use the Seer Owl. Okay, very conservative, very good. At least he's able to heal up, so he's at least gonna tank 3 hits in this kite. So kind of expensive. Able to miss that first one. He's gonna have to play the mind games here with these 2 palleted area. So at least he was able to expend the blink. So excellent stuff. Great stuff on Shadow's side. Continuing the chase here. He's got the 100%, but man, those 2 hits were combined back to back. So a little unfortunate. And you know what? The drink and the owl, quite expensive just to make him survive just a little bit longer. But in this time, at least they're able to pop 1 Cypher, but no, Mini Blue is chased out of his Cypher. So now we're kind of sitting at a 70% Cypher over at Bridge. And now Sibung's going to chase him away, and Mini Blue getting attracted and now has to use the elbow pad to make distance. And this save isn't going to be is going to be forced early on. But now Sibung going back towards Shadow's side. There's no more I would say there's no more tram for him to work with here. He's going to teleport. He's at 98%. He cannot afford to look behind him. At least he's going to carry Sibung all the way to the corner. Gets the last effort. And now Shadow does fall into the corner. So we're going to look at the ciphers here. Hopefully that Bridge Cypher pops accordingly. No more Tide Turner on the side of the survivors. So This is going to be a pretty tough call for them to go with. At the end game, you have to be very careful. At least they can really spread the attention of the Ivy. She does not have teleport. She is only stuck with this blink. And when it comes to end game, if you're able to spread the attention, it's going to be very hard for Seabung to kind of come back from. But now able to chase away Adi in the God-kiting area, and now gets the attraction, and Balmer does get hit. This opens up Mini Blue to go for the rescue, and now he actually teleports towards the two that just got rescued. Now Shadow has 2 pallets to work with. He needs to survive as long as he can, and unfortunately the Seer can't actually farm any owls because he's actually going to get the 100% and the knockdown, and Seabung has his first survivor eliminated from the game, ladies and gentlemen. So it's going to be a 3-person late game. It's not yet the end game, but they have their 3 ciphers about them. So we're looking at 1 more cipher remaining. We have a survivor, Adi, the Embalmer. At least he has a safe rescue on his side because he has a coffin. I forget where the coffin's actually right there, so I don't think it's the best for him to actually revive in this area. We're still sitting at a 56% cipher. Blink is already gonna get used. Embalmer has a coffin, but it's quite close. So I'm not sure if they're gonna risk it. Mercenary did get a drink, so he can get this next save. They're working on a backup cipher here to pop for the end game, which quite frankly is pretty good because they all have borrowed time for the end game pop. Mercenary is all good to go for the rescue. MX now will be the target of this ethereal form. So now I think this is going to be a little tough for them to navigate through, because now you see, is he going to go for it? No, he's just going to actually put a tombstone there just so MX will be worried. But we do see that Mini Blue forcing the hit just to get the rescue. Embalmer has to move away from his coffin as much as possible, but does not have Tide Turner. And now MX actually eats that hit. Everyone is injured. They still haven't pulled the endgame, and they don't have an endgame scenario just yet. They need to survive for as long as they can while they push that last cipher over at God Kiting. I don't think they're going to have it enough time. The main body is kind of going closer. They can't pop it in time, but maybe one can because they're double decoding it. MX is the only one left in 10. He's going to try and body block here. Mercenary can actually eat that hit. Embalmer's dropped the coffin. Oh, at 98%. Mercenary's going to fall down. Both of them actually fall down. This is not... Oh, wait. No, wait. Embalmer can actually go through the coffin and actually has a trait. He needs to pick up in time. And now Embalmer, unfortunately doesn't get resurrected in time, and they have to go for this pop. Unless Embalmer could actually go for the rescue. But no, they just go for the endgame pop. And now it's going to be Mercenary Basement. So this is quite the intense scenario. What a crazy play there, having the Embalmer come in. I thought they were going to pop it at 98%, but now it seems like MX is going to be the next target of this ethereal form. MX now is able to open up that gate, but you still have to worry about Adi, who's all the way across this map, able to teleport to kind of guard the Mercenary. Adi now might have to make his way towards the dungeon or for the exit, the fourth stop exit.
But for now, sorry, pushing back, but for now, we're going to be able to see Adi here rotating straight towards the dungeon. It seems like Phantom 4 did see where the Embalmer is. We do have a coffin skill, so then even if we actually go straight towards the Embalmer, there is a chance we can coffin ourselves back. But it does seem like it's going to be a tie guarantee game for now. Barmaid is still on the outer regions, as we're going to be able to get that 100 stack and an immediate down on towards Embalmer. That's going to be a 3-man elimination here immediately from Seabung. And that's an even better performance compared to yesterday.
Yeah, it was quite the intense scenario there again. The way... Sorry, were you able to watch the match?
Yes,
or?
yes, I
okay,
see,
cool,
I
cool.
saw.
Okay, yeah, it was just a great start on their side. I think the way they played that, with the way that he was able to actually just pressure all the survivors, it was quite intense. So, I hear you, Kuro. I see you also off stream, but guys, Kuro is with us. Don't worry.
I am here.
So tell me your thoughts, Kuro, as I talk to you.
Oh, hi. Well, thanks for being here. But as we have seen throughout that game matchup as well, I do feel like, oh, I'm back. Hello. Sorry. you know, with the Seer and Barmaid pick, which was really good, and we did see as well early game when Seer got the owl out a little bit early as well. That's just to counter the blink in case Sebun actually uses it. But then like throughout the matches as well, it seems like Sebun is able to pick up bits and bits of, you know, advantage point where survivors made mistake, and of course with that basement as well end game. A little bit unfortunate that Embalmer was on the wrong side of the map during the gate opening phase. But I guess that's what is really good about, you know, Ivy. That's where her strength coming with the end game map control.
Yeah, even though the map was quite huge, you really can't hide when the ethereal form is actually looking for a target. Once he's able to latch on and teleport, it was really tough. And from the get-go, the first kite, it was quite expensive. The Seer did have to use a drink and the owl to prolong it, but the hits were actually so chained close together that you didn't really feel the effects of the owl and drink combo. So from there, you chased out the mercenary just to go for the earlier rescue. And yeah, that's basically how the Ivy match kind of played out. Just constant pressure, constant rotations, and just really nullifying the survivors to actually go for any objectives. So I would have to say Sibong really doing his homework, still living it up to the 3-man elimination. But now we have to switch things up, and I think a question that we posed to everyone in chat is, will we see another hunter come out, or will it still be Hushin? Because they have 3 to pick from.
Definitely. But for now, we're going to be able to see the stats points here from FT versus GBB. We're going to be able to see Barmaid with 16.1 second containment, 254% decoding progress. Mercenary with 140 decoding progress, 49.4 second containment. And Seer here with 70.2 seconds containment. This is also, though, included with the Barmaid's drink, and of course with the Seer's owl for himself. Meanwhile, Sibun with 14 survivor hits, 1 pallet destroyed, 0 tower shocks, and 7 knockdowns. This has been quite let's say an improvement here, especially for Sibun, we compared to yesterday's matches. And I do think, you know, being able to do this against FT survivor team, who almost won against FL at JP team, this is something very praiseworthy that Sibun can take into their, you know, into their notebooks and try garner out when we move on to game 3 how to take advantage of FT more.
Yeah, and it's funny that FT actually chose to ban out the Hermit more than the Ivy, even though our match stats kind of dictate that he does favor the Ivy a lot. And this is something that they do have to take note of coming into this round number 3. That has to be a respect ban for sure. And what's unfortunate now is that the survivors actually, well, the whole team of FT actually decided on Moonlit River Park as the map choice. So their only saving grace is the hunter player that will come out into the mix here for them to kind of salvage it. Hey, we might actually see overtime here if this keeps going 3-1, 3-1. Now it's the hunters kind of flexing their stats. And I mean, Kura, I know I'm going to peel back the curtain here, but what did we tell you, man? Caster's curse.
Well, there we go. Well, there we go. But for the time being, I do think what you said about what hunter are we going to use now for game 2 is like the biggest factor here. Because if we go with Kuga still has the Opera and has the Ivy that he's been practicing true. So like Kuga wouldn't be a bad choice as well. But then you have Meowpai. If you don't want to play Opera or Ivy, or if you think that the survivors are expecting Opera and Ivy, you can get Meowpai to come out to play, you know, his wide variety range of hunter pools too. Because if you think about it on a map like this, Geisha's not bad, Wax Artist isn't bad, Breaking Wheel isn't bad, and you know, just maybe even a Hermit if you want to, but then that might be a little bit of a stretch once again, since they do have a really good Hermit on GPB survivor team. But there's just a lot of options now. Like we have seen Gamekeeper in Lakeside Village last matchup. Can we see him in Moonlit River Park, I wonder, or will they go with the, you know, meta picks once again?
What's funny is that you mentioned all these hunters, and either Kuga and Meowpai, maybe even Hushin, have all those unlocked. Like they're able to do it. Personally, as a commentator, Kuro, what hunter do you like commentating? Because personally, as a commentator, Hermit matches are quite a stretch because they're so long. So it's like you have to keep going. So are there certain hunter matches that you like commentating?
I typically like Breaking Wheel a lot. I do think when
you don't
it comes
get dizzy?
to Yeah, a little bit, but you know, like it's fun watching the survivors, you know, ring around the rosy sometimes. And when it comes to breaking wheel matches, you can see from both the hunter and the survivor side how well they do their side steps. But it seems like for our game 2 here, it's gonna be Hessian still.
I like this because he needs to have that. He needs to shake out the rust, right? This is his first time on the stage. All right, sure, maybe it was just the way his mindset was or the persona builds, but that's. I really do think that a solution to the problem is not, okay, we got to replace it right away. No, face it. You know, face the adversity like head on. And if not, all right, that's when you finally learn. But at least here we are gonna see. Oh, you can't see me. Like I thought he was doing the John Cena. But yeah, I would like to see him shine on the big stage because we do know Kuga, Meow Pai, they've seen Koa stages, but Hushin, he's back at it. How do you feel about Hushin coming into it again?
I think it's great to see him, especially with his hunter pool too, because like in a map like Moon River Park, if we just recall from Koa days as well, there was this NEU team that played Hermit on this match and still manages to get a tie here. And what we know about Hushin alongside with his Hermit games, there's a chance for him to be able to get this 4-mile elimination. Because like, yes, it's a map that does have, you know, a lot of loops such as 4-stop, first stop, but even so, with warp here being introduced to our tourneys now, this might just be a little bit easier when it comes to closing distance, being able to open this first presence, and of course with the teleportation down onto the survivors too, and to delegate more damage. Because like, look, if we didn't manage to do a perfect chase on Oniisuke, then this time we can play maybe Hermit, or you can play any other type of hunter that does optimal damage to all other survivors, even if he isn't first chase. Because right now, what is scary about GBB is their, you know, veteran survivor player who is Oniisuke right now with the batter and of course the anti.
Yeah, I'm looking at chat. Yeah, Meow is no longer in GH. Meow did get recruited by Team FT, so FT is actually holding 2 of the strongest hunters, I'd have to say, in Southeast Asia. And now with the pickup of Hushin, oh man, this is just a powerhouse of hunter teams. I don't know what happened to GH actually, but it seemed like he had his time there in GH, and then there was I think, yeah, it was Skyfall and Zhao Khan that did have their own team. I forgot the name of their team, but I know that their tagline is "We are electric."
I think it was Empire.
Empire, EMP. There you go. Yeah. Skyfall did send me like their intro. Like if they're gonna come out, they gave me like a song, like his techno beat song, just for them to get pumped up. So yeah, EMP. There you go, folks. Yeah, do support your favorite teams. Do support GH. Do support EMP. And well, right now, if you're watching, do support FT if you're in the Southeast Asia region. If you're from the South Korea region. Thank you so much for tuning in, and support GBB.
But moving on towards the band pick phase, here we go. It's going to be coordinated alongside with anti-current first 2 bands. In our global bands, it will be Prisoner, Puppeteer alongside with First Officer here, and Opera Singer will be banned from Survivor side. For now, Hessian does still have that Ivy that he can use to play around in, but will GBB here choose out their Wildling or their Mercenary here first pick, since we did get a 3-man elimination from their Hunters. But seems like from Survivor side, we're thinking a little bit more different here. We're going to play a little bit more of a comfort pick. It will be that Priestess and that Psychologist coming out once again.
Go Hermit, Hessian. Let's see. Let's prolong the whole game, because now you have so much mobile characters here. You have the Priestess, and you have the Aeroplanist as well. At least he's eliminating two of the best stunners in the game, and also the Seer. And at least they don't have a stable Rescuer. So Opera Singer's out of the loop. The last time I saw Hushin use Ivy was IVA. But that was early stages, so I'm not sure what he's thinking now coming into this. But with this lineup, Kuro, what do you think should be the optimal hunter to go up against this Priestess, Psychologist, Wildling, and Aeroplanist?
I think it's hard from no matter what side you see. But what I do think is Geisha wouldn't be bad. Geisha wouldn't be bad, especially for stop, first stop. But then also at the same time, you have seen multiple Gravekeeper mains being played in this map too. But it seems like for Heshin, he's going to opt out for Ivy just a tad bit more. Now for Ivy, we do have options. We could potentially speak and chase after the Wildling first by utilizing Revelation from the Imperial form just to force him off his board during the animation time. But then there's also Priestess. You can leech on towards Priestess, and when she puts a portal down, you can cancel it too. But then throughout this matches, Psycho and Arrow Planus might just be a little bit harder, but you can still force Arrow out of that hover form when he's mid-air with Revelation as well. So like from Ivy's point of view right now, it's all about mechanics. It's all about how fast we can move and how well we can do it.
Yeah, so looking at the spawn location here, oh my, I hope he doesn't chase after Onisuke first, because Onisuke really gave him a hard time, unless he wants that smoke. But Cola as the Wildling out in the open might be a little tough. Now over at first stop, could always take the coaster, and Priestess, a 2-story, can connect towards the bridge, can connect towards inside and outside this 2-story building. It's gonna be a little tough. We do have actually 2 tide turners in Onisuke and Cola, while a very I would say kiting build on the Priestess's side. Actually, Onisuke bringing the knee-jerk reflex and the tide turner here, so no borrowed time at all. So he's either rescuing or he's not getting out of the game.
But for now, this will be GBB versus FT here for Game 2 second half. I'm your commentator, Kuroshiro, and with me is Posh Spice. We'll be bringing you the professional commentary of IVS 2024. And of course, moving on straight towards the game, this will be Instance Attention alongside with Max Hunt and Berserker. Seems like we're going to be able to see Wildling here. That's teleportation over, but sadly, we just couldn't cancel that boar on time. For now, Wildling side for Machine Gun Middle will be blocked as Wildling is off boar a little bit early is what I would like to say, but Onisuke right now is nearby. This is going to be match 2. Will this be redemption here for Heshin?
Yeah, it has to be, man. There's a lot of pressure on his side. His team is hinging on this game to tie out or win. So far, no survivor just yet, but you have to be very careful. You got to let the Ivy cook just for a bit, marinate for a bit, just because it's so scary endgame wise. And now we see that now actually gets infected as the Revelation gets stacks kind of build up, but we're gonna move with Ethereal Form. So the constant changing of targets here, keeping them on their toes, might as well just pressure the ciphers as he chases down the psychologist.
Ooh, but back at the Wildling here is Wildling going to go on board. Anytime soon, Wildling did go on board, and it did just get cancelled that time as well. Heshin manages to do it this time, and that's going to be a hit straight on towards the Wildling. A little bit unfortunate here, Wildling. He does have a 10% movement debuff due to the fact that he is not on his board as of now. We do have a 16-second cooldown here, and of course, you are not able to leech on towards the survivor for another 2 seconds. So for now, Wildling could be able to get back on towards, but unless we get Revelation, we did, and that's going to be a down 90 seconds into the game.
And that's the thing, he downed without even showing trait, so that's actually a great start. Cypher progress is moving all right, but it's quite distributed, so it's not really posing a threat as of now. And now we are actually going to chair on top of a Cypher here, and while Salda actually is working on a Cypher, we see him actually get leeched upon. So Onisuke now has to be very careful for this rescue. Luckily, there is another tide turner to work with for this for this Wildling to get on a board, but now 100% unable to act. 100% onto the. I was looking at Salda, my bad. But we do see Onisuke is actually already here.
For Onisuke right now, it's a little bit of a pressure here. We're gonna be, we did get a little bit of it, but it's okay for now. We won't be able to get double down as Wildling's gonna be able to get back on straight towards board once again. We're trying to get Onisuke down here. We could immediately Revelation, and that's what we decided to do. That's an immediate force down there from that hover, and that is why Toy Merchant is not the best counter against an IV2. But with this in mind, yes, Wildling's back on board. There is one more Titaner left, and there is a Psychologist left out on the field too. If our Hunter here is able to find where the Wildling is immediately, we could potentially latch on towards the Wildling and teleport straight towards him, and then maybe teleport back to do a double his camp.
But in that time, the Psychologist did heal up the Wildling, and Wildling now still on cooldown, but there's the Tide Turner for Cola to work with, so he needs to catch him off guard, and right off the bat, able to actually get a 39% stack on him, but this rescue will happen, so another Tide Turner will be used, and this buys enough time, gets the hit. 100% though! Double down, could it potentially be? He gets the hit and the Terror Shock!
That's really unfortunate there. It seems like Hessian wished his, Berserker trait on this Ivy. That recovery rate on the attack speed was really, really fast as well. We're going to be able to see Soldat here as the Priest is coming in for the rescue. That's 2 survivors there at half health, but thankfully we just don't have max presence just yet. But Priestess might be able to come in for a backdoor rescue. Priestess is there right now. But did we get the stacks? We didn't get it on her just yet. We're only going up to her 60. But that's okay. We're going to hit immediately. There's Flywheel here on Priestess, but it seems like Aeroplanes is going to be able to get out first. Can we leech on towards Priestess here? And maybe teleport on. We fly with very nicely done it by Saida. Do we get a cancellation? We didn't dare just yet, and that's gonna be a body block from the Wildling. Wildling lives for another day, but it seems like Priestess will go down in exchange.
Everyone is gonna see the rocket chair. That's so scary how the 2 of the rescuers had to get rescued already, so kind of ironic. They still have a tide turner to work with, but I don't know if they're gonna get the heal off in time. The boar is still utilized for him to get that speed boost to move across the map here, and now the ghost form will actually catch up to now. We do note that someone is actually here in the vicinity, so let's see if he's actually going to focus his attention, because I do believe that the wildling is on his death chair.
Yeah,
there
we're
we
going
go.
to be able to leech on and teleport on. That's going to be Wildling down immediately and eliminated, but there is so much Ostracons actually at the other side of the map. All what Hessian needs to do is just teleport over and bring back the Phantom form, because Last Cipher Machine is behind tent, and there's 2, well, there's 1 survivor half health, the other survivor is, the Aeroplanist who got healed by Psycho, but for Psycho here, she's at a really tough spot currently.
Yeah, she's at 2-story here, and now we see that the main body is over at 4th stop, trying to see who he's gonna pick off. And that's the thing, everyone's kind of spread out. They can't even heal up, so this is not looking too good. 2 ciphers in the game, mid-game that is, and now might have to chase after Oniske as he tries to push this cipher here at the 4th stop area. We're gonna see a teleport happen, and Oniske still has a jetpack to work with the blink attempt, able to actually get it, and now 63% revelation stack.
But it's okay, we can try to get 100. We did get 100.
Oh, no.
That's going to be a triple man elimination here. Ooh,
Whoa!
the hammer just got out on time. Very nicely done here by Oniske, but you didn't manage to pull that much distance at all. This is a hunt. Ivy, is the hunt will come out? No, it's not, but the charge attack hit over the pallet. Maybe, just maybe we didn't drop down the pallet. We could have escaped within the grasp of Ivy, but for now, Aeroplanes will be sent back down towards the Shadow Realm, and this is aiming for a 3-man elimination here for Hessian. Currently,
Yeah.
it might be a back-to-back 3-man again, Posh.
It could possibly be 1 cipher remaining. We still have yet to actually, if he plays this right, it's kind of scary. He's actually going to try to go for the psychologist.
Ooh.
Gets it as well, and he can actually, oh man, this is actually the last cipher. I don't think Cole is in position, so now he just has to play the back-to-back game here, just go for the exit path, and he might actually win this for his team.
This is going to be, well, this it's not impossible for survivors here to get a 2-man endgame, but what Hessian is looking for here is using the Phantom form to actually locate where Priestess is first before we decide to do anything else, just to guarantee that formal elimination game and to guarantee that Priestess, does not get that long portal out too. So for now, we do here tonight is we did drop down the psychologist within our Ostracon range, but we now see where Priestess is, we can just immediately chair.
Yeah, so that's just the strength of this ethereal form, just so that you can far camp so well. And now we see that the Priestess is trying to close out the distance, but 1 hit she will be falling down. We're gonna see him get infected, and now he's gonna use this time to utilize the portal. There's 1 portal left. This only buys enough time, but the distance has been established. It's a foot race to try and get the rescue here, and now it's only a matter of time. Priestess is gonna try her best to kite for as long as he can, but Hessian, my goodness. The redemption has definitely been earned here with his Ivy. Trying to go for a swing here, but can this Priestess last long enough for... the dungeon's not even here, so it's going to be a little tough. Yeah.
Ooh, no hit over the pallet there just yet. We could potentially get a revelation from Phantom Form here if we want to give it a shot. We didn't get it on Priestess there just yet, but it's okay. Revelation is still on Yetian here. Saida, we didn't get it, but that's going to be a beautiful pallet stun.
Okay, so now it seems like, chasing on foot towards the elimination of now here, but the dungeon is not there. So now he has an area to work with, so it's got a little bit harder. Couldn't get the blink! Oh my god. Okay, Hessian, we gotta calm down here. So we're at 80. Okay, 100%. There you go. All's well that ends well here, Kuro. Wow, that was a tiring game for Hessian there.
Yeah. that was a huge back-to-back from both survivors and the hunter side. Like, we saw Heshin not being able to find anything early game, but for mid to end game, he managed to get the aeroplane instead and getting the double down on towards the wildling. That was absolutely insane. The immense target change from Heshin's side as well. But once again, let's congratulate this 4-man elimination game for him. That was spectacular. But imagine the dungeon was there and the blink missed, because you know the Psycho just got eliminated on time as well.
Let's take it back. Because there was so much happening in that match. There was the double down on. There was the failed rescue attempt that did happen. All tide turners were technically used, but what was because it was a constant back and forth for you? What was like the game-changing scenario there in that final scramble that really solidified the victory on Hushin's side?
I think for Heshin, it's that double down on wildling. Because, you know, whenever us casters and us viewers, when we watch it, it's like, oh yeah, sure, you know, Ivy hits the rescuer, and then like Ivy has a 4-second attack recovery animation, right? And you know, the stun only lasts for 2.5 seconds, so you should have more than enough time to do the rescue. But in this case scenario, Ivy, it seems like she did bought quite a bit of berserker stats there for her to be able to regenerate a little bit faster compared to usual, and it seems like we did manage to catch wildling off guard in that situation, which resulted in double down and having a priestess to come in from, you know, the 2-story area to the back of tents. That's a lot of portal used, and that's a lot of, you know, time wasted.
Yeah, that was really fast, because usually like it doesn't matter if you do get hypnotized by the radius that she has, but yeah, that was really unfortunate. I think that's every rescuer's nightmare for that to happen. But they were still able to kind of fight back and manage themselves. But you just have to admit that this is kind of like, this round 2 is a hunter showcase, the first one is survivor showcase. And yeah, a lot of people in the chat giving love to Hushin because not having the best start, that's fine. He was able to have this redemption round, and I would say it bit more technical hunter with how well he had to play that game out, especially in a huge map like this. So for sure, this Ivy is going to get banned out for both Sibung and Hushin. Round number, I would say their pick on Moonlit River Park definitely paid off. Now coming into round number 3, it is going to be the advantage of Team GBB to pick map selection.
And now there is no map bans as well, so it's something for GBB here. They need to think now. Okay, so our hunter did return a 3-man elimination. But then FT returned a 4-man elimination too. So currently, with the point stats, it seems like it is, you know, it's like a 6-3, which isn't too bad. But before that, we'll move on straight towards the stats here. FT Heshin, 5-man elimination with 1 side formation remaining, 1 pallet destroyed, 14 survivor heads, 1 terror shock, and 8 knockdowns. Now here with 19.3 second containment, Wildling with 69.2, Priestess with 86.1, and of course the aeroplane this time with 45.8. What we could say about this matchup is it's a huge redemption arc for Heshem, especially after such a great containment here from Onisuke as the prisoner in game 1. For game 2, we're going to be able to deny it fully with a 45-second containment only, and to return that 4-man elimination alongside with it too.
Yeah, just a real back and forth. Like, that was kind of the most intense match I've seen, and they're playing with that extra fire because they are playing for the tournament lives. And your math is 7. It's actually 7 to. Sorry, that's 8. 7 to 10.
Oh, no, it's 7 to 10. But for round 2, 6 to 3. Right?
Yeah, 6 to 3. Sorry, I was just computing everything. So. They do have to answer to. Unfortunately, GBB does have to answer to that differential of 0 to 5. So, but I mean, they could technically do it with a 3-1-3-1 victory. If they overall round victory. So they don't necessarily have to shoot for the stars right away. Just kind of go for a conservative win here. Is still all good. Or maybe go for 3-1, then tie out the next one. They just can't afford to drop around in this half at least for coming into it. So. Man, this is an intense one, and if all the lower bracket matches are going to be like this, girl, we might lose our voices over the weekend.
Well, as intense as it all gets, it is really spectacular for us viewers and forecasters to be, you know, spectating as well. All these matches, you know, there are a lot of back and forths. It's not just continuous 2-0, 2-0. Maybe for day 1, everyone was just a little bit jet lagged, just a little bit tired. But for day 2 and moving on forwards, it is now getting really, really, really serious. Especially for game 3 here, right? We don't really, we've always seen Ivy, Opera. Now, of course, from the Japan division, sometimes you saw the Dream Witch and the Wax Artist coming out. But for game 3 here, will Steven come out with some of his pocket picks, like as we talked about before with a Hermish, and of course the patient continues. Will we come out with a Hermish? But we'll move on straight towards highlight before we come back real soon.
恭喜你原地带学一台。我知道，我这里有2，我闪现100秒，闪现100秒。他们传两，你弹个护臂就可以。OK， 这里去角落，去角落。是啊，没办法。没事。他在你前面，在板子外面。我转8点。他传我，传。你回去，完蛋了，他看到我。跑一个，可以了。这没事。
And we're back, folks, with the amazing highlights. We're probably going to get more highlights coming into the round number 3, and that's going to be happening in just a few. However, just to reiterate that this is a lower bracket match, and it seems like GBB is the one in a bit of a deficit here coming into it, courtesy of Hushin's 4K. So we were just talking about how maybe we're going to see some pocket pick hunters, the more unorthodox hunters that will come out into the mix here. Any requests, Curl, on those type of hunters that you want to see coming out from either Hushin or Sebum?
I think it more or less depends on the map that, GBB decides to choose here. Because, like, from their hunter side, they did just return a 3-man elimination, which means moving on towards game 2, where they have the map pick advantage with no bans from FT side. They could potentially go something that works really well with a Hermish, in which, it is something that we've seen before, but it's not something that is unusual as well for game 3s or even game 4s if we move on towards overtime. From FT side, it just depends on their hunters as well, but preferably speaking, when it comes to win type game characters from GBB side, Hermit isn't a bad 4-man elimination character, Paladin isn't a bad 4-man elimination character. You do sometimes see the oddball clerk, because this is a meta where it's mainly focused on solo containment, and as we've seen as well, even for FT, their hunter kind of now knows GBB plays mainly containment type characters. They don't play that much harass characters unless it's Onisuke. So potentially speaking, we could come out with a clerk and try maybe go for a tie game and move it on forward, because we haven't seen a clerk in a while. Or if there is really that much of a harass potential, you could potentially say, okay, Waxers can come out, okay, maybe Knight can come out too, depending on the map.
What map would be very telling if a clerk would make it into the mix here? Because it is going to be GBB to select map, right? And if we potentially see the oddball clerk come out, because I'm pretty sure Hermit, both of these hunters actually have Hermits and also have Ivies. Oh gosh, but there's still Opera Singer that they could potentially use and have a redemption round number 1 first half.
There is also Night Watch too, I guess. So there's a lot they can go through.
That is correct. So any map potentials that we possibly will be seeing in this round 3 first half?
If GBB wants, GBB for their survivor team, they kind of more mainly focus on smaller maps, because we've seen as well Arms Factory has been chosen. There's still Red Church that has not been used yet. There is also maybe Leo's Memories that makes it a little bit easier for the survivors to play around with such a big map, alongside with no staircases, with Shack being able to have easy access to, and with multiple pallets. Against any other type of hunter, after you ban Opera and Ivy, it's a bit easier for survivors to play. So if GBB wants to make their survivor shine, Leo's Memory would be the best map pick here, but then for their hunter, it's going to be harder here to play around. Now we have seen Waxars played from the Korea server, the South Korea servers, but how well they do in a map like that. But also Hermit wouldn't be bad too. We're now more or less mainly talking about what hunters what hunter pools the hunters have and how they can excel or even work around certain types of scenarios. But then again, if you really want to outrival a FT when it comes to a map like that, where it's heavily suits survivors, we've seen yesterday games as well in Leo's Memory, Game 2 FT versus FL. FT performed fantastically.
Oof. Yeah, you're right. Leo's Memory is one of the maps that can bring out the best in both factions. I'm just wondering, coming into round number 3, we've already seen the survivors shine in round number 1. In round number 2, the hunters have shined. And you have to admit that, you know what, we can't go back to that, but we're playing with the new picks and ban systems, and I kind of lost track with how much characters that have been banned out because of the new global bans, right? So do you think that it's going to be a hunter-sided match in this next one, or is it going to be survivor-sided? With is it going to be the highlights of Hushin and Sibong, or we're going to see Onisuke versus Adi?
I think it's going to be hunter-sided for FT. Especially with the fact that GBB utilized Cycle, they use the Priestess as well. So for game 2 move on forward, if it's a bit of a smaller map, you could potentially say Seer and Anti-Current just gets out the window immediately, so Onisuke has no items left to use. But then for FT, it might be a bit more survivor-sided since they still haven't used, you know, any of their meta characters. Well, they did get Seer out of the way, but there's still Priestess for big maps, there's still Cheerleader, and, you know, from what we know as well, MX, maybe Lawyer, maybe Painter.
Maybe Gardener, maybe. Oh, actually, yeah, they haven't used Gardener yet.
Yeah,
so...
no one has.
Interesting. Maybe, because if MX on... You know what's weird? Adi, Shadow, like, everyone from FT has been kind of highlighted, but we have been talking about how MX is like one of the goats of the game here. So before anything else, win condition here. So FT would win if Zero escaped, meaning the hunter of FT will be coming out first. Will it be Hushin? Will it be Kuga? Will it be Meow? At this point, okay, it's still Hushin. Wow, Hushin. I like this. I like this. Okay. So
it's good though, because like, you know, especially what Hushin did last game with that formal elimination, even like it's so much stress and pressure to take on as well. Him being able to get a formal elimination as the Ivy here did prove himself quite a lot, especially in this roster with FT. But moving on forward here for game 3, from FT side, they can't just go for the tie scenario here. If we want, we can go for Anne, we can go for Hermit if he really wants to play Hermit, but it seems like the map pick here will be given to GBB, and we've talked about this before as well. Red Church has been one of their more favorable maps.
So here's what I'm thinking. They are definitely going to ban out the Ivy. I don't know if they're going to respect ban his Hermit, but they kind of have to ban out the Opera Singer, because Opera Singer and Ivy are so good on Red Church. So this kind of leaves Hushin, I don't know, Hermit on a Red Church, that might be a little tough.
Yeah, but Bush, when it comes to areas like Red Church, if you do have warp, it's really hard to actually loop you inside church as well. Like throughout the 2 windows and multiple pallets as well, if you do decide to loop in church, it will give the hunter a little bit more leeway on that side too. Now on a map like this, what we have seen a lot coming out is Bomb before. What we have seen a lot, of course, in game 1s and game 2s is Opera and Ivy, but of course this is kind of a 50-50 map between the 2. If Hushin wants, he can go for the tie and game.
It would be very surprising if GBV actually leaves open either the Ivy or the Opera Singer. But we're going to see the first bans out here, the Coordinator and Seer. So, yeah, I'm looking at it. They have no Prisoner. They have no Puppeteer, First Officer. Oh, wow. They don't even have Aeroplanist, Psychologist, and Priestess. So, yeah, I agree with their bans here. They're not allowing Hushin to use the meta characters. So, they really have to go all out here. But who do they have left? I think they have Gardener left. They don't have Psycho. They have Acrobat, but they're actually going to go with Mercenary and Dancer, which, yeah, I definitely agree with having a Mercenary out now, because this could potentially be their last match.
Yeah, but with the Dancer coming out here, we need to think about how to delegate our moves and boxes either in middle or in graveyard right now. Fire Investigator will be the next choice of bans here for Hushin, which honestly isn't bad. From the ban picks here for our Hunter side, the Cody and the Seer first 2 bans does make it seem like he wants to play the Anna lot for the guarantee tie. And from the Survivor side, we're going to counter it as much as possible with a female Dancer and Wish Dash Batter finally for Onisuke to play.
Does Hushin have a Dream Witch?
Not what I recall, not from what I recall.
Just wondering. But seems like we're gonna see the first, for me at least, this is the first perfumer I'm seeing, and Onisuke's batter could be definitely a problem in this lineup here, because Onisuke has made so many amazing plays with this batter. They're really locking into, I guess, their comfort picks in if you think about it. shout outs to I'm So OVO with the dancer. We've seen so many highlight plays with I'm So OVO. So Hushin, who is he picking? None other than the Ant. So you definitely called it out here. So yeah, I guess trying to go for that tie, going for that stable play for now. But if he can shoot for more, he definitely would like to do that.
Definitely, but this might be a little bit hard here for Hessian, especially with Perfumer, especially with Batter as well with the assist in Church. There's a lot to consider here, because if we really want to chase after a Batter, a lot of curve jumps has to be made here with the Ant's catwalk.
Right.
But even so, it seems like Hessian's a little bit, it seems like it's stressed to get off him a little bit, as he did seem pretty relaxed and happy. But then
that's good.
Of course,
that's
the
good.
contrast.
I feel like we're trying to read body language at this point. Like, oh, he's stressed. Oh no, he's fine. Hopefully these guys come in at 100% because they are playing for their tournament lives. Hushin spawning near the back exit here. Oniisuke actually at the back exit. I'm not sure who he's gonna go after first. Yeah, we have the dancer at the center, Cola right next to her, and now having to spawn at the red carpet area. Any thoughts on who the first chase would be?
Potentially could be better just to get him out of the way, but even so, it's going to be instant attention alongside with warp here on the meanwhile from the survivor side. It will be a triple knee-jerk reflex alongside with one flywheel here, but not having borrowed time. Mercenary wish the Tighter. This will be FD versus GB for IVS match 2. The professional commentary will be brought to you by Posh Spice and Kuroshiro. We'll be moving on towards the game very, very soon.
Here we go, folks. Hushin on the An. They did play An at the third round, second half, but now they're the ones to kind of lead the situation here. We're going to see the cats break out here just to patrol around the area. Oniisuke trying to hide it out. This is actually kind of scary, but it's still going to wait for the cat cooldown to happen. Got to be very careful with the side steps here. He does have warp, folks, so now Oniisuke just dropping down the pallet. Able to get a clear shot, not quite, and now can possibly go for the silence here, but
mind game.
And now just goes for the silence immediately, just so not really, because he's already used up the ballot. But yeah, the mind game definitely did buy a little bit of time on Oniisuke's side there.
But it seems like for Hessian there, he did forget that he brought Max Valor breaking, and it was Batter who utilized his rampage there as well, which means if the stun actually came true, it would be a 2/3 second stun instead of just a pushback. So Hessian could have definitely gotten a hit right there, but I do think he had Max Valor breaking. Right now we're holding on straight towards the ball once again. We do have follow, we do have warp, but this is already a 62-second containment against a slowest decoder right now.
Oh, not able to actually get through there, but now just flywheels away. So continuing on the chase here, Oniisuke really giving Hushin a run for his money. Unfortunately, unable to get that swing, and now just gathering more distance from the drop down this pallet. It's not looking too good for our friend here, Hushin. Oniisuke doing an amazing job. Again, he's known for this batter. So you allow him to use the batter, he will use it to full effect, and that's a 3-cipher kite here, Kuro.
Yeah, not even taking damage once. We do see the side as nearby as well with the slow music box here for the assist. This just means that it makes it easier for Oniisuke to actually dodge the cast because it's a fast music box. We're going to be able to jump here once again, but we're going to be able to get a pushback from Oniisuke. Very nicely done, as this is now a 90-second containment. Once again, the instance is going to pop first presence here for Anne, as it does pop up immediately, but right now, we're still waiting for the Katsu. Katsu is going to land here. We did manage to get it some, but does that matter much? No, it doesn't, but the body block there was really nicely done. But what does it matter when there's already the survivors at the last 2 ciphers?
Yeah, that's a 90-second kite unscathed, by the way. So now he makes the jump. Unfortunately, unable to get it. Is he going to use the warp just to get it closer distance? But Oniisuke is able to pull off another batter hit. He's going to try and go for the lockdown here. The pallet is there, unable to get the first hit. He has to go for another one and finally able to down the batter, but they still have the tide turner to work with. Cola's already in the area. The music box is here. He's going to try to camp on top of this cipher to at least pause the progression from going on. But this is a dancer, and she does... Oh, yeah, she's already used up all the music boxes. So now... only saving grace here is for her to... for this Anne to actually go for that tie. But easier said than done here. At least the batter has no more cricket balls to work with.
but it wouldn't be impossible here since this is an An we're talking about. Oniisuke still doesn't have borrowed time here since he thought that he would be the main harasser and he wanted to harass her a lot. But for now, that's going to be a hit straight onto his Cola there. Very nice elbow pad in actually, allowing us to actually body block for the batter once. Now we're just trying to wait and see whether or not we can pull away here from Oniisuke.
Yeah, just realizing that he has Tide Turner. Unfortunately, that's not going to carry up until the last Cypher does pop. We're going to move on away for the, it's at the last Cypher to get worked on over at Graveyard. So that is going to get pushed early on, and he's going to try to chair as close as he can. But you still have a Mercenary that can tank a hit, so it seems like they might go for that. Oh, actually, it's now that's going to be going for this rescue. Maybe a double rescue? He does have Warp ready in 10 seconds, but that Cypher is going to get primed in time.
I think it's a bit too hard here, Posh. Since this is an An, once you actually get the rescue, you can just stun the batter and then hit him down. He does not have borrowed time here, so regardless of who comes in, it seems like we decide to dedicate 2 survivors when that's going to be Soul Music Box deployed down. There's a lot of advantage point here for the survivor side, but with the cats being dropped down a little bit earlier compared to usual, we can just hit the batter, and doesn't matter much anymore. Are we going to pop open? We're not going to pop open just yet. We did decide to do it right after taking back the music box, but it's still just a tie game even after such a great containment.
True, and that's actually what he was kind of going for here. So now, wow, he still has Warp. It's not over just yet. This is actually really dangerous here, Kuro. And now it seems like Mercenary is trying to open up that exit gate. He does have Warp. He's going to go for it right away, chasing away Cola. He does have the elbow pad to work with. Now they can go for a backdoor rescue. But now it seems like, yeah, he's just going to try to focus his attention here, but he still has the Warp gate to go back to. Is he going to use it for now? He's actually going to put towards the gate just to try and catch if anyone is here, but no one's actually here. It's actually might be a tie game unless he's able to catch out the female dancer in the exit.
Oh, I don't think it's too bad right now for Hessian, especially after such a great containment there from Oniisuke. But for Cola here, we shouldn't really be staying near the exit gates for that long. But it seems like our female dancer actually did leave the exit gate too. Could we get a backdoor rescue? No, it seems like we're going back. We're playing a little bit more safe. A little bit more safe here. We're going to come back towards the chair. And it seems like our female dancer actually wants to jump dungeon here, as Perfumer will be eliminated fairly soon.
Oh, yeah. So now let's see if he's actually able to chase. I don't even know if he knows where the dungeon's at. So a tie game is still all good. So yeah, Hushin just going to deal with that tie. I'm going to reiterate what you said in round number 1. That's why you don't chase after Oniisuke. But after all that being said, still a tied game after that amazing 90-second kite of that An. I hope that's going to be enough, because now, Kuro, I believe we have to go to the points. Because if they can, they not only have to win, but they have to win in terms of points as well, I believe. And that's,
yes.
I think they need to...
Then that means...
it
means
needs
it's
to
a full
4K.
elimination.
Or nothing, 4 or nothing. Oh, my days. That's tough. That's tough.
So... But we can't forget that this is a map chosen by GBB. It's still Rest Church after all. Survivors did manage to take some advantage points to it, but it's just unfortunate that Batter did not have borrowed time there. But I do think it's also a good equivalent exchange in exchange for a 90-second no damage containment against An.
Right.
Now, once again, it's not just a personal one, it's also Batter himself. Oniisuke, as they do seen as well in previous co-ops, in previous tourneys, his Batter is something to be feared. And against an An 2, who can stun, who can paralysis you to cancel out your items, it was brilliantly done.
Good, and I think Hushin has to at least feel a little relieved that he got a tied game, because if that went 3-1, that would have kind of blown their lead off in different proportions. At least they're still holding on to that lead, holding on to that 5-point game that he did garner in the second half of round number 2. And now it's all up to the survivors. They just need to tie it out. Actually, I think they just need to get one person escape, like you mentioned. All the pressure is on Sibung's side for him to get a 4-man elimination in this matchup, and they're definitely going to get rid of all of the 4K potential hunters. This is not a map that you want to use kind of breaking wheel in, or I don't know if he does want to go for that, but that's too high risk, high reward. So seems like if FT could just tighten things up, I think they're they're coming into this second half with a big advantage.
Definitely. But before that, we'll move on straight towards the match stats. Here we go. Oniisuke is the main highlight of this game with 146.9 second containment. that is just solely by himself as well. Now, of course, Female Dance to the Music Box, this did come in clutch as well. The fast music box near the graveyard, but she was only near the hunter for 26.6 seconds. Cola here with 2 rescues for the 8.7 seconds containment, and of course now did not see the hunter at all, but unfortunately it is an annual up against endgame, and you did get spotted out first. And you know, with such a big radius there from the ants cats, he did go down really fast endgame.
True. I like also how he played the end game. I thought he was going to get a bit more aggressive with that, but you know what? Just getting the tie, that's all he asked for, and I think Hushin did enough of a job. Well done on his second half of round number 2. And with an I don't know if you could expect a lot more, especially with how the survivors are, if you have to input that Onisuke is using his favorite survivor. So Oswald and Enzo on Hushin's side. Now we're going to go back to Sibung and kind of talk about what kind of hunter we can expect to come out from his hunter pool that can garner that 4-man elimination, because it's do or die time for him.
Yeah, definitely. Because like if we have seen previous tourneys as well, like a lot of do or die hunters now is either like you have Joker, you have Gamekeeper, you have maybe a Wax Artist, you could potentially say Hermish, Pauloon, Alpra, Ivy is one of them. But seeing the win conditions here, GBB needs a 4-man elimination no matter what. And of course for FT, they have all the time they need. They can go Prisoner Mech, they can go Prisoner Mech TME, as we've seen before as well with the Cypher Rush comps, or even something a little bit more conventional, a little bit more containability type, Prisoner Mech Postman First Officer, or just with the Cordy as well. So like, not only is the map good when it comes to Cypher Rushing, because you don't need to travel as much, it's also good in regards to supportability and harassability.
Right. What I'm concerned of also is that we've seen like these type of situations before where it looked kind of clear cut, but then I don't know, some hunter goes like kind of ultra instinct and goes above and beyond, and they're able to do that. I think on FT side, yes, they do see the light at the end of the tunnel, but they cannot lose their focus. Because like you said, there are those hunters that can swing the favor, can slow things down, and just get that 4-man elimination. And Sibung also, I don't know if they've had the benefit of actually seeing as much footage on him in terms of like in comparison to the IVL hunters that you kind of know their wheelhouse of hunters, because you could definitely pull something off here that they're not going to be aware of, and it's just a matchup nightmare coming into this round 3 second half. So those are the condition, folks. GBB put in a really tough spot, and Sibung is actually the one to carry the team. But I don't know, I think he might have that X factor. I'm a little nervous because like you said also in the Korea IVT, it was very hunter sided, so he's no stranger to these type of situations, also consistently trying to get the points for his survivor team. So we'll have to wait and see. I hope FT has not looked past Sibung coming into this matchup, especially knowing that their victory conditions are kind of in their favor.
Definitely, but like I'm sure they didn't as well, because during the pre-match interview they were also talking about, they were reviewing a lot of their opponents when it comes to their playstyle, when it comes to what hunter they play, and when it comes to what were their favorite picks, pocket picks, map selections as well. So like moving on forward here for FT, let's just say that there's a lot of options going on in here for them, because once Opera and the Ivy is gone, everything is kind of on the same even ground between the hunters and survivors. Yes, there are 6 permanent bans, but even with 6 permanent bans, we do know that from FT's point of view as well, they are a team that can easily adapt. They are a team that can, easily overcome certain situations, and they don't get bogged down even after, the 3-man elimination from game 2 against Even 2. Because as long as you get rid of that Ivy, there's nothing else, that is a really good contender for 4-man elimination here, it seems like, for Sibung. There might be Hermish. We talked about multiple different options, but once again, it really still just depends on what team comes to the survivor wants to go. Since the survivors, they do have Puppeteer, they do have Perfumer, and they might have a little bit more tanky teams that they can come out just to counter it or go for the side rush potentials instead.
Yeah, not to mention Gardener as well, not to mention like a lot of the ones, they really play the picks and bans very well if they're accounting for them to go to game number 3. So we just have to wait and see, folks. Actually, Kuro, while we're here, I was having like this fantasy league draft with Eli. If you could like come up with your own team, IVL, IJL, whoever, team of 5 survivors, 2 hunters, who would you get?
5 survivors, 2 hunters? Oh well.
Yeah.
It depends on what era of hunter you would want to go, but for me personally, regardless of
let's go back and forth. You pick a survivor first, I pick a survivor next, and yeah.
Okay. I'll get Perseca on my team.
Perseca. Okay.
Oh, of course.
You made so much videos of her. Okay, on her and analyzing. I definitely know that you admire her survivability, so I'll give you Perseca. I'll go back to what I said before. I'm gonna get Kazuneko.
Well, Kazuneko next on my tier. If we're gonna go a little bit from the JP side, I do like City a lot when it comes to his rescue ability.
City, that's a good one. Okay, City for you. I'm still gonna go with a kiter here. I'm gonna go with I'm gonna go with Iron.
Okay, just a recent contender that recently has come back from IVL.
Yes.
I mean, he has been performing really well as well. We're gonna be able to see him during the next matchup. So,
Oh yeah. Okay. So
my
third. Who's your third pick?
Third pick. We could potentially go a little bit on the... Well, we could go with a harassability of Oniisuke. We can bring in Oniisuke as he's been overperforming himself during the past few days. Yeah.
Okay. I need to get a rescuer. You know, I don't know if this is biasness of how I see or the recent COA. I do like Mochi. Is he still playing?
I think he's on break.
Yeah, he's on break.
He's not
right?
in the current
back.
roster for IGL, but he could. He's not on the current roster for IVS, but he could be going back to IJL. I think they're on break right now. There's a lot of players that go on break from time to time because it is quite a stressful and hard-working environment to be in.
For sure.
Yeah.
So far you have Perseca, City, and Oniisuke. I have Kazuneko, Iron, and Mochi. Who's your? You got one more. I got two more.
Yeah, if we delve into maybe a little bit of a different region this time, we're gonna go Southeast Asia, and I'm gonna get MX on.
Wow. Okay, you get MX. I have to go with. Okay, we have that. I want to go. Okay, I'm gonna build my dream team. I'm gonna go with Long. I'm sorry. I'll go with Long first. Because Iron and Long, man, they just had such great tandems. But okay, we'll put a pause there. We still gotta get Hunters because we gotta go with the picks and bans here. And Seabung, ladies and gentlemen, is gonna have a tough time. He needs a 4-man or nothing. That's all in or nothing here in this lineup. And I like the first two bans. We're gonna ban out the Coordinator and the Antiquarian. This allows FT to kind of play around with whatever they have left. They can't pick Mercenary, Seer, Embalmer, Fire Investigator, Acrobat, or the Psychologist because those are globally banned. They're allowing the Opera Singer to come out. Oh no. This is scary.
Hermit is out of the equation right now. Okay, if that is the case, we're just gonna go alongside with the Gardener and the first officer pick here. But even so, if this is the case, does he even want to maybe try pivot himself to a different angle? It seems like we will with the Puppeteer banning. That case scenario seems like Opera Singer will be coming out. But of course, for Adi here, he will become a really good container for this team. But who can we go now since Acrobat is gone? Psycho is also gone and Seer's gone. No, we're gonna go with his best pick here, which is the Magician.
Yeah, that's the best in this scenario since, as you mentioned, Puppeteer is gone. Gardener's already been picked up by possibly MX. No more Acrobat for him to work with. So they also have their Rescuer and First Officer. So now to round it up, they did get their Prisoner eliminated. So we're waiting for the last potential pick, and we're gonna get the Lawyer.
Okay.
I'm scared because it's Opera. They allowed Opera Singer to come out, man. Yeah. This is scary.
I think the good part of this is you don't need to worry about terror shocks when it comes to the Lawyer. But if Sibum here has practiced Warp Opera, chasing against a Lawyer, especially in the middle, wouldn't be too hard because as long as you do manage to warp in properly, you could potentially get that, Lawyer down within 60 seconds. And potentially speaking, like there's no Cypher Rush ability on this team compared to, like Prisoner and Mechanic, but they do still decode fast. So if we aren't able to find anyone, we will be screwed.
I'm just thinking, like, if they allowed the Hermit to come in and they just focused on Cypher Rush, I don't know. It just seems like it's just the lesser of evils, but they really want to stare down the barrel of an opera singer. And Sibung's already warmed up the opera singer, right? And he definitely wants a redemption match for that. So yeah, he's definitely going to go for it. And in a map like this, Red Church, we've talked about it. I've talked about it with Eli. There's so many walled areas for it to shadow dance from that it's hard to actually pull distance away from the opera singer. The hits are so close. We've seen it with Alex, we've seen it with Sprinter, and now Sibung has a second chance at this. You're kind of lobbing him up for a 4-man kill unless you know what you're doing. So I hope and we trust that FT knows what they're doing in this matchup, because they allowed Sibung to actually use Opera Singer in round number 3 with I lost count with how many bans we've actually seen. So yeah, here we go, folks. Spawn locations. Talk to me, Kuro.
Spawn location will be MX here at Shaq, Adi here as a magician in middle blue, as first officer on the left hand side. I'm Shadow here as Gardener on the right hand side towards the entrance of Graveyard. We're going to be able to see Sibung here spawning on the top right, which is Shaq, not Shaq Gate. For now, best chase here definitely would be Gardener. Even if she is 3 hits, it's better than chasing after a lawyer who has immediate access to middle. Our persona trait is going to be triple window speed. We see alongside with 1 Titan. It seems like FT's lawyer is actually
2 Titans.
They were full on committed to this opera. And of course, Sibung, Trump card expansion alongside with Peepers.
We've seen how Peepers didn't quite work out for our friend Hushin, right? So now bring it here. I like the aggression because he definitely has the kind of cipher control. But once again, folks, that's Kuroshiro. I'm Potch Spice. We're your commentators for this last match of game number 3, second half. And Sibung already moving around the shack area. MX might have to take the first kite. At least he has that map for him to actually see where and kind of shot call where Sibung is rotating towards. And now it seems like he will have to take kite over at the back exit side. Kind of missing some dashes here, but it's all good. He's still able to kind of find his way. Shadow actually ducking next to the back exit, while we do see that MX is gonna need to have the kite of his life for his team to stay alive here, and actually kiting on top of Adi.
Ooh, this is first lawyer right now. He's still staring on towards this map here. We do have a window there left to use, but it seems like Sibung wants to lock as much areas as possible there, but there is no shadow dance left, and it seems like MX did not realize. We did miss the first hit, but that's okay. This is lawyer still we're talking about, and that's going to be a first hit register alongside with an extra 2-second veteran speed boost. Now, no blink on the Opera's hands, so the question in our mind is 60 seconds has almost passed. How long can lawyer contain for? We're going to be able to take the window right there as MX taking another window speed boost as well towards other side, but right now when it comes to the battle of speed, both are fast characters, but it seems like Opera once again is the faster one of the both.
Yeah, just catching him actually rotating away. And mind you, they just need to go for that tie game. But they did bring 2 tie turners in the form of the Gardener as well as the first officer. So I feel like they want to make a huge statement here. Again, that was actually an okay kite, but you need to be able to build this bubble early on just for you to actually have a safe rescue here and not get stuffed early on. But Shadow needs to close out the distance early on. Unfortunately, he gets caught out here. He's going to have to eat a hit as close as he can to the rocket chair for him to safely get it. And now drops a peeper. He shows his trade. Gardner eats that hit, and now the lawyer has Tide Turner.
It's okay for now, but we're trying to get a double down here on towards the Gardener, but sadly our Shadow Strike didn't really go as far as we thought we initially would. Now there's one pallet and 2 windows here left for us to use. We did try to, mind game the lawyer there, thinking that he actually would have vaulted toward the window, but instead MX got the upper hand in that battle. For now, we're going to be able to rotate straight towards the next 2 nearest pallets, and it seems like the lawyer does not have pallet speed, was just in, but that's a beautiful pallet stun, and lawyer just lives for another day.
Another few seconds, but actually vaults right into the hunter, so gets him right back. But this allows the first officer to kind of make his rotation. They haven't worked on their last cipher just yet. Mini Blue, actually, he's at the basement, so that's quite interesting. We do note that the magician is finishing off the cipher here, but Adi doesn't want to risk it too much. He's going to get chased out early on here using the magic wand. Drops another peeper just to see if anyone's there, and Mini Blue is already on the case.
We're trying to transport a pocket watch for the lawyer to use here, as well as Mini Blue does have a mechanic stall on his hand, so he could potentially self-rescue himself later. But for now, Mini Blue is going to be able to rotate away. We thought that this was actually supposed to be lawyer, but if you chase after the wrong target hit, that's going to be really bad.
Yeah.
Just realizing that this is a first officer. We do not see anyone nearby just yet, but we want to use a doll to maybe body block for the lawyer.
True. So let's see. Sibung unable to actually find where MX is at. So he's actually going towards the graveyard area. This allows them to pop the third Cypher. They're working on their last Cypher, which is at 20%. And now First Officer has fallen down. And First Officer does have borrowed time and might have to actually go for the First Officer to chair. So it's quite unfortunate. Also kills the doll as well.
For the time being, last Cypher machine seems like it's currently being decoded by the Magician, but if we really want to play this safe, potentially speaking, you could try and sell, but, you know, even so, there's peepers on this Opera right now. But that doesn't matter. Loy's currently going to go freeing for a backdoor rescue, because all what we're trying to do here is trying to bait everything to come out. Gardner goes down, that's no problem. The Lawyer's currently nearby as well. Even if you do try to Gardner here, guess who is at full health? It's the Magician, and he's already hiding.
So now Magician Adi here is just hiding around the corner. Let's see if he's actually gonna be. So the thing is, I'm really scared because they're actually pressuring the rescue, but this last Cypher is not moving just yet. So, and Sibung knows this. He's constantly looking back and forth if that is moving. Luckily that this is the Gardener's first chair. Unfortunately, Shadow does not have that borrowed time. Mini Blue has already acquired the magic wand here. Adi, having to use it right away, might have to get caught up early before the rescue. Has to be very careful. Gets the hit. Ooh, that was so close, Kuro.
Yeah, but for Lawyer right now, his decoding speed is a little bit slower compared to usual since he was the first chase after all. For Shadow here, very nice decision making with utilizing the bubble and rotating straight towards the next nearest palace. But Sibun has the Iron Head. Sibun has the confidence to go past that polish and get the hit down on towards the Gardener, but that's still okay because that bought way more than enough time for the Cypher machine to be at 60%, and Lawyer's decoding speed is getting faster as the second goes by.
True, and actually we might actually go for a rescue here on the First Officer side because the First Officer does have that borrowed time. But no, they're switching right away to teleport, and now this is actually a great job on Sibung's side. But First Officer actually gave his pocket watch to MX here, and now this is gonna buy enough time for the Gardener to get rescue. 90 seconds containment time onto MX's side, and now they could rush the 60% Cypher. MX just has to hold up a little bit longer for that last Cypher to pop, and now can he make it towards the pallet? He's able to actually go towards it, so now it's gonna hit 80% here, Kuro.
Shadow Dance Spark, we went straight in towards the Lawyer face, but that's okay, because all what the Survivor needs here is a 3-man endgame for a tie game. Even 1-man escape is just enough as an execute. It's going to be activated as of now. We're going to be able to see Shadow here. It seems like she's going to be the one. The Gardener will be the one going straight towards the gate as the main base. We potentially could just have First Officer in the middle of the Tinnitus and then Magician opening the other exit gate here. So it's still okay for now for FT. They only need a 1-man escape, and it seems like they're going to be able to achieve it very soon.
Ooh, Adi tiptoeing away, but I think when he takes a left, he's going to see that there is a Magician that is in this vicinity, has one magic wand to work with. He can teleport, not quite. He's actually going to go towards the window, but this allows the opening of the red carpet exit. This is buying so much time. There's so much factors that Sibung has to worry about, and Shadow now, like you said, might have to be that sacrificial lamb.
But this is the sacrificial lamb that is needed though, Posh. We're going to be able to see the other exit gate opened by the First Officer, but even so, Gardner goes down. Does that matter much? No, because the chair here has been dismantled, and it's going to take even longer for Sibun to actually chair this Gardner. We're going to be able to see Adi and Mini Blue being able to escape through the grasp of this Opera Stinger. Let's congratulate the tie game here from FT, and for FT winning up against GBB.
An incredible performance on FT's side. They took that risk of actually bringing Opera Singer all the way to round number 3. You gotta love it. The unconventional Lawyer pick also was able to actually garner enough time for them to decode and really put the pressure onto GBB's Hunter here. They're gonna shake hands to the show of sportsmanship, but what an amazing performance by both factions. Guys, show some love to GBB in the chat because they have fought so hard, but it is Team FT to make it out of this matchup, and they will advance in the lower bracket.
This is brilliant performance here done by both FT's team and GBB's team, as we do see the back-to-back from both, the Survivors and the Hunters. For Game 3 as well, it was sadly a really do-or-die situation where Steven had to get that format elimination. We did see him, going up against the Lawyer. Lawyer did definitely contain well. That's what we expect from our first Lawyer, of course, from our pre-match interview, and he has definitely showcased himself in this scenario as well. Now, with the endgame, we just talk about it, yes, we did change targets as much as possible, but sadly, we couldn't find Adi, who is the Magician, to force him to rescue early and to have 4 Survivors at half health, just so, if you teleport out and get the Lawyer down, at least now no one can actually come into rescue and you can go full out with the harass of Opera with, you know, with a massacre, let's say, on towards survivors. It could still be a 4-1 elimination, but it's just the survivors play too well.
Yeah, and also I would have to say I think maybe the nerves got a little bit the best of Sebum, because there were those instances where he threw the shadow, the leap, it wasn't quite there, and the movements wasn't as fluid. So again, you got to deal with tournament pressure. You got to deal with like I guess jet lag, or like the travel time schedule of you traveling all the way from South Korea to Macau. And yeah, all things considered, you know, GVB really gave a great performance. You know, there was a really big highlight on Sebung's side in round number 2. Hopefully we get to see all of them again in a big tournament and in a big way. We will be staying tuned to South Korea IVT. So yeah, do show some love and support to GBB, because they really fought their hearts out in this matchup. FT though, that was crazy. I was actually very nervous for them allowing Opera Singer to come out here, but I think they wanted to get a little bit of redemption also of how I mean, they did really well in the first Opera Singer match, so maybe they felt something that like, yo, we're gonna show you it's not a fluke. We're gonna face this Opera Singer, even though we have a lot more bands on the table. That our survivor pool is pretty deep, and MX finally getting the spotlight there after, you know, we highlighted Shadow, we highlighted Adi for so many times. He's able to bring out the lawyer.
Definitely, but I do think as well, like from FT side, they did respect Sebum's Hermit too, which was why it was banned out of the equation. And that Ivy ban is because of the 3-man elimination, realizing how strong his Ivy actually can be. The next best option would be to go against the Opera, as we've seen with the Persona traits from the Survivor side too. But Posh, speaking of highlights, who do you think will be the MVP given today for FT? Because both their Hunters and Survivors performed really well. It's not just one individual player.
Because you have to give it up to Adi, right? He had an amazing last kite. If we're gonna base it solely on performance and dominance, I know it's kind of generic, but you kind of have to give it to the Hunter. I think Hushin's performance at round number 2 second half was the one to be able to solidify the victory, to pull away from the point difference, right? So I'm gonna have to go with him, but if we're gonna have to go with survivors, it has to be Adi. Adi performed very well with how he was able to manage that first round. MX close runner-up there with the lawyer, but Adi was able to turn that situation into a 3-man escape. Here it was just it was a tie, but that was definitely needed. So for me, it's those two. Any more? Do you agree, or do you have another point?
Yeah,
to add?
I don't disagree with you at all. I think for game 3 moving on forward too, it was a bit of everyone, like we've seen as well with the first officer bringing in extra items for the lawyer to use, as we do see here on the stats page. Lawyer, 109.6 second containment. It's not just his sole containment. Of course, early game it was, but from mid to end game onwards, if it wasn't for that part of watch, we wouldn't have been able to buy that much time for the Cypher machine to be primed. But of course, we're seeing here, it's 4 pallets destroyed, 12 survivor hits, and of course 8 knockdowns. As we do see on the bottom side as well, the amount of characters that has been banned.
That's so much, man.
Yeah, that's so much.
Look at that. Antiquarian, coordinator, puppeteer, prisoner, psychologist, acrobat, fire investigator, embalmer, seer, mercenary. That's a lot. So, yeah, well-earned victory on the side of FT. Here we have the match results, folks. Again, a tied game all throughout, but it was Hushin to kind of break that tie streak, getting the 5-1. I mean, he saw the 3-1 and he raised the 5-0. So that just shows that he definitely thrives under pressure. And how close this match was, it still ended in a tie game in over at the Red Church in round number 3. So that's how closely knit this competition is between GBB and team oh yeah, there you go, Team FT. And we have Hushin with the Ivy, folks.
Best seduction, as we do see here as well, average seduction points of 9880.7, average eliminations of 2.3, average knockdowns of 5.3, average terror shocks of 0.3, average attack of 8.7, and average remaining ciphers of 0.3. Overall, that Ivy is definitely well deserved, as Posh has stated too. It was meant to be a huge pressure on Hushin, but he was able to bring it back from a 3 to a 4-man elimination.
Yeah, just incredible performance. I like how he fought through adversity, right? At the start, it really looked shaky. I'm like, wow, I'm not used to seeing his opera singer like this, only getting a one-man elimination. So I was really concerned that, okay, we're gonna bring in Meow, we're gonna bring the veteran, we're gonna bring in Kuga, we're gonna bring in those guys, but gotta trust in the process. Hushin was still able to kind of hold his own and have the winning round in round number 2 with the Ivy in a map that is pretty tough to use Ivy on because it's so big and so massive that you need to be able to place those tombstones in really good areas and be able to patrol around the area. And yeah, just having a stable performance, even though the N did face adversity at the start. All's well that ends well, as I like to say, for Hushin and his team, FT moving forward. But do show some love to GBB.
Definitely, GBB will be knocked out of the lower brackets as FT moves on towards their next matchup. We will have to see who they're going to match up against because we won't know until we move on towards our match 3 and our match 4 of the day. So please still stay in tune for that. It seems like we're going to have ZETA versus Gr next as well. But before we really actually move on towards that too, South Korea has shown us how dominant they can get, especially with Oniske too with his battle, especially with Sibun too with his hunter. So like we will be able to see quite a lot more moving on forward here. But this time, FT between Southeast Asia and Korea, it seems like the Southeast Asia region will come out on top.
Yeah, I like that. This is the whole point of IVS, right? Just to showcase regions that don't really necessarily have leagues, but maybe have IVTs, IVCs, and really put them on the map here. And I don't know, I'm kind of hoping that the South Korea division would have their own IVC. Also, same with NAEU. Just have like a month-long like tournament, kind of like how we have it here in Southeast Asia. And FT, I don't know, they just seem to be gaining that momentum, right? Back-to-back IVC champs. First Southeast Asia team to make it past the top 12, make it to the top 12 of COA. So it's only a matter of time. We're slowly building this team up to possibly represent us in a grand scale, and IVS is definitely that platform or that stepping stone to get there.
Definitely. Not only that, it's also a really good time to. This is also like a testing ground too. It is a professional tourney, of course, but with the recent addition of the 3 more permabans on towards this new tourney meta, it does make the Stellaris think twice before they actually decide, hey, who do we want to play for round 1 and round 2 so we can save it up for round 3, or do we just want to go all out instead? But even if you do, if the hunter takes advantage of you, then you don't have that advantage, don't have as much advantage as you thought you initially would. So like, especially when it comes to decision making, it's not only in-game now, it also is within the map ban picks, it's also within, the area selection mode and the survivor ban picks.
Oh yeah, I really feel like the players or the teams that are here would kind of have not really a massive advantage, but sorry, like more of an. How this picks and bans are gonna go, but I feel like we're gonna head on over to the interview, and Kuro, hopefully we'll get some translations going.
So we're gonna bring in the introduction here for both Adi and MX first. So we congratulate Team FT for winning today.
試合は結構接戦だったと思うんですが、今の心境はいかがですか?
So we just want to ask the 2 players right now, how do we feel right
今
now?
日はめちゃくちゃ緊張してもう
So we were a
試
little
合
bit
の結果
anxious
も
today
本
because
当
we
に予
don't
想
know what will
つかな
happen
い
in
ブ
each
リッ
round
ドコースト乗っ
today.
てるような気分でした。もう新選手いかがでしたか? 自分もそうですね、毎試合そんな感
So
じでし
MX
た。
replied that it feels like in each map
では
it's
第一
always
試合アンディ選手の
unpredictable.
チェイスめちゃくちゃ素晴らしくて、最後もその逃げにつなげたプレーに関してはどういうふうに考えてましたか? ファーストチェイスはそんなにうまくできてなくて、その中で3回目サードチェイスは
So
絶対うまくやら
basically,
ない
the
と思
interviewer
って
asked Adi that during the game
頑張りま
1,
した。
our first kite wasn't really the best, but we managed to maintain our composure for the third kite. What was on our minds just then? And of course, Adi replied with that, he was saying that his first kite and second kite really wasn't the best, so he needs to think how to prolong his third kite in order to allow his and his team
ハン
to
ターの
survive
皆
as
さん
much as
めちゃ
possible.
くちゃ喜んでました。ハンターのミョッパイ選手がアディ選手は神ですと言ってくれました。 まあ、最後の試合に関してはもうサバイバーは1、2ゲでもできてれば勝利ができるということで、ワンピックの時は、オペラ歌手をバンしなかったのはどういう意図でしたか？こちらの、編成はどちらも J2 できるキャラだったので、でもし J2 が足りなかったら、まあ、そうですね、見捨てということで、手長かったらまたどっちも上げて頑張るって感じでやってました。で、最後の試合に関して最後勝利に、今回の試合で勝利につながったポイントはどうだと思いますが、まあ、全員の、まあ、協力ですかね。で、試合前のインタビューでは、秘密兵器まだ用意していると言っていたと思うんですが、まだ残ってますか？実は少しだけ漏れていて、でも実はまたたくさん残っていますので、次の試合で、使えたらと思います。
cards up their sleeves that they are ready to use. And of course, since it's already day 2 in our IVS, have we revealed our trump cards yet, or is there still something that has left unseen? And Adi replied, wish that we have shown a little bit of what we wanted to show, but it's not everything that's up our sleeves that we have shown out just yet. So there's definitely more that is going to be coming out.
ぜひ皆さんスクショしてください。めちゃくちゃ
And that's
可愛
going to
い
be
で
the
すね。
sticker that you guys can take a screenshot of, or maybe even use on Discord, on
まだ
any
皆
or
さんす
any
ごく
other
気にな
social
っていると
media
思うんです
accounts
が、
that you use.
いつ、弁護士のコスプレをやってくれるのかとても気になっていて、まずコスプレの衣装
So
を
they
買
were
って
just
から
asking
で
about,
です
you
ね。
know, Adi's promotional photos and cosplays, and then we're asking about MX's promotional photos and cosplay, and MX kind of just replied, we
今
have
回
to
皆
buy
さん
our
アイベス
cosplay
ト
first
の
before
現場
we
に
do
来て
anything else.
楽しかったですか？はい、とても楽しいです。楽しかったです。でも新選手、その COA でできなかったけど今回 IBS でできたこととかありますか？久しぶりに試合
So basically, the
競技シー
interviewer
ンも慣れて
asked
こういう
the
オ
team,
フライ
the
ン大会に
players
出れ
that,
てとて
so
も
is there
嬉
anything
しか
that
った
we
です。
didn't do in co-op that we managed to do in IBS? And
COA の
MX replied with the fact that it's been so long that I've come back to the professional stage. It's been quite long, it's been quite nostalgic for me, so he's really happy to be back.
ゲームやってたと思うんですが、今日もやりますか？そしたら、はい、次の、インタビューでやりたいと思います。
So they were just
改めて
talking
FT チーム
about,
勝利おめでとう
you
ご
know,
ざい
the
ます。
old team comps
し
that
ば
they
ら
used
く
to
天
bring
気に
out,
入
and
り
they
ま
were
しょう。
wondering if this team comp will come out for the next few matches. But of course, Adi replied with that there's a chance that it will come out, but we come.
찍을래? 아 오케이 기대 뮤직 할게. 이러면 히카 없다. 상상이동 원툴 아직 괜찮아요. 이제 곧 죽어요. 상이동. 미쳤다. 네미. 나이스. 나이스. 내가 한번 더 간다. 오케이. 아긴. 몇번 괜찮 뭐야? 아니야. 내가 밀렸어. 아니야. 형 뭐예요? 나오고. 오케이. 아 나 못 버텨 이거. 아.
我死了，差一点。OK，死了。哎呦，我死小门。蓝莓六起来。蓝莓你可以给他怀表，如果你我265修全部修人荒，蓝莓修人荒。他打大飞甲，可以救吗？好，牛逼！
好走。
蓝莓给那台大遗产，他可能会切船。不要让我单修，他敢传，这把一定3跑局，我们可以多跑局。直接魔术棒加速，没传了。OK。
Okay, how's it going, everybody? Welcome back to our third match of day number 2 of the 2024 IVS. I forgot the year for a second, but we are in fact in 2024. And I'm Eli O, joined here with Kershaw Gaming, and we will bring you the commentary for these next this next matchup here. We saw 2 really exciting matches in front of us today. We saw the elimination bracket in which Weibo was able to defeat Rival, and FT able to win over the Korean team that has a lot of letters in their name, which is
GBB.
GBB is a lot of letters. Okay, we got it. Anyways, now we have ZETA versus GR here. This is gonna be a really exciting matchup. ZETA Division, one of the strongest teams from the Japan region. I think definitely highly anticipated, in GR able to take down Weibo yesterday. So they seem to be a very strong mainland Chinese representative here.
Definitely. But like, it's also from both sides as well. They both have a really good IV hunter. We have GR Nina, who is well, rank 1 in IVL, and then you also have Alf as well, rank 1 in IJL. So I do think with today's matchup, we're going to be able to see the top IVs facing off against each other, and of course the top opera singers too. For round 1 and round 2, I do believe there's going to be a lot on stake here, especially for both teams, because whoever wins this will be moving on forward towards the semi-finals of the upper brackets here. So there's a lot on stake, but with our upper brackets quarterfinals, this really looks like a semi-finals match, so we're going to see how this pans out between the 2 teams. But for now, it has been quite a while since these 2 teams met up against each other. The last time they did it was during Koa. This time, as you know, with a newer team, with Iron coming back to GR, and with ZETA being able to recuperate themselves and to climb back up towards the throne, because initially in IGL they did suffer a little bit with the newer meta changes, but now moving on forward as the weeks came by, they got stronger and stronger.
Indeed, this will be a very exciting matchup to see if ZETA is able to come out. We've seen them kind of go be one of the strongest teams out of Japan, and then they've had some troubles. As you mentioned, when it comes to the big stage, they sort of really need to try to get back up there. This is one of those events where you can really show that you're the best team, not only from your region, also in the world. This is, of course, IVS, which is the sort of like the mid-season Koa event, where we have all the global teams going, or not all the global teams, but a lot of the global teams going at it here. We do have ZETA Division's lineup here. We have Hametu, Shinami, Kazuneko, Alf, Doliso, and Alfar. Of course, ZETA Division with the main hunter Alf, we've seen in the matchup against Rival yesterday, was able to get 2-4 eliminations, one of them including the Wax Artist, which is quite impressive. And for GR, we have X Meow, Hard, ACAK, N1E, Iron, and Jin. So, of course, for GR, they were able to take down Weibo, which was one of the teams that expected to do very well in this event, and they did fall in the first round to GR there yesterday. So GR are going to look to continue that momentum here and move along here in the winners bracket.
And from GR side, yesterday games was a very dominant 2-0, the same as ZETA against Rival. It was still a very dominant 2-0. For now, for our upper brackets first match between GR and ZETA, I do think when it comes to the power rankings from each team as well, like with GR maintaining Iron, getting Iron back, it did definitely increase their Survivors team's capabilities by quite a lot, and for Nina as well. It seems like from both ZETA Division and for GR Division, that even with the Opera and IV nerf, it didn't really affect them that much in regards to current day meta. Seems like a lot of the pressure will be built on towards the Survivor side from both teams because of the triple permabans and because of the constant pressure from Alf is what I would like to say, because like if you compare Alf with Nina from GR, Alf has a bigger hunter pool. Alf is proficient in way much more hunters compared to GR's hunter currently.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen Alf has been around this ZETA Division. Oh my god, I just hit my computer and it started shaking. Gotta stop doing that. We've seen Alf has been around for some time. Alf was, I would say, one of the best late round hunters that we've seen from rounds 2 to 3, back when Vampy was the round 1 hunter. We saw Vampy play round 1, we saw Alf play rounds 2 and 3. Now Alf has become a 3-round hunter, which so far it's been going pretty well for ZETA. I mean, obviously Alf is one of the best hunters out there, but we have seen him not be as consistent as it used to be. I would say back with the older ZETA and Vampy as the round 100. We saw Alf be extremely strong and consistent in rounds 2 to 3 every single time. Now that he does have to come in and play more, he has to be the starter and go all 3 rounds. He has been slightly less consistent, but still very strong. We're going to get into our player video here.
Well, that was the ZETA Division player and team introduction there as well. If you have seen the player interview too in our Identity official channel, we did see Hamatu alongside with another player from ZETA talking about, their current team formats and what they feel. And, from ZETA's side, their survivor team is, pretty energetic, pretty hyper-energetic and optimistic. So I do believe that coming in towards this matchup against GR, they've quite a lot in their hands. There might be some chunks that hasn't been used yet, but we'll move on straight towards the GR team introduction.
We're going to see the players taking the stage here. Looks going to be GR on the Survivor side first, up against the ZETA Division Hunter side. Interested to see who was able to choose the map selection here. A lot of the time we see teams usually will choose faction based off of which side is usually more successful in that particular team. However, the ZETA Division, it is quite hard to tell in that they have a very strong Hunter with Alpha and also a strong Survivor side. And for GR as well, it's also pretty difficult to tell.
Okay, so from that pre-interview before our match starts, it does seem like from both sides of ZETA and GR, they do know that they're up against formidable opponents, and they do know, they do have stats on each individual player here. Especially when asking Hamatu about Iron, we did know that he's a really good forward, but even with such a good forward here, will there be any tactics that we can, use for the Hunter, for Alf to be able to overcome this too? Because if we're able to move on towards game 3, where there's a little bit more leeway, when there's no Opera, no Ivy, forward isn't a bad harasser if it's in a 4-man professional team. But even so, from GR side, look, Iron's first time coming back, he did adapt really well, as he said that as well. And I would say it's been quite a while since he's back on the professional stage, but only for match 2 are we already back towards such intense gameplays between the top 2 teams currently in IBS. This is going to be really interesting to see from both sides. What do you think about this, Eli?
Yeah, definitely. This will be a very close matchup, I would say. We saw today some the first round, pretty decisive victory for Weibo. FT versus the team with more than 2 letters, GVV. We thought FT would definitely be the favorite in that matchup by quite a bit, but it ended up being relatively close. So that's something else to keep in mind. And then ZETA versus GR, and then RD versus FL. That matchup, not too sure. FL probably should have the advantage still, but this one seems to be very close for sure. This is definitely one of the matches that, when you look at the teams before you see the bracket, this is one of the matches that could be expected to see in a finals match. Of course, we know that won't be the case based off of the bracket, but that's something that you could have expected to see when you just first looked at the 8 teams that were in this event. So We're gonna get essentially a finals level match here in day number 2. That's gonna be very exciting for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's again one of the top Japan teams here against this mainland Chinese team. The China versus Japan match has always been back and forth. It's really interesting to see how we used to have the mainland China teams were always the best, and then over in Koa 4 we saw it was Team AL, and that was actually not exactly Zeta, but it was Vampy's team, which then transitioned into Vampy being on Zeta, and then transitioned into nowadays Zeta, which doesn't have Vampy anymore. But it's essentially, if you think about it, it's kind of a continuation of that team, and we see the Zeta Division team, staying. Well, actually, no, it was SST. Wait a minute. AL into SST into Zeta, I believe is how it went, something like that. But yeah. Anyways, getting into our survivors here.
So with the first survivor, we're going to be able to see Nami here, who has been transferred from Scars to Zeta. He's been adapting really well as well with, average escape rate is 100%. As the main rescuer here, you rarely see rescuers having escape rate of 100 seconds, but of course you also do see the average containment time of around 100 seconds too. Now next will be Dolisu with the 2 survivors he usually uses, which is the Priestess and the Magician, in which we have seen during the last day. Average reduction is 4,430. Meanwhile, our escape rate is 50%, win rate is currently 0, average containment time is 13.65, and average decoding progress is 227%. It seems like for Dolisu here, he is more like the hunter isn't willing to chase him, but he is also more focused on giving supports or just trying to provide as much assistance / life rush as possible for Zeta in order to continue their run against the hunter.
Absolutely. We also have Hametu here with a 50% escape rate, 56 seconds average attainment time, 100% average decoding progress. And unfortunately, we don't have a very large sample size worth of stats. It's only from this event. We don't have previous events, again, unfortunately. But Hametu here, we see an Antiquarian and Fire Investigator. We've seen this Fire Investigator character being picked by a lot of teams going into events like this. We saw over in Southeast Asia IVC. Fire Investigator getting utilized a lot, but it wasn't very effective. It ended up not being too impactful of a character. But so far in this event, we've seen Fire Investigator be a lot more successful. We saw that in the first round of today against the opera singer on red shirt. We have Kazuneko as well here, Acrobat and Prospector. Again, playing a lot of kiting characters, but average rescues at 1.5, which is very high. We see mostly with the forward character and any sort of OB characters or harassment characters.
And of course, we have Silk here, who is our main coach. Silk was the hunter main, as we said before as well, but moving on towards the coach position, I do think this benefits Zeta quite a lot, especially when it comes to Alf, giving Alf a little bit more support and giving the survivors a bit more support when it comes to showing hunter strategies and how to overcome them. Now, our hunter introduction will be Gr Nina here, who does have an average reduction point of 10827. Win rate is currently 100%. Formal elimination is currently 0%. Average eliminations is 3.0. Average knockdowns is 5.5. And average terror shocks is 0.5. The 2 most picks that he has, or the picks that he would like to use the most, is Opera and Ivy, as we have seen in our IVLs, playoffs, and of course from yesterday's games too. He has performed really well, especially that terror shock in Ever Sleeping Town yesterday, but we'll move on straight towards G or Kiwi. I'm quite sure Kiwi is a bit more of a newer coach here for GR, so quite sure they'll be adapting pretty well, as we do see as well. This is our newest OPH skins. They will be coming out pretty soon. We do see Cheerleader, Prisoner, I'm not quite sure, and of course Anti-Current just on the other side.
I actually have those glasses, but I lost them. So anyways, I have the like the lawyer glasses. Like I have them somewhere. Maybe they're back in home in the US, I'm not sure, but I have them somewhere, but I don't know where I put them. I'm not sure. Anyways,
next maybe?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe if I can find, I don't know if I can find them. I also had a Lucky Guy plushie that I lost, and then like a lot of people are getting mad at me about it. They're like, Eli, you let the Lucky Guy like die or whatever, and I was like, no, I just don't know where I put it. Like I don't know, bro.
It's there, it's still there, it's okay.
Like, Eli, you lost your kid. I was like, bro, good. Anyways, why is Kuro's background moving and mine's not? Because Kuro has a computer with a high level of processing power and stability or whatever it's called, and I don't. So
we'll forget about what happened last match when my power died, but you know, yes, it is just two different formats on the back. But if we move on straight towards the map ban picks, we go. It's going to be Gr who gets to choose the map, but of course, ZETA decides to ban Sacred House Hospital, Gr decides to pick Arms Factory, and ZETA let out their survivors first, which means Nini has to come out against the survivors. Potentially speaking, in a map like this, Opera and Ivy both suit really well. But it's as Hamachu has said as well, even if you do have a good forward, we also have a good forward. His name is Kazuneko, and we will derive from a lot of strategies that we've been making up, especially against GR2. This is not their first time against Nini, this is their second time after their matchup in Koa, and this time we just have to see who comes out on top.
Absolutely. I was just thinking about the I had a Dreamwitch pin that I was gonna wear, and I forgot where. See, I'm very absent-minded, so I actually lose about 90% of things that I own on average. I literally I lost the AC remote for like 2 hours yesterday. I literally set it down somewhere and just everything I touched, it just it disappears. Like I lost my phone, I lost the AC remote, I lost the TV remote. You guys know losing the TV remote is that's like a death sentence, dude. Oh my god, losing the TV remote is so sad.
That will be a long day. But if we move on straight towards the map ban picks, we go. This will be Coordinator alongside with first half, our first two bans here from Nini. It seems like we're gonna get rid of the two good rescuers, and then Shinami and of course Dolisu with the Magician and the Merc.
We also see Sierra's the next ban here. Coordinator, of course, being the first ban. We see this being quite standard in a lot of these early rounds here, and that Coordinator is a very strong character for going against Ivy and Opera Singer. We're going to see Painter as well, which is not a character we see every day in this. We saw this get banned actually earlier today by Sprinter, and we see Zeta actually going to go ahead and pick it up. We'll see Embalmer as the last character here, and we have a few options. Puppeteer, Antiquarian, Psychologist all seem somewhat logical here depending on which character they're predicting, but it's actually going to be Fire Investigator as the last one. So I'm not sure this team composition. We see Mercenary getting picked first, so Mercenary is no longer going to be available for the last 2 rounds, which is pretty suboptimal actually. Additionally, the Survivors did have opportunities to pick Puppeteer, had opportunities to go Gardener if they were expecting an Opera Singer. We had opportunities to go Psychologist or anything if they're worried about Ivy, but no, they're just gonna completely avoid that altogether. This is something we've seen Zeta do a little bit, where they go for these very non-traditional counters, whereas Magician and Painter are considered relatively good against something like Opera Singer, but they're not exactly common characters that we see get utilized against these hunters. Now, they are playable, and we do see them sometimes, but there's usually we would consider other characters as better options. But it looks like Zeta is going to continue with this approach here of using this sort of playstyle.
But it seems like for Zeta right now, they did realize the first officer ban, which is when Magician came out as well. Ivy will be coming out. It seems like the Painter pick was actually more of a bait to force Ivy into coming out. Why? Because this team is really Ivy counterable. You have the Fire Investigator who can throw an airbag down immediately with a 0.2 second activation time of the airbag to push himself out and get movement speed. The same with Magician as well. He can use a wand to immediately leech off. But the only reason why we decided to go with the Painter is because we want to force the Hunter into choosing the Ivy in order to chase after the Painter for the guaranteed tie game. Seems like for Zeta right here, they want to actually just go for the tie. They want Ninian to think that all he needs is a tie, so then Alf can take full advantage of the survivors in next game. This may be a map choice here for GR, but Zeta also has performed really well here. So I do think from both sides, no matter what map bans you do, both sides are going to try to take advantage of each other no matter what.
We're going to see the Painters directly in Factory here, Magician and Fire Investigator and Mercenary all relatively close here, which is not exactly standard against Ivy. We usually like to see the Survivors a bit more spread out here, so an interesting approach, but let's see what they're able to do in this situation. And just to address the comment of Eli's the kind of guy to have his glasses on and still look for them, I actually wouldn't do that, but I have held my phone in my hand and looked for it for about 30 minutes while holding it in my hand. And I literally turned it on to check the time one time, and I still kept looking for it. It was pretty bad. Anyways, we're getting into our match here. This is the first half of the first round of Zeta Division Survivors versus the GR Hunter side in IVS 2024. I'm Elio, joined here with Kershaw. We're doing a live commentary for this, what are we in? The winner's bracket matchup.
Now, moving on straight towards the game, who will be our first choice? As Nina decides to put down his Phantom form here, we do see Dolisu nearby, who is, of course, playing the Magician. But even if you do leech on towards the Magician right now, all it takes is one wand to actually get rid of it. We do see Max Hunt here with Instant Attention alongside with Berserker. We did get 62 stacks, but then Dolisu seems like he's still not willing. No, he is willing to use his wand finally, but sadly did not get a 100% Revelation stack. We're going to be able to take the Windows Speed Boost straight towards Shaq as of now.
He was able to avoid that here. We do see Magician with 2 more wands available at this point. Gonna continue this chase here. Magician going to take the long way all the way around. Potentially a target change, or at least pressuring the Cypher Machine here. Looks like just gonna pressure that Fire Investigator Cypher, and just gonna continue after Magician, who's up to 68% at this point. He's gonna have to go back in the Tombstone area and does get up to 100 here. He's gonna be able to get the hit. Was not able to get the main body scare for the extra 40 before going for that hit there. So Dolisu back to about 0 here. And he's going to be able to continue this. We're going to have Blink online in a few seconds here. A lot of distance gained as well. And still has 2 illusions to work with.
But even so, there might be a blink here on Ivy's hands, but it's still a tiny bit too risky, especially with Magician with a wand as well. We're going to use our second wand here immediately just to deleech off and try to pull a little bit more distance from that 50% movement speed boost. Now, we are 1 Revelation away from max presence, but it seems like for Dolisu right here, we're going to be able to register it on, but will it work? No, it wouldn't. Nina did know this as well, but it seems like the 50% movement speed boost is going to be able to allow us to live for a little bit longer, and the blink will be forced out right now.
Yeah, was able to get the blink out, but we do see a little lack of decoding here. We see 1 Cypher Machine complete, only 75% on, I believe, the Mercenary Cypher, and then the Fire Investigator was forced to go to a new Cypher Machine, so combined only about 70% there, which is really not great for a Survivor with no decoding debuff. We're going to see Mercenary is coming for the rescue, already up to 50% here, so let's see if he's able to go for potentially a double. He could hit the Mercenary and get up to 100% in the process. Mercenary's not going to want to wait too long because he could get scared here. We're going to see the perfect timing here, but he misses the hit.
Hit the chair.
If he hits the chair, that is a huge, unfortunate situation there for the Ivy here. That could have been an easy double hit on the Mercenary. Instead, it's not going to be the case.
It's still okay for now because there is an Astragon inside of Shaq here, so we're going to be able to catch up towards the Magician. Meanwhile, he does have 49 stacks of fear on him. Now, it will take around 10 more seconds before you can leech on towards Magician here once again, but with no Palace Speed was left on mine to use, we did leech on towards him. We did manage to get that Wonder stack, and it seems like Magician will go down with a second presence open here by Ivy. For now, we do see that Shimanami did get an extra wand, which means we want to swap items here with the Magician. One to deliver an item, maybe a level pad here for the Magician to use for maybe endgame containment, but we also could see where Painter was. So would this be a double rescue, or it seems like we just want to give some support on Painter coming for rescue right now?
Looks like we're gonna see is able to get the Painter up to about 36%. That's not gonna up to 60% here. Let's see if he's able to potentially go for a swing here. Baiting the rescue, does get the save off here. And it is just a farm, and Painter makes a hit in the process. We do see Flywheel available, so I think Painter could probably avoid this. No, this time's the Flywheel as the pallet is already thrown down. We're going to see 2 hits from the Ivy here onto the Painter and the Magician, and that's going to be pretty good here for N13. We're going to see the Ivy gonna bring the Ghost towards the middle area. No Survivor in this vicinity. We're gonna need to see the Painter and the Mercenary heal up relatively soon here, as Fire Investigator is already within sights of the main body, although the main body is just gonna continue to camp over near that no man's land area. And we're gonna see the Deep Sandbag Cypher getting worked on here by the Mercenary. Still 2 elbow pads to work with. That Cypher Machine only about 20%. Let's see if he's gonna commit to this Mercenary. Nope, just gonna put a Tombstone and keep looking for another chase target.
It seems like Nini might want to try to look for Fire Investigator to get him towards half health so no one can rescue here anymore, aside from Merc, who needs to get double downed. But also at the same time, once we find someone, which we teleport straight towards this side, Mercenary was trying to bait you out, and he did manage to do so here too. Last double pad here currently being utilized. 2 Cypher Machines on 50%. Mercenary was moved out from the deep ends of Sandbag, but that doesn't really matter as much compared to the Cypher Machine at middle and near Shaq, which is at 50% on average. For now, Kazuneko is also nearby, but we don't have max presence just yet, and there will be a painting left down on the ground for Ivy to take the moment you teleport to. So right now we just want to make sure that we can find where Mercy is. We did get an immediate revelation stack, and that's going to be a hit down, and of course a pilot drop down in which it did not stun the Ivy. For now, the game seems like it's going to go towards a tie game, since Fire Investigator's Cypher Machine is about to be done and we can still perform a rescue.
Yeah, we see the last Cypher Machine is not ready just yet, though. Only 57% here. So Painter does need to be careful. Looks like the problem here is that Fire Investigator is getting cut off from very far away. And also, the Painter is not yet decoding. We're going to see the blink onto the Fire Investigator as well. So he's not able, he's getting cut off from such a far distance here. Already up to 7%. He tries to flywheel, is unable to flywheel, and he's going to get stuffed before making it to the rescue here. And the Cypher Machine does not have enough progress nearly at all here for the Painter. And now this looks like what could have been a tie is now looking like a win for the Hunter side here.
We did manage to leech on towards Painter, so we know where Painter is at all times right now. We might not have a max presence just yet, but that's still okay. It's Painter that we're talking about as of now. He might have a Painter on the ground, but you know what? It doesn't really matter as much because we're still missing one full Cypher Machine. And even if you do decide to come through, it doesn't really matter because all what Nini has to do here is to slug the Fire Investigator and to make sure that there's nothing left for them to use. We might try to rush the last Cypher Machine here, it seems like, from Painter. But even if you do decide to do that, all what it takes here is for the Ivy to actually either chair or to leave a phantom nearby, and the moment that this Fire Investigator gets up, we'll just teleport over and just chair down the Fire. Fire seems like he will be moving on forward, but that's still okay. We'll take the painting first. We'll allow ourselves to consume survivors' items, and as long as we do so, endgame is still in our favor. We did manage to get the corruption transfers, and that's going to be Fire Investigator down just by the edge of that Ostracon.
Yeah, just barely able to clip him there. We're going to see Fire Investigator no longer with any self-heal at this point, so now it's just a matter of time looking for this Painter here. We're going to see Painter is going to go for the heal onto the Fire Investigator, but I don't know if he's going to have enough time before the Ivy's able to put a ghost here and then teleport. Looks like we're going to see, there's the teleport onto the Painter. Painter up to 59% already with a flywheel to work with and a painting, but again, it's just a matter of time as Fire Investigator does not have any self-heal remaining at this point, so this will be a forced survivor elimination.
It's especially with the fact that a Fire Investigator can only heal up to 60%. So even if Painter can actually make it through and use, you know, a painting, it still just wouldn't be enough, as we do get the max elevation stacks, and that's going to be a double hit down on both survivors. Let's congratulate Jordan here for the 4-man elimination here. Very nicely done. Even after such a close early game, mid-game to end game, we did bring it back by quite a lot.
Absolutely, that's a great start here for GR. Again, this mainland Chinese team is really going to want to try to, you know, keep as the top region here going against Japan. Japan has consistently, you know, become stronger and stronger and is really competing at the same level as this mainland Chinese region. However, we do see that China's still managed to just barely stay on top here, and we see already off to a good start in this match with a 5-0 in the first round. Looking back into this match here, it looked like a pretty good start for the survivors. Magician was able to waste a pretty good amount of time in the early game, but the problem is the Fire Investigator's decoding was slowed down by the coffin onto that No Man's Land Cypher Machine, forcing him to transition. By the time the first survivor went down, there's only about 70% in combined decoding from the Fire Investigator. Mercenary Cypher was only about 75, which was also not really enough at that point. And just imagine if there was a double hit on the Mercenary on that rescue, that game would have been over even faster. But excellent control towards the end of the match from the Ivy. And you can really see why Arms Factory is such a great map for Ivy. Because the map is so small, it makes it very easy to move the Ghost around, pressure those Cypher Machines, and turn what looks to be like a tie position into a 4-kill elimination, also allowing a cutoff of the Fire Investigator as well. He's able to find him coming for the rescue and stuff that saved too. That was pretty. That was kind of the securing moment on the Hunter side.
Yes, but even so, it's only the first half of Arms Factory that we did manage to witness. Yes, GR may have chosen this map, but it doesn't mean that Zeta Alpha will back down at all. For now, from what we've seen there as well, right, early game, yes, it was a 90-second down in comparison to the normal IV, you know, containment. It is around 2 minutes, 120 seconds before anyone goes down. I do think what contributed to this 4-man elimination and for the slow Cypher decoding early game was where the Fire Investigator was originally located near Shack, because we also saw Magician, you know, he was going towards Shack. He was at quite a bit of a bad area, and he did want to take the first chase. which is why he spawned over there. But like in exchange for all of these, might have been better for Fire Investigator to rotate somewhere else instead of closely towards Shack, because like in Shack there's only like 2 pallets outside, 1 pallet near the Shack, and then like 3 pallets on the outer side. As a magician, you could have contained for a little bit longer, but it's just a position we were in initially when we got leeched on, which kind of allowed Nina to take full advantage as the Ivy.
Okay, to our match statistics here, we do see the magician with 90 seconds overall containment time, but unfortunately not quite enough. Ivy is one of those hunters that if you do want to be able to win against this hunter, you have to have a strong early game. It has to be have containment for some extended period of time. And again, we see the team competition here. Team composition a bit unique from Zeta. Magician and Pain are not really common round 1 characters, and you know, here it seemed to be not working out quite well for them in the long run. So Magician typically pretty good against the Opera Singer, against the Ivy here as well. He still was, I mean, 90 seconds is not bad, but it's overall with rebound plus the first kite, yeah, it was just not enough here. And especially on a map like Arms Factory, it's very small, very easy for Ivy to pressure late game. That early game needs to be stronger for the survivors.
Definitely, but it's not also that, it's also the fact that our hunter here did not take the bait of Painter first chase. We initially chose our Painter for Kazuneko just so we can bait the hunter into actually chasing after Painter. So like if anything, if it actually goes down really bad, we can still just perform a really early rescue and then sell immediately afterwards, because the hunter can't really just leave it share because of that too. For now, after our first half of round 7, it will be 5-0 here for G4. Moving on forwards towards the second half, we think from both G4 survivors and Zeta as hunters, Alt may need to come out with his Ivy once again. We did see a very dominant show here from yesterday's match against Rival, and this time we will be able to replicate it against a Chinese mainland team.
Yeah, it's already not looking too good for Zeta with that 4 elimination here. Zeta is known to have a pretty strong survivor side, but yeah, this start is not exactly what they're going to be looking for. So on to Alf here. Let's see what he's able to do down 5-0. We talked about how Alf, in my opinion, is one of the strongest later round hunters, like rounds 2 and 3. And you know, that was before the Opera Ivy meta. So rounds 2 and 3, when you got options to play any sort of hunter, Alf was very good in situations like that. But with this new meta, I don't know. Alf has to be able to adapt here, not only adapting to this meta, but I think, of course, now that Alf is gonna be hunting all 3 rounds here, it's really important to see, you know, if he has that versatility and that word where you, whatever. Anyways, I don't know the word in English where you play a lot, something. Anyways,
yeah.
He has to be able to play a lot and do good. So
definitely
put it in simple words. There you go.
But if we move on straight towards our second match, well, second half of round 1, we're gonna go straight towards the gameplay introduction here. It's gonna be GR AK here with the Acrobat and the Painter. Average introduction points of 5,373, win rate of 0%, escape rate of 100%, average containment time of 23.20, average decoding progress of 163.5, and average rescues of 0.5. AK's performance has always been on the top. AK always seems like he's in his prime, and for AK himself being able to reunite here with Iron, their synergy definitely would be able to go up even higher and above. So right now there's a lot of anticipation here for GR's survivors to perform as we move on here towards one of our members that has been quite here for a while, but not as long as AK or Iron. It's going to be Atsa here with the Barmaid, Fire Investigator, with 5,491 average deduction points, 0% win rate, 50% escape rate, 26.80 average containment time, and 200% decoding progress. For Atsa's survival pool, it mainly consists of support type characters, but of course he also still can contain too. It's just that he never gets a chance to do so with his own survivor pools.
Had to yawn. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't really sleep a lot last night. My bad, guys. Anyways, we have Iron here for GR. 97 seconds average containment time, very strong. Average decoding progress of 4.5%. You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of an NAU rank match in which people do not decode and we lose games because of that. Guys, if you're playing rank, please decode. Thank you.
But even so, Iron was first chase for the majority, you know, of the previous 2 games. We've also talked about Iron quite a lot of times as well, especially go up against Alf this time. He's still not used to containing up against Ivy, so this might pose a huge threat for GR survivors. Now we move on straight towards our Hunter, well not Hunter, our Rescuer main, who is GR Heart with a Wailing and Mercenary preferred build picks here. The average detection point of 6,138, rescues of 1.5, average decoying progress of 137.5, average containment time of 58.25, escape rate of 50% and win rate of 0. Harsh has always been the most consistent rescuer in IVL currently, so there is going to be quite a lot here for us to see what's going to happen throughout this team comp.
We have GR Heart here as well as on the Rescuer 1.5 average rescues per game. Yeah, I mean, looking into this match here, GR again in a very good position. We only need to see a 1 survivor escape for them to win this first round. Now keep in mind, in the current meta, smaller maps are considered very good for hunters in rounds 1 and 2. For Ivy and Opera Singer, especially for Ivy, as we talk about, we have a lot of easy map pressure with the Ivy, you know, Opera Singer as well. It's easy to control snipers a lot easier, get on the map quicker when the map is a lot smaller. So we're gonna see another Arms Factory being another pretty hunter-sided map here. I would say, although Red Church is probably the best, but we'll see what Alf opts to lead with here. We could have Opera Singer, could have Ivy here, depending on what he feels more comfortable with. I think Ivy probably makes more sense just due to the fact that Ivy, I would say, does have a higher win potential than Opera in general, especially because of being a smaller map like Arms Factory is very good for Ivy here. But if you're on the survivor side of GR, I think your goal should be to prioritize dealing with an Ivy more than anything. Obviously, you don't want to play too hard into Opera Singer, but you have to make sure that you don't fall to the Ivy here with a 4 elimination.
Definitely. Now we'll be able to see Alf here as well, our main hunter of Zeta. His Ivy has performed really well, but once again, this will be put into the test, especially against your survivors too, as we do see some support shirts for Harsh and Anta for Jura, but even so, like with such a tough matchup like this between, you know, the top 2 teams of IVL and IJL, currently speaking, we could say that, you know, this is a really good test before moving on towards Quad. This is a really good test before we actually move on towards IVS finals, because when whoever loses here, you still have a chance in the lower brackets to, you know, move up, and then maybe we'll be able to see a rematch during the finals rounds. But for now, this is kind of where the survivors or the hunters can test the waters a little bit, because with these 2 teams, it's there's no doubt that they definitely can make it towards, you know, they can climb from the bottom, from the lower brackets to the upper brackets finals. But it just depends on, do we want to show a trump card or do we want to continue to hide it?
All right, getting to our ban pick here, it looks like we're going to see Alf probably banning Coordinator and 1 other character first here. We've seen Coordinator and Seer be very common, and okay, well, Coordinator and Seer will be the first 2 bans here for Alf. I've got to stay on point with the predictions. That's what the survivors they opt to lead with first here. Again, it depends if they're going to aim more for Opera or Ivy. I think dealing with an Ivy would make the most sense, again, based off of the situation, being a small map, and having this lead here. And it looks like that is going to be the case with the Psychologist. Multiple hit characters are very strong against Ivy. We'll see the first officer as well as the rescuer of choice. Now, they do sacrifice a rescuer for later rounds here. Officer is no longer going to be on the table. The downside of picking a rescuer in the first 2 of the first round is it makes it very easy for hunters to ban out rescuers as the match progresses, because now you already have one that's going to be automatically banned for these later rounds.
Yeah, but even so, we're going to be able to see the anti-current ban here with the Magician pick. It's very similar to the last game where Dolisu was playing Magician. It's going to be pretty interesting to see who actually plays Magician here as well from Geo or Survivor side. We did ban out the female dancer, in which the support is gone from the Giora side. It seems like Acrobat isn't a bad pick, especially when it comes to pulling distance away from the Ostracon range, but it's just more or less the fact that each item usage, it comes down to the point of whether the Phantom is actually in front of you or not, because if it is, you can potentially speaking get that realization stacks pretty easily. But with the Survivor swap ups here, we're going to be able to see AK on the Acrobat, Atta here on the Psychologist, and of course Iron on the Magician, Harsh with the First Officer. Currently with the persona selection we could just go with, you know, flywheel and knee-jerk reflex with all 3 other containers and 1 rescuer, which borrow time if we only need a 1-man escape.
All right, absolutely. Alf still going, deciding which hunter he wants to lead with here. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good composition here for GR. We have pretty good conflict playing against Opera. You have Acrobat, which is very versatile in general. Magician's good against Opera. Psychologist able to take multiple hits. As for Ivy as well, they were able to pick up the multiple hit Psychologist, which is very good against Ivy. Looks like we're going to see Opera Singer, though, actually from Alf here. So, but after the, gonna opt for the Opera. Now, interested to see what trade he opts to bring. We have seen some different variations of this hunter. We see trump card blink. Sometimes we see peepers, which we've seen in this tournament so far. We see abnormal sometimes as well. I think we can, because Alf needs to go for a 4-kill, I think it's better to bring an aggressive build here. Maybe play something that is higher risk, higher rewards, such as peepers are abnormal, and you know, try to push for that win. I think that's a likely scenario here.
Definitely. But for now, permanent elimination is still needed against either Opera or IV. Knee-jerk reflex is always needed for the persona trait from the survivor side. As we move on straight towards the area selection mode, we go. It's gonna be Iron here at Shaq as magician, acrobatic middle, Persalister towards the entrance of sandbag runes, and of course psychologist near the factory gate. We're gonna be able to see Alf here as moon gate as the opera singer. Quite a nice composition here from the survivor side. Just depends on which cipher machine will be locked, or will we be bringing confined space instead of trump card because of what happened during FT versus GPP.
Yeah, it is definitely possible. I just don't think Alf has the he's not able to take that risk here, just due to the fact that he needs to go for a 4-kill. It looks like we're gonna see, looks like trump card and detention with peepers here for Alf. So peepers again being a little bit less conservative, more aggressive. And I think that is a risk that he does need to take here, just due to the fact that he has to go for a 4 elimination at this point. So looks like we're gonna see Alf gonna rotate toward, immediately missing a dash here. That is not how you want to start your hunter match.
But it seems like we're going to go for Iron here as the first chase here. Instead, a lot of hunters are rather prefer to chase after Iron because it's been a while since he's come back, so there's a chance for him to make a lot more mistakes compared to usual. We're going to be able to drop down the peepers here as Al's still trying to play as much mind games as possible. Now we realize that Iron, the magician, is rotating out. There's 3 pilots here left for us to use. We did manage to vault over the first one, but that's still okay. There's a huge possibility for us to use a wand, that body block, and get towards the other pilot, as we do see here too.
Doesn't even need, ends up not even needing to use a wand there, so that is a great start for Iron. Able to conserve that, but gets an early hit without using the illusion, being too conservative with the items. That is not what you want to see on the survivor side of GR here. Still has 3 wands to work with. We're going to see Alf drop another keeper here in this area. There's a swing and miss at the pallet. Iron's still not using any illusions. He is playing this very risky, but he is going to finally use the first illusion. Going to use this to get to this next pallet here. Keep in mind, he does have a double kiting build with Flywheel and Broken Windows. We're going to see Flywheel able to avoid the hit. Does he have the illusion to work with? But no, he's going to go down with 2 full illusions to go. We actually see pretty good cipher progress. 70% and 2 at 80%. But just imagine, he's able to kite using all those illusions. We could have seen potentially up to 3 cipher machines popping here.
It could also be because of the fact that Iron wants to save maybe his illusions when he rotates straight towards the exegate runes here near factory, because he does have an innate illusion when he gets rescued here too. But Alf stepping on that firebomb, it's going to be a few second nullification on that ability, but that's still okay for now. We're going to be able to see Magician here rotating out straight towards the other side. We're going to be able to see him dropping an illusion just for that extra 50% movement speed boost. And now we're going to be able to drop down a pallet, and this is a really good area for a Magician to actually be in. That's going to be a pallet speed boost out straight towards the other side, and Iron now just has to play a bit of a mind game to try and contain over tight turner time.
Yep, we're going to see one more illusion to work with. Is he going to go ahead and use it here? I think this would be a good time to use, and he is going to use this, but I think he ran into the peeper, so Alf kind of was able to pick up where he was coming from and walk straight through the pallet and gets the down. Nice job from Alf to take that risk, and it does pay off here. Magician on share for the second time, but the last 2 ciphers already with a lot of progress here. 50% and 25 on the last cipher, so GR looking to be in a great position thus far. Let's see if Alf's able to get an early hit onto the officer. No, he's actually going to go straight for a peeper on the middle cipher machine and then teleport back, I would imagine. Yeah, his line. It's going to be his line here in this situation.
We didn't get hypnotized there on Alf, sadly, but that's okay. First Alf to still be able to contain for a tiny bit longer, as we do see as well. Psychologist did just get rid of Peepers, now we're going in for the rescue. That's an extra 20-second tie turn time here, so even if we get a double down situation, it's fine, because our Cypher Machine should be more than enough. That's gonna be Magician taking the hit there, though. It's okay. All what the first officer has to do is to get away from this area to guarantee a 3-man endgame for a 3-man escape. As long as Iron just down at the most unconventional place, one of the hardest or even the most time-consuming places to down, it'll take the Hunter an even longer time to actually charge. We do see as well Cypher Machine currently at 90 and 80% here. I'd say by the time we actually charge the Magician, it would be primed.
I think that's going to be true here. We see one Cypher Machine already done, and the last Cypher is now primed, so Survivors are ready for the end game at this point. Looks like they're not going to go for the pop just yet. They're going to go ahead and wait on the Cypher, which does give Alpha enough time to get his trait back, so pretty good for Alpha, but it does also allow the Survivors to position themselves in the end game. Alpha's going to want to hit early here. He doesn't want to give the Survivors too much time to get to the exit gates, but he's just going to stand here. I'm not really sure what he's waiting for at this point. We're going to see the Cypher pop finally. Psychologist getting stuck for a second there. Can she make it to this pallet? Is able to make it to the pallet, but kind of in a bit of a tough area. If Al can get this down quickly enough, he can go for a win, and he is going to be able to get the down and still has teleport to work with. Will we see a teleport to the exit gate? We do, onto the Acrobat, who of course will not have the gate open with that slow gate opening speed.
But even so, first officer exit gate is already open. If Acrobat here can contain for even longer, in which he does have 5 balls to use, because he did rescue decoded more than 150%. There's a huge chance for Psycho to actually use up Selfie and to get herself out of gate right now. For Alf, he has no traits left. He does have a slow vaulting because of the snowball right now, but the next mobile is currently ready, up and ready to use. There is a psychologist who's currently rushing for the exit gate right now, but it seems like for Alf, we're going to be a little bit more focused on towards Acrobat right here. We do have a dungeon on the other side, but it seems like with this charge attack hit down, it will guarantee the elimination on this Acro, as we do decide to change targets there, but that's okay. Even with Flywheel, Opera Siren is just too fast to actually try self-heal up against. Let's congratulate the tie game here for GR, and GR will be taking the advantage of first game. They'll be winning against ZETA.
Yeah, that's going to be GR going up with an early lead here in a match that we thought was going to be very close. GR looks to be in complete control so far with a very convincing round 1 victory here. So yeah, things are looking quite well for them here. Not only did we see a very strong performance from the Hunter side, we also see Alf struggling to barely managing to get a tie. I mean, the last Cypher Machine was already primed by the time he was finally able to eliminate his first survivor. Just an excellent start there. Even the Magician not using 2 wands for the first kite, it was still enough for the Survivors to almost win. So but still a very easy tie here for Team GR, and a very strong Hunter performance means that they will be winning the first round.
Definitely. But like, if we just recap the match a little bit from Iron's side, it's him initially early game against the Peepers Opera. Knowing that it was a Peepers Opera, I think he opted out for more of a forcing the Hunter into consuming the Peepers and just to rotate away. But not using the wand was a little bit risky because of how fast Opera can actually traverse across the map. But it did still work out in his favor, in which it did allow him to use the last 2 wands after the first rescue, in which I think it bought us like 23 seconds extra time after tie turner has ended, in which, like, as we saw as well, first officer already rotated to middle to finish off Acrobat's Cypher Machine, and Acrobat was already behind Shaq. Meanwhile, Psycho was decoding in the middle Cypher Machine. You know, we got it primed on time for the tie game, and I do think this is what really matters against Opera Singer. It's a heavily palleted map, right? And then, like, you may have had a fast pallet breaking, yes, but the survivors were still able to utilize the window as much as possible to contain against you, and there were still some open areas that it's harder for Opera to dash in.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, it's just really well played from the Stars. You see the kite from Iron here, 91 seconds. And that is, against Opera Singer, that is very good. Opera Singer's chase, as we know, is very strong. It's very hard to contain this Hunter for an extended period of time. So Iron definitely doing the job. And the Cypher Rush was very much intact for GR as well. Alf did bring Peepers to try to slow down decoding, but it ended up not mattering. I mean, the Cypher progress was just really perfect. You see the exact 500% if you add up their decoding progress all together here, so they're able to achieve exactly what they set out to do here. Yeah, I mean, this is a great position for them, playing really well in this spot. You know, obviously, it's when you're up 5-0, it's like, okay, a lot of pressure is removed to do well, but it's still not easy. I mean, this game is so 100-sided at this point in the first 2 rounds, where it's not easy to consistently get these ties. But the Cypher rush was very strong. You saw the first down, 2 Cypher machines were around 80-90%, with the Rescuer Cypher being close to 80 as well. And that's with 2 wands remaining. Good rotation from Iron as well, wasting a lot of time before he got found out.
Definitely, but like moving on straight towards round 2, we finally get to see Zeta actually being able to choose what map they want to pick, and of course GR banning it. Maybe this time Zeta might be able to gain a little bit more advantage when it comes to that as well, but for GR themselves, they have gotten what they needed with the map ban picks. Therefore, like with this advantage going on forward, we can play a really safe round 2 or round 3, tying out round 2 and maybe tying out round 3 as well, just to guarantee this, safe and stable win. We don't necessarily speaking have to win in 2 rounds. There's still it's still called the best of 3s for a reason. But of course, like if we just see the stats as well with a comparison, Day2 cut in on 8 seconds, Iron cut in on 8 seconds, but the biggest difference maker there really was the fact that it's an Opera, and then in this and the previous game it was an Ivy. So as we see as well, Ivy just has a little bit more kit when it comes to traversing across the map, when it comes to cipher locking, and when it comes to chair cam mid-2, compared to Opera, who only has high movement speed, dashing across the map. Maybe you can try to change targets as much as possible, but like nowadays, after Opera has been released for so long, I do think the survivors, they've already adapted by this point.
Yeah, it definitely is the case, and we see that going into the second round here, Zeta is really going to need to try to turn things around here. We've talked about this before. Hopefully, you guys can't hear that. There is a loud thunderstorm going on outside. It's actually kind of interesting. I literally, right before we started commentating, well, it was like 30 minutes ago, right? Something like that. Okay, we'll get into highlights. I'll return to this comment in a minute.
OK でかいでかいでかい一緒にしたナイスいくねナイスナイスでしょでよかったいや傭兵1個花子から速にボスはありますあ飛んできたから速行こう調子ながら石もう一個いやしゃあないな木地下室别倒就行挂掉，挂掉是我的呀，就是大门啊，只能拖1秒是1秒，就是大门。别抱着，别抱着，抱卡，扒拉卡，我到 WA 我，我就拖不这儿，他把他打到很多敌船，我的卡没事，我的卡，不表，我大门。
From GR. Sorry, to revisit the point I was just making, I know I was talking about the weather a lot. I know it's like really off topic, but literally before this match started, 30 minutes ago or whatever the time was, I literally hung my clothes outside because it was like really hot. I was like, this is a nice day. I was thinking this is a nice day. The sun was out. It was kind of hot. Everything was good. I was like, oh, I'm gonna hang my clothes outside because I just put them in the washing machine, and I hang them outside to dry. And I just heard a really loud thunder outside. And I can't see because I closed the curtains so the lighting doesn't get messed up, but I don't even understand how that's possible. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, getting into our besides the point, getting into our our second half of this round, second half of this match here, or second round of this match here, we did see it was, I think it was, do we remember who chose map in this?
It will be Zeta choosing map this time, and of course with GR banning the map.
So they're gonna have to pick some sort of map that's gonna help them get back into this match here. Keep in mind, Alf is known to be a very strong round 2 and 3 hunter, but considering that rounds 1 and 2 are basically the same thing because it's the same 2 hunters every time. Zeta's goal here is to try to get into round. I think Zeta's always favored in round 3 because Alpha has such a strong amount of characters for that round 3 situation. A lot more so than a lot of other hunters have. However, they do have to get to that point here as they are down by a lot of points, already down 5 points at this point, down 7-2. They're gonna have to make a comeback in the second round here.
Definitely. And it's not only that, it's also the fact that like for round 2, when they get the map choices, and it depends on what GR wants to ban as well. There could be a potential, you know, hospital ban as we've seen multiple times before, or it could be overall just a big map. Maybe they could try to go for some picks that Alf wants to play, like the Waxers we saw yesterday, or Geisha also could be a possibility too, with a lot of different platter of hunters that Alf can pull out from his hunter pool. But then from GR side, they do have the faction choice into who comes out first, who comes out second. In round 1, Zeta did decide to let their survivor out first, and in that case where Zeta's survivors didn't really have that much, you know, stress on their mind, they played as freely as they wanted, but still getting 4K'd by Nini is quite something that we had to take into consideration now, because like we saw from GR Survivor side, they were really relaxed when they came in. They know that they don't need a 4-man escape. They know that all they needed was a tie or even just a 1-man escape. So like when it comes to their strategies, they can, you know, play a bit more safe. They just followed up on what Zeta did, picking out the Magician as well, and you know, with the different hunter choices there, they did come out on top because of that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, we'll see which side opts to go for Hunter first here. Now GR will have the option to choose which side. Let's see. So Zeta is able to pick map, then GR will be able to choose if they want Hunter or Survivor side first here. I think based off of how well their Hunter played and how much momentum they were able to gain from that first half of the first round, I think GR would definitely favor the Hunter side first. Now the question is, will we see an Ivy or Opera ban at this point in time? Based off of what happened in the first round and the Ivy being really strong for the GR Hunter side, I think we'll probably see them allow Opera Singer and go ahead and ban Ivy. I think that would probably make the most sense here, and they'll just try to counter comp the Opera as best as possible. But it's really not easy. I still believe that Opera Singer is a bit stronger than Ivy currently in the meta, but you know, again, based off of that Ivy round 1 situation, I think they don't have much choice but to ban it here.
Yeah, but it seems like we're going to allow GR's Hunter to come out first. It seems like GR's tactic right now is to get Nini to maybe 4-man eliminate once again for round 2. And then for survivors, you just need to guarantee a tie game or a 1-man elimination game. But even so, from GR, we know from them too that whenever they see the chance, they will take you to a 4-man endgame and follow up by a 3-man escape. With this matchup here, Zeta really can't make any more mistakes moving on forward. If they can tie, that is good, but they need to start thinking about how to, you know, get that 3-man escape, get towards that 4-man game. And you know what, even if you don't, that's fine as well. Round 1, round 2 still very Hunter side. You just need to keep your energy for round 3. So right now we need to stabilize as much as possible. Yes, you can ban out the Ivy, but how are we going to go against the Opera, and what map did we decide to choose in order to face this matchup for round 2 first half?
Yeah, we will have to see again. Zeta is going to need to pick something that's going to favor, I would imagine, favor their Hunter side and also bring down the opposing Hunter. I think we'll probably see, I wonder if they're predicting that Alpha's going to have Ivy or Opera available, because we did see Alpha played Ivy in the first round, but the Survivor, or sorry, Alpha did play Opera in the first round, but the Survivors of GR seem to be very well prepared against that Hunter, almost able to have a 4th Survivor endgame very close there, and was able to get a very easy draw. So I wonder if they're actually really worried about the Opera at all. Maybe GR actually just bans Ivy from Alpha and takes Opera again, because they seem to be very proficient in that matchup. But again, I'm not really sure here. We do see some Zeta fans, it looks like. Keep in mind, this event is in Macau, right? So we have where's that geographically speaking? I'm supposed to be good at this. I've been on the geo grind recently, so I should know Let's see. Macau is like below. Where is it in?
Well,
okay. Hold on. Wait. While you continue talking, and I'm going to retain this knowledge or whatever it's called. Hold on. Give me a second.
But even so, for now, I think we have to think about what newer tactics we're gonna have to come out here, especially up against a hunter here, such as Opera. Because like, yes, the Ivy definitely will be banned, but even so, Hamidu has also stated that we do have a forward main as well on our team, who is Kazuneko. So the biggest question is, will Kazuneko be able to stand up here, or will we need to just chase after maybe Hamidu or just Dolisu once again? Shinami being the main rescuers being right now, you just have to think, hey, we can't guarantee the rescue, but then the previous rescue, it was almost a double down if the hunter doesn't actually hit the chair as the Ivy.
Yeah, and I did figure it out. So Macau is actually south west of Japan. So for Japanese food, it's like kind of in between, like it's like in between Singapore. If you look at like Japan to Singapore, it's like kind of in between there-ish, so, close to Taiwan. Right, so that's geographically speaking. So we definitely would expect to see some Japanese fans make it to Macau for this event, as it's not too far away. I would imagine by airplane, it's probably about a 3-hour flight, somewhere in there, based off of what the distance looks like. I would say about 3 hours, maybe 3.5 at most. So it's not too far away from each other. I'd say about 3 hours. So that definitely makes sense that a lot of fans would be able to make it for this event from Japan, and also, of course, from China's Macau. It does, I believe, border China geographically speaking, as well as it is close to Hong Kong too. So we would see some Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan fans also there as well. But getting into our band picks, we do have the Coordinator and the Antiquarian here, and it's going to be Opera Singer actually banned. So it looks like they're going to be fine going against Ivy, as they did have a difficult match against Ivy in the first round. Now, the tables are a little bit different here, as we do see Moonlight River Park. This map is not as easy to play Ivy on, as it's a lot larger. It is not the same at all as Arms Factory.
So for our Survivors team comp here, we did go with the Prospector and the Fire Investigator for his 2 picks. It seems like it's going to be given to Kazuneko and Hamato here. Meanwhile, Dolisu will be given off his comfy pick here as the Priestess, with Shinami as Wildling. Ivy's going to come out here once again, but with a Wildling pick, there's a huge chance of Wildling becoming the first chase. It just depends on how fast Wildling gets on towards that board. He needs to get on immediately before Ivy actually leeches on towards him. But with this spawn location, we go. It's going to be Hamato here spawning at first stop. Meanwhile, Shinami at 3rd stop, Kazuneko here near Southbridge, and Dolisu as the Priestess at 2-story. It seems like we kind of want to force our hunter to chase after Kazuneko here. He might have something up his sleeve, especially when it comes to countering the Ivy and countering her max stat revelation. There's going to be quite a lot of anticipation here for Kazuneko as well, since we did put him quite on the spotlight for quite a bit. But right now, we're going to be able to see a triple flywheel here from the Survivor side, alongside with an Egypt reflex from Prospector. No borrowed time, and Shinami as a Whiting with Titaner. We do see some potential alongside with Blink on Ivy. This will be GR versus Zeta for our match 3, round 2, first half. I'm your commentator Kurosho, and with me is Elio. We'll be bringing you the professional commentaries of IBS 2024.
We're going to see the Ghost immediately being detached from the main body here, going straight towards the 3rd stop area. This is Kazuneko, the Prospector in the area. Not exactly the best target, but if you do get rid of the Survivor first, you don't have to deal with the support and harassment. And as we talk about, Ivy main body is a bit of a fragile hunter, so having the getting rid of the harassment character is very strong for the Ivy here. Looks like going to continue on this chase here, already up to 67%. The next 40% scare will get him down, but able to avoid the Ghost scare. That is a big play for the Survivor side. Again, it's one of those slightly luck-based situations, but it's very good as well if you're able to change that camera angle in time to avoid that. We see Kazuneko actually going to get on the coaster, so he's not able to be ghosted here. And finally, we're going to see the 100%. Is he able to flywheel to avoid this? I think he can flywheel and magnet to avoid this scare here.
If it was just maybe 4 seconds later, we definitely could have blinked here from Ivy's point of view and maybe get the attack animation cancel. But for now, we should be able to leech on towards Prospector once again, as we do manage to get a stun here. We'll be able to get a little bit more stacks as we're just trying to wait a little bit. That's going to be the hit on straight towards Kazuneko.
No.
But even in this case, sorry, Kazuneko wants to take a 100 stack here immediately.
Yeah,
just so.
Oh, he's looking
the hit over the window by the edge.
So for those of you watching who don't know, you can hit a survivor through a window if they're right up against the window, and that he was just barely close enough, I would imagine. That's why, obviously, why the hitbox was able to register. That did not seem like it would have been able to hit, but he just barely gets him close enough to the window to be able to clip him there. That is a huge play from the Ivy to get that down a lot faster than the survivors would have liked here. You see Shinami coming in for the save as the Wildling. We're going to see...
Oh, wait a second, it's going to be a double down
rescue as well.
situation.
Could he potentially stuff the rescue? He does get the save just in time. And while it may be a double hit, it's actually a worthwhile double hit, because now Prospector could actually rebound kite this with this Priestess support.
Okay, but then Prospector is able to go upstairs though, so there's a huge chance for Prospector to be able to jump there and not get leashed on towards Ivy here. Unless Ivy uses her main body first before anything else, this is going to be quite a challenge here. We're going to be able to vault upstairs, but it seems that we did cancel the vault over too, as we did get a 100 stack, and that's going to be... Wait a second! Wait a second! Okay, it's still okay. It's still okay. We did miss 2 hits there, but since this is a drop-down hit, it wouldn't affect us too much.
Yeah, definitely not the rebound kite that the Prospector was looking for here. And that's exactly why Ivy is such a strong hunter, because even if you do support for a rebound kite to make a lot of distance, she can still catch up quite easily with the Ghost teleport here. Looks like Wildling's going to come in for a second rescue potentially, but a lot of Cypher progress. Sorry, not a lot of Cypher progress here, only 30%, 40%, and 10%. And we did see the Fire Investigator using the airbag. I think that might prevent the Ghost from actually attaching there, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it didn't allow him to attach at all, which is why we changed targets. We're trying to maybe get a double down here on Wilding. Wilding, can we get the rescue? We did manage to get the rescue, but that's going to be a 100% fierce. Like, and you don't have a bow on you. You're going to be able to get around 20 more stacks with that Ostracon range, and it seems like right now we might be able to change targets, but we're 3 Cypher machines down, Eli, and these 3 Cyphers aren't even past 50% on average.
Absolutely. The Cypher progress is very far behind here, and that's why we were kind of curious. Are we going to see Ivy, or are we going to see Opera Singer banned? And we were kind of talking about, okay, well, maybe because the Ivy was so strong in the first round, they'll probably just see the Ivy get banned here. But they really went for Moonlit here, and they're like, okay, Moonlit, it's a difficult map for Ivy. I think we'll be fine going against this. But it seems to be working out in the Hunter's favor here, as the Cypher pressure has been so strong. The chase has been very strong here, and the decoding for Zeta, yeah, just very far behind at this point in time.
But we do change targets here though for Hammond, who did get airbagged. I know it did get cancelled for the first activation, which is fine, so we pulled in a little bit more distance. But with that airbag push out here, you've only 58 stacks of fuel on you, so right now there is still a chance for us to contain for a tiny bit longer until the last Cypher machine is done. We predicted the airbag down too, so that's very nice done from our Ivy, and now it's just a matter of time depending on whether we can rescue here or not. We are going to be decoding from both sides, one 85% Cypher machine, another one at 46% as Fire Investigator, trying to contain for as long as possible, but he just doesn't have any airbags left on his hands. We can't really change targets here since this is a really good map. Even though there is, 3 Cypher machines remaining, the map is just way too big, and I think that's what Zeta wanted.
Yep, airbag here would be very nice, but yeah, it does not have one to work with. And he is up to... Let's see if he can get a scare here. No, he's not going to be able to get it. He's just going to take the hit. I was going to say if we get up to like 98%, then get a basic, that would have been really strong. But that's not going to be the case here. We're just going to see the basic hit onto the Fire Investigator and continuing after this chase. But Cypher's pretty good here for Zeta. 85 and 70. We're going to see Wildling continuing to sit on the board. Eventually he's going to have to get off though. And once he does, that means that the Ivy can teleport to that Wildling.
But even so, I feel like since Blink is ready, we can just blink down the Fire Investigator as we do here, and then once we turn the Fire Investigator, if this one decides to actually decode, we'll just teleport straight on towards him and then get him down once again. His Cypher machine is the one at 70%, not the one at 38%, which was initially near the back of tent. But in this case scenario, there is still a Priestess on our field as well, which kind of this means that it makes it a tiny bit more easier when it comes to traversing across the map. But for now, it seems like Shinami is going to go straight towards... Shinami is going to be the one coming in for the rescue, meanwhile Dolisu will decode instead. So that's not a bad position swap here from Zeta survivors. It's just something we have to be careful of right now.
We're to see Dolisu is going to go back to decoding here and does get the Ghost onto the Priestess. Will he go for a teleport? He looks like he is going to teleport onto the Priestess and is able to flywheel, but still takes the hit in the process. And we're going to see continuing after the Priestess here, going to take the portal. What's going to be the game plan for the Ivy? Are you going to continue after Priestess, or are you going to try to prevent the heal? I mean, both would be very strong here, but you also don't want to let him decode for free. Does miss the scare there as well. So a couple missed opportunities for round 3, and at this point, we're going to see another portal from the Priestess. We'll be able to take the coaster here as well. And the Hunter does not get on with them.
I think it's okay. I think...
Yeah.
I think what Priestess wants to do here, I think what Ivy wants to do here is to let Priestess force herself out and then maybe go chase after Fire Investigator just to catch him off guard here. But with Wildling still decoding here, you could potentially get Wildling down, but even so, that's going to be a board down immediately. That's okay, because we haven't teleported out just yet. But if we decide to go straight towards the other side of the map right now, you're 40 seconds down now on Corruption's Transference, which means it should be more enough time for the Survivor set to get rid of an Ostracon. But the only Survivor that can do that is currently Priestess, so it seems like Priestess and the Fire Investigator is going to go up and heal, and we might just be able to see a tie game here if we play this a little if we continue to play it like this.
That's why Wildling's such a strong survivor as well, because every time the Ivy is gonna go, if this was like a non-Wildling, you could just teleport on that survivor and down them. Any other rescuer, that would be the case, but for Wildling, you can just keep getting on that boar, and it makes it so the Hunter can't really do much. We do see I believe, was that a missed heal, missed calibration maybe, I'm not sure, but they did reveal the survivor's location there for a second. Wildling now back onto the board here, and the double heal has now been performed from the survivors. And this is, again, why Wildling is just so good as a rescuer. This is any other rescuer, this survivor would have been down by now. But Wildling is just going to be able to stay alive and allow the survivors to heal up essentially for free, giving so much extra time here to work with.
It seems like Dorisu would be the one coming into decode as she has not gotten on chair just yet. We do see Fire Investigator nearby as well, near where Wildling is, but we're going to teleport straight towards Dorisu. That's going to be a beautiful flywheel here from our Priestess, and that's a 100% stack straight on that Mage Priestess too. For now, yes, our Fire Investigator is still decoding a newer Cypher Machine, but even in this case scenario, we can still just teleport back and try to map control a little bit more. We did bring back the Yetian though, as we do decide to teleport straight back towards Priestess. Hamitu is nearby decoding still, but our teleportation stones are currently on cooldown, so we may just need to stay here for a little bit longer, but we can teleport back towards where Hamitu is to get him towards half health.
Looks like we're gonna see I mean, again, he's just trying to weaken these survivors down to half health eventually. The way the Hunter can win this from this position is if you're able to keep weakening these survivors, then eventually down someone while people are injured, making it so they can't rescue. That's going to kind of be the key here. We see them now onto their third and final cipher, and does have Blink though to work with. Has been building up that Blink cooldown over this time and does have it available. Let's see if he's able to use it here to secure this down. I'm going to go onto the Fire Investigator here. Will we see a teleport? Nope. Just going to set up a tombstone there, and is now going to go for the Priestess, who is able to avoid getting 100%, but does get it here at this point. We're going to see that down onto the Priestess Cypher Machine. It's only 70%, not enough here for the Wildling. So Fire Investigator will come in for the rescue. The key for this Ivy here, if they could cut off the Fire Investigator from enough distance to double hit them before they make it to the chair, then they could win from that position. We saw that in the first round. And because Mulet's a large map, it's definitely easy to do, but does not see the Fire Investigator here, actually. It's going to go straight for the Wildling, it looks like. Maybe going to try to bait the Wildling into popping. I guess if Wildling gets found early... Oh, but he can just get on the board here. This is why Wildling is just so good.
But with Fire Investigator being nearby right now, what we could potentially do here is just to tunnel down Priestess right after we get the rescue. We decide to teleport over here first, but we did get the cancellation on the board, and that's Wildling down back on the ground. But is this okay? It is. Why? Because there's another tombstone nearby for the Hunter to use here. He can't just teleport back straight towards Priestess if she really wants to do so. Right now, do we want to do that, Ninya, or are we just waiting? I think we're just waiting. We might want to call Hamitu off guard here, as we do have, you know, a blink ready left on our hands.
It looks like he's gonna go for the cutoff play, I think. No, he's just gonna tombstone and move on to Dolisu. He's gonna hit here. Ooh. And cutting off this Fire Investigator from very far is very strong. He's gonna be able to teleport. No, he's just gonna bring the ghost to Dolisu, who does have the Cypher Machine ready. They're gonna have to pop pretty early. They don't want to fall into the same play that happened with the Wildling. We're gonna see the pop here finally. Is there borrowed time? There is borrowed time. We're gonna see charge attack and blink, maybe. No, but he got out of range with the speed boost. He couldn't go for the blink there, it looks like. Let's see what he's able to do. The goal for the Ivy here is at least, well, I think a tie is pretty easy. At least try to go for a 3-kill. That should be the aim here. Set up the ghost on one exit gate here. Looks like that's going to be the case. Try to blink down this survivor and then teleport to another survivor and get that extra kill. Looks like Shinami's just going to keep pushing the gate back onto the board here. You know, there's a lot of time. The Ivy has a lot of time to work with now that Wildling's on the board.
Wait
now,
a second, that 100 stack?
Yeah, he's able to get the down onto the Priestess, but that execute is 50%. It's almost there. Survivors are not on it just yet. Gonna see the teleport. Does he get there? Does he get to the gate? Does anybody get to the gate before it's open? No, the gate is not open just yet, and Blink is still available.
For now, we do see that Fire Investigator is trying to rush straight towards the Lisa right now, but if we do decide to drop Eating here, that's okay, because we can fully counter out that rescue. Right now, it's going to be a 3-man elimination game, bare minimum there. There's 54 seconds left on clock, but Whiting's also nearby. We can just teleport over if we really want to do so, but we don't know where Fire Investigator is here just yet. Yes, that's a tombstone that cannot be dismantled in 10 seconds, but that's okay. We blink here on Nina. You can just blink down here on the Whiting. Whiting has 10% movement speed debuff, and there Whiting, we're going to jump there from Shinami's side. He decided not to look back, and that's going to be Shinami down on the ground. 25 seconds left on the clock here for detention. And it seems like Hamutu is going to be caught off guard.
And it's not even, yeah, detention's not even going to matter because Fire Investigator is already half health here, and he's going to get found out. This should be a 4-kill at this point, as long as he's able to ghost onto the Fire Investigator, teleport to that tomb. So he's going to drop here instead of chairing. Wildling's not dead on chair, is he?
I don't think so. It's only his second time on chair. Well, it could have been before half rescue because we were a little bit more focused on, you know, Fire Investigator, the rescuing here. But with that stair utilization, he does still have one flywheel left to use here, but that flywheel, it doesn't really matter much if you're up against Ivy. Seems like Whiting did decide to use up self-heal here instead, and right now we're just trying to see if we can get 100 stack on Hamutu before we teleport out.
I think Wildling might be able to make gate here at this point. Dungeon's also in the vicinity as well, so if Wildling can get the gate open, they can make it to dungeon. This could actually be a tied game. Nope, we're going to see the 100% onto the Fire Investigator. That's going to secure the down, and it will be one survivor out the gate, but I think it was a 4-kill, but I think it was a 4-kill if you just share the Wildling, right? I mean, did I miss something there?
I think they were probably worried about Fire Investigator jumping the dungeon, because the moment that you tried a Wildling, Fire Investigator definitely could have made it, because he was pretty closely nearby. It could have been an after half rescue from ZETA Survivor side, since Fire Investigator did come in pretty late as well. But even so, with that type of endgame played by Nine, we do see why his IV is something to be fair to it. In such a big map like Mura River Park, it's really hard to actually get the Cypher machines locked, and traversing across the map is a little bit harder compared to maybe playing Opera, because Opera does move way faster if you do manage to do your dashes perfectly. But even so, in that case scenario, it was meant to be a tie game, but getting that 3-man game was like the high standard that we wanted to go for, and that's what GR wanted to go for, and being able to take that into consideration. Now GR survivors, all they need is a tie. Worst comes to worst, 1-man escape, and they still maintain their full point advantage.
Yeah, Wildling was actually rescued after half, but I still think that if you leave Wildling on the ground, with that gate being having so much progress on it, there's no way you make it back to the Wildling after he self-heals. So I think it's better to just chair there and try to get the survivor before they make it out the dungeon. Yeah, I mean, he went for a bit of a, I guess it's a, I don't know if risky play is the right word, but tried to play a little bit extra aggressive there, and did miss out on that kill. I think sharing the Wildling was the key there for the 4-kill, but well, for Zeta, they're still able to get one out the exit gate here. Taking the Ivy in a row. Oh, I'm lagging. Did I lag? Okay, anyways, taking the Ivy 2 rounds in a row there is so it's so risky, considering there was a 4-kill in the first round and almost another one here on Moonlit. So Zeta just really fearing the Opera, I guess, and the Ivy is really I guess making them pay here.
But I guess from GR side right now, moving on straight to our second half, and of course Alf coming out, there's a huge possibility that we're going to decide to ban out the Opera set for the Ivy to come out. But also at the same time, you could potentially just say that, hey, Ivy performed really well on this map, but that's also because he did gain a lot of advantage points, especially when it comes to the double down, especially when it comes to Prospector being sold off, and only with 3 Cypher machines left on the field by the time that Prospector was actually eliminated. You could say that Zeta did do really well moving from mid-game to endgame with their decision makings, but of course still it's a hunter that has high map control endgame, it's a hunter that knows what he's doing, and it's a hunter that basically has a full the full grasp of your cooldowns and your item usage, right? Because like the amount of times Wildling was forced on board really early, just so we don't get an incident and share the Wildling to force someone to come to rescue. it's enough to the point that we lost count, right? So it's a lot. Meaning right now, okay, hey, Wading is a really good rescuer, but then like if he does become first chase against the IV, and we did see Ninian managing to cancel out that boar ride as well. So like there's still some huge risk when it comes to that factor too.
Absolutely. We saw the Prospector with the first kite here was pretty strong. Overall 81 seconds, but against Ivy, as we know, that is not, unfortunately, good enough in reality for the Survivors to go for a win. And it was actually ended up not being enough at all, is that the Survivors were only able to get one out the exit gate there. So the Wildling, a very big factor every time and for those of you wondering, that is how you play Wildling. That is why you play Wildling, because it is a mostly unchaseable character, especially when on the, or not especially, when on the boar. And that's really important, because every time the Ivy's able to bring the ghost to the Wildling, like, okay, we can just tell if this was like a mercenary at half health or an officer at half health, they probably would have used up their items at that point in the game, so you can easily just teleport on one of them and down them. But because the Wildling, it's a lot different. Wildling, boar is keeps coming back throughout the entire game. You can just keep using it over and over and over. And it makes it so the Ivy can't just simply teleport and down the Wildling. They have to either cancel the boar or wait for the boar to expire before actually going for that teleport. It just wastes so much extra time for the Survivors to heal up. And we saw at one point in the game, the Wildling was able to waste a lot of time for the Survivors to get both their heals off. And that was kind of really important, because they weren't able to heal in that situation when they got found healing, or the Wildling went down quickly. Then it probably would have been a loss for the Survivors, but because Wildling's able to waste enough time for the Survivors to get the heal off, it's just really good for them. Looking into our score here, it's now going to be a very large lead for GR. It's now 10-3 in favor of GR here. They are really putting themselves in a great position to win this match.
Definitely. And it's not only that, it's as Eli has said it before as well, Alpha is a really good round 3 hunter, but if we don't actually manage to make it towards round 3 or not, that hope will be fully destroyed by GR. We can see the amount of dominance that GR's hunter is able to show us, but then from the Survivor side, as long as we play safe and stable, especially on a big map like this, you could potentially speaking just ban out the Opera first, or maybe they can continue to let the Opera come out, ban out the IV, simply because of the fact that you still have Patient, you still have Wildling, you still have Mercenary if you really want to, and there's also all the other sides, Cordy and Gardner too. But with the win conditions there, anything to escape or above for GR will be a win game for them, and we'll be able to close it out. Anything that is a 3-man elimination or 4-man elimination for Alf, it will be, you know, moving on towards round 3. So Alf needs to keep his the light on fire for Zeta right now, for them to, you know, play more games against GR. Yes, this isn't like you lose, you get eliminated, you just move on towards the lower brackets, but it is still something that we want to see moving on forward, if we can move on to game 3 or not.
Yeah, definitely. I think at this point, getting the extra kill is also really important, because if it's a tie game, and let's say the Survivors got a tie there and Alf gets a 4 kill, then we would be completely tied, and one team would have to win the last round. Or if the last one was tied, we'd go into overtime. Things would be a lot different. Because the GR Hunter is able to get a 3 elimination, even if Alf gets a 4 kill here, Zeta will still have to win the last round no matter what. They can't tie the last round. So if that's a tied game and then Alf gets a 4 elimination, then Zeta can tie the last round and we'll be going into overtime. But now that it's a 3 elimination here, even if Alf gets a 4 kill, it's only going to be 6-3, whereas GR won the first round 7-2. That means that Zeta will have to win the last round as well, no matter what. So that extra elimination is actually really crucial. It doesn't look like it at first, but in reality, it's really important for how the rest of this match plays out.
Definitely. And I do think as well, like moving on forward here, it does depend on what G or Survivors decide to do on the Hunter bans, because like this map pick was initially for Zeta, and initially for Zeta Survivors to get a lot of advantage points in, but it seems that Nini was able to fully take, fully able to counter that, and with that 3-man elimination return back to Zeta, I think that's a huge face to the morale currently. So what do we have here? We have the possibility of either Ivy coming in which Ivy doesn't really work well against in this map, as we've seen as well how well the Survivors delegated their Cypher machine, how well they have spread out across the map, and how well they have continuously forced the Hunter to target change. But if it was an Opera in this case scenario, you could potentially just say, hey, as long as you have Patient, Gardener, Seer on this map, from GR's point of view, you can't just bring out all your meta characters, but from Zeta's point of view, they've gotten rid of a lot of their comfort picks, like, you know, the Priestess, the Prospector, and the Fire Investigator.
Yeah, they have done that, but yeah, I mean, I think at this point it doesn't really matter. The way the GR survivors have been playing, they've got a large map like Moonlit, which is very easy for. It's a lot easier for survivors to at least secure a draw. It's harder for hunters to pressure Cypher machines, making it more difficult to go for 4 eliminations. So again, they only need to get 2 out the exit gate here. A tie game from the survivor side of GR means that they will go 2-0 against Zeta, which is a bit of a surprise. We thought this match would be pretty close, but in reality, it's not the case at all here. So as long as GR survivors can get a tied game on a large map, which is usually pretty good for survivors, that's exactly what they're going to be looking for here. Now the question is, are they more worried about Ivy or are they more worried about Opera Singer? I think they should be more worried about Ivy. While it may not be a great Ivy map because it is a large map like Moonlit, Ivy does have a lot of as we've seen, a high win hunter, has a lot of win potential. So I think the goal here is you can ban Ivy and you can play against Opera. They seem to be very proficient in Opera in the first round. Fine with taking Opera and playing a counter comp, but who knows, anything's possible. Again, it is not a great Ivy map, so maybe they're fine with playing against Ivy here on Moonlit.
Yeah, as we do pan the camera here towards the 2 spotlight players of each team, it's going to be Alf here from Zeta and of course AK from GR. We did decide to choose after Iron here as first chase, but will Alf still decide to go after Iron, or will we go after someone else, maybe like AC here from Glory? The biggest issue right now is when it comes to, you know, what characters the Alf can ban and what characters the survivors can ban. Yes, it's like round 1 and round 2 are more hunter sided, but right now for Alf there is too much on stake for him. He has brought out the IV twice yesterday, he has brought out the Opera once today, but for yesterday's matches he did bring out Wax Artist too. So will we go for a little bit of a, you know, niche pick or even a versatile pick where you might go with, hey, if there's a patient coming out, we might go for Geisha, a 4-stop. If there is, you know, maybe a prisoner, let's not pick Ivy because you can Cypher from a long distance, and you know, it's just so on and so forth. And so there's way too much strategy to do, and GR does still have the Embalmer left on their hands as well if they really need that tie game.
Yeah, they definitely could go for that. I wonder if we'll see Alf ban that character early. I think that would make sense for them to go for an early ban on the Embalmer. It is a large map Embalmer, which is very good, and it's a good character for making sure you don't lose. So that could be pretty strong for them here. But getting into our ban pick here, this is, again, GR Survivors versus the Zeta Division Hunter Alf. Alf is going to be searching for a 4-kill at this point to try to keep Zeta this match. Keep in mind, if Alf only gets a 3-kill, it is still very difficult for Zeta to make a comeback, being down 5 points into the last round. Looks like we're going to see Mercenary and Coordinator first. So getting rid of a stable rescuer and getting rid of the very strong Coordinator character in this meta. Will we see the Opera or Ivy ban here from GR? Let's see which one they're more worried about. It is going to be the Ivy, as we talked about. Getting rid of that, they seem to be very proficient in the Opera matchup. Getting rid of that Ivy here, the Hunter that does have the opportunity to potentially 4-kill them, definitely makes sense. I agree with this completely. So let's see what their preparation is against this Opera. And looks like it's gonna be Wildling and the Embalmer. So they did go for the Embalmer, as we talked about. This seems to be a character that they're really prioritizing at this point. You know, obviously because talking about Embalmer, it's a very good tie survivor, and it's just very it's very good for at least to keep making sure the survivors don't lose. The self-rescue ability is very strong. It makes it so the survivors don't have to stop decoding to go for rescues, and it gives them a very good position overall. So we're going to see Seer here as well. Alpha is going to go for the Antiquarian ban instead, and they still have a lot of great options for Opera. You have Gardener, you have Puppeteer. There's a lot of great things they can still go with as the last pick. We still have I guess Patience available, Aeroplanist is available. I don't know if we'll really see one of those characters. I think maybe just play Gardener or Puppeteer or Fire Investigator as well. We're gonna see Fire Investigator as the last character. So they did miss out on picking Puppeteer or the what's that character that I literally just said? I can't remember. Puppeteer or Gardener, but they're gonna go with Fire Investigator instead here. Looks like Kuro's having a little bit of I'm not sure what's going on there, so we'll just solo this. We'll continue for a little bit here. I'll talk to you guys in chat because I'm now more active in reading chat, which is a good thing, I guess. We can turn this into an ELIO stream, guys. No, we can't do that. Too much raging at randoms in rank for that. Anyways, looking into what Hunter Alf will be picking here. Probably gonna be the opera singer, as we talked about. We did see a bit of an interesting strategy with Sprinter earlier on today, where he picked an unexpected hunter in a situation like this. I wonder if Alf will go with the same route. Nope. Just gonna go with the opera singer here. Gonna try to go for the win, but it's gonna be very difficult here. I think his best chase target would be, of course, Embalmer or Seer. I mean, a lot of these targets are pretty good. I think overall this composition is this band pick is slightly favored in Alf's favor rather than the side of GR, right? But ultimately, I think the best situation will be that the survivors have Embalmer. That's gonna be the key here for sure. Let's see what you guys are talking about in chat, because I gotta be more active in reading chat. Anything? No. Nothing. Okay. I'm not sure what's going on. Anyways, I want to get the YouTube auto-generated message again. When can we? How do we do that? I'm gonna reload my YouTube, guys, and we're gonna see if we get the random YouTube auto-rated message thing. Anyways, looks like we're gonna see Embalmer is gonna be first stop instead of 2-star here, which is also fine instead of the Coffin at first stop. You can take Coaster away from that first stop area, and also the Wildling is gonna be 4-stop, which is a bit interesting, but I don't mind this at all. YouTube is not giving me the auto-generated message. What is going on right now? This is disappointing. Anyways, it's fine. Okay, this is going to be the second half of round number 2 of the GR Stars versus the Division Hunter. Alf searching for a 4 kill here. GR looking for a tie on the Survivor side to win things 2 against Zeta Division here. And I'm ELIO, joined here with a Ghost for the commentary. Alf immediately gonna go towards 2-story here, and it looks like he's gonna be looking for that is Iron, the Seer here, so definitely gonna be the best possible chase target for him. Let's see if he's gonna continue to stay in this god kiting area. Looks like that is gonna be the case here for Iron. Just gonna use these pallets to the best of his ability at this point. We're gonna see using both the pallets right away, and we're gonna see the Shadow Teleport here getting an early hit onto the Seer. And the Owl is not back just yet. Iron did not transition to the upstairs 2-story area at the start of the match. He went straight for God Kiting here. I wonder if that will actually end up hurting him here. We're going to see Mind Game in the pallet. Iron is able to avoid that, though. But another Mind Game, we're going to see the Owl finally getting utilized. Where's Iron going to go with this? Is he going to use this weak pallet here? It looks like he's going to use the weak pallet instead of transitioning to the 2 strong pallets and actually trapping himself. And I think Iron might have made a potential misstep. We're going to see a Flywheel is able to revault the pallet, but still trapped in this area, so it's gonna be a bit difficult. Able to avoid the swing there. Excellent job from Iron, finally able to get the blink out, so at least he's able to get the blink out from Alf here. That is gonna be the key. Wildling coming in for an early rescue. This is exactly what you need to do when going against Opera Singer, going for that early positioning. Yeah, early positioning as the rescuers. You don't want to get cut off from too far away. Looks like we're gonna see the Embalmer baiting a rescue, taking a hit, actually a free hit for Alf is really strong for him, but we are going to see the rescue from the Wildling. They were not able to get, Alf was not able to get a second hit onto the Wildling here, so as much as he would have liked to get 2 hits in that play, he's not able to do so. And going to continue after the Seer here. And yeah, Eli reading chat, I know, right? What is going on right now, guys? Because Kuro is currently not here at this moment, I think he's fixing his internet. We are going to have, this is an ELIO stream, guys. I'm now officially taking over. Because I've not streamed in a long time, we are now taking over. And that's what we're doing here. This is a mutiny, or whatever it's called, I don't know. Anyways, we're going to see the Seer. Will he use the Coffin? Looks like we're going to see the Coffin getting him all the way to the first stop area. Wildling Cyber Machine almost primed here, it looks like, and Wildling actually brought Flywheel, interesting enough. No borrowed time, went for a Flywheel and High Turner build, it looks like. We're gonna see, can Seer do anything in this area? Oh, gets the hit right before the protection of the Embalmer bubble expires there. Beautiful timing there from Alf. We're going to see Seer go down. We're going to see H switch to teleport as well. For those of you wondering why he did that, the teleport cooldown is shorter than Blink, which means that it's going to be faster to have his trait available than leaving that Blink up. Eli didn't find our chat entertaining. You guys weren't really talking about anything when I read it. I don't know what you guys were talking about. It's just like random stuff, so I didn't really know what to say. My bad, guys. Anyways, we're gonna see Cypher progress not optimal, I would say, for Zeta here. Hold on, wait, we gotta take a quick water break. Give me a moment. Okay, water break has been we got the water there. And yeah, we're gonna see Fire Investigator in this area. Still 2 airbags to work with. Needs to be careful taking this vault, but he does get that hit there. And we see the last Cypher machine. We have 40, so 92, 1 Cypher about to pop here. So the 2 after that will be 45, and I guess about 34. Which is not really enough. It's not really enough, actually. We're gonna see the airbag. Oh, the airbag getting him some distance to avoid this hit. Very nice play here. And we're gonna see the teleport. I don't know if Kuro, are you back here? Or...
I'm back. Sorry.
Okay, so now that this is no longer an Elio mutiny, guys. This is back to just a regular tournament stream. So, anyways,
good old dude.
Yep.
Sorry about that. But we're going to be able to see Embalmer going down here. We don't have Coffin left, but that's still okay for now. Wilding still does have Boar and is ready to come in for the rescue. Fire Investigator, though, at half health here. It might be a small bit of an issue, especially when Teleport is ready. But with the Wilding coming in, you could perform rescue once. But the question is, ooh, nice pushback. Can Fire Investigator finish the last 2 Cypher machine? But it seems like we're running nearby. We did get the hit there, but it seems like Wilding might just be forced off here as we missed a shallow lead. There's a huge chance for a double down situation, especially against, you know, with a Wilding as the rescue. But it seems like we're going to take advantage of that palace, and now we just have to see how long can AKA survive.
Yeah, things are looking really good for Alpha at this point. We're going to see gets the coffin down here, and that's actually going to cause Alpha to change targets. But he's able to down the Wildling here at the window, and again, the Cyphers are not far enough along. GR is going to need to get a tie here if they want to secure the win here, but things are looking up in Al's favor for potential 4-kill at this point. Looks like we're going to see the Fire Investigator's going to use the airbag. It's going to make some distance. Alpha is actually going to not take down the airbag. He's just going to go around it. Continue after the Fire Investigator. Oh, Alpha getting stuck here. Oh, Fire Investigator would have probably went down there, but getting stuck there was pretty important. He also misses a dash, so... wow, nice shot from the Fire Investigator, just staying hidden behind this wall here.
Yeah,
wow, and he's able to make it upstairs too, yeah.
But Wilding's after half rescue right now, so it seems like from the survivor side you can only aim for a woman in this game at best right now. Fire Investigator decoding last Cypher machine at 59%, but if we actually get Embalmer down on the ground, actually share Embalmer, then it simply just means that no, we can actually get the rescue if we forced the hit. We didn't, and that's a flywheel very nicely done from Wilding, and then Embalmer gets back on towards the ground. That's okay for now because Embalmer still can self-rescue himself, but for Wilding right now, you need to leave.
The flywheel and Wilding being so crucial there because Wilding is able to flywheel and then get on the boar to avoid being eliminated. That is a really big play, and you're kind of thinking like, okay, why does Wilding have flywheel? Doesn't really make sense, but it actually ends up being a really important play there. Now the problem is the boar has run out, so Wilding needs to cut until the Cypher's prime, and he does go down. The Cypher is not ready, and actually Wilding, I guess, didn't have borrowed time anyway, so it doesn't technically matter. But the last Cypher machine, 90%. They're going to go for the endgame pop here. The question is, can they get to the gate open and then make dungeon? AK is going to try to hide. So the goal here is going to try to hide and then push the dungeon after that. Does Alf think to look in this area? Oh, he does. He does think to look in this area. Did he see him? He did see him here, and he's not going to make it to the airbag in time unless he has a flywheel. He does not have a flywheel. I think if he made the airbag, there's a chance he could have maybe made the dungeon. Oh, Alf leaving the survivor on the ground here. This is so risky here because what happens if you leave the survivor down, they could self-heal and make it to the dungeon. I think Fire Investigator needs to stay in the game as long as possible. Give the survivor time to heal up here. He's going to go back, and I don't think he's going to be able to get back up here in time. It looks like that's the power of the Opera Singer being able to teleport back, and we are going to see a one escape here, which means that this is going to force a third round here, but this is perfectly fine here for GR as they're able to retain their lead. Still 5 points in ahead here. Alf really needed to get a 4-kill if Zeta wanted to try to make a comeback here, but again for GR this is perfectly fine. with this lead here.
Definitely, but
Oh.
even so for them right now,
Yeah, invisible.
I'm not screen my camera's working, but even though for them right now, if we just move on towards, you know, like the middle to end game scenario points, I think it's where it's that teleportation out straight towards Embalmer that allowed them to, you know, get back what was needed. It's especially with, like, you know, the Typhoon machine was near where Embalmer initially was, we shared it near the Embalmer and avoiding being forced to come in. Fire Investigator was nearby trying to rush that last Cypher, but I do think it's because of the fact that Fire Investigator was nearby. I guess we gave a lot of chances here for opportunities for Opera to take advantage of it, and there are multiple times where you could have gotten a Fire Investigator down, or you could have gotten the Wilding down. Regardless of what the result was, it still would have been, you know, a 3-man / 4-man elimination, since all 3 injured survivors are on one side of the map.
Indeed, I feel like I'm commentating with a VTuber or something. This is just like a yeah, okay. Hopefully we'll have invisibility, potion of invisibility wears off soon enough. But yeah, I mean, looking into that match, things were looking really well for Alpha. I really thought he was gonna be able to get a 4 kill at one point there, but you know, did fall a little bit short at the end. The survivors were able to get that Cypher pop off. The flywheel on the Wildling being pretty crucial. I think there was one point where Alf left the Embalmer to go for the Wildling, even though Embalmer I think was dead on share, if I'm not mistaken, right? So Embalmer could have been downed. I'm not actually sure. I'll go ahead and look back at that, but I think it. Yeah, go ahead.
I think he was before half rescue. I'm quite sure Embalmer was before half rescue, since he did still have his coffin nearby, since, you know, Embalmer did come in for a rescue too. So, like, right after charring the Embalmer self-resurrect me while Alpha was chasing after Whiting for endgame. But moving on straight towards the stats page here, we see it's going to be Atta here, who's the only sole escapee against Alf. We do see Embalmer with 71.8 second attainment, Whiting with 66.6, here with 62.2, and of course Alf with 2 pallets destroyed, 16 survivors hits, 1 terror shock, and 8 knockdowns here. Ivy was banned, but because Ivy was banned, they went up against the Opera, but this Opera was able to redeem himself from last game. Yes, last game was a tie, which is good, but this 3-man elimination was a necessity, especially when it comes to Zeta's side.
Yeah, quite definitely the case here. You know, at least it makes it so that they can get to a 3rd round. But overall, it's still not exactly what GR wanted, but it's still fine for GR. They have a very large lead here, and they make it essentially so. You know, Zeta needs to have a really big comeback victory in the 3rd round. Now, 3rd round is where Alf becomes very strong. As we talked about, he's a very good late round hunter. After the 2 main meta hunters with Opera and Ivy, Alf does have a lot of very strong hunters for that 3rd round, right? And so that's what we're gonna see here in this situation of what Alf's able to do here. Now for Ed13, he's not gonna have Ivy available anymore. That was the character that he's really been dominating with thus far. So it's gonna be really crucial for Zeta to make a comeback here. This is their round. 3rd round is always going to be Zeta's round with the way this team is, with the way this matchup goes, with the type of hunter Alpha is. I think 3rd round is always going to be their strongest round. So but they're down 5 points. I mean, it's a big deficit. You know, Alpha's not able to capitalize in the last round and get the 4 elimination. So not only does Zeta have to win this round, they have to win this round by 5 points or more.
Definitely. And like, depending, since it's now GR's map pick here, they can use this to their full advantage too, which means that, okay, the big maps were a little bit of an issue for us when it comes to survivors, and when it comes to our hunter as well, there were some
来红马刀，别溜，野猪别受伤，野猪可以进修鬼屋。OK， 排在地窖等会。那个带走红马。鬼屋调也调，那个
红马，看，给他扛一刀。我贴门去，贴门去。好。
95 gamers, there's a lot of opportunity for artwork and fan art in the competitive scene, so that's always very nice to see. For those of you watching in the chat, if you guys ever want to do your fan art, usually in a lot of these competitions there are ways to submit it. I think for IVS maybe there isn't, but for a lot of these events, things like KOA and IVC and usually IVT for NAU, there's a lot of ways in which you can submit your work, and so make sure to look for that for future events. And yeah, instead of worrying about, this might make the chat mad, but instead of worrying about skins all the time, I recommend watching tournaments and learning competitive strategy. So if that makes people mad, I'm sorry, but that is just my opinion. You can do both. How about that? There's always room for both. Time management is key, guys. If there's anything that I learned in school, it is time management. And even that I probably didn't learn very well, but time management, yeah. There you go.
I mean, but even so, we'll be able to see quite a lot of time management here that needs to be done from GR Survivor side when it comes to their Cypher Machine decoding progress, because like as we have seen from last game, see it did go down fairly fast, especially at Godcut as well during our highlights. Well, I mean, Blink was first out, but like Cypher Machine decoding progress was only, 50% on average throughout all three. We did miss up a little bit mid to end game when it comes to going against Opera, and I do think that's why Opera shines a lot on big maps like this, where Cypher Machines, where you can camp Cypher Machines too. But I guess moving on forward here towards game 3, we're gonna be pretty interested to see in what map BAM picks what map GR decides to pick, and what faction that ZETA Survivors or ZETA Hunters wants to come out first. Yet again, like if we see from last game too, like the Bomber was brought out, but we couldn't get a tie game in that. This time, maybe we can go for more of a, simple, like what FT said, right, during the interview spaces, have everyone on a container, and if you can't contain, let's just sell. But of course, for the survivors, they're gonna have to be looking for more than just a 2-man escape.
Yep, absolutely. And no, that's wrong. I'm the type of guy to shout "Why me?" When I get bad randoms in rank, which is pretty much every match nowadays. Well, at least if you're playing the NAU server, but I don't miss the chance to randomly roast the NAU server, guys. It's okay. It's our home server, so we have the right. But it's okay. Hopefully, actually, this is great. This is a good time to point out. Everybody watching right now, hopefully you guys are learning something new about competitive. You're learning something new about becoming better at this game, which you can then incorporate into your rank matches and be more successful. For example, I would like to ask the chat here. We're going to do a quick question quiz thing. How many Mind's Eye have we seen, guys, today? Have you guys been watching? The answer is 0. Okay, and the reason for that is because Mind's Eye is a very abysmal character. Therefore, you shouldn't play her in rank matches. And I know there's people like, oh, Helena or Helena or whatever you say it, blah 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 blah. Guys, it doesn't matter. Okay? Mind's Eye is bad. You play Mind's Eye in rank, you lose. Wait a minute. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna out logic everything right now. Okay. Okay, guys, ready for this? Okay. People like to say things like, "Oh, I kite really well with Mind's Eye, and I can still get wins." Think about it like this. Okay. What if you actually played a character that was good and had good kiting abilities? You could kite even better. Oh my god. I just broke NAU, guys. I just broke everyone. That's it. That's all. That's it. So everybody just think about what I just said. Okay. And then incorporate it into your rank matches. Okay, so Doctor, Little Girl, and Mind's Eye, I'm telling you guys right now, do not recommend them for rank. Okay, getting into our match here, though, we do have GR. Ever Sleeping Town is going to be the map of choice here.
Not an overall bad map, especially when it comes to 50-50 from both Survivors and Hunter side, but it seems like we're going to get ZETA Division Survivors to come out first against GR's Hunter. I do think as well this works really well for our GR's Hunter, because now there's no stress on his hands. He knows that he needs a tie game, but even if he doesn't get a tie game here, that is fine. As long as they can get the tie, that's all wash is necessary, as we can see on the stat pages here. Anything that's more than a trim elimination here for GR, it will be a win for them. Anything that is a tie, that we will be continuing on towards the second half of game 3.
All right, because Ever Sleeping Town, this is a very standard map. There's a lot of hunters that are available that you can play on this map. Most hunters are pretty strong here. Now that ZETA has to win this round by 5 points or more, Alf's gonna probably need to play for a 4 kill, unless of course the survivors are able to get a 4 escape, which is quite unlikely. But I think definitely Alf will have to play a high win potential hunter here. Now the question is, which hunter is he going to want to go for? Like, if you think about characters like Bon, it's not going to be very good. Not a good 4 kill hunter. Characters like Bloody Queen, not a good 4 kill hunter. Characters like Anna really bad at Ever Sleeping, not a good 4 kill hunter. So Alf's gonna have to play something that has a lot of win potential. We've seen Alf play some Dream Witch in the past. Not exactly his most comfortable hunter, but you may have to take that risk here. We've seen Alf play Breaking Wheel. Again, not a character we see being utilized quite as much, but definitely if you're gonna take some risks, it would be now. So I do know that that's Percy. So you're welcome, guys, for knowing at least like 2 skins. So yeah.
That's a nice Percy cost though, honestly. But before that, on such a big map like this too, it does rely a lot on solo containment. But if we see on the global bans here, it will be Mercenary, Magician, Painter, Fire Investigator, Prospector, and Wildling out of the loop. For Nini, he could ban out 2 Rescuers here if he wants to go for a little bit more of a chair cam. But it seems like we're gonna go with the normal Seer and Priest as first 2 bans, since this is game 3.
Looks like we're gonna see, so Seer and Priestess, we'll see Opera and Ivy, of course, being banned here. So now this is where things really get interesting, where we have both these characters banned, and now we have some unique hunters to come out here in the last round. Let's see what's gonna be chosen first here from the Survivor side of ZETA. Again, we'll see if they're actually in preparation of this, of whatever hunter N13 is gonna bring out here. Looks like they're really considering this is going to be Weeping Clown and Antiquarian here.
Weeping Clown and Anti. Weeping Clown isn't such a bad character to use now, especially after his recent buffs. You're able to get on rockets faster, you'll be able to traverse faster across the map, and you can basically have an easier time when it comes to Mikai Harass. For Antiquarian will remain the same, as we do decide to ban Gravekeeper there, alongside with the forward coming out. It's as we said before too, we have a forward too, and his name is Kazuneko. So this forward will definitely be given to Kazuneko, as in Tomologist will become the next ban. It seems to me that we might want to go something like Nayad, in which he has brought out quite a lot during his IVL plays. But the question is, will Knight really fare well against a team comp like this? I wouldn't say so. There's possibility for Geisha, there's also possibilities for Wax Artist too.
Yep, and just to answer, some people are asking what I got beef with Mind's Eye. It's not that I beef with Mind's Eye. It's that people play Mind's Eye in rank, and we lose the game, because Mind's Eye gets chased first and she dies in 30 seconds, or less than 30 seconds, and we lose the game. Why is that? Because Mind's Eye is not a good kiting character, so that's why. Guys, I like to win, right? I like to win. There's a very famous quote from a movie that I really like, and it's, I hate losing. I hate losing even more than I like to win. Okay, and that's actually true. I literally stand by that. We're actually going to see Anne here from N13, which is actually not bad, considering that the goal here is not to get 4 killed, right? Because if they don't get 4 killed, then ZETA can GR can just get 1 escape and they'll win in return. So the goal for N13, while this may not be a good Anne map at all, you just got to get 1 kill. You got to get the bare minimum of 1 kill. And that means your survivor team can just go for a 1 escape, and GR will be victorious.
Yeah, but even so, and against this type of team comp, you can't only really chase against Antiquarian here. if you don't chase after Weeping Clan can come in and support Anti with his rockets. If you do decide to chase after Patient will just go into Graveyard, and of course the Rescuer is just a Rescuer. It is pretty hard here for Anti to actually be able to gain any advantage points from the Survivor unless we are able to do a successful chair camp, and does have that capability, but it is still pretty hard to do as well, especially against such a top team Survivor like the ZETA division. For now, ZETA needs to focus on tie or 3-man escape, but for Nina himself, he does know 1 escape is kind of what he needs. Now, with the selection spawn location we go, it's going to be in every sleeping town. That Anu will spawn at the entrance of Graveyard. Meanwhile, you're going to be able to see Antiquarian here at Balcony, Forward, Ash Fake Gate, School Gate. Meanwhile, the Weeping Clan is at middle, and of course Shinami, who is playing Patient near Geisha.
All right, and here we go, getting into our match here. Let's see if Zeta can make this comeback here. Let's see if GR can hold on and become victorious. Looks like we're going to see a Warp with Insolence and Detention Warp very strong on end here. This is the first half of the 3rd round of the Zeta Division Survivors with the GR Hunter side. Mila joined here with Kershaw, bringing the live commentary for this IVS 2024 matchup.
Okay, moving on straight towards the game we go. That's going to be the first cat drop down and cat walk straight towards Anti-Korean. It's instant tension, which max addiction, rage, and announcement here for endgame XK pop. We do see Anti-Korean's footprints here drop down while she is rotationing away. But even so, we will change target straight towards middle. That is, a Dolisu on Weeping Clan with only Titan, but 3 rockets is more than enough for a tie game here.
All right, we're gonna see the Ann is changing targets onto Shinami here. This is the Patient, and also corner house is a very strong area for going against, and the elevation can help avoid the cats. Also, the Patient hook's gonna be very good for transitioning away here. Looks like Patient's going to use this hook to make some distance. Going to vault for the window for the speed boost as well. And you guys are really going to see why Ann really just struggles against the on this ever-swinging town. We're going to see Warp for the first hit, but it's going to be very difficult for Ann to get this next follow-up hit. We're going to see the jump there. Will they put the cross at the bottom of the stairs? Doesn't matter. Patient's just going to hook and make it all the way to Graveyard. And without a trait, it's just so hard for her to really do a whole lot here.
Not only that, there's also Anti-Korean nearby who can provide assistance. She doesn't need to do much, she just needs to do 1 maybe bamboo stick just to allow Patient to pull even more distance away. But it seems like we're going to decide to use our last hook here in order to actually get away from Anti and just to allow Anti to decode by herself a little bit more safely. Now, we were a little bit more spotted on towards where Anti was just so we can get paralysis, but right now Patient getting the vault down here, it just might be more than enough, especially with Anti-Korean support. We'll be able to get in towards Graveyard.
And this is where Antiquarian needs to support, because if Antiquarian's not able to get the stun here, we will see the stun onto the Patient. But the three stuns there, that's going to allow Patient to avoid this cat and kite it out here potentially. We're going to see even the Antiquarian picking up the cat and flywheeling the cancel, which means that the stick will still be available. I actually don't know if that matters. I think the Antiquarian would have had her stick back in time anyways, but we're going to see Antiquarian continue to support this kite. And this is why Antiquarian, while it may not be a great kiter against Ann, it is a good supporter, but misses the swing there. If the Ann got hit by that swing, that would have been, I think, just a win for the Survivors, undoubtedly. But now you have to be careful. Antiquarian is still here. But I think it's in the open, so
yeah. I mean, we won't go into basement because it's a little bit too risky with Anti-Korean being nearby. For now, we do see there's around 3 Cypher machines here currently being decoded. Meanwhile, Forward's decoding middle too. Forward could potentially come in for the normal rescue and then decode that 69% Cypher machine before going in for a little bit more stun assist. But right now, there's also a Weeping Clown with rocket dashes too, so we shouldn't be too worried when it comes to chair camping. But that's going to be a little bit unfortunate there with that hit, and there's no way that Patient would actually go after half with those cats.
Yeah, missing the timing on the swing there, so was not able to stop the Patient or even get a double hit. We're going to see the Patient is going to go ahead and go down with this Tide Turner here. And yeah, Cyphers are not quite enough here. Zeta needs to at least get a tie. So at least giving them a chance for Alp to go for a 4 kill. So we need to at least see a tie here. You see the Forward is in the area. Basically what you can do is you can just put the cross where you pick up the survivor and then forward can't go over the stun. So we're gonna see the cats here, or you can even just put it on the forward as well, and forward will just get canceled if going for that stun. So that also works out too.
For now, we are cheering close towards the middle, which also is fine too, because like we initially wanted to stop the Cypher Machine and Graveyard being decoded. That's a very nice cat paralysis and then another forward jump. But even with a pat walk here, there are two survivors wanting to come in. Antiquarian is able to finish off her Cypher Machine. And all what it takes here is for forward to do a really long cat stun for our patient to get away from this area. Now that cash has been thrown out, but then once again, this is a Weeping Clan we're talking about. Last Cypher Machine at 50% right now. That's forward once again. We did see a little bit of an addiction trade, but can we get the warp out? We can, but is the cross doable here? We need to throw the cross out as soon as we can, but that's going to be a stun on straight towards we've got a flywheel.
That's going to keep the patient alive even longer here. The Cypher Machine 60%, but did pick up the cat. Oh, did pick up the cat on the return. We still have the Weeping Clown in the area. We have the Antiquarian as well. Forward is going to be the one doing the Cypher Machine, so it's going to be a very slow Cypher here, but two stunners. There's two stunners here, so the Ann is going to have a hard time canceling both of them. Here's the cross. It's going to stun the Antiquarian and cancel.
They canceled both.
Don't know. Antiquarian's going to push a force heal here, I believe.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know that the items has been locked. We're currently waiting.
He's gonna wait for it here. Antiquarian's gonna need to cancel with a flywheel here. Misses the stun. No, Antiquarian.
That's a tie game.
And Zeta is not able to get the 4 survivor end game there. Antiquarian was not able to get that stun. They've done differently there. I think if they went for the force heal, no, if you force heal, then you just get catted. I don't know, that's really tough. Oh, this is not necessarily tied. If this gate, I don't know if the gate's gonna be open in time. That's gonna be the problem here. Oh, but he actually leaves. He leaves the Weeping Cloud, so the gate is actually gonna be open, and we're gonna see the Antiquarian is gonna potentially push the exit gate. No, she's gonna push the dungeon. Oh, if she pushed the gate, I think she would have made it.
Hold on. We need to be very careful here.
She needs to stun right now.
Be very careful here.
No. Yeah, I'm not able to get it. And
we missed!
So that's just going to be a 2-2 here, which is still fine. Zeta's at least able to get 2 out the gate here, but this does mean if Alf's able to get a 4 kill, then we will see a overtime game instead of a Zeta win. But Ford has Tide Turner, but I don't think the Hunter's gonna let that happen yet. So.
Yeah, we see as well from Kazuneko's point of view, they're a little bit unfortunate from both sides. They definitely could have made that 4-man endgame if it wasn't for the cat coming back straight towards that patient once again. We saw how well, you know, the Weeping Cloud initially took the cats just to allow patient to get away and patient utilizing the flywheel to get through the pallet, but because of how Ninian placed that cross down, he was able to get the cat right back on towards the patient, and then like, yes, there's 2 survivors near us to harass, but it's just that when Anti got stunned, Weeping Clown and Antiquarian were within a nearby vicinity for paralysis, so they cannot use their items, they cannot interact with Cypher Machines. I don't think they could even heal as well during that phase.
Who was the survivor? It was Patient, right? Patient did not have self-heal. So I guess you couldn't force it, you would have had to go for a stun, because Patient didn't have self-heal there, so yeah, that's what they were going for at that point, but yeah, that's just that's really tough there. Also, I think if the Antiquarian, I'm looking at it now, if the Antiquarian, or the stream's still a little bit behind, but if the Antiquarian immediately pushed gate after getting off tram near dungeon, instead of staying at the dungeon area, maybe they would have actually made it there. I think they might have had enough time. But I don't know. Because I was thinking as soon as the Antiquarian got off the tram, they ran straight to the gate. Because the Hunter was coming from the other side of the building, I think they maybe potentially could have made it, but instead, yeah, also missing that stun as well. They needed to get 1 stun there to push the dungeon, but unfortunately, 3 missed opportunities from the Antiquarian. The missed stun in Graveyard, not pushing the dungeon, and then not getting the stun to get out the dungeon. I'm sorry, not pushing gate. Okay, not getting the stun in Graveyard, not pushing gate, and then missing the stun to get the dungeon.
I do think it's a bit hard as well because it's an and that we're talking about where, you know, catwalks where you can turn left and right compared to maybe, let's say, other dash characters like Night Watch. But yes, in this case scenario, Survivors did do really well. The supports were there, and we see why Weeping Clan really excelled when it comes to, you know, a team composition like this too. There were like 2 slow decoders on this team. There was a Weeping Clan 10% decoding debuff. There was a forward with a 30% decoding debuff, and they were still able to get the Cypher Machine done. But it was just unfortunate we couldn't get that harass for Patient to drop him down and maybe open the exit gate then after the Hunter's hit. But if we move on straight towards the match stats, here we go. Patient, 133.4 second containment. Weeping Clown, 105.1 second containment. And then Hamilton, 105.2 second containment. Meanwhile, Forward basically just rescued once and then harassed twice with some ball stuns. And of course, in here, as they end, 2 pallets destroyed, 9 survivors hits alongside with 5 knockdowns.
Indeed. We saw the first kite is, it was a lot. I mean, it seemed like it would have been enough for a win, but keep in mind there was a lot of support though. We saw Antiquarian support, we saw the forward support on one of the rescues, and also towards the end, the Weeping Clown trying to put in some work there, but just unfortunately was not quite enough there. And yeah, you see, looking at the score here, it is still a 5-point lead here for GR. So Zeta's gonna have to get a 4 elimination from Alf. There's only one situation Alf has to get a 4 kill. And if it's not a 4 kill, then GR wins. And if it is a 4 kill, then we would go to overtime. That's the only possible situation here for Zeta to come back.
Definitely, but then even for Zeta's Hunter right now, Alf does have more Hunter compared to, you know, GR's Hunter. Because like GR's Hunter, we decided to go and just to play a little bit more safe. But then even if you play a safe there, as you can see from Zeta's Survivor side, they know what to do, they know how to go against it. And with their King composition there, they almost pulled it off. If it wasn't for that paralysis, where Weeping Cloud was just a tiny bit too close towards that cache, definitely could have ended way more different compared to the usual. But for now, if we move on straight towards the second half here, with the Hunter coming out and the survivors from GR side, you're gonna start thinking, okay, we need a formal elimination to go through the game. What Hunters should be chosen right after Ivy and Opera has been banned?
Yeah, I think here for Alf, again, he has to, since Alf needs to we were talking this a little before about how Alf needs to get a 4 kill, and there's not a lot of Hunters. Now it is Ever Sleeping, so there's a lot of Hunters that are available for this map, but the problem is that oh, some random application just opened on my computer. Let me close that real quick. Don't know what that was. Okay, anyways, sorry. Yeah, so Alf is he's kind of limited to a few options. Since he has to get a 4 kill, he can go into things like we talk about Breaking Will and Dream Witch being risky characters, but they can have a lot of win potential, can get 4 kills. We've seen Wax Artist, that's an option. It's a good map for Wax Artist. We've seen Alf play Geisha before, so Geisha is actually an option. Now Geisha is more of a win hunter than people think. Geisha does have good map pressure, so it does give her a lot more win potential than some other hunters in the game. So I think Alf's choices are kind of between Breaking Wheel, Dream Witch, Wax Artist, and Geisha. I feel like those would be the most logical. I guess Night Watch is also technically a hunter, but I don't know no one actually plays Night Watch anymore, so I don't know about that.
Yeah, it's a bit harder for Night Watch to play, especially on this map too, with his dash distance reduced. But I do think as well, it's where like there's so many corners that you can cut. There's so many like walls that you can hide behind. For Night Watch, your slow wind isn't going to be able to do much if survivors are going to be able to take advantage of the distance initially pulled with area selection mode. But even so, I guess when the Opera and the Ivy has been banned, Alf has a lot of options, but his options might be limited to what you said as well, Geisha, because his Geisha, Alf has always been practicing his Geisha. His Geisha is definitely very good, but would the survivors maybe play a little bit more of a tanky team, because we have Puppeteer still, I think we do still have Psychologists, so like with these two type of characters who can guarantee tank hits, who can tank 3 hits, you're just going to be able to guarantee that 60-second kite no matter what. And if you want to play it safe, go for a sell. And even if Alf does come out to harass, trim elimination doesn't mean it's a loss for GR. It just means that they won by points.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so again, GR, they just, this is why the GR Hunter plays N in this situation, because they only need to, as long as they get an elimination, there'll be a 2 elimination. GR just needs to get 1 survivor out. That's basically their entire goal, is just play for a 1 escape, which in round 3 is quite easy, a lot easier compared to rounds 1 and 2, right? As we know, in rounds 1 and 2, you know, you have Opera Stinger and Ivy, and now that, you know, those are no longer available, it's a lot harder to get 4 kills. We actually get, in round 3, we finally get into like, you know, real Identity 5, where we actually have like other hunters, you know, that are actually in the game being used. This meta right now is so it's so like, how do I explain this?
Opera
How do I
IV
put this lightly?
dominant.
Yeah, but like it's so like I don't know how to put this lightly. It's just so I don't know, not boring is the right word, but it's just so straightforward. Like yeah, it's just repetitive, straightforward. There's no it just lacks excitement when you have the same 2 hunters every round. But now this is where we actually get into again real Identity 5, where we see some more unique characters on the hunter side. We see more unique characters on the survivor side. So that'll be interesting for sure.
We're just gonna have to see then what our decision making is for Zeta side and for Gr side. But like, I guess it's also talking about like, hey, look, it's okay because like if you just think about a game 1, game 2, and game 3, 4-man elimination, 3-man elimination, 2-man eliminations, Zeta survivors are slowly but surely getting used to going up against the hunter of Gr, which means that regardless of what the overall result is after this half, if we can't get a 4-man elimination from Alpha, we move on towards extra round, of course. But then if we don't, at least Zeta survivors know what it is like to play against Gr's hunter Nia once again, so they can still have enough time to prep before moving up towards the upper finals, and if they can, meet them in finals. But that also means the same for Gr side as well. They did get a 3-man I'm quite sure they did get a tie game 1, but then the 3-man elimination is where we have to draw the line of saying, hey, look, okay, now there's no Opera, there's no IV. This is where we can shine out as survivors because we didn't use that many characters that we initially wanted to use. Yes, here is out of the question now because he's in permaband, but there's still Priestess, there's still Cheerleader, and there's still their Puppeteer and Psycho.
Definitely. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of options here. Again, we only need to see one escape for Gr. So if you're Alf, I'm kind of curious what kind of ban pick, because obviously he's going to pick a hunter that's going to be best for going against the team composition. So but what usually happens in a situation like this is as a hunter you ban for a certain type of hunter that you want to play, and then if the comp is still bad against the hunter, then you just play something else. Then you just play hunter based off of that situation. I'm interested to see what does he ban for, like what kind of hunter is he going to ban for Dream Witch, he's going to ban for Geisha, he's going to ban for Breaking, what he's actually going to ban for here. Another thing to keep in mind as well is that playing Wax Artist actually kind of makes sense because 3 out of 4 of the hunters we mentioned Flywheel is pretty good against. So Flywheel can be good against Geisha, and it's very good against Wheel and Dream Witch, but it's not good against Wax Artist. So I would expect the survivors of GR to expect one of those Flywheel hunters, and we'll see at least 2 out of 3 of the survivors should have Flywheel, I would imagine. So that's when things kind of get interesting, and then Alf maybe can try to change it up and play Wax Artist or something to surprise them.
Definitely, and it's also with the fact that like if we don't get our personas correct and if we bought a lot of like Flywheel, there could be a possibility that Anne also comes out too, and then like because we've seen as well in IVS in the previous few years when there was an Anne from CHN who brought there was a hunter from CHN who brought out Anne, and it was all Flywheel type survivors, in which in that case of course for Anne that was a guarantee for elimination for her. But it's as you have said too, in this case scenario, you need to expect any type of hunter that might come out, or maybe even for GR survivors, so they might just try go for knee-jerk reflexes alongside with Flywheel, just so they can play it safe, just so everyone can, contain and decode during that time as well. But even so, if we just go through like all the variety of hunters that Alf has, you could potentially say Knight could be one of them. You could potentially say Night Watch. There might be a Hermit hidden somewhere because we have seen like Hermit being chosen in IGLs quite a lot. There could also be a Clown from Alf, because Alf brought out a Clown last year too during our IVS 2023, in which look he did manage to get a 4-man elimination in that game as well. So like there is quite a lot of leeways what Alf can do here. There's also Gamekeeper, there also is like Axe Boy potentially speaking, but for now we're more leaning towards his Geisha, his Bonbon, or his Joker if he has still been practicing it.
Yeah, definitely. That could be a possibility, seeing something like Clown here. Obviously Everson Town is one of the maps that Clown is playable on, and if there's any situation to pull out a surprise hunter like this, or not even a surprise hunter, but a risky hunter, that could be good. So this would be a situation to do that for sure. So yeah, I mean, how many times has Alf actually played Clown? Do you know?
he did show it. He did use it last year, but I don't think he has shown it anywhere else. Because like when it comes to Clown, it does work really well against Weeping Clown, as we have seen in the previous tourneys. But that's also only if they decide to choose Weeping Clown and there's no flywheel. For now, a lot of the time Survivor mains do like to bring knee-jerk reflex a little bit more compared to flywheel because it's a little bit of a bigger map. But then again, if you think about it, it is Ever Sleeping Town. At the end of the day, there are going to be like a lot of areas where there's really long pallets in which Clown wouldn't necessarily have any advantage points over. So it's more or less just saying, hey, you could potentially go this type of hunter, but it can be countered like this. Once again, it's all up to what the survivors decide to do. If the survivors go for a very heavy tank team, such as mercenary, psychologist, puppeteer, where there's only one decoding debuff, they could potentially, even if it's a 60-70 second kite, they can always sell and go for that one-man escape. But even so, from our point of view here, it's more or less just saying, is there anything you want to practice against Gr now? Because the 4-man elimination for game 3 is really hard. Even though we have seen it in IVC before, this is 2 top level teams going up against each other. It's just really hard to find that opportunity with any other hunter to get that 4-man elimination.
All right, now that we have some in-between time, we'll look at the chat, even though I'm not really sure what they're talking about. The thing is, if I say like, oh, I don't know what you guys are talking about, they're gonna be like, oh, why do you think we're boring? Something talking about fragments, Antonio S tier, whatever that means. I'm lost. I don't know.
Oh, you haven't seen Antonio's new S tier, no?
I have not seen any skin ever because I don't particularly pay attention to that.
Ah, fair enough. But like there has been newer and releases of the OPH skins for esports tourneys, and there has been the recent skins of released for a violinist, which is this S skin for autumn this season. I mean, a lot of players are quite looking forward to using it. A lot of people are saving up for it right now, so I do see where their excitement is coming through too. I do wonder though, right after Mercenaries OPH skin that has been released, who would be next? Because there is Cheerleader, there is Anti-Korean, and of course you can't forget about Prisoner too.
Yeah, I'm gonna pretend I know what you're talking about. And someone asked, is Flywheel better than Broken Windows? In rank, Broken Windows is usually better. It depends on the character. If you're playing like a kiting / harassing character, in rank, Flywheel is better. If you're playing a regular kiting character, Broken Windows is better, because Broken Windows is pretty much effective against everything, whereas Flywheel is not necessarily effective against everything. So if you guys are in rank and you don't know what the hunter is, and you're playing a regular kiter, like a non-harassing kiting character, Broken Windows is best. If you're playing a harassing character in rank and you don't know what the hunter is, like Prospector, then Flywheel is better. Or Antiquarian, Flywheel is good. But if you're playing a kiting character that is not a harasser, Broken Windows is better, if that makes sense. That should be your guys' mindset with that. And then on top of that, you guys should also be reading Borrowed Time in rank at all times. I know a lot of people, they see okay, I want to explain this so people understand. In tournaments, you guys see a lot of builds that don't bring Borrowed Time. That is a very tournament-specific and situational build, guys. When you're in rank, you should always have Borrowed Time. You should not be not bringing Borrowed Time. I hate this concept of like, people are like, oh, okay, yeah, in tournament I saw this player not bring Borrowed Time. They had Flywheel and Broken Windows, so then I'm going to start doing that in rank. And that actually is going to cost you guys games. In rank, you should always have Borrowed Time. Those are very specific tournament builds when people are trying to secure ties against things like Opera and things like Ivy. When you're in rank, you should be playing for wins pretty much all the time. So you want to play normal builds with Borrowed Time. So let me just clear this up for everybody. If you're on your team, there should always be 1 rescuer and 3 non-rescuers, basically. If you're the rescuer, you should have Tide Turner and Borrowed Time. If you are a kiter, you should have Broken Windows and Borrowed Time. If you are a kiting / harassing character, you should have Flywheel and Borrowed Time. That is basically the entire persona guide for you guys. If you guys are a decoder, same thing. Broken Windows and Borrowed Time. Unless you're Explorer, that's a little bit different. You could play like Tide Borrowed Time because you don't really kite, but I don't want to go into that because that's going to confuse people. So there you go. That is the persona guide in about 30 seconds for everybody watching.
And of course, thank you very much, Eli. But of course, with our personas from the survivor side moving on forward in Ever Sleeping Town, it would be much more recommended for most of the survivors here to actually bring knee-jerk reflex due to the fact that a lot of the containment areas are pretty far away from each other. For example, you have graveyard, in which you need to go through the window, and maybe if you want to rotate towards balcony, that speed boost is pretty much a necessity here too. Because like when you think about Al's hunter pools, it's kind of like, yes, a lot of these characters do pull distance. A lot of these hunters that Alf have could potentially be countered by knee-jerk reflex, but even so, you do have the oddball of, you know, maybe a Dream Witch come out from Alf, because their coach Silk is a Dream Witch main, so like Silk can provide more than enough tips for Alf. There also could be possibilities of breaking wheels, since we have seen breaking wheels, you know, being played out multiple times, especially on a map like this, in which sometimes it might not be beneficial, but most of the times, like, you could potentially say at least it guarantees the tie. But there comes the issue which, okay, even if it does guarantee the tie game, we need a formal elimination, and with a formal elimination, usually against breaking wheel, even if you do get that fast 10, as long as you can Cypher Rush, that's kind of all what it matters. A lot of these rescuers these days, when it comes to in rank sessions, in tourney sessions, anything that's like no damage potential is very doable, especially against a wheel if he's still in wheel form. So we're basically kind of here trying to draw the lines of, okay, so it's a map that's in Ever Sleeping Town, it's Alf that we're talking about right now. How do we go on forward with winning against G? Or if it's a normal 2 rescuer, 2 containment comps, you could potentially go breaking wheel, because you have that, you know, double down potential with breaking wheel with 2 spikes on the survivors, and you can chase after a survivor really fast if they do have knee-jerk reflex instead of flywheel. There's also the odd case where Geisha could work as well, but Geisha mainly works when you are a high decoding team, such as, you know, if you compose yourself with an embalmer, prisoner, and mechanic alongside with another rescuer, then Geisha definitely could work when it comes to, okay, fast chase, fast down, fast rescues, and even if you do sell, there's still a chance for maybe a 4-man elimination. But then, like, it's just what it's just the beauty of Alf. His hunter pool is really unpredictable. He's brought out Bomber multiple times, in which we've seen how well it went up against the Batter last year IVS. He has brought out the Walkstars, which we have seen yesterday. His Opera Singer did definitely get better over the past Game 1 and Game 2, from a tie game to a 3-man elimination game, and so on and so forth. So here, right now, Knight could be a potential, because we have seen Alf bring out Knight too, and Knight isn't necessarily that much of a bad character. It's just that it's way too hard to use Knight in, you know, Ever Sleeping Town, where there's where the containment areas are really big.
Yeah, sorry, I can't with these rank questions, and I'm losing my mind right now. Anyways,
answer them. We have time, Eli.
I can't even take any of this seriously. What is going on right now? Can I bring Tide and broken windows on the Mind's Eye? Please don't do that. All of these are just like they're all troll, bro. I can't. Full kiting build with Merc. Yeah, sure, dude. I don't know. Why do I keep losing as Nightmare in rank? I mean, that's probably a troll question, but like, I'll answer that because it's like the most like not troll, even though they're all troll. Nightmare's the worst hunter in the game, so I mean that's all I have to say. But yeah. For now, well, he did recently get his buffs with poaching from 10% to 13%, alongside with fast pallet breaking, and with the fact that he does get an relevation effect after, if you dive in towards the pallet, you do get sun. Now, that is a little bit hard to activate, but I do think, like, when it comes to Nightmare's Chase, it has been upped as well, which is why there's a potential we can see him IVT maybe, or even during co-op seasons. It just depends on how the top servers seem right now. But then yes, his Bad Omen has been reduced from 50 seconds to 55. Yeah, maybe we'll see him in rank, but in tournament, I don't think we've ever seen Nightmare. Or we seen it like one random tournament at some point, I can't remember, but I'm not sure about that.
Well, I mean, from IVT Korea, there was a Nightmare from HW.
Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
So there's a chance.
I got a hair in my mouth. Sorry, hold on. Yeah. You know how you just get a random hair in your mouth, but you don't actually. How does that happen? I don't even know how that happens. Continue. I need to get this hair.
Continue. Alright. But we do have a small bit of a technical issue here from the IVS side in Macau. So right now we're just kind of waiting on the players to see whether we can resolve the issues here, and not as we talk about different strategies that can be used when it comes to like what Alf can do moving on forward. But even so, it's a situation where we're like, okay, so there's this possibility, but then we can still maybe say we can do this. It's just too big. Like, there's too many variables right now. If you think about what like GR Survivor has chosen, what meta characters do they still have? They have Weeping Clown still, they have Puppeteer, they have Psycho if I'm not wrong, they have Priestess, they have any good rescuers that they actually need for this one. And like, just moving on forward, it's a little bit of the fact that a lot of pressure is on Alf, and he needs to choose his hunter, not really based on who has the highest 4K condition. It's based on what type of team comp it is, because like with the hunter adjustments throughout the years, they're very close to a level where they're almost the same, but they get countered by certain type of survivors really, really, really hard.
Yeah. Someone actually asked a question. I think they meant to troll, but it's actually not a bad question. Should I bring Insolence on Ripper? Well, I wouldn't really recommend playing Ripper because it's not very good, but Insolence on Ripper is actually not as bad as people think. The biggest issue with Ripper is that if you miss Foggy Blades early game, you just get kited because you don't really have much chase potential because of your bad hitbox. But getting your invisibility and speed boost is really good. So getting first presence as Ripper is actually good. So Insolence on Ripper is actually not as bad as people think. So that's actually a legitimate question. You can actually play Insolence on Ripper. You can play like Warp Insolence Ripper. I think is actually not bad. I mean, I wouldn't play Ripper, but if you're gonna play Ripper, Warp Insolence Ripper is actually not that bad. So that is actually a good question. I think you asked a good question without realizing it. I think you meant to troll there, whoever asked that, but it ended up being a good question. But anyways, looks like we're finally going to be transitioning into our match here. Keep in mind, everybody, we do need to see... What do you mean, troll? We are serious? There's no way any of these questions were meant to be... Not a single one was meant to be serious. There's just no way. I'm sorry. I did not find a single question there that was actually... that was actually serious. Is Perfumer still worth playing? That's a good question. I think Perfumer is... it's not a bad rank survivor, but I would recommend other characters. Perfumer just struggles against a lot of the good hunters, so yeah, not that great. Anyways, in our match here, we do have to see Alf go for a 4-kill at this point, and that's kind of the only condition. If Alf is able to get a 4-kill, we will go into overtime. If we do not see a 4-kill, it means that GR will be the winners of this match.
Now, we also did see a lot of supports here for Iron, as this is his second day debuting back after his long leave. But even with such a long leave here, Iron was the first chase against Alf for Game 1 and Game 2. We'll see whether that will continue for Game 3 as well. Because like Alf did manage to take quite a lot of vantage points against Iron, as we do see here as well. That's a very interesting emoji there. That's a very interesting emoji there from the fan side. But we will be moving straight on towards the ban picks very soon too. For now, the strategies are still being discussed. From Iron's point of view here, he does have a forward in which we've talked about before, and Kazuneko did play the forward last game as well. He wasn't shown the spotlight that much, but he did what he needed to do with the backdoor stuns, especially after the second rescues. As we move on straight towards the ban pick phase, it's currently 2-2. Two survivors escaped from ZETA last game, and the perma bans here is going to be the Psychologist, First Officer, Magician, Wildling, Embalmer, and of course the Seer, which our Priestess and Fire Investigator, first 2 bans from Alf.
We're going to see Fire Investigator getting banned here. We don't see this character getting banned as much, mostly just teams picking it. But yeah, Alpha really going to value getting rid of that character in this situation. Looks like we're going to see Coordinator finally available now that it is round 3. Coordinator is no longer as effective as rounds 1 and 2 since Ivy and Op are no longer on the table. We're going to see Mercenary and Coordinator. Of course, you're just going to go for that Rescuer here as it is the last round. Patient next for Alf here. Patient ban indicates not wanting to play Geisha. We're going to see Prisoner, which is very interesting. Prisoner is very risky in a situation like this. And the reason why is Prisoner may be good against something like Ivy. But when you get in a situation like this, when you have to go against a potential Breaking Wheel or Dream Witch, like Breaking Wheel and Dream Witch, Prisoner is very weak. We're going to see Postman as well. So we're going to see a double decoder from GR. They're going all in on this tie strategy, just making sure they get to the end game with this Cypher Rush here.
Honestly, with the prisoner pick here, it's definitely for AC, who is, I'm quite sure, first prisoner in CN server. But Iron giving him back the, well, for Iron it's a little bit nostalgic here. It's back to the gold days when Poison was S tier during our rank, or during our tourney metas with his 20%, you know, decoding buff ladder towards other survivors. For now, this does seem like a good team where you can play Geisha up against, but like there's still a good potential where you can sell immediately after the first rescue. For the survivor side, as Azealia has said, it's a very fast decoding team combo. Coordinator no decoding debuff, and only with Mercenary here, he can't get that 10% decoding buff ladder from the post one, and in exchange for that, he only has a 10% decoding debuff early game too. We do manage to lock the Persona's webs here. It's all up to Alf now with this final decision.
Looks like we're going to see Wax Artist from Alf here. This is something we talked about before. How Wax Artist is one of those characters where if this team is expecting Dream Witch or Breaking Wheel or Geisha, we could see Flywheel from a lot of these survivors, but Alf is going to go with the Wax Artist. Let's see if they expected this at all. We could see some no borrowed time builds, and again, the reason for this is because this is like do or die. Like, okay, we're just playing for a tie. We don't care if a survivor dies here. We just want good kiting and things like that. I just have to read this last one. Eli, is it true I should save my owl until the next match? That was a good, I like that. That was a good one. Good job, Hazelnut. I'm gonna give you props for that. I like that. Saving it for the next match, dude. When we're in rank and your teammate doesn't use the owl and they die with owls, like, bro, what are they? Bro, saving it for the next match, bro. I don't know. Anyways, back into our match here. Things are getting intense here. Alf's gonna need to get a 4 elimination here with Wax Artist. It's not easy going against a double decoding team composition here, but not a lot of great kiters for going against Wax. Prisoner is a very easy chase for Wax Artist, similar to Postman. So if he's able to locate one of these survivors early on, it's gonna be very strong for him as this match plays out. We see Prisoner in middle 2-story here, so that may be his first chase target. Now, the beauty of the middle 2-story spawn is you do get some nice rotation. You're able to rotate around the buildings or get to graveyard. That can be very good for the survivor side, especially against a low mobility hunter such as Wax Artist.
Definitely, and well, Wax Artist here spawning by the S Palace. Prisoner does have full access to the graveyard too, so for Wax Artist himself, if he wants to stop Prisoner from containing there, we're going to need to see how well we can. Well, we're going to see if we can actually lock that window first or not. But then, like with graveyard as well, there's just too many long walls to block the Wax. We're going to move on then. So it will be Jura versus Zeta here, which, let's see, triple knee-jerk reflex alongside with Fly with no borrow time there on Coordinator, Postman, and Prisoner. Only one Titan on borrow time on the Mercenary, Mule, Alf, Trump cut attention alongside with Instance. This will be Jura versus Zeta here on match 3, second half. I'm coming to crucial, and with me is Eli O. We'll be moving on straight towards the game, and the persona trace here from Alf, it seems like it will be Trump card detention alongside with Maxwell breaking and Rage.
We're going to see immediately Prisoner does get that speed boost letter from the Postman here, so increased movement speed of 10% as long as that letter is active. We're going to see Alf is going to try to mind game around this area. Prisoner just going to keep transitioning towards this back pallet here. Going to use the pallet a little bit early here. Mind game at the pallet. Alf's going to I mean, it's fine to just walk up to this and get as much wax on as possible when he goes for that vault. We're going to see taking down this pallet here. Prisoner doing a pretty good job. Just got to break line of sight as much as possible in this area, all the way up to 72%. Making sure to use the shock out of range of the stun. What I mean by that is the wax stun. He's not gonna gain 25%, but it ends up not mattering. We're gonna see the first hit onto the Prisoner. Does have warp to work with as well, so Prisoner opts to leave graveyard here. He is gonna go down to the warp. I think Alf may go ahead and use it right here. There's the warp to close the distance. Prisoner has a flywheel. Is he gonna flywheel here? Baits the flywheel and secures the down onto the Prisoner here. And a pretty fast down, but with the Postman decoding in play. Postman has not been able to use a decoding letter yet, though. That's going to be a bit of a problem for GR. We've seen a speed letter and a movement speed letter and a rescue letter, so still no decoding letter. We're going to see the Wax Bomb onto Iron Cypher Machine. He's able to slow down the decoding. That's very important. Anytime you're able to chair near a Cypher as Wax Artist, that is how you're able to win, is you're able to block off that Cypher Machine.
But even so, it seems like we're already starting the 4th Cypher Machine here from Harsh. We do know that since there is a survivor on the ground, it's a little bit harder to decode Cypher Machine. Suppose I rotate straight towards a Mercenary Cypher. We're going to be able to get a normal hit there on towards 40, but there's a huge chance for a double down. That's going to be a gun straight on towards the face to guarantee the safety here for our Prisoner. Prisoner just needs to rotate the base as much as possible, here, right? But wish...
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, we will get stunned here, and that's going to be immediate down.
think coordinator made a misstep there. After you use the flare gun, I think they should have transitioned towards the 11 area. By 11, I mean the pallets to the right of Alf right now. If you look to the right of him right now, those pallets over there, there's 2 pallets in that one window there. That's where the coordinator should have gone. Coordinator went over to this S pallet area. By S pallet, I mean that kind of no man's land cipher over here. And that makes it so Alf can just change it down coordinator instantly because you're already at 80% wax. The coordinator should have at least gone to an area where Alf is forced to go after the prisoner. But I guess the survivors are fine with changing on share here and letting the coordinator sit on share. Now, coordinator does have is not one of the decoders, right? Prisoner and postman, both decoders get to remain in play now, so that's gonna be advantageous. But Alf switching to teleport, and it's right on to the prisoner who's already been on share once. A pretty nicely timed teleport switch here. Coordinator's also being rescued after the halfway mark too. And a tide turner will be wasted as well.
Okay, this might be a little bit bad here from GR Survivor side, but that's still okay for now because your mercenary is still at full health. It seems like Iron has been sending letters towards one of the survivors. I think we send it towards Merc here because we can still rescue. But then even if we do want to perform this rescue, here's an issue. Alpha is now at max health. What does mean? Not max health, max presence. What does being max presence mean? It means that there's a chance for a double down situation. As we just skipped a normal rescue here and prisoner, just trying to buy a little bit more time without tide turner. I think that's okay because as long as there's a pallet there nearby to play around in, you can definitely still cut corners and run around and dodge these waxes.
Prisoner is going to need, if he has a shock, he needs to use it a bit early. Has a flywheel, not a shock. Does get the pallet down. We're going to see the hot wax switch. Does he time it in time? Oh, just barely gets it in time. That was very, very close at the end there. I think the prisoner, yeah, it was literally like a split second from the hot wax not being able to activate, but got it just in the nick of time there. But we already see the last 2 ciphers at 91 and 77%. That is the power of the double decoding team composition here. Oh, he bucks the window though, and that could be an insta hot wax down because he's caught in the open here.
We will be able to get a 100% stack wax right now. Now there's flywheel on postman, so on to that flywheel, but we did manage to make a hit out right out from Alf. So now, did we get close with hot wax? We didn't close hot wax just as a hot wax just about to go after half, but the cipher machine has been open and the dog has been on straight towards the wax artist. Wax artist here did not manage to land that block off straight on towards the postman, but that's still okay for now because the exit gate still hasn't been open here just yet. We do have teleport here left to use. We do have AK here who's trying to rush straight towards the exit gate to get it open, but he is someone that is going to be eliminated on charge. We do decide to drop down to 2 pallets first. Is there teleportation coming out? We will be teleporting out here first, but at least this is a pallet where you're able to still play around for a while and rotate out if we do decide to break it. Now it's all up to coordinator here to see how long she can contain for, but that's still okay for now because why? Because this is the wax artist that moves really slow, and with Cordy being dropped down right there, you're gonna have to chair as well. Who do you see decoding the gate? It's Iron decoding the gate alongside with Mercenary here on the other side near this corner house gate, which means one cipher machine at a gate each. That's more than enough for a 1-man escape here for GR.
Yeah, they're just going to split the exit gates here. Alf does see the Mercenary, which he might actually be able to get down. If he can go for a hot wax plus detention hit play, he's going to be able to down Mercenary here. I don't think Mercenary makes dungeon without an elbow pad. But Postman is going to be able to make it out the exit gate, which means that it's going to be a 1 survivor escape. That's all GR needs to secure the victory here. Gonna try to push the dungeon here, but he can just get the hot wax, or just gonna get the hot wax now, and he can just hit the Mercenary. Should be able to just hit the Mercenary down, and that will be the elimination here onto the Mercenary. Postman out the exit gate. That's gonna be a 1 escape though for GR, which means Alf did come very close there at the end, but not quite enough. GR will be the winners here with that double decoding strategy against the Waxers, and that's what the beauty of round 3. When we don't have to worry about Ivy and Opera Singer, you get to see a real exciting meta. You get to see characters like Wax Artist come out. You get to see strategies like double decoder with Postman and Prisoner. That's always very fun and exciting to see. With the current rounds 1 and 2 meta, we just don't get to see that anymore. So it is now nice to be able to see that in a round 3 situation here.
Definitely, and of course, from both Jura and Alf's side right now, especially for Hart too, I do believe, during the last year IVS when Hart was going up against Alf in the finals, where he did showcase his weeping counters when it comes to going up against Rescue, I do think in that regards where he got where he failed Rescue of going up against Alf, this time he was a little bit more safe. He did play a little bit more conservatively, and we were able to guarantee the stable Rescue there. But like, even just by going back towards the game, we saw Mercenary Coordinator first 2 picks, and then followed up by the Prisoner and the Postman. It seems like from GR's Survivor side, it would have been really risky if we actually got a 4-1 elimination game there, because who was in permaband? It was the Wily and the first officer, and you just got rid of your Cordy and your Mercenary there, which means like if we actually went overtime, then ZETA definitely could have had a bigger chance of winning against GR. But in this case scenario, as we've said before too, it's just too hard. Any other hunter aside from Ivy and Opera, you just can't stop them from decoding.
Yeah, I think if we get to round 4 overtime, I actually think ZETA probably wins. Like I said, Alpha is very good in those later rounds when Ivy and Opera are no longer available. As we saw here, ZETA was able to win the round in which they had that situation, that round 3 situation. I think round 4 situation would have definitely possibly had a similar result. So that's exactly where ZETA wants to be. If they can get to that spot where they're into the 3rd round and they're not too far behind, or they're not losing, or maybe they're winning, then they definitely can win from there. But obviously we saw in the first round, we saw a really convincing round 1 victory for GR, and then ZETA was not able to win round number 2. So then once you get to the 3rd round, they're already too far behind at that point to make a comeback.
Yeah, and especially it's with the fact that from GR side, what did they plan out? They planned out in round 1, it was a 4-1 elimination from GR and Ninja, and I do think that 4-1 elimination was the reason why it kind of gave GR a lot of leeway compared to going up against, compared to ZETA, right? Because like, we have seen how well Alt performs, and Alt can definitely outperform GR whenever the chance is given, but because of that 4-1 elimination on the Ivy from the Hunter on GR side, it just simply means that, the survivors need to try to bring as much back as possible, but even if they don't actually bring anything back, it will just end up as a 2 games there for GR win. But thankfully, Alf was able to recollect himself during game 2 for that back-to-back 3-man elimination from both the Hunter and both ZETA and GR division. But even so, it just wasn't enough this time. Hopefully, moving on towards the lower brackets, ZETA Survivors has a little bit more time to recuperate, or even just to practice a little bit more when it comes to going against different teams, maybe when it comes to communication-wise, because for game 1, it definitely could have been a tie game.
Definitely could have been, but yeah, we see, GR ultimately will be victorious. So now looking into our bracket here, we are going to have GR moving on even farther into the winner's bracket. ZETA Division will be knocked down to the elimination bracket, in which they will play against, I believe they play against the winner of the elimination bracket today, which is Weibo, right? So I think that would make sense. And then also the winner of the next match after this will play against FT. So that would be wait, is that right? Yeah.
Yes.
No, the loser of the next match after this will play.
Yeah, the loser of the next one, and then the winner of the next matchup goes up against GR. But moving on straight towards the stats page, here we go. It will be ZETA on 3-1. Alf did get a 3-man elimination here with 12 survivor hits, 6 pallets destroyed, and 7 knocked games. Meanwhile, from our survivor side, AC here, Ata was the first container with 94 seconds. But once again, it is a 1-win, 1-tie, 1-win situation between both ZETA and GR. But sadly, it is point difference that will guarantee the winner here for GR. It's currently 14-11. Round 1 in arms factor was 7-2 with a 4-man elimination from GR's Hunter. Round 2 was a 4-4 with 3-man elimination from both Hunter from ZETA side and the Glory side. And then round 3 was a tie game, round 1, and then a 3-man elimination from Alf. And it seems like best deduction will be given to Ninja here.
Yeah, we see average eliminations of 3 here, with deduction of over 11, almost 12,000 deduction. It was 11,733, whatever. So almost the perfect deduction there, and an average of 3 eliminations per game. We saw a 4-kill, 3-kill, and a tie. So that would average, if you do math, that's 4 plus 3 plus 2 divided by 3 is 3. So it's 3 eliminations per game there. Excellent job from GR. And in a meta where, well, it may be Hunter-sided, having a average eliminations of 3 kills from 3 rounds is 3-round situation. You're able to get 3 kills or better. That's just very impressive.
Definitely. But then, like, if we think about this move on forward, we do know Gr will play against the winners of the next matchup, which is RD versus FL. But then, like, thinking about tomorrow's game as well for Zeta, Zebra versus WBG again. Once again, it's going to be another tough matchup here for Zeta too. So, like, for today, I do think they kind of they saw what their mistakes was, they saw what their weaknesses was, let's say, as well, and then, like, moving on towards the lower brackets to, you know, get the upper hand against WBG. As long as they can adapt and fix what they've done wrong today, they can completely overcome WBG in the lower brackets first match tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely the case. Yeah, this tournament's turning out to be very exciting. I gotta ask you, Crow, what did you do the predictions by any chance?
I did. I kind of stated that I said Gr would come out on top for me, and then third place was FL.
So for the three thingies, what did you put for the?
I said Gr, WBG, and FL.
Oh, okay.
For mine.
I did 1 for Weibo and I did 2 for FL. Because I think based off of FL's bracket, they have a very good chance of making it to, like, the finals and possibly getting second. I think FL is gonna have a hard time winning the event, but I think they definitely have a very good chance at making it to the finals, or at least getting second or third or something. They're somewhere in there. I think they'll definitely be in the top 3. So I put 2 for FL, and then I put 1 for Weibo because I did think that they had a chance at going all the way. But it's looking like GR is going to be potentially on top at this point. They're really looking to be well positioned. And if I had to predict any team would win this event, I think right now I would say GR just based off of the way they're playing. But yeah, definitely still far from over.
Because like Zeta still has a long way to go here as well on towards the lower brackets. But as we said before, since day 1, Zeta has not gotten an international title just yet, and this is their best chance to get it. What would be their next best chance? But for today, as we've seen between the two teams as well, Zeta slowly crawled themselves back up from the rabbit hole. Moving on towards the next few matchups, as long as Zeta can maintain the stability of game 1 and let Alf do whatever he wants to do, that's all what matters. But we move on straight towards the interview phase. So let's congratulate Jura for winning today's matchup. We're gonna welcome Jura Nini and Jura Harsher as the player does their introduction.
本日勝利おめでとうございます。勝者組の決勝戦に無事進出できましたね。本日の試合は多分皆さんもお客さんの皆さんも期待していると思います。
So what prep up do we do before today's matchup?
準備とかしてきましたか？とりあえずたくさん寝て、できるだけの準備をしてきました。牛選手いかがです
So
か？
from Nini, he said that he slept really well in order to get his mentality back up, and from Hart, he said that he ate really
頑張
well.
りました。第一試合で素晴らしく4釣りを取って、キャンプシーンで火災調査員の、救助狩りが本当に素晴らしくて、どういうふうに考えて立ち回りましたか？最後の1台まだ全然残っていましたし、
So during Nini's full elimination, what was on Nini's mind when you managed to charge the survivor on towards the chair, and why do you think you should go out to look for a flying investigator? And Nini replied with the fact that it's because of the fact that he realized that the cyber mission was actually at 50%. So even if he did decide to chair camp rider, he wouldn't be able to get much out. So therefore, he decided to use the shadow form to go out to look for the flying investigator, look for the full health survivor, to get them down and allow him to get a full elimination.
サベバとしては道逃げできればいいっていうのがいいから、そういう風な、自覚をピックしました。そして、次の試合、ミニエ選手、また、自己の影が使えるようになって、どういう風に考えて立ち回りましたか？実は、ファーストチェイスが本当にゼータ側素晴らしくて、こちらとしては結構戦いにくかった部分もありました。
So basically, during game 2, when Zeta survivors decided to let out your IV once again, how did you feel during then? Because you almost got that formal elimination, and then Nini replied with the fact that, to be honest with you, Zeta survivors team combo, especially their first containments, were always really good, and I wasn't able to garner anything out of them. So it was a really tough
心
matchup.
配してびっくりしましたね。ウシン選手は最後の1、2ゲーに向けてどういうふうに考えていましたか？仲直り1個で1、2ゲーに向けて頑張りました。では ファンからウェイボーのファンからの質問です。今回、新しいメンバーが加入したこと
So
に
ever
よって
since there is, so this is from a fan question. We now have 2 new players coming into the team. Has there been anything interesting that has happened?
どれぐらい似てますか？ 80% ぐらいですね。髪も染めたらいかがですか？それも 95% ぐらいに上ります。最後、ニーニー選手、牛選手が、試合前イベントでもらった予言は使いましたか？持ってきてないみたいです。牛選手、どういうことですか？うまくいく中国マカオに入れないかもしれないので、持ってこなかったです。では明日の試合も期待しています。改めて勝利おめでとうございます。
So we'll be taking a break right now, and we'll be back really soon, right after the highlights for today.
いやいやいや、赤にね、こうかな。テラメされちゃうかもな。いけよくれる。いけよくれる。俺行く。帰ったグラホン。楽やな、これね。かばってね。待って、粘着。ごめん。出るよ。出る？いや、無理だ。第二次弹道，第二次弹幕地。
大房那边溜。
是吧？
给我大房那边可以吗？往独洞走。扎你就直接修独洞去。
OK，独洞给蒋
门。我直接修马路基了，2楼。你修蒋门去用不？OK。不修了。直接开，空气贴门去，我直接开了，我砍了。
开了。3。防你飞轮吧，我感觉。要不我来。
Hey, what's
Ladies
up?
and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2024 Identity 5 Stellaris Challenge Invitational Day number 2. My name is Chocho, and join by me with my co-caster Nella Mello, and we'll be bringing you the live commentary of this last matchup of the day. It will be between Team RD versus Team FL. Nell, how are you feeling about this?
Exactly. We are at the final match of the day. I mean, save the best for the last, right? And I just remembered I'm supposed to do an accent. But yeah, I guess better late than never, right? So I'm gonna do an accent, and you try and guess what it is after this, okay? So welcome, guys. We're here on day number 2, and I see so many people in the chat. We're just gonna have a really good time. And yeah, I see Naho-chan from Tokyo, konnichiwa. Just a girl from Malaysia, so selamat datang. And for those, I can speak any other languages, but hello and welcome to our Chocho and Nella Mello live stream. Just kidding.
Oh, the fact that you mentioned that you don't speak any other languages, that should be a key hint. Is that me?
Yeah. I wanted to do the Australian accent, but it's, yeah. But,
but who is that though?
Who? What?
What accent?
And I was trying to sound like a surfer beach American in Florida. I don't know.
How was I supposed to guess that? I thought it was supposed to be like a person.
I'm so
Can you
sorry.
give me like, a surfer in a beach?
I know. I'm so sorry about that. But hey, yeah, just breaking a little bit of ice. We've been busy with our lives, coming back for the last match, and we're just really excited to be bringing this because now it's RD versus FL, right? So FT has gotten their chance against FL. Now it's RD, and RD is coming from the winning position as well as FL. So I don't know, man. RD versus FL. I want to say that FL will have the advantage because they showed, yeah, they're really strong. But RD has been surprising us with their matches as well, right? And they even have imported players. So
of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm very excited about the matchup. You've mentioned, right, how RD really gave us such a surprise, but looking at this, we do have a surprise member that we saw yesterday, Lati, from previously in Scars, but now we'll be joining RD, representing RD. And we also have Xiao, CY, Zhengkai, Huanxue, Pin, and Wenyi. This team has been pretty solid, and honestly, I thought that before IBS, RD servers, they were kind of losing left and right, but coming into this IBS yesterday, they were definitely very prepared. But looking at FL?
Yeah, looking at FL, I definitely love everyone here. They were so prepared, stunning hairs. We know who they are. We see their names, right? Mike, and we see UGG, we see the whole team there. But it just makes me feel a little bit sad because I want to grow my hair a little bit longer, just to have.
You can.
Just to have hair. Like even Adi, right? Even Adi has grown his hair out and he permed it, and I'm like, oh my god, Adi, Toto, come, Toto. Like,
all right.
Let me show you. Like I said, Adi,
the perm.
Why does your hair look like this? Like why does it look like this? And I'm like, oh yeah, this is natural perm, right? So yeah, see, I want to have a hair like this. Yeah, that would be pretty cute.
You can grow it out, but I just want to say, I think on behalf of like the viewers, right? It really felt like your bald era went by too fast. It really went by too fast. The next moment we saw you had like fully grown hair. It was as if you were never in the bald era and you just placed like a cap over. But we'll just put that on pause. We'll be looking at Team RD's team introduction video. We do have Lati leading the forefront of Team RD, right? Bringing them all the way to the stage. And Wenyi is extremely tall. I think we can agree on that.
Yeah, he's 37 apples tall. I'm pretty sure.
And I'm 5
But-
apples tall. Mhm.
No, you're not. You're 5.5.
Wow, thank you very much.
Yeah. It's okay. I'm 6. I know better. But next up, there is the Japan Division FL. Please do enjoy, guys. All right, so I see a lot of people in the chat as well as the people coming out from the stage as well. You can see that FL coming out looking cool, calm, and collected. They are ready to take this match against RD. Can you say hello in Spanish? Hola, amigo. Mi gente latino. Okay. And yeah, oh, look at the heart. Oh no, he's left hanging. He's left hanging. He's like, where's my love? Where's my love? And there you have it, Giancarlo, the interviews. All right.
We are back once again. Yeah, it seems like Macon.
Jump scare.
Yeah, it really is. Seems like Macon from Team FL, they are ready to potentially play the long game. And I mean, especially in the interview, he says the long game is their forte. He's very confident. So we'll see if RD really stretches all the way there and fight them all the way to BO3. But just looking at the results yesterday, right? I mean,
Yeah.
FL definitely did play all the way to BO3 against Team FT,
True,
but
true.
RD did not. Yeah, RD was just a BO2 and then 2-0 sweep. So I'm excited to see how these two teams will clash and who ultimately will win and take up one of the top 4 spots here.
Yeah, styles will definitely clash. So let's do a little bit of maths here, okay? I know that it's a little bit late. We don't want to think about numbers, but FT and FL went BO3, right? FL beat FT in a BO3 match. GBB versus RD. RD beat GBB in a 2-0 match. GBB versus FT, and FT beat them in a BO3 game, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would say RD is probably probably gonna have a neck and neck match with FL, and that's probably gonna be a BO3.
Oh, might be. It actually might be.
Yeah, I mean they've got imported players, right? And they've already mentioned they've got Lati, who knows so well the players in the Japanese division, and and that's a strength, That's a strength when you have someone, the insider, you recruit someone from the inside and you learn about the knowledge and what you know. Like maybe Lati's saying like, oh, Mekan, his weakness is walling, just ban his walling. I don't know, maybe, right? So
This might be.
yeah,
And
exactly.
I think when I was watching RD's matchup, right, CY with that opening performance, I'm not sure if we all remember yesterday at the Moonlight River Park, right at the start of the match, using the opera singer, he got a terror shock onto the survivor within 30 minutes, by the way. Within 30 minutes. Blink wasn't
Wow.
ready, nothing was ready, and then it went to immediate pause.
Okay.
It was really very exciting matchup then, and hopefully CY will be able to replicate that here. But we know that CY, he has a very big weakness, and that
Okay.
weakness is
Ice cream. No,
it's not. His biggest weakness is finding survivors that hides very well. Yeah, he spends more time finding a survivor that's hiding as compared to his chasing. Yeah, it was crazy. He was fighting for such a long time, but ultimately still get that 4K.
Yeah, I mean, the Japanese, they're well known. Like when you make animes, when you make movies about them, what do you think about samurais, right? Ninjas. They master the arts of hiding, the ninja art.
Camouflaging with the wall behind.
Camouflage. Can you see me? You can just, when I close my eyes, you can see me at all. Like what happened to Kuro just now. I don't know. Kuro's mastered the art of
the vanishing potion or something like that. The chat was really
Ninja.
funny to point it out. I was like, wait, what's going on?
Exactly. But yeah,
It
I
just
mean, I
shows
like that you
great.
pointed out. Yeah, I like that you point out that his weakness is finding, because sometimes it can be kind of hard to find survivors, right? I mean, for you, like, which map would you find it really hard to look for people?
Leos.
Leos. Oh yeah, I share that same thought. Yeah, really hard, especially if you play the Explorer and that's your main.
And you hide inside the snow. You're practically
Oh my
invisible.
god. Yeah, I know. But now we're gonna bring you to the RD survivors, starting off with Pin. The highlighted characters that he play are Seer and Psychologist. So you can see that he doesn't really like to rescue his teammates because he has 0 average rescues. But one thing is for sure, he wins half the time and he decodes at least 1 cipher. And the 60 seconds average containment time is pretty respectable. So that's definitely not a 5-second down player right there. Unlike me.
Yeah. And Pin, also one of the more notable plays that he had yesterday, was that Moonlit River Park kite with his Seer. It was a 113.6 second kite. Amazing stuff coming from Pin, and hopefully we'll see that later on. Now looking at 1E, the tall dude of Team RD. Definitely tall and also very handsome. We do see that he has a 50% win rate and an average rescue of 1. So might potentially just do one of the rescues, probably bring a tight turn at the same time. But yesterday, he also did an excellent kite, I remember, in BO2, but when it comes to the exact kite, I can't really remember what happened.
Well, one thing I can remember for sure is one shit's 100% escape rate. So, leave. Well, you know, there's a policy in America: leave no child behind. Well, this guy, he leaves everyone behind and escapes. So he's definitely the one to leave the gate, right? And that helps. That helps in securing the win for his team, because that's a 50% win rate across the border. So, Huan Xue, a player to look out for. And whoa, another handsome guy. Jojo, take us through it.
Alright, so Xiao, he didn't make his debut entrance in IVS yesterday, but he will now coming into this matchup against Team FL. He's having a freeze camera moment there. You thought it was lagging, right? Afraid not.
Yeah, he's probably like, yeah. What I interpret from that, right, was him freezing. It's like, are you stunned to see me? Yeah, I know you are. Oh, look at him, the hearts to Mitake as well. Mitake looks, I don't want to say cute, because then it might sound like I'm
Yeah, he looks like he has perfect skin. Yeah?
Yeah. I mean honestly, man, how do these people keep their skins so smooth? Like, we're talking about the gameplays and all, but I'm just looking at their skins. And right now, Hasha as well, beautiful hair, and that's the kind of hair I like. And then the V-shaped jawlines, and then the smooth skin. I mean, how does everyone look like this good, Jojo?
It must be the camera, man. It definitely. It could be the air, the Macau air. Like,
the Macau air,
it's giving so much aura to them. It's making them have like clear and flawless skins or something. But you know what? Speaking about Harsha, right? Yesterday he gave us very flawless play with his IV and BO1, also with that MVP. But FD somehow managed to find like a solution around his IV and BO2 and got that 4 escape.
Yeah. The roller coaster ride for sure. And the coach as well, No Nino. Hi, No Nino. Also looking very stylish with a cardigan. I believe that's a cardigan. Wow, very smart. And also, what is Will Smith doing in IDV? Chocho, let us know. What's
I'm not
that?
sure. I'm not too sure there. And yeah, not sure. They probably should have the camera on Xiao, the confident
Mhm.
one just now, giving all the
Yeah.
little flirting techniques to us
Yeah.
just now. So
Rizzing
yeah,
us
as the
up.
players, yeah. And you know what? I was actually looking. The audience seats are actually quite empty. I wish I was there. I wish I was there. So
I
could
wish I
just
was
sit
there
down
too.
and enjoy.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure. I'm sure. I mean, a lot of the fans are around the world, right? So they're probably enjoying the broadcast here. I mean, you guys in chat, you guys are enjoying the broadcast with us here from the comforts of your home. And yeah, I mean, personally, I like to be at the venue. We all love to be in the venue, but do we really want to spend a fortune flying there? Yeah,
Yes.
yes. So there you have it. Chocho saying yes. That's one vote ongoing there. But honestly, I'm really thinking, right? We should probably try and organize something where we can meet people around the world who plays IDV, right? We go on a trip, like all the talents, all the teams. We go around, we play in different home countries. I mean, that'll be great, right? We can meet friends from other regions.
Yeah. And we're gonna play Dookie card game. The
Duke.
Dookie card game. Yeah.
Chocho,
Dookie card game.
guys, she's talking about Coup. If you guys are familiar with the board game Coup, it's a card game and there's 6 characters, and Chocho's just so good at it when she
Wow.
sniffs Hong Tai. So back to the
He's the
map
Hong
band
Tai.
picks. Yeah, Hong Tai effect for reals. RD seems to pick Red Church, so
Yeah.
Red Church, it's pretty strong, right? So any reason why they're going here? Like Red Church, I mean Ivy, Opera Singer.
I think it's really
pretty good,
to
yeah.
let him let who Asha play the IV. We saw, right, from the side of FL, they banned out the Mullet River Park. We've known it time and time again that Mullet River Park is not the very ideal map for IV. In fact, it actually kind of forces hunters to pick the Opera Singer because it's a lot easier to play with that character. But yeah, FL really wants a Hasha to pick up that IV in round 1 BO1. So I'm excited to see how is that gonna be and whether RD do have any countermeasures towards that.
Yeah, I mean, we keep talking about the counters, right? But honestly, in the end, it's all about the pilot and who's behind the aircraft, right? You can be flying, the latest. I mean, it's true, right? Yeah, you can be flying the latest generation aircraft, but if you're not Tom Cruise, well, if you're Tom Cruise, you can fly the older ones and still beat the new ones. So the pilot is really important. Top Gun reference, by the way. So I guess it's just a matter of execution, right? You can play the right characters. That's already 50%. Getting the best draft is already 50% in the bag. The other 50%, I believe, is just the matter of piloting. And honestly, that's why I love IDV. It's like you cannot guess what's gonna happen next. You cannot for 100% say, yeah, this is gonna end in the draw. Yeah, this is gonna end with a Terror Shock. Oh, there's not gonna be any Terror Shocks. Yeah, he's gonna be able to kite fly ciphers. We cannot tell that at all, and it's always something new every single time they step into the map. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? I think one thing that really came to mind was that conversation that Kuro had with Eli, saying that, you know what, when it comes to BO3, it's really where the real match happens because all the unorthodox characters started coming up for the side of Hunters instead of the standard Ivy and Opera Singer appearing over and over again. I know
True.
this is that current meta. Hunters are adapting to that, and seems like hunters that are not adapting to that Opera Singer and Ivy meta, right? It's just getting like just not looked favorably onto. So
yeah, not performing as good as they think they can do, right? Yeah, and not to mention it's a $71,000 prize pool, so you want to win, right? You want to increase your chance to the maximum potential, and honestly, playing meta characters help with that. Ivy and Opera Singer, and that's probably why they have the Survivors nerfed as well. I mean, in the sense that there's more global bans now. Instead of having 2, now they have 3. But we'll talk about that a little bit later on because right now we are seeing the clutter happening. Weni on the top, Xiao on the left, Huan Xue on the right, Pin in the middle, the Seer. And we've seen MX on the Seer in this map against Hasha before, right?
I think it
not
was
this map, not this map.
Moonlit,
It was Moonlit, yeah, Moonlit. But it's the same character, the Seer. So
Mm.
you're gonna wonder if RD will be able to pull off the Seer play better in this situation, right? So,
Mhm.
guys, coaches are ready. I thought they would bow like 90 degrees, but that's okay.
Yesterday, me and Posh, it was 115 degrees bow. So, fortunately, no one has broken that record.
Well, just don't break their backs too, because right now we are seeing Ivy in action. Hasha releasing their throw form, just trying to bring the body forward a little bit while looking for the target that he wants. Pin's already far away. He's like, yeah, I know, I'm in the middle, but I don't really want to stay here. And Huan Xue seems to be moving around. The magician. Is the magician trying to be the first kite here? Because Hasha doesn't seem interested. Poor magician. He's not interested in magician. He's more interested in Wenyi, actually.
Yeah, and when he did an amazing kite yesterday, we'll see if he's able to kite out Hasha's Ivy. He managed to get that leech onto him. Another scream would
100%! That's crazy! The scare at the last second, right? The spray, increasing it to 100%. So Wenyi definitely did not expect that. Flywheel's not going to be up anytime soon. Still has bombs to work with. So pretty good first hit by Hasha so far. But the insolence has helped to gain that first presence. And it's unlocked now. Pin's going to be the one haunted now. Wenyi, the blink's going to hit. The blink hit. Yeah, this time it connects because yesterday it missed, right?
Yeah, I would have really liked to see if Pin could have looked at 1E and give that Bud, because that blink was definitely very predictable and Bud was back already. So really unfortunate situation that we saw there, but First Officer Shao will be coming for this first rescue at the corner of the graveyard.
Shao making his rotations, not using the watch just yet. Has to be really careful. It's already at 41%. You do not want to get scared out of your hypnotism. So yeah, he's not just gonna use it. He's gonna use it now, but it's 100%. It's 100%, but it's okay because he gets hit at the same time.
Yeah, it seems so. And now 1E will be trying to kite it out at the corner. Seems like he just wants to contain at the graveyard area. Because maybe one of the team is probably on decoding here at the same time. But looking at the Cypher progress is actually quite slow.
It is, and the first rescue has already happened, right? So if when he goes down here, it's gonna be a second chair. So when he's like, yeah, you know what? I'm not even gonna save. I'm not even gonna try and play mind games. I'm just gonna try and waste as much time as possible here. I'm just gonna walk through, but careful, it's 100%.
Oh.
Yeah, where's the bird? The bird!
No bird! Cooldown. Pin was looking at 1E, but the cooldown time, man, it just wasn't long enough for 1E to sustain all the way. But that's alright. Right now we do have two ciphers popped already, third one at 80% and the other two on a standstill situation. Seems like First Officer and Magician are healing up. Not too sure whether Seal will be coming for the rescue.
Probably should. I mean, I don't know. If they wanna win this, they cannot afford to fight 3v1 at this point, right? Because it's only 2 ciphers done, and the third cipher is only at 80%, so I think they definitely have to risk it. Acrobat still has a bomb to work with, so I feel like it's a worthy investment, and you can see that Pin is already in the vicinity, but you gotta be careful. Don't try to wait too long, otherwise... Okay, nice! Okay, at least he's found a use for the bird, for the owl there.
Insurance, right? And
Insurance,
that prevented a potential terror shock over there. So this will allow the third cipher to pop later on, but when it comes to the fourth and fifth cipher, still very little. Let's see if when he can make use of the red bombs to help him kite it out a little longer. And the blink will be up in 3 seconds now.
Yeah, he's just waiting. Hasha's just silently waiting. Look! Oh, the blink happens! He knows it's coming! But when he facing Ivy, like, what can you do against a hunter that you can't look at? Because he's gonna increase your scare. What are you gonna do when that happens? That's what's happened. Hasha, the blink to secure that second down, and now when he's gonna be the first to be sent back to the manor, it's gonna be 3v1. 3 ciphers have been popped, but we've seen it before, right, Chocho? A small map. A small map and with an Ivy, and at this stage it's not even late game yet, Chocho, and it's already down to 3v1.
Yeah, and the servers are actually trying to remove out of the ciphers, except for Xiao. Xiao just trying to decode the cipher, but this will
Xiao.
allow that tombstone to be seated on that cipher. So it would take a lot of time for them to remove it. And now looking at the cipher progress is still on a standstill situation. Harsha is making great use of his map control right now.
Exactly. Very, very good positioning as well. And mind you, though, Sears already at 92%, but the slam! Pin's like, enough is enough. Take this slam. We're gonna fight back now. RD's like, yeah, we're not going down without a fight. But he has to be really careful, though, because it's already at 98%. If Pin just peeks a little bit at Harsha. Oh, he did! Oh no, fortunately it went down, right? At the
No,
right
he actually
moment.
got scared 100%, and then he screamed again, so it's now 40. Yeah, he got stunned already.
Gotcha. But Pin, that means that Pin still has a lifeline going on. He's still able to run. But another 100%! The spray is gonna hit Pin this time. But pretty good containment so far, Chocho, because 2 ciphers are about to be done.
Yeah, exactly. And now 4th cipher just popped. The 5th cipher on a standstill at 79%. Yeah, they do know that Harsha is going to teleport over, and he does. Huan Xue will be trying to kite out at the red carpet area Pin, pushing that backgate cipher. But it's just not enough, 51%.
51%. Yeah, Harsha's just trying not to be tunnel vision, right? He wants to check, like, where are these 2 ciphers? He knows that one's at the back gate, one's at the grave. So he just wants to do a little bit of cipher control at this point. You can see that Pin is just trying to run in the shack, just trying to move around, paying attention to what Harsha's doing at the moment. But the ethereal form is on Huan Xue. And now the teleport's gonna happen. The spray missing. Did it miss? Oh, it did not miss. 100% this time. And the magician, fresh off with 3 wands, is still. Oh my god, it's already at half health. Has to be really careful not to go down here, right?
Yeah, it's really crazy. I mean, you know, and the blink just hits Huan Xue right there. Yeah, it's just really hard to tight kite a Ivy, right? You don't know where she is. You don't want to have an eye contact moment with her because it's gonna increase your fear radius. So, yeah. It's just you just gotta keep transitioning over and over again. So yeah, unfortunately, we do see the magician on the chair. First officer is gonna come for the rescue, which means that the half health Seer will be decoding the backgate cipher, which is very dangerous.
Exactly, and he's already teleporting. Hasha's like,
99.
Oh my god, Pin! He's like, 99. Yeah, I don't look at this lady. I know. I don't look. Seriously, I just don't wanna look. I'll just keep fighting without looking back, and that's exactly what he did. Look at him, he's standing so far.
99.
The spray.
Still 99.
What?
Still 99. 2 screams.
What happened?
I don't know.
What happened? He's not looking back, guys. He left the area. He's like, lady, I know you're cute, but I ain't looking at you. I ain't even gonna peek at you. And that bought him so much time. Look, Huan Xue pushing that cipher at the grave as well. It's already at 85%. They're at this point, right? They're just running between 2 ciphers. Harsha needs to keep moving back and forth, but that was honestly Pin mastered the art of ignoring.
Yeah, and I guess this is kind of the same strategy that Harsha was going for with FT at the hospital yesterday, right? I mean, he played that with the Dream Witch, but really wasting all the resources, forcing them to heal up each other. If not, you're just gonna deal with me. But looking at the cipher, it seems like it will be Prime, and it's just gonna pop it and the cipher. Right now, it will be endgame, and Magician has 3 wands, First Officer a watch, and Pin is the only person that has no items to work with.
Well, he has an owl. No, he doesn't have an owl. He cannot look. He cannot afford to peek at Harsha.
He cannot look.
Yeah, he cannot look. Yeah, he's like, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm taken, right? But now the ethereal form is going to be unleashed. Harsha has already teleported to the front gate. Huan Xue. So let's see if Huan Xue will be looking at at the shadow right here. Huan Xue still has a flywheel to work with, has 3 wands to work with. Harsha, the blink's not up for another 20 seconds. Oh, great moment. A little bit of mistiming there. Huan Xue still running. Harsha teleporting back to the back. This is why it's so dangerous, right? Playing against an Ivy. Nice! Putting it down. Missing.
Amazing.
Not trying to risk anything.
Oh, he's really not looking. 29. Stagnant
Not looking! Not looking! He has instinct. He has ultra instinct, but that doesn't matter. Harsha has the killer blink. He's like, yeah, you don't look at me. I'm gonna make you look at me. Now you just look at the ground, and that's exactly where Pin looked at. And Pin is on the chair right now, but it's only the first chair, and both of them have already opened up the gate.
Oh, And this just secures that tie game and beyond first half. And it's like, are these survivors? Amazing stuff coming from them, even though there were certain missteps at the start. But it's not how you start, it's how you end it.
Exactly. Yeah, beauty. I love what you said, Chocho. And that's exactly what they were aiming for in this map against an Ivy, a small map. Ivy was supposed to crush, right, in that situation. But RD just played that really well. And the art, I mean, come on. Pin has to teach us how to not look at Ivy while kiting. He was moving based on instinct, right? He was like, yeah, I know he's behind me. I can feel the hot air from behind me. She's breathing down my neck. I just don't want to look. And he bought so much time. He bought so much time.
Yeah, Pin definitely had that survival instinct. Like, he knew the moment he sees, it's just gonna turn the tides around, and that's exactly what happened. He didn't had a single eye contact, and then Hunter screamed twice, both with the main body and the ghost form, but ultimately, man at 99 wasn't stunned, and it all reduced back to 0.
Yeah, that's a loyal man right there. He's unfazed, right? He's unfazed. He's probably got a lot of training from
not looking back.
He's like, yeah, I know my mother's really angry now. I'm just not looking back. She's just talking behind me. I'm like, okay, I just don't look.
Experience.
It's just a joke. yeah, it's just a joke. Sorry, guys, but honestly, it feels that way, right? Because he really, like, honestly, 99%. How can you not look? Bro is just moving with the Force. I mean, Star Wars reference, right? Moving with the Force and just looking at it now. It's really crazy. But there's one question I want to have though, like one query. My doubts is, why are they not smiling? Is it not good enough? Is this result not good? You think for RD survivors, you think that they could have done better?
I think that considering this is FL, right? The second place in IGL tournaments, right, in the Japanese side. I think they actually did a very good job against them, and considering Harsha, right, yesterday's performance against FT, it was a 4K right from the get-go. So the fact that RD survivors were able to tie things out, I think they should celebrate, but probably they don't want to be too complacent, you know? This is not the end, this is just the start of our matchup.
Exactly. Like what Chocho has mentioned, it's not how you start. You can be an amazing lover in the beginning, but it's how you end. You're gonna be an amazing lover in the end as well. So, for just putting a little bit of relationship quotes there. But look at Pin right there, and with his pose as well. No wonder he's rocking the 135 seconds containment time. He's like, yeah, I'm rocking. Well, what's up, guys? Pin has showed up. The seer has showed up to the sea. Like, yeah, what do you expect? I just don't look, right?
And also, the thing is that Harsha, right? I'm not sure if you watched yesterday's matchup, guys, but Wen-Yi and Pin, these two kiters of the team, they have showed consistency since yesterday. Just now, I mean, Wen-Yi as the first kiter, 100 seconds kite. Afterwards, it was the Seer with 135.2 seconds. Pin actually just broke his record from yesterday, by the way. So, amazing stuff coming from Pin.
Upgrading.
Exactly. And I love the improvement, the step to actually go further and pushing all boundaries, man, Pin especially. So, yeah, the attention is all on him. I expect to see him consistently play this out in BO2 as well.
Yeah, you think it might have something to do with being in in their home territory? Because it is Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan after all. They're probably like, yeah, this is the Macau energy. They're giving us energy because they're so comfortable, right? They're so comfortable playing there. And FT, I can understand. Maybe it's the nerves in a different environment. Even Maiken from FL was saying like, yeah, this is the first time we're outside Japan playing here. So you gotta think maybe it's the aura, something. That's why they are very comfortable.
Macau air, guys.
Macau air. Yeah. Have you been to Macau before, Shosho?
No, I have never been to. Okay, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, right?
Taiwan. Yeah.
I've been to Hong Kong and Taiwan, but not Macau.
Oh my god, I've been to Hong Kong, but not Macau and Taiwan.
Taiwan was very stressful for me, guys, like when it comes to planning and transportation. But other than that, Taiwan is a beautiful country, and I love the food there. Their cabbages are so sweet. Like, how?
How? I don't know. Secret recipe, you know, like Uncle Roger, secret recipe for egg fried rice, right? Hiya. But But yeah, I mean, in Taiwan, I definitely want to go there as well. My goal is to visit as many Asian countries as I can just to learn their culture, eat their food, right? Eat their food.
Yes.
But if there's one food from Taiwan that you want to recommend to the viewers here, what would you recommend? Must try.
This is a tough question. I think this one is the most iconic one.
Okay.
Yeah, 鸡排.
Ji pai?
The one that you can get from Ximending Street.
Oh, Ximending Street? The
Yeah, the
shipai. Is it like a
chicken- the
wing
cutlet? Kind
chicken
of thing.
cutlet? Is it skewer? Is it
No,
skewers?
it's not skewers. It's a whole piece of a slab of meat, and then there's still bones inside, and you just chew it like that. Yeah,
Ah,
you just
cool,
munch up all the
cool.
meat. And Ximending Street, they had so many street performances. You guys don't want to miss that out. It's
True,
crazy.
exactly. Yeah, my mouth's already watering from that. But let's look at Emco. Emco yesterday, he was very cool. He was like, yeah,
Antiquarian, his antiquarian play,
Yeah.
bro. So good
Super,
at the
super good.
hospital
super
against
good.
Meow Pies, and he was containing Meow Pie like solo kiting all the way, and amazing mind games, I would say.
True. I mean, at least the hair did not stop his vision anywhere, right? But even Myken as well. I really admire Myken doing that no damage rescue. I think that played a lot of impact as well, especially when they were in the Moonlit River Park against Kuga, right? And of course, next up we have Sasori, Jojo.
Yep, Sasori. Yesterday we saw his performance. I think he was never like the first kiter, right? And you could see that from his containment time, 25.77 seconds, very little. So most likely gonna be the one decoding all the way, and Hunter just doesn't see him at the start. But looking at UGG, I think the most significant or like prominent play that I saw from him yesterday was that at the end, Moonlit River Park against FT, he didn't have 3, right? So they immediately just popped the cipher, and he was just running all the way to the corner and trying to buy a lot of time for his teammates. But yeah, other than that, any significant plays from him yesterday? No.
I mean, I have to take time to recall it, right? But yeah, once I recall it, I'll let you know. Because right now, UGG plays the character that I like a lot, which is the Prisoner. And of course, the Puppeteer as well. Super important skill, Undauntable. We've seen how important Puppeteer can be very impactful in games. And of course, now we have the RD's Hunter, CY. As a matter of fact, I feel like I actually talked to CY on Discord. Let me see. Yeah, this is CY I'm talking to. I'm like, hello. He's a pretty friendly guy. I said, ni hao, 我是 Nello. Yeah, he's a pretty chill guy. Wish him good luck. And yeah, it's hard to imagine this trait, especially when you're a Hunter main, right? Because I thought Hunters would normally be like super egoistic, 4K tunnel vision. I don't know, man. I just feel like Hunter means, because like really good Hunters, like sometimes they don't even give, like if you meet them in rank, right, and they're playing for fun or they're playing in normal games or small, they never give you friendly. They'd never be friendly with you. They'll probably just be like, yeah, I'll 4K you. Even if you are my friend, I'll still 4K you. Do you not have any Hunter friends who just 4K you even though in rank?
Sometimes when they really need the points, right? Especially when they play a specific character and they need to like reach like A badge, S badge, right? Then they're like more brutal when it comes to that. But other than that, Shadow was my hunter. In fact, Shadow. It was a long time ago. Shadow was my hunter, FT Shadow, and he played the geisha and he let me out.
Oh, really?
He let me out, yeah.
Okay, the reason why I say is because Panda was a breaking wheel in a game and he 4K'd us. Remember that game?
Was it really Panda?
It was Panda. It was Panda playing on his account, and because he was already peak tier survivor, he was playing Hunter, and he saw us and he 4K'd us. I remember
手下
Panda.
不留情。
手下不留情。斩草除根. Oh my god. With all the Chinese words flying out.
So brutal.
Exactly. But yeah, I mean, RD definitely played a very important role here. Getting the draw in the beginning was definitely very favorable for them. So this way, at least even if CY didn't get the win, even tying this would still be okay for them, right? Because it is Wait, this is RD's map selection, right?
Yep, it's RD's map selection, so they have to kind of win this, and I'm confident that CY can do this, mainly because he played Opera Singer yesterday and he got a 4K Terra shot right at the start, bruh, and he was able to snowball so well. But I don't think FL Survivors will even give that chance for you to like, Terra shot at the start, because this FL team of Survivors, man, they are very seasoned, they're experienced, and when it comes to nerfs, they definitely do have nerves of steel, so they won't be affected, I believe.
Yeah, but we love it when the terror shock happens, right? It's
just too surprising. Like what's going on, you know? Like it really caught me and Kuro by surprise there.
I know. Kuro's probably like, what?
Oh, that's a very good impression of Kuro, by the way. Yeah. Kuro...
I'm sorry, Kuro. He's off to the university, but hey, shouts to Kuro, great guy. Love having him here.
School, Kuro, if you're hearing this.
Yeah. Focus on your school, Kuro. Focus. Because that's what the Japanese survivors are doing right now. They are very focused, and it's kind of like a shift of mental prowess, right, from yesterday and today. If you look at yesterday's match, they were kind of smiling throughout the game. Remember BO1? They were like But here it looks like they're kind of stressed. They're kind of really focused. Like you can barely see the smiles, and I can look at his eyes and I can confirm he's definitely not smiling.
They definitely aren't. And from the side of FL, they also picked up a Fire Investigator. They haven't really seen much successes, right, for like the entirety of IVS with the Fire Investigator. It's very situational character. Hopefully we'll be able to see that put to play later on, but looking at this, it seems like they're okay with sacrificing the Seer. At the start, we're seeing a lot of that similar patterns from other teams at the same time, so First Officer will be the 4th pick here. Overall, seems to be a relatively stable team comp, and they are probably predicting that CY is going to go for that Opera Singer.
Was Prisoner the 4th pick? I thought I saw him pretty early.
Oh, it's the First Officer was the 4th pick.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Prisoner. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, so I guess they really want to leave the First Officer for the BO2 because it's really versatile, right? They really want to leave it there. Whereas Prisoner, if you get your job done against CY here, which is not playing, he's not playing Ivy, he's playing Opera Singer here. So how do you like this comp against Opera Singer?
We've seen a lot of successes with Opera Singer at Red Church, so I'm relatively confident, but I'm curious to see what the spawn location would be for CY and the FL Survivor team, because this will be crucial as to who will be the first kiter, and we know that from Team FL, they are all very great kiters. We'll see which one CY ultimately goes for. Probably someone in a weaker kiting location, I believe.
Probably, yeah. Attack. Oh, this is pretty much like a mirror spawn location, right?
Like
except that it's not on mirror is what we want to call it. So CY spawning in the graveyard, UGG as the seer, MCO as the fire investigator is kind of sandwiching CY. Sasori's in the church. Maiken's actually the furthest away, so we'll see what happens here. If he really wants to go for the prisoner first, you think going for the prisoner first? Stop his decoding, or just go for the seer first?
I think just go for the seer or the fire investigator, honestly. Like, making your way all the way there, I'm not sure whether prisoner... Like, you might even lose the footprints of the prisoner then, so it's very hard to say. But we will be heading into BO1, second half between RD versus FL. This will be the round number 1, so let's head into this. I'm Chocho, Joe Memi will be Nello Mello, and we'll bring you the live commentary of this match.
Yeah, Sensei Nello with Chocho. And CY making the rotation towards UGG, so you called it. Chocho is not going to be the prisoner getting his attention. It's actually going to be the seer. Seer has already preemptively dropped the pallets, and he's just going to rotate away. Yeah.
This is tough. I mean, this is not the IV, right? So Seer has full vision and just absorbing on the owl, but the owl's not ready just yet. The first hit registers onto UGG, and he will transition towards the graveyard, which is a very strong kiting area. And the bird is back right now. We'll see how he makes use of the bird and the flywheel that he has.
Oh, probably tried to bait the flywheel, but the flywheel's not even ready yet. So CY already teleporting back to the Phantom, which was placed beforehand. But this is where it gets a little bit dangerous because his blink is 5 seconds. In 5 seconds, I think UGG should know this, right? And CY, he's facing a dilemma as well. He cannot use the blink first. Oh, the flywheel! Look, and that's why. That's why. Like, oh my goodness.
But I mean, it's such a fancy play. But ultimately, I believe CY can still get this down regardless.
Yeah, he
so
can.
that was so expensive. Once again, this is the flywheel and the bird, and you are unable to prolong that kite for another 20 seconds possible. There was possibly like a 5 to 10 second containment additional, by the way.
Yeah, not to mention that CY actually brought confined space. So by the time Seer saw, he's like, "Oh my god, I can't rotate back to this area," and that probably spells the downfall. But can we just take a second and admire how fast he clicked both skills at the same time?
Like, no way. Like, no way.
Oh.
Well, maybe they're like what I think Posh mentioned. They play with 6 fingers. I'm not sure.
6 fingers, exactly, probably. But now the rescue is gonna happen. Okay, Emko rescued with his with the tide, but he's not injured, so that's good news. UGG has been farmed straight off the bat. It just makes you wonder, what is the next course of action? Do they want to rescue again?
I think they will. We do see that the 4th and 5th cipher is being pushed. The 3rd cipher, somehow on a standstill. So, let's see if anybody has Tide Turner. The first officer still has his Tide Turner to watch. He can come for a rescue and then body block from there onwards. I believe cipher will be enough. Prisoner is also pushing that 2nd cipher.
Wow, Mike-san already with the watch. Yeah, he's a master when it comes to playing this, right? Really admire this. So let's see if he'll be able to make that rescue in time. CY. Oh my god. I hope he doesn't get blocked here. Oh, he just walks past like a boss. Oh, CY. What? Okay, nice. And getting the hit. Wow, Mike-han. He's trying to get some more out. UGG's like, yeah, just buy some more time. Okay, it's fine. Last effort is fine. There are 2 ciphers moving at a very rapid
There's
speed.
something that we need to take note of. There's something we need to take note of. The bird will be ready very soon. Not yet, but very, very soon. We'll see if he's able to cut it a little bit longer. The bird will be ready. He is ready.
Nice! He made it in time as well. The last minute bird, the one bird, and the cipher is prime, Jojo.
But there isn't any 3. There's no 3, so they have to pop it. And now we do have 3 individuals at the end game. The gate is being forced now, and there is no trump card. There is only a blink left now. So what can CY do from here?
CY can just chase down one person, make sure that he at least gets a draw and not allow the 3-man escape. Because mind you though, he has Tinnitus. Where is he? Where is he going?
He's gonna run to the dungeon.
Everyone's in the dungeon. Sasori has a...
He doesn't.
He has fire. He has electric shock. The blink miss. CY. What happened?
Just out at the same time. And with that was so clutch now.
CY. I know RD countered on the RD's map selection, and with that very end, the play, the electric shock into forcing CY to make that mistake, the blink into the wall, the empty blink, not to mention the dodge, the fade back into the dungeon. Oh my goodness, they're in every right to celebrate right now. A reversal, Chocho.
That was crazy. That was really crazy.
I'm stunned too.
Let's just break it down, right? Let's just break it down.
Yeah.
So, firstly, let's just praise our dear Seer, UGG with that fast fingers, twice in a row, by the way. Flywheel bird.
Yeah.
And amazing stuff coming from him.
Yeah.
And
this is the phone, right?
That he does. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the phone. He's probably like, yeah, okay, all right. And that's
as he should.
Okay, go on, Jojo.
That's why I said, right, FL Survivors, nerves of steel, and that's exactly what was shown here 2 times in a row. And yeah, just UGG, I really have to sing praises for him, man. Like, the Survivors also, they were really calm. He just needed to buy out a little bit more time, and that's exactly what he did. First officer was able to stand up, and yeah, they were able to also find where the dungeon was at the same time. So
true.
When it comes to team communications, individual kiting and rescue potential, they have it at tip-top condition right here in BO1. And unfortunately, CY just didn't manage to get that tie that he needed here.
Exactly. And not to mention, right, they positioned themselves so well that they let the only person who has 3 skills to work with, the flywheel, the electric shock. Oh, that's 2 skills. The flywheel and the electric shock to be the one to go to the dungeon. Right?
Okay.
So
we need to give him more credit. Prisoner doesn't have flywheel. He only got electric shock. Only electric shock.
Electric shock.
And
Electric
he got
shock.
the dungeon.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. I probably missed
It's okay.
that.
That's okay.
Yeah. He doesn't have the flywheel. Yeah, he doesn't. But honestly, though, that was probably the most impactful 10.9 containment time in this match. 10.9, and he escaped through the dungeon. Right?
10.9. It's crucial. 10.9 seconds of his life that really determined that matchup result. If not, it would have been a tie, and this would really lead. Actually, RD would actually be in a disadvantageous position because FL has already mentioned in the interview that they are confident to go all the way to BO3. They are good with the long run. So looking at this, we do have the scoreboard in front of us. A 5-3 situation in round 1 between RD versus FL.
True. I think FL, they recognize RD, right? I'm just trying to get into the mindsets of these players. I think they recognize RD's prowess. They recognize RD's strength, and also the second point, FL faced FT yesterday, and I felt like they probably took it a little easy on FT, right? Which allowed them to get that reversal in BO2. So probably today they're like, yeah, no matter what, guys, let's just go all out. And this is the result of going all out. They did not allow CUI to get more than just 1k, and that was the Seer. The Seer kited the entire game. He died for a good cause, and you know, it's just one thing going after the other, and it's just the beautiful rotations by Fennel as well. Because CUI, he was going to look for someone at the church first, and everyone was already pretty much at the back gate. 2 of them were at the back gate. 1 was running towards the dungeon. So I feel like it's just very good communication at this point.
中场投边在拆，中场投边在拆。打正先吃。可以，好，去小门六。OK。可以给你。啊，我被吐了。OK。打进10小门。OK。打过来，他点了。手带魔术使者。好打。杀魔术。下你后面。边小门地窖。看到我，他不知道我没打。哦对。打了。我好点，他这里有个投边。好博弈，要目的地窖。 在你后面闪了，就
クラホ溜まったら行って救助にしよっか。M コ救助近かったらうまい。上位キボスね。それは仲直りなくても全然いけると思う。フキーズ取れる。オッケー。ナイス。あと1点あと1分後あと1分後。ナイス。いいよ。今ごめん伸びはせんけどいいよ。オッケー。頑張れ。見る。うまい。
It's definitely a cheer from a supporter, and if there's one word I learned from the survivors in the VC, that's umai.
What does that mean?
Umai is like really good.
Umai.
Like, you know, Sugoi. Umai.
Yeah.
Umai. Like once, right? Once when the Seer was like flywheel and the owl, and it was like umai UGG, and then the second time was like when the prisoner escaped from the dungeon. Umai. So that was I don't know.
Yeah,
Man.
I really love the empowerment that the survivors are giving to each other in VC, by the way. I think not just for FL side, from the RD side as well. When it came to kiting and mind games, they were also giving each other compliments during the entirety of that highlight that we saw there. So for both sides, it seems like we are seeing kind of a little situation here, right? Usually we see RD Hunter really, putting that forefront, right? 4K consecutively over and over again, and the servers just tie things out. But it seems like FL is giving RD a relatively hard position over here. CY struggling to even get a tie.
Exactly, struggling to get a tie, and I believe it's just I think things were just getting out of control, right? You can obviously see that. I mean, we cannot sugarcoat it. That was obviously a panic blink at the very end. Yeah, CY felt like it was getting out of control. Things were getting out of control. And then the prisoner used up the electric shock. And honestly, without flywheel, that was all that he's used. He used up the only weapon in his arsenal. So CY, when he missed that blink, I felt like it was pretty much over. Yeah, it
felt very personal. It felt very personal, and yeah, when it comes to very crazy situations like this, maybe CY wasn't even expecting this kind of situation at the same time. So it really puts a point, right, on the hunters, definitely, that you have to stay calm and collected, think logically, and make the right move. And unfortunately, CY was unable to compose himself there. But the thing is that the prisoner actually went to a further rotation towards the dungeon, like the one with the wall behind him. So I'm not too sure whether that blink entering the area would have changed much. Like it might have, but hard to say.
Yeah, but unfortunately, there was a machine there as well, so that's probably why the blink failed. Right? The machine probably failed. Shoutouts to Tong Sun Nguyen. Cảm ơn em. Cảm ơn bạn. The reason blink missed because this machine was there. Yeah, I mean, even seasoned professionals, sometimes they might forget that there's an obstacle there, right? There's an obstacle there, and they failed. But hey, after all has been said and done, I feel like Fennel should be really happy that they got the win in RD's map selection. But that also brings us to the question: what is RD going to do in the next round? Because next round, that's gonna be FL's map selection, and CY. You think that they will take out Lati straight away here?
They have to. I mean, they recruited a Japanese hunter. I mean, not just because he's strong, right? But Japanese hunter playstyles, they are very aggressive, and that's the aggression that you need going against Team FL. FL Survivors, of course, they play a lot more aggressively too because of the hunter side. So, I would like to see this clash. Honestly, I would like to see this clash.
Clash of the Samurais.
Lati versus FL Survivors. Japanese versus Japanise.
Yeah, bring in the samurai to go up against the samurais, you know. Fight fire with fire, fight samurai with samurai, and that's exactly what they're doing here. RD bringing out the big guns. Lati, you can see impressive stats: 12,000 average points, 1 Terra Shock, 100% win rate, 100% 4K, 9 knockdowns, 4 average eliminations. And yeah, amazing stats. Probably because he only played one, right? Probably because he played one game. And that was the Wax artist too. And that was the Wax artist in BO2. It wasn't even a meta character like Ivy or Opera Singer, right?
Yeah, and of course Lati is known for all those non-meta picks, right? His Bloody Queen that's feared, Bloody Queen, Geisha, Opera Singer, of course, Ivy, all the female hunters, you name it, he plays it extremely well. But yesterday his Wax artist was definitely a spectacle to watch, a 4K at Lakeside Village.
Well, I'm just looking at him taking a really long yawn. I'm like thinking, how long is this yawn gonna be? But I think it's understandable. I mean, they've been here the whole day, right? I'm pretty sure that they've been training, practicing before this. And yeah, I mean, it's all in Lati's hands here. And Fennel, I think they cannot breathe a sigh of relief yet, because Lati, CY's gone, but now Lati, they bring out the samurai of their own to fight against Fennel. And look at Lati, he's like, yeah, I know this, yeah. Nello knows what I'm talking about. Chocho knows what I'm talking about.
And can I just say that projector behind him was definitely not doing his visuals justice. Like that graphics, man, is making his skin tone look so dark. But if you actually look at it in real life, it actually looks not bad. But looking at this, we'll be seeing RD bending out the Moonlight River Park and FL responding with that Arms Factory.
Sugoi. Actually, we're gonna see some Ivy plays here. I would love that. But yeah, even if they ban out the Ivy, we know that Lati is perfectly capable of playing other impactful hunters as well. I mean, I would definitely love to see a Bloody Queen here. And the last time I called out his Bloody Queen, I said, hey, it's a Bloody Queen in a Sacred Heart hospital. Are you trying to go for a tie? But he surprised us with a 4K. So who knows? He might be. Yeah.
And Bloody Queen is great at Elms Factory. I'm not too sure whether
Yeah.
Lati's gonna put it out, but you know what? If he really does do that, right, it's just gonna put a lot of things at risk. FL and also their coach Nonino definitely know how Lati plays, the playstyle he does, the strategies that he goes for with that Bloody Queen. So I'm curious to see how is it gonna be. But from Lati's side, he will be banning out the Whipping Clown and also the Antiquarian.
Yeah, Weeping Clown and
Oh
Aquarian.
my
We
gosh.
know that. Oh, banning out! Wow, the respect! It's going eh. Fennel.
Respect ban. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
banning Lati's Bloody Queen and not the Ivy. Mind you, though, Ivy's really strong here. And from Lati's ban as well, banning the Weeping Clown, right? We've seen how Weeping Clown, like, if you do not get the scare off, he can go a long distance, right? So maybe Lati will go for an Ivy here. But yeah, just looking at the chat as well. Sorry, Chocho. Just go a quick look at the chat because someone's asking me to give a shout out. So a shout out you shall get. Nelson, hello Nelson. Shimbia, just a girl. Orton, S. Bill, Fioni. I wanted to give Fioni a really big shout out, and Fog Brio as well. Aquastic and Naho-chan. Naho-chan's from Tokyo, by the way.
No, Nano-chan. Oh,
Naho-chan.
Naho-chan.
Ah.
Naho-chan.
Yeah, welcome to the stream. I do not know how to say welcome.
I'm not sure if our pro code is from Japan, but he speaks Japanese.
Cool.
Love them. What? Kagawa? Kagawa-san?
Kogawa-san.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely Japanese and he beat us in poker, so I don't like him.
He beat us because he was honest when he was playing. He actually played really honestly throughout the entire series. We were just like mind gaming our own selves. So
That speaks a lot.
him lying
yeah.
or what?
And he was very lucky too, okay? He was very lucky too. But Lati not going with an IV, going for an opera singer instead. So this lineup against an opera singer, I don't know, man. I feel like it's just the same character, different pilot, and Maiken, he's smiling. Does that mean they're confident going up against?
He's shy. I mean, just walking his face immediately. But I think they're just trying to gear things up. Mitake also smiling while talking to Lati. So I think they are relatively calm, not too much pressure because looking at the point score, right, it's a 3-5, just a 2-point difference. So definitely a lot of potential and chance for them to come back in this BO2 round. So yeah, hopefully, fingers crossed, Lati is able to give us a performance with his opera singer.
Performance, yeah, like how Maiken was moving his hands, right? And that's the Sakura dance, by the way. Miniko Isakura eyo. I'm just making that up. But yeah, Maiken's gonna be in the middle. Lati is gonna be spawning on the top right. UGG is gonna be the closest to Lati. Probably wants more action after his amazing Seer play. Emko's gonna be really far away though. Sasori with the gun is gonna stay in a safe spot in the factory. So what's gonna happen here? RD's gonna make this comeback here. Otherwise, RD survivors are definitely gonna have a really, really hard time. So do or die, Lati. His post says 4K. Let's see what Fennel says towards that in response.
Yeah, and we will be seeing a very standard build from the side of Lati. But from the survivor side, we do see a triple flywheel and a tight turner, so only one. So we'll be heading into this matchup, BO2 between FL versus Sync RD. I'm Jojo, and join me will be Nello Mello. We'll bring you the live commentary of this matchup.
Yeah, everyone has borrowed time as well, so everyone wants to live, right? So Lati making that dash towards where UGG is. It's like, round 2, I'm coming for you. And UGG, the silent vault over the window, helping him to rotate a bit forward. Wait, Lati!
What?
Lati!
Oh my gosh, Bon eyesight. That's what happened with CY yesterday, and it's happening to Lati. Same team but different hunters, and now UGG will be able to kite it out. He's unable to enter.
Unable to enter. Yeah, he's gonna be fine. The pallet's gonna just be put out. He's just gonna jump through the window again. Lati, yeah, just jump in again, forcing Lati using the Opera Singer to vault through the window. And now UGG with the second hook going towards the next location. Beautiful rotations, man. UGG is like, yeah, I'm not going down that fast. I'm putting down the pallets first. He knows that Bling is not up yet, but it's going to be up very, very soon. Just take this damage. It's fine. He's just going to run back all the way. And mind you, though, Chocho, he's not even running towards any of his teammates. He's like, yeah, I'm just going to take this. If I die, I die.
Wow.
I don't need
And now
help.
the blink will be registered.
Okay.
UGG still trying to kite out. There's the flywheel. And he's unable to click on that. UGG will see the ground and the ciphers. 2.5 ciphers. But can I just say, UGG's hooks definitely was very Yumai. Great distance established.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, probably a little bit shy because we called out his spamming, his double spamming. But yeah, I mean, very unfortunate he couldn't have used the flywheel there. But I guess it's just Lati being really, really sharp at that moment. But Maiken already in the vicinity, rescued after getting down the boar. So the boar is gonna have a pretty healthy duration. UGG has nothing to work with anymore. Has no more hooks to work with. So I guess his only objective now, his only life mission in this game, is to run away from his teammate Cypher as far away as possible.
Wow, he really died at the corner. I'm not too sure whether Lati knows exactly where he is. Seems like he is still trying to find him. This is gonna buy out a lot of time, guys.
Oh my god, Bonbon sight! Bonbon sight!
Bonbon eyesight. Bonbon eyesight. Gonna spend time in this matchup, guys.
Lati!
Unable to find UGG, and this is so much time being bought out, at least a 20 seconds. But if he's unable to find him, then this just resets the entire matchup.
Oh my god, the Lati's gonna finally find him. Yeah, he knows. Yeah, it's around vicinity. But that definitely bought like 20 seconds, man. Yeah, a lot of impact, a lot of value as well. So Lati, you cannot underestimate the ninja hiding skills right there, right? So Lati is just gonna sit still around the vicinity doing a mid-range camping. That's the nicest though, but I doubt anyone will come and rescue that early. I mean, Sasori's in the vicinity with a gun, so can definitely help to make things work. With a Walling, the decoding's not going to be as fast as possible, but hey, at least it's the last cipher they're working on, right? So the rescue happened. No, the gun! The gun! Sasori! Oh, and trading blows as well. Getting stunned but getting injured at the same time, and no guns to work with as well. So see, Chocho, hitting the wall happens to the best of us.
Yeah,
Shooting the wall happens to the best of us.
It definitely did happen. I think, yeah, from the side of Sasori, I think he thought that Lati saw him come for that rescue, but in fact Lati did not, and was just lucky that he was behind the chair. So, luck is on his side. Sasori will be getting that hit. UGG will be able to kite out, but looking at the ciphers now, it's almost done.
It's
Flywheel's
almost done,
available.
but will it be enough? Will it be enough? What? Oh, he missed the blink again! The CY curse! The CY curse has fell onto UGG! And look, UGG is still kiting! UGG, the cipher is already prime, 99%. What can Lati do here? Lati's gonna down him, but UGG, the cipher popped, everyone's up and running. 4-man running. Will this be a 4-man or at least a 3-man escape here, Chocho?
It should be a 3-man. I don't see how, unless UGG is able to pellet stun Lati here in this kiting area, but it seems like it will be a down. Looking at the back gate, it is at 60%. All 3 of them are dead, and teleport is not ready because he just used Blink and Shooting Trump card.
Yeah,
so this guarantees a free escape.
Exactly. They all know. They all know they're gonna survive. They all know they're gonna get that 3-man escape because of that failed blink. My goodness. Same character, different pilot, same failed blink, and the same outcome. Fennel survivors are not giving any chance at all, no matter the hunter they face. And they're like, okay, Japanese, you bring out the Japanese guns. It's fine. We know how to deal with Lati. You think you know how to deal with us? We know how to deal with Lati. Look at Fennel survivors, man, Jojo. What a play.
it was such amazing stuff. Not too sure if you know about this meme that was going on with the previous COA or IVS that RD had. There was this thing with Zheng Kai out because he was always eliminated even though he plays the rescuer. And although Zheng Kai didn't play today, it seems like CY out and Lati out is happening right now. We saw the Bonbon eyesight, failed blink. And it was just crazy. So much time was being bought out also because Lati couldn't find UGG on the ground.
Exactly.
So many missteps.
They capitalized on it as well. Not to mention, right? FL failed that gun right? Felt that shot. Sasori felt that that shot. He shot the wall, and yet he still managed to cover. He managed to cover UGG until the very end. And and mind you though, Chocho, same players again. UGG is the one to be sacrificed, but everyone else left. Right? Oh my god.
Yeah. I mean, sacrifices are meant to be made, and UGG, man, not just in BO2 but BO1 at the same time. Long containment time, by the way, is solo kiting, by the way. Everything was just by himself. There was no support. And also, can I just say, Cypher progress was so fast.
Exactly. And with a walling as well. With a walling as well. So I think it just lets us like brings us to the point that they just managed their Cypher so well. I'm just looking at the fail gun there. Everyone in the chat was like, nice dodge. Yeah, nice dodge. Yeah, they probably think that FL would be having at a disadvantage after this, but seriously, man, this is super good. But honestly, Chocho, let's just go back to the moments. I mean, RD Lati, he got UGG at a pretty good time as well, right? It wasn't exactly like UGG kited like super long, impressive long, very respectable long, but he used up all of the hooks already. So what do you think happened there? Like the rebound kite wasn't as long, wasn't supposed to be that long. Right?
Yeah, the rebound kite actually did not even happen, by the way, like the first right after the first rescue, because he got hit immediately. But what really bought out time was the time that he hit at the start of the matchup, and also after he was down. Those little time being bought out were all decoding time for his teammates. We can see that, right? Since when you'll be able to see a wilding 160% decoding. And patient 130.8 seconds. Right now.
Right now, the most important 8.7 seconds in his life.
For sure. The 8.7 seconds, very crucial rescue, by the way. Like, amazing stuff coming from the wilding. We can't shortchange them. They did everything right. Usually, especially, he didn't cut on top of his teammate Cypher. Everything was in perfect order, like what FL wanted.
Exactly. But do you notice one thing as well? The pose of UGG as well. The first pose when he was the seer, it was like this, and then after slaying again, and this second game, it's like this. It changed to this. It wasn't even this anymore. It's like this. Oh my god.
Like this was like, you got chance. This one is like, I'm gonna punch you. Like, you're not gonna get no points.
Yeah, that's exactly what they did. A 3-man escape, because right now we are already down to the win conditions. Like 2 escapes and FL wins. If FL's Hasha gets the draw, gets a 3K or gets a 4K, that's it. But the only way that it will resume to a BO3 is if there's 3 escapes from the side of RD. And that's a very tall order. That's a very tall order. Yeah. And even if they get a 3 escape, it's not even to win. It's just to draw.
Yeah, a lot of things are at stake. I think one condition that might potentially change how this might turn out would be if they decide to, you know what? They want to see PP Cha come out for the Hunter side of FL. They want to have a little swap. I haven't seen him yet.
He's Mr. Worldwide too. Yeah.
He definitely is. He has been playing in every like single regional team.
Every team.
It's crazy how he's like hopping. I'm starting to question what his nationality is, by the way. Like, what exactly is it?
He's Mr. Worldwide. Worldwide nationality. Passports in every region. But honestly, I like his mindset though. He's playing for every single region, right? We might think that he's just hopping everywhere, but honestly, how many people are comfortable or brave enough to just hop into a different division and start playing, right? Yeah. Like if someone asked me to commentate in let's say in China tomorrow, I wouldn't be as comfortable as him, because I'm like, oh my god, everyone here looks so professional, they look so different, and you know, the culture is different. So I feel like he's definitely a courageous one.
Yeah, and it really shows also that how flexible hunters can be when it comes to swapping teams, right? Like, because you don't have to communicate to anybody.
True.
You're not on the survivor side, but I guess one person that actually kind of shifted, right, was Yin L from RVL. I believe he was playing for the Chinese mainland side initially, then he kind of went to the RVL side with NEEU, joining NEEU, and they are speaking English, so maybe he's great with English too, I'm not too sure, but it's very brave of him to kind of just change regions, stuff like that.
True. I mean, you gotta step out of your pawn, right? I mean, I'm reminded of a saying, right? Success does not come from just sitting around idly waiting for an opportunity to present itself. It's from removing yourself from the wrong environment, and embracing the new horizon that you should be exploring, especially when you're still young and energetic, right? And taking that risk, you got to take that risk. If it fails, it's fine, just get back up. And that's exactly what these players, like what you mentioned, Yin L coming to play for RVL, and then there's also Mr. Worldwide, Pipi Cha. But the question now, let's just go back to this match, because the question now is, how will RD respond to this situation? Because they need a 3-man escape. And Hasha, at this point, you think that they should straight up, do you think it's 100% guarantee they'll just straight up ban Hasha's IV here?
Hasha's IV, I think they should. If they just ban the IV, there's 2 options, right, for Hasha, either the Dream Witch or if not the opera singer at the Arms Factory. So I think he might go for the Dream Witch, man. Dream Witch at Arms Factory works very well. Especially if the 2 ciphers decide to spawn at the center location, then it's pretty much a Dream Witch's favorite map already.
Exactly.
So let's see what is it gonna be, because Mitake's position as the coach of RD is gonna be the one deciding what kind of team comp they should be going for.
Yeah, I mean, in the interview itself, Chen Kai has also mentioned that they really appreciate their coach, right? And 90%, give him the score of 90, because he's really helpful in making that ban picks for them. But now, I mean, this is a very tough situation to be put in. Do you ban the IV that got Hasha the 3K? Or do you ban the Dream Witch that Hasha also got a 3K against another team, FT, in Sacred Heart Hospital? And not to mention, Arms Factory is the best map for Dream Witch, right? Like what you mentioned, super good.
And
so it looks like... Oh, okay.
Yeah, we got to answer. It will be the IV that's being banned out here. Seems like they are confident to go up against the Dream Witch. We do see that Hasha banned out the Barmaid and Puppeteer. These characters are actually quite hard to go up against, especially if you're going to play the Dream Witch. And with that, already responded with the Psychologist and the Mercenary. I think they're really letting out all these crucial characters out in the top first 3 now, because this might potentially be their last half. They need to go all out here. So love their strategy. Let's see what they decide for the last one.
Yeah, I mean, I like the ban onto Ivy, right? Because they're probably fed up from not looking at the hunter. They're probably like, yeah, I always kite and look back, right? And now with Ivy, I can't even do that. So they probably, it's probably a very good choice. So I guess the question is, how well can they use this composition to handle Hasha's hunter? Because there's a gardener here as well. So do you think that they're expecting a shift? Thinking that Hasha might go another route with an opera singer? Because Hasha just needs a draw after all.
Yeah, he just needs a draw, so the pressure is really not on Hasha's side. It will be on the RD Survivor side, but looking at the team comp, right, if Hasha decides to go for the Opera Singer or Dream Witch, right, I would say it will be equally tough for him. This team comp is just very tanky. It's very hard to chase, especially when it comes to the first down, unless it's a terror shot, which I don't think RD Survivors is gonna give that chance, especially when they need a 3 escape. So I'm excited to see what Hasha is gonna pick here, but from the side of Survivors, I think they might go for 2 Tide Turners this time round.
2 Tide Turners, yeah. And probably no borrowed time on certain characters. Maybe the Gardener wouldn't have it. Maybe a Tide Turner and Broken Windows or Flywheel. But it looks like Hasha's gonna go the Opera Singer's route. So, alright, he's probably like, yeah, okay, fine. I've seen how CY is done with with the Opera Singer. I've seen how Lati's done with the Opera Singer. So I guess it's time for me, Hasha, to bring out the Opera Singer and show you how it's done, right? Let's just hope that it doesn't come back to bite him, because I mean, it is still pretty hard to get the survivors in this map as an opera singer, and that's a gardener as well. A lot of them are pretty tanky, if not versatile.
Yeah.
Do you like this pick though?
Sorry?
Do you like this pick though? Do you like to see an opera singer here instead of a Dream Witch?
I was actually hoping to see a different hunter that would have potentially countered this team comp, but unfortunately it seems like Harsha is kind of settled with either the Dream Witch or the opera singer here at the Arms Factory map. It is ideal for him then. But looking at this, we do see the Gardener spawn at the center, a very brave soul there, and Wen-Yi, the psychologist, was spawning below. So the coaches will be shaking their hands right now. Let's see their persona picks here. From the opera singer, it will be a confined space detention with the bling trait. For Survivor side, we'll be seeing 2 Titurners as predicted, and a 9 on psychologist, a flywheel on the acrobat.
Yeah, everyone has borrowed time, so I guess the strategy is like, yeah, we just want to kind of do the late game, right? And ensure that everyone has the ability to stand up when the last cipher is being popped. But that being said, Harsha has the 6-9 build, the 6-12 build with the bling. Let's see how he's gonna handle this, because it's all or nothing at this point, Jojo.
And now we do see Wen-Yi being the first chase once again, but this time around with a different character, the psychologist Harsha got out of the shadow form. So right now she's kind of forced to just rotate over, but Wen-Yi does have the distance to establish here, but first it was the register.
Yeah, the beautiful slide around the corner into the connecting hit. Yeah, that's the signature opera singer move, right? Everyone loves that sliding attack move. But Wen-Yi gonna walk through the second window here, trying to make a play in the factory, which is supposedly very, very safe. And still, the stress is still reducing. She still has 2 shots left.
Yeah, and Wen-Yi should know that Harsha has the confined space, and yeah, there isn't any trump card. That means so Wen-Yi will be getting that second hit, in fact, and the first skill will be popped now. Blink will be up in 3 seconds. If Wen-Yi's able to force this out, I would consider this a relatively successful kite, but the Cypher's not enough, and the hit registers without the blink now.
Exactly, and in around 1 minute as well. 3 hits onto Wen-Yi, and in a very strong kiting area as well. So I guess the decision of Harsha to bring the confined space is very, very important here. And also, like what you mentioned, not even using the blink at the same time. Pin's gonna make that rotation coming in as the Gardener has the Tide Turner to work with. We'll see if she'll be able to make the rescue unscathed, or yeah, at least avoid the double down situation here. But she will be able to close in successfully without being detected. I don't know, man. Is this like a bonbon site?
A little bit close, but that rescue will still be registered. Luckily has that bubble, by the way, now, so psychologists will be able to kite it out here with 3-9. Force a blink, maybe?
Force a blink, yeah.
Wen-Yi.
I think Harsha can just use a blink here. No! Oh, I thought Wen-Yi detected it and he was gonna vault back.
Yeah.
Harsha blinked pretty way out, right? I thought he was just gonna stick to the window.
There was a possibility if Wen-Yi predicted that, but unfortunately that did not happen. But looking at the ciphers, right, very weirdly, Mercenary Cypher is the first one to pop, followed by the Gardener, and now next 2 ciphers are on a standstill.
Yeah, Acrobat's one not even done. Probably, I don't know, probably a little bit of rotation, like Mercenary trying to complete a cipher, but that does open up how do you put this? That does open up the situation, right? There's no last cipher. Nice, beautiful dash, unhurt, unscathed. Oh, Harsha.
Wow.
Yeah, he doesn't always
Love
time.
the
Just
rescue.
hits.
Nice main game from Xiao, by the way, and now Wen-Yi. The hit registers in front of Mercenary. He went around and hit Wen-Yi, by the way, and now Mercenary actually running towards the same direction. He probably should get out of here, get someone to heal him up, and try to play a 3-man game here. So reminder, guys, Survivor side, they have to get 3 or if not 4 escape. If not, it will be a GG situation and a 2-0 for FL to win this. And now Harsha definitely has that in mind. Now Huan Xue is actually decoding the cipher that's outside sandbags, and Pin is just running around in the factory area. We'll see where Harsha decides to go.
Yeah, I mean, Hasha's halfway there. He needs a draw, and there's already one survivor out. So, I guess he can play a little bit more comfortably. Just get the next person down. But it is Huanxue we're talking about, right, Jojo? Like an acrobat is not an easy target to chase, especially in that area. I try to look for Pin at the same time, but Pin they're already starting a 6 cipher as well. Yeah, it's just looking like a draw here, right? Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
Not getting the bubble up in time.
Yeah, and Pin. Oh yeah, does not really have a kiting build, it's just a tight turner, so does have a ball shell to work with. He will be using that as a shield to enter towards this pelleted area. Let's see if he can successfully point out. He will not! So looking at this, Gardener will be on the chair. Alright, Arcrobat is gonna come for the rescue with that stay put I'm coming, and Mercenary is gonna force that 70% cipher. Will it bring out enough time, or if not Harsha, is he gonna go all the way there just to force Sha right now?
This is kind of hard to watch, especially if you're on the side of RD, right? Cypher's not even pop. Shao, wow, the preemptive drop. Yeah, he just drops. He doesn't want to play that swinging game, and they're just gonna allow that rescue to happen unscathed, right? So it doesn't really matter. Harsha just wants to control the Cypher at this point. Okay, nice, Shao, nice. Not even using the last elbow pad, so just play around this corner. Harsha's not gonna use his last bling, right?
No,
Yeah,
he
I don't
probably
think he
will
should use
not.
it.
And they will be pushing their front gate cipher. Shao will be eating, swinging for the second time, still doesn't hit him. But the third one, the lucky 3, will get that hit onto Shao. And seems like front gate cipher will be primed when Shao hits all over to the chair. Now, this is the kind of situation they don't want to be in. How are they going to play the end game, right? Mercenary has one more elbow pad.
Exactly, and Gardener does not have the health to rescue, so it's definitely going to be Huanxue coming in to rescue. One elbow pad, you gotta wonder if it's enough. Pin's already on standby at the last cipher. Harsha just trying to waste a little bit more time, but I don't think that he's aiming for the terror shock, right?
Probably
no hurry, right?
Mercenary. So the Mercenary wouldn't be full health towards the end game. That could be the potential plan here.
Wow, the magic hit
onto the Mercenary. So, alright, this is gonna be very crucial. Let's see how are they gonna play the end game. Shao does have an elbow pad. Will he use it in the nick of panic time, or if not, it's gonna be hit. Oh my gosh.
Beautiful, and that's exactly how you use the blink in that situation. Cool, calm, and collected. Harsha not even settling for a draw. He wants to go and see if he can stop the gate in time. So he's like, yeah, okay, gate's not even open yet. I'm just gonna chair Shao, and then I'll probably go back towards the gate. Or second choice, he could just camp the entire time here, because RD, they are not leaving yet for sure.
Yeah, and yeah, we do see the Gardener at the sandbags area. Huanxue will be able to not open up the gate. We're playing this a little bit conservative because he has to, and the
nice flywheel!
Will be able to go through, and now the bomb. So if this will slow down Harsha a little bit, we can see that very prominently there. Now Huanxue will still get this hit at the back gate, but Mercenary survives for another day, does have the elbow pad to work with. So they might potentially just want to wait out endgame and try to get the rescue onto him.
They can.
And body block, get towards the back gate. That could be the plan.
Yeah. It's already 88%. I'm pretty sure they pinged. They let the teammates know, right? That it's already at 88%. And Harsha chaired it pretty near as well. So we'll see what happens. The detention will be gone in another 30 seconds. But the thing is, everyone's injured. Everyone's injured except for Pin. Mercenary will go down with a detention hit. Yeah, this is playing it really, really close. I mean, Harsha knows RD definitely cannot leave yet, right? They cannot leave the teammate here. But the thing is, Harsha, look at the iron defense. He's making a gate. He's making a fence. He's around where Huanxue is being chaired.
Yeah, okay, right. We do see on the bottom left, Mercenary is coming. He will be heading towards the gate, forcing out the gate. So this will take the attention of Harsha. Will he be able to open this? It will not be enough. Shao will try to open this up. Can he get inside? The heal is just not enough. Oh my gosh, got enough. Force heal. Force heal.
Force heal.
Get a basic hit. Force heal.
Oh, GG. Well played. He's gonna slow down Hasha. Look at the commitment. And even if Huang Xue blocks, it doesn't matter because the chair is just around the corner. And Pin is gonna maintain his 100% escape rate and just keeps through the gate. I'm just kidding. But that's it. Hasha from Team Fennel has secured the draw that they need. And even more, it's a 3K elimination here, Chocho.
Yeah, amazing things coming here. 2-0 lead for FL.
Nice.
So FL will continue their winning streak in the upper brackets, whereas RD will be thrown towards the lower brackets, facing their enemy. I think potentially either WBG or if not FT.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a game to watch. When we expect it to be BO3, it becomes a BO2. When we expect it to be a BO2, it becomes a BO3. So honestly, it's safe to say we're no longer the OD kings and queens here.
It seems like it will be Eli. Eli yesterday, right? Yesterday night, and then just now it was all BO3s. So
he's the OD king. He's the OD king.
He will claim the title now for now.
Okay, for now, for sure. But honestly, it was a really, really good game. I enjoyed it. It was very exciting, exhilarating. There was no dull moment at all, which is why, sorry guys, when my no was so passionate. Benedict Chan was like, that was quite the no from I'm so sorry about that. But you know, when you commentate a game this exciting, it's hard to not be hyped. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I mean, both sides really like showed us performance, and RD Survivors just so close yet so far. I mean, if things were just aimed towards a tie, they could have definitely get that. But when it comes to having a 3-4 escape going against Hasha, by the way, FL's Hunter, it's not easy at all. You guys, if you guys haven't tried it out, you guys just can't not give them credit. They definitely did their best, RD especially, and I hope they will be able to show us more tomorrow. Definitely not the end.
Exactly. I mean, this is the winners bracket match after all, so either one of these teams, like even if one of them fall, they will still have a second chance, like what Chocho has mentioned. So FL so far 2 for 2. They haven't dropped a single game, looking really strong now. So wow, I'm really excited to see what's gonna happen next.
Yeah, and I mean, just speaking about looking strong, right, and winning 2 matchups in a row, GR also did exactly the same. So GR will be facing up against FL tomorrow. And currently GR and FL, they definitely have secured at least the top 4 and above money prize at this point in time, at least.
Yeah, good meal for the next for the next couple months. But yeah, I mean, GR versus FL, that's also a game that I'm very interested to see, because FL in the interview, both of them, Emko and Mike and Son, also said that they want to face up against Nie, right?
Ooh.
So yeah, I think they're anticipating facing them, right? They're anticipating that we're gonna meet in the winners bracket.
That's very true. Nie's performance
would you choose,
has been... As in, who will I choose to go up against?
No, I mean, like, who do you think would have the upper hand though? GR, FL, both are undefeated so far.
I feel like GR, and I have a very good reason for that, because Zeta has always been top of their game when it comes to IGL, right? And FL follows right behind them. So the fact that Zeta lost against GR just now just shows that maybe Japanese division might not have what it takes as of now in IBS Invitationals to go up against GR. GR is really on top of their game. And by the way, guys, GR is only 2nd place in their recent IBL. The 1st place was to GG. So we can imagine how strong right now the Chinese mainland teams are right now, and it's definitely not comparable.
Yeah, I think that's a good reason for that as well, because we were very excited. We said that the tide rises all boats, right? Everyone's performing super well, improving. So I think it sends a shockwave, a call towards the Chinese mainland division teams. Like, yo, these teams are catching up. They're catching up fast and furious. We gotta do more hardcore training, man. We gotta do more hardcore training. We gotta strategize more, and maybe that's what's happening here. It just brings out the beast in the Chinese mainland team now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely
But yeah,
does.
just
And
look at
looking
the
at our
yeah.
player stats, of course, we do see 1E, our first Kaito having 74.1 seconds containment time. Of course, not very characteristic of 1E, especially with his consistent kiting since yesterday and just today itself. I really do feel that it's just Harsha with his prowess using that opera singer, just when he just couldn't hold on there. Now looking at Xiao, of course, 98.4 seconds containment time towards the end game, and of course, Pin 52 seconds, only person that escaped, and Huanshe with that acrobat 78.6 seconds.
Yeah, trying to survive as long as possible until the late game, right? But very unfortunate. Very unfortunate that that did not happen according to their plan. I mean, having Huanshe opening the gate was already like slow to begin with, right?
Exactly.
He was like, he was opening the gate for the longest time. I felt like, oh, he's opening. Yeah, he's opening. Why is it still not open? You know what I mean? And then we
Yeah.
remember it's an acrobat. So guys, acrobat's good for everything except opening gates. Don't make your acrobat do that.
And you know, there's always this one time, right, where you guys would have like an acrobat and an antiquarian just at the end game trying to open up a gate that can't be opened because two very slow opening gate decoders there. Very unfortunate, but sometimes it does happen in tournaments, and I would just call that the unlucky period of time. Yeah, you really don't really think of that. But looking at this, we do see our match result of today. Very convincing win from the side of Team FL 2-0 with a 11-5 point.
Wow.
This is
Even more dominating than yesterday.
definitely.
Like they woke up and chose violence. That's what they did. I want to
Yeah,
say that, but I wanted to say that, but they didn't seem so violent. Their stories are filled from what they were just exploring Macau and then but hey, while we're at that, best deduction MVP goes to UGG, the survivor of Team Panel and not Harsha. So really, really great. Good congratulations to UGG. Very well deserving. And we always love to see an MVP survivor, man.
I mean, UGG, I think, other than the seer, right, his patient just now was flawless. Solo kiting,
Flawless.
don't interrupt any ciphers. Brought out so much time for his teammates, and also that combo flywheel plus the bird in an instant second switch. Amazing stuff coming from UGG.
True. Umai. Umai is the word we're looking for.
Umai. Very good.
Umai, yeah. Just to add on to your flawless list, flawless game.
OK，打了前面板子卡，前面板子卡。地胶在大房，我就打门，我这就好，你保门血，我们得想办法争。我死了，要圈，有闪的，快有闪。来，好飞，他直抓，把自己，对，丢我，来，我们一起去沙包，
I heard more. That means they were ready to kill each other up. But that didn't happen, right?
That didn't happen. They separated from each other. I'm not sure whether if they had enough time to heal each other up. That's the question, right? Whether they had enough time, or if not, if they were healing and then suddenly the hunter was just in front of them, that would have been a GG situation for them. But imagine if that heal did happen and Mercenary was able to get the gate full health and open it up and run out, that could have been that 3 escape that he needed to go all the way to BO3. Yeah.
Well, fortunately, Harsha had the foresight to know exactly what they were planning and stopping the heal. He's like, guys, please, we got a BO3 yesterday. We ended super late. Today, can we just have an early supper? And that's exactly what they achieved. Like a victory, sweet victory actually, for UGG. Props to UGG, man. That guy's a beast. right? The seer, and then I mean the owl and the flywheel that you mentioned, and then the second game as well, the patient. What? The hiding skills. He shows everything, right? The clicking skill, the flywheel skill, the owl skill, the hook skill, the hiding skill, the fall on the ground, and yet. But hey, here comes the interview. Hello, my name is Xiao Xiao. Not me, her.
まず勝利おめでと
Can
う
you
ござ
say
いま
hi?
す。一つずつずつご紹介お願いします。
こんにちは。私の名前は M 子です。ベンネルのヨウジジです。
欢迎 M 扣，欢迎
Yo
UGG， 也是恭喜 FL 今天2比0获得了
Hello,
这
my
场
name is
比赛的
M
胜
Ko
利。
the handsome,
首先也
and
是
the
想
other
请
one's
两位选手
my
来
name
分享一
is
下今天
UGG
非
the
常顺利的
handsome.
赢下这场比赛，此时此刻的心情怎么样？和我们大家分享一下吧。
How do you feel? How do you feel after the game today?
今日を聞かせてください。一人ずつお願いします。
気持ちいいです。
非常的爽。
非常的爽 Very excited.
非常的开心。
非常的简洁，然后表达了自己的一个
Very
开心
excited.
那
Basically
回
same
归到我们的
response.
游戏，第一个问题想问到UGG，当时先知是飞轮预判了闪现，并且
啊说
丝滑的
use-
套上了那一
yeah,
个
I
鸟
don't。understand.
想问一下，当时他在场上有没有想过说，
Right, she's talking about the flywheel and the bird, that fast reaction time. Wants to ask how basically about
ま
that.
ずフライホイールからの鬼没よけ、そしてその後に
So this is for UGG,
使い鳥
the
も
play on the
使えて
left.
そのこの一連の動きはこんなにうまくいくとは思っていましたか？
ハンターの自分とハンターの距離感的に、あの板は乗り越えられると分かってたので、そうですね、結構予想してきてました。
就是他判断自己的身距和监管的距离，就是他可以顺利的翻板，
So he
包
made
括
a
之后的
prediction between the
那个
distance.
监管的动向，
He
他
had
其
with
实
the
也有预
hunter
测到。
himself, and then
一
he
切
kind of
尽
did
在
a
他的掌
prediction
握之
and
中，
then
真的
kind
特
of
别特别的
did
帅。
adjustments
那想问
on
一
the
下
spot
，M 扣，就是
basically.
当时最后是苏骚利的囚徒完成了一个地窖逃生嘛？当时大家对那影音会是一个什
She's
么样子
talking
的
about
状
the
态呢？
prisoner escaping through a dungeon. How do you
その
feel
試
at
合
that
で
point
最
in
後
time?
3逃げ、サソリさ
Like
んが
your feelings
8逃げで3逃げで
exactly
き
at
て
that point in
その
time.
時の VC ってどういう感じでしたか？
ナイスー。
大家都一直
Nice, that one I understand. Nice,
Nice.
that one don't
Oh my. Oh, that's the undead there. We haven't seen Percy for a long while now.
准备和应对吗？
I don't think we'll see it come back anytime soon.
UGG 選手、その第2試合に相手チームのハンター、ラスティ選手に向けて何か準備、対策とか考えてきましたか？
企業秘密です。
这个不可以说。
涉嫌战斗这个战术是吧？但是我觉得
So
我们
they
从表面上来
had
看，好像就是翻
pre-strategized,
掉了他的火部夫人，已经针对到了我们非常熟悉
whatever
的一
they
位
were
老
playing.
对手了。那想再问到UGG，就是当时在倒地以后，也是有小小的牵制到对面监管者一段时间。当时会有
When you
意识地说
downed
是把自己给藏起
after the
来
first
吗？
rescue, you actually managed to contain the hunter a little bit while. So during that 20 seconds where hunter
し
couldn't
た
find
後
him.
に、ちょっとす
So
ぐには
probably
見つ
ask
け
him
られな
how
かっ
he's
た
feeling
状況だ
about
った
it.
と思うんですが、そのあえて隠れようとする動きとかしてましたか？
自分がダウンした後に3板の空軍狙いに行ったので、結構距離が開いたので、隠れる意識はしてました。
对，当时他倒地的时候，跟监管的距离其实还比较远的，所以他也是有意识的稍微去躲了一下。
就成功的骗到了对面的监管者。那下一个问题想问的 M 扣就是，当时那样的一个局势，大家会是从什么时候开始说想要去运营完成那样的一个3跑的？
那次 M 扣選手、
How do you guys strategize to get that 3 escape?
3逃げペースに
I'm not too sure which one could be the BO2 3 escape because both. I think they
Yeah, both also BO3
ヨウジジさんが釣られた時がもう5割5割ぐらいやったんで、もうトゥーブさんの壁でいけるやんってなって3逃げシフトに変えました。
就是当那个UGG 选手在被挂上的时候，当时其实密码机还剩大概一半左右，也剩不多了，所以就觉得靠 MyK 选手去扛就应该是来得及的，所以就是从那个时候开始就考虑要3跑了。
早早的就是预谋计划起来，完成一个非常帅的3跑。那还有2个是我们的粉丝提问。首先第一个问题想问到UGG，就是在我们 IGL 夏季赛结束到我们 MVS 这一段期间，大家的状态感觉自我恢复的怎么样
？To the start of this.
次ウェイブからのファンの質問ですけど、UGG 選手、夏季 IGL が終わって、少し休みだと思うんですが、その後にIBS に向けて、
I think they're talking about an
調
injury
子
that
とか取
he
り戻
had.
してきていると思うんですが、今の調子はいかが
He's
ですか？
holding his hands. behind his back.
现在状态非常的好。
状态非常的
Now
好。
his condition
那
is
也
good.
是转
That's
达
what
一
he
下我们
replied.
粉丝的留言，他们希望可以看到 FL 在线下非常
Imagine
快的
getting
完成比
injured
赛，
and
并且
kiting.
获得胜利。
ファンの方からも
Heading the whole game.
フェンデルの皆さん
Yeah,
が
and the
中国の
last
中を
fan
楽しく
question or
試合
like
ができて、最初に勝利
words
が
of
取れるよう
encouragement for
に
them is for them
祈
to
って
do
お
their
ります
best
ということです。
towards the end of our
那最后一
IVS.
个问题的话，想问到 M 口，就是在我们
All
IVS
right,
的赛前
last
初
question.
会上，队友们有没有想到说 Macon 跟哈萨会有这么高的默契度？就是后面队内有没有去聊这件事情？
Megan and Hasha about their chemistry. They have such great chemistry. She's talking about chemistry that I'm not too sure which one she's referring to. Because one is survival,
Mike and
one's
Hasha, yeah, right?
ポーズがめちゃくちゃ揃ったということに関して皆さん予想とかして
Maybe
ました
some
か？それと
offline
も終わった
event thing
後
that
に
they
それに
had.
関して何かお話とかしていましたか？
How to answer, right? Since they are not Megan or
What chemistry?
Hasha.
もう一回言ってください。
他说让我再说一次，就是
Oh, sorry.
壮行会
So he
の
will
時
be
に
she'll be
橋
she'll be repeating
選手
the question
とマイケン選
to
手のポーズがめちゃくちゃ揃って
Mko.
いたことに関してチーム内で皆さん何かそれに
Mko
対して
didn't
何か
quite get the question.
その後とかも
I mean, even if you repeat, it's still the same thing, right? Maiken and Hasha, how do you put 2 and 2 together?
没有说什么。
没有说什么，
Oh,
但是也是很期待后面可以看
his
到
reply
大家
is
有
I'm
更
not
加
gonna
多
say
有意思
anything
的互
about
动
that.，
特别特别
Yeah,
的
I
可
don't
爱
think he。
那最后
understood
也
the
是再一
question.
次恭喜
Yeah,
FL 获得
I
了
don't-
这
I
场
don't
比赛的
think
胜利
anyone，
再一次恭喜
does
今天获胜的所有队伍。接下
Congratulations,
来让我们把
FL
画面
for
交换
winning
给
this
解
once
说
again.
席。
And it will be back to
Yay!
us.
Yay! Maiken and Hasha, yo, what up? And you know, these guys are really humble as well. Talk to them, super friendly. I think you saw my story as well, right?
Yeah.
He was kind enough to reciprocate with my very bad Japanese clip, and
He tried.
Yeah, he answered. Yeah,
and
he
you
tried.
tried. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
sorry. He doesn't need to try. He's already slaying, right? Yeah, but super down to earth, and you know, I just love to be able to meet all these players one day on the main stage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We,
definitely.
yeah.
And
Let's make
Posh
it a
actually
goal
had-
for next year.
Yeah, and actually Posh gave me this question: who would you like to take a photo with? Like if you only had to pick like a few, but I'll just give you only can pick one player. One player.
One player.
Yeah, only.
I mean, I have to take a photo with Maiken because he was despite the busy schedules, right? Everyone, don't get me wrong. I actually send out interview questions to a lot of players for this IVS team. But he was the only one kind enough to reply. So I'll definitely take that one photo with him. I'll choose him.
Yeah.
I choose you,
Yeah.
Pikachu. But
Yeah, I think
how about
really
you, Pikachu?
appreciate
Sure.
him.
Yeah.
Posh actually gave me a lot of options, or like give me a lot of chance by making me pick 3. But I think GR. I'll change my answer now to GR Nini. Yeah, because his performance is just so flawless, and I would like to
Flawless
take photo
king.
with yeah, the flawless king.
Yeah, flawless king and the flawless queen. But yeah, good choice, very good choice. Okay, all right, I like that. I mean, honestly, it would be great to be able to take photo with just one, but realistically, right, I think I wouldn't settle for just one photo. I will probably take with every single person I can find.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
would be best though. But really,
Yeah.
if time allows, of course, we
I mean,
would try out.
yeah, for reals. I mean,
It's like
I haven't.
a mission.
It's a mission. Because I'm already thinking about all the contents, all the things we can do, if we go to the offlines, right? And I think it's a very memorable experience if you make it to be one. So yeah, I mean, especially after what happens, right? Like we're talking here behind the screen, but if we were at the venue, we would have been able to, you know, go up, share. They can share their thoughts. We can chit chat. We can catch up. We can go eat together, like what we did during IVC, right? So I would appreciate moments like that.
Yeah, and
of
also
course the
playing
cool
Dookie.
game. I knew it. You were gonna say
Yay.
cool.
How are we gonna
Dookie.
say like a Dookie?
Everyone claims to be Duke until someone wants to assassinate them.
Yeah.
Or they want
that
to steal.
happens.
Oh, I'm an ambassador. Okay, I'm an
And
ambassador.
you know what? Now we are actually down to our 6 teams, right? We have 2 eliminated today already, RVL and Team GBB. So NAEU and Korea divisions respectively. So unfortunately, we'll be saying bye to them tonight. But we still have exciting matches coming up tomorrow right now. Day number 3 of our IBS, and we have matches packed out, man. We have what? RD versus Sync, WBG, I believe, and Zeta versus Sync FT, GR versus Sync FL. I'm just curious to see how everything's. Actually, I think there is a switch by the way, because Zeta already kind of faced. I'm not sure. We have to wait and see. Like I feel like I saw the schedule, right? Like the matchups, but we have to wait and see.
True. But one thing's for sure, what we can see in front of us is the proof that we are not OT kings, because Eli got the one with the BO3s.
Really. Kuro and Eli,
yeah, for reals. But here's the tournament brackets. I guess it's confirmed. GR versus FL. So apparently it's GR versus FL. And then tomorrow as well, I'm very excited to see what's gonna happen between Zeta versus FT.
And the winners, Zeta versus FT. Oh, I'm excited about that too. It's gonna be really a clash of like who's gonna ultimately like pull through and come out, and also whether we'll be able to see Malpai and BO1 possibly. I mean, Malpai, when it comes to that end pick, you know what, we were a little bit skeptical, but hopefully he's able to redeem himself tomorrow. True.
One thing's for sure, don't forget that you are the tiger. You are the dragon.
Roar.
Sorry, I shouldn't say tiger. Yeah, roar. Oh my god. Do tigers even just like roar? I wouldn't be afraid of a tiger that roars. Right? Yeah, I mean, considering the logo of FT is a dragon, I would say you're the dragons of Southeast Asia. Go ahead, bare your fangs, and don't be scared. Don't play scared. Just take the risk, and make that play of a lifetime. Go big or go home, so to speak, right?
Yes. Wow, it's going to be so intense tomorrow. Still very packed up. We do have 4 matchups tomorrow, so you guys definitely don't want to miss that. It will be same time, but just tomorrow onwards. And if you guys are in the SEA region, especially Singapore, Malaysia, GMT +8, it will start at 12 p.m. sharp. And 2 hours in between, consecutively, we'll be seeing these players time and time again. So whoever you guys are supporting, you guys don't want to miss out those matches.